Welcome, boys. Episode 1. Brand new part of the Sidebar series. This one, the Married Man Sex Life Primer. This one, switch it back over. How's it going? Went with something a little bit calming, more relaxed. We're going to take this one, make it a little bit more like music, because everybody loves the red pill when it's about power fantasies and sticking it to the man and to feminists and those evil Machiavellian overlords, or those bobbleheads, depending on who you ask. Very few guys in this space wonder, hey, how do I survive and thrive in the new sexual marketplace? How do I survive the thought apocalypse? And so you're here with me, a fairly switched on audience. What are we going to go over today, though? Well, we'll see how much we can get through. These are going to be a bit of a longer episode because as far as the books go, this is probably, if you'll notice, they're getting increasingly dense with more topics as we progress. And in this one, we got the body agenda, an alpha and beta balance, alpha and beta male traits, and the sex rank. We'll see how far into it we make during this episode. We're also going to have a follow-up to it tomorrow. So if you're watching this thing live, usually they happen around noon. I'm going to slow down the schedule a little bit, give people to digest, because last time we went through it way too fast for you guys. Let's get to it. So part 1, what she really wants. Not the best title. It's kind of putting things in a female frame, but you know what? We're at where we're at. If you don't understand that you have to offer some value to a woman in your life, otherwise she won't want to be with you, a.k.a. Briffault's Law, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. So he starts off with true love. At some point in your marriage, you're going to look over at your wife and wonder what you got yourself into. I want you guys to, by the way, whenever I say wife here, just in your mind, long-term relationship, common law marriage, cohabitation, whatever arrangement. I will preface this because a lot of guys love talking about their LTRs or their long-term relationship. And then when you ask, you're like, how long you guys been together? Oh, a couple months now. Those aren't long-term relationships. The rule of thumb is after a year, minimum. And in this case, we can kind of add on to that. You essentially have to live together and have it at least be a year long. Otherwise, you're kind of pushing a little too hard. You're trying to play relationship matchmaker, and that's not your job. That's her job. So at some point in your marriage, you're going to look over at your wife and wonder what you got yourself into. Marriage, which seems so very traditional and conservative, will suddenly seem as risky as skydiving when somebody else packed your chute. Why would you, a perfectly rational man, subject yourself to getting married? And the answer is, we're not nearly as rational as we think we are. When we find that special someone, our own body can release hormones and neurochemicals that make us almost uncontrollably romantically fixated on our beloved. This is one of those things that Rollo Tomasi and I kind of, well, I don't even want to say disagree on, because I think we separate in some of the devil is the detail parts of it, but the general broad principle of how guys process information for girls. Guys, it's instinct, reason, emotion. Girls, it's instinct, emotion, reason. The way he says it, the way I say it, is that guys, we have stuff that goes on in our head, ponder it over or happens in our limbic brain, goes into our normal brain, it processes, and then comes out in our actions. And girls, starts in the limbic brain, stops to the vocal cords for processing, and then goes to the brain for, rationalization afterwards. However you want to frame it, it's up to you, doesn't matter. The point of this first part, though, is you have to understand that for the most part, all those nice, catchy Disney dreams we all think of, is this true love? Is she the one? Do I love my wife and my kids and my dog unconditionally? You think it's some kind of logical, rational step, but it's not. In fact, it's not even something that our limbic brain, for the most part, can control, the same way it does breathing and that. When somebody comes with the right collection of stimuli, it ends up building a hormonal response in you, which creates basically a drug addiction on a lower level. And that's love. So once you understand attraction isn't a choice, either for men or for women, then we can kind of move on to something here. And that's the next part, which is the strategy. As a guy, just have to understand you're not your brain. So most of our body just runs on autopilot 24/7, and the rational higher thinking brain isn't even required for almost all of it. In fact, sometimes thinking about our automatic body functions can interfere with their natural rhythm. One of the first tricks you learn in the medical field is to pretend to be still taking a patient's pulse while you're in fact counting their respiration rate, because if they know you're watching their breathing, they tend to hold their breath or start to hyperventilate. When you take someone's pulse, they tend to mentally focus on the fact that your hand is on their wrist and their breathing remains normal. This is a big reason that I talk about in this space how the red pill as a system of thought, not really, or praxeology, I guess, it's the first beneficial bait and switch for men. Because if you tell men flat out, I'm here to help you strategize, tips and tricks and strategies and mental models in order for you to live a self-actualized life, guys will tell you to go to hell. I just want to get my pee-pee wet. I want big pee-pee energy. I want to feel good about myself. That's what most guys want. And so you get them to focus on the strategy. And in our example, instead of a guy holding his breath or hyperventilating, he starts projecting all of his faults and failings onto other people. Maybe it's that other content creator in the space who has more clout than you is a big jerk and a beta male, beta meaning bad in his mind, but we'll get to that. Maybe it's actually the problem's all with my wife this and my wife that, and she's horrible, and how can she slap? Instead, you focus on all that evil, Machiavellian, misogynistic stuff. So guys are kind of focused on that, the hating women part, getting that anger out of their system, giving it a positive direction, that they kind of forget and they don't pay attention to the fact that you're actually filling their head with enough knowledge to stop stepping on their own dick and analyzing the footprint. So, now that we know I'm basically pulling a fast one on you guys, but it's for your own best interests, we're going to skip to the third section of this first chapter. The rational brain is a late adaptation. We talk evo psych a lot, and everybody likes talking about how those fruit flies store the genetic information from 4 or 5 fruit flies they've slept with, which means obviously thoughts are taking Chad's DNA and injecting it into yours, so the baby's not even yours, even though she hasn't cheated, or whatever stupid scientific mumbo-jumbo guys think they understand. And just keep it focused on us. You'd never think it was this hard to make guys focus on themselves, but in this sphere, it's one of the most impossible things to do as soon as you hit on anything that's not peaches and sunshine and fine leather. So when it comes to sex, we have a multitude of biological programming hardwired into us that very much sets our interest in the opposite sex. We find that what we find sexually attractive in others is usually beyond our rational control. In fact, our minds may very much wish to be attracted to some group of traits or someone in particular, but our bodies can choose for sexual interest in other traits or somebody else entirely. This is why a woman can swear she wants love and to have a relationship with a nice guy, but then finds herself drawn into the sweaty entanglements of a bad boy. Look at him writing this like a romance novel. Oh, Athol K. The author of this one, by the way, Athol K., he was a nurse. They called themselves OMGs. Ian Ironwood was another one. OMGs stood for old married guys, and they were kind of the forerunners to what I talk about now when I talk about the married red pill. These are guys that used to be part of the pickup space, and you could tell he was because he puts a big influence on this thing. His dedication is like mostly to mystery. So they get into a relationship and they start running into problems, and then they realize, all right, they take that same process they use to learn pickup and they apply it to their relationships, and they find it worked out well. So now that we know attraction is not a choice, kind of some evo psych things. These are summaries, by the way. You really have to read this to get the full intent of what we're talking about here. So if you haven't gotten the book yet, grab it at Amazon. I think Athol K is running into some health issues anyway, so we could probably use the support. The rationalization hamster. So as a common example, a wife who does not want to have sex with her husband often announces she has a headache. She's rationalizing why she doesn't want to have sex, and her rationalization hamster pops out a perfectly good excuse. She has a headache, which is convenient in that it gains task avoidance of the unwanted sex, but she's not so sick that she's actually required to get up off the couch and go see a doctor. And unless her husband has an MRI scanner in her basement, he can't actually prove she doesn't have a headache, so he's forced to accept her version of things. He could call her a liar about the headache, of course, but that would just be picking up a fight with her with no proof of her lying. So her lie about the headache works. If you've been following me on Twitter, you've heard me say this God knows how many times. Everything, and I mean everything a woman says is filtered through her ego. Never take anything a woman says seriously. Not because they're liars, not because they're Machiavellian masterminds, not because they want you to believe whatever fantastical story they do. It's because they rationalize everything they feel. Everything that they say is a post hoc justification of whatever she's feeling at the moment. This example's great. I'm not attracted to this guy. I don't want to sleep with him. And so she has to build up in her head an idea that she has a headache. Now, here's the funny part. It's not that she thinks of a story. What's the best thing I could say to him? Will this have the effect? That's tism. That's what guys would do. They would rationalize it that way. A girl actually convinces herself first. It's self-deception. From an evo psych perspective, it's actually a very good adaptation. Because it used to be men and women would just lie. Guys would say, yeah, I'll totally marry you. And then they'd abscond, leaving Cave Cindy with the cave kids. Those ones would die off because tigers would eat a whole family and not really care. But guys didn't care because they could sleep with 100 girls and maybe only 30 of them got eaten by cave tigers. So they're coming out ahead. But each one of those girls kind of weren't. So they had to start to lie. They lied about their estrus cycle. A guy would never know when a girl is... I guess back then you would just say in heat. I don't know. I don't want to make it sound too animalistic. But yeah, when she's ovulating. And since a guy didn't know, the only way that you could be sure that it was your baby was to follow her around 24/7. Pretty clever. The lie created the monogamous family. So as much as you want to say that monogamy is like the be-all and end-all the way Christ would have wanted, realize it only exists because we are flat-out liars. I'm going to pull up an article, and I'll put it in the chat here. It's from Archwinger. What's this one called? Every unhappy wife is a rape victim. It's a pretty intense statement, huh? There's actually some logic to it. It's about... There we go. It was about him with a couple friends over. The husband's there bragging about how he's getting some poon anymore. He basically did an ultimatum. He just like an F me or F you. The girl started sleeping with him again. And then he's over there at the barbecue place bragging to Arch over it. And Arch eventually gets some quiet time with the other guy's wife and starts to talk. And she's like, yeah, she's not really feeling it. She doesn't like it. She knows she has to do it to keep the husband happy or they're going to get divorced. And she's become accustomed to her life and she doesn't want to do that. And so he asks, like, what's so hard about sex? People do it all the time. You just lay there for a couple minutes, throw out some ums and ahs, grab his back, pinch his stomach, call it a day. And she goes, like, it's physically easy, but it's just hard to make herself do it. And that's when Arch kind of smiles because he gets it. So to some extent, the reason why sexual assault is treated as the most heinous crime, especially in a woman's eyes, is because that's the one thing in life that they're meant to have control over, their sexual agency. Everything that a girl has done politically over the past 500 years has been based on this fact. So when you're put in that situation where you have to have sex with somebody you don't want to, otherwise you'll end up having your life fall apart. Now, it's not to the same degree as a sexual assault, but it taps into the same feelings and emotions a girl has. So you can't negotiate attraction. Ultimatums don't work. And every unhappy wife is a rape victim. This is getting demonetized for sure, guys. Guaranteed. So make sure to sign up for Patreon. $5 a month. It's a fancy cup of coffee. We'll talk privately about things like this where we don't have to worry about that. Link will be in the description. Feel free. Check it out at your leisure, probably after this one. There's other examples too. There's the I love you, but I'm not in love with you. There's let's just be friends. Pound them off in the chat if you want to. There's going to be all kinds of rationalizations which aren't true, but they justify a feeling a girl has in her head. Continuing on with this, though. So when it comes to illicit sex with an affair partner, there are strong social sanctions against cheating with a loved one or on a loved one. So the rationalizations required to overcome this sense of wrongness are much greater. A wife may love her husband and not want to hurt him at all, but she also may want to cheat on him with Mr. Studley next door. Thus, the job of the rationalization hamster is to make up as many mental models of bullshit as possible until she can be comfortable with herself cheating on her husband. It's sort of a cloaking device for a conscience. His example here is, yes, of course cheating would be wrong, but in this case, my husband hasn't been paying attention to me and hurt my feelings by not picking up that china pattern I wanted for the reception, and I'm just so lonely and neglected. He also dated a friend of mine when we were broken up before, and I think he just did that far too quickly, so I'm not even sure he really cares for me anyway. Plus, I feel so special, and I loved when I was with Mr. Studley, so how could anything so special really be wrong? In fact, I deserve this experience because I'm always putting everybody else's needs before my own. It's finally my turn to be happy. Eat, pray, love. Takeaway for you as a guy, the rationalization hamster just lets you know every time a girl says something, there's usually a feeling driving the thing there. You never take me out to dinner anymore, when you would think to say, I actually took you out to dinner yesterday. That's not how the girl's processing it, though. Right now, she feels like she hasn't been out to dinner in forever because of some underlying emotion. And that has to manifest in some reason. Now, it can't just be she feels stir crazy and wants to go out to dinner, because that's her having a want, and girls don't like taking ownership of their emotions like that. So it's your fault for not taking her out. So which from that you should infer that if you don't take her out, that she's going to be bored. What can you do but laugh? Girls just do what they do. As long as you don't take them too seriously, things tend to go all right. So next part, body agenda. We're so used to the ease and availability of birth control. Having sex with the goal of making a baby is actually quite rare compared to the modern sex just for the sake of doing it. As an example, my wife and I have had sex 5,000 times in our marriage, but based on how quickly she got pregnant, we've probably only had make a baby sex about a dozen times, if that. Nevertheless, our bodies really don't know the difference between sex for fun and sex to make babies. The reason he brings this one up is because the same motivations work either way. The only difference is when a girl's got the baby craziness going on, she tends to rationalize a bunch of stuff she otherwise wouldn't. And the hormones that involve with birth control put a girl in a constant state of being pregnant. So it changes their kind of hardwiring there, which changes their rationalization hamster. How you map this to your life is like a whole other topic and a whole other series of videos. So do yourself a favor. Once you're done this, once you've done reading the book, start mapping it to the things your girl says that make no sense to you. And you're going to start to see these underlying issues. And at that point, you're going to start seeing, you're not going to see the code in the matrix anymore. You're just going to see blonde, brunette, redhead. But moving on. So what is sexy? When you start to look at human sexual behavior, there's 4 things that Athol describes. It can be physical, and that's the look stuff. Do you have a six-pack? Are you lean? The jawline? Anything you can think of when it comes to physical attractiveness is physical. For guys, it's fairly easy. A girl with bigger boobs are sexy because it indicates higher fertility and a better chance of having a baby. A hip to waist ratio is sexy too because it's a key indicator of the likelihood of a full-term pregnancy and a successful delivery. Youth is sexy because younger people make healthier babies. Strong for men is sexy because sometimes you need to beat off invaders, fight cave tigers, or move something heavy to improve life. Lots of semen is sexy because that just rocks for making babies. Tall is sexy because it shows good health and nourishment. It can be material. Rich is sexy because all that money is spent on raising the baby. A house is sexy because a baby will have somewhere else to live. A car is sexy because it gets you from point A to point B. There's trait-based sexiness. So smart can be sexy because smarter babies, the sexy sons theory, the smarter sons theory. Foreigners are sexy because crossbreeding passes on a better immune system to a baby. Being good with kids is sexy because an attractive father is good for raising a baby. Courage is sexy because sometimes the baby has to be defended from cave tigers. The foreigner's sexy thing, that's kind of like people really did run with that. There was a whole thing for the longest time where guys were going to East Russia, tapping into that untold wealth of like third world poverty, foreign influence. Worked well for a while, but then It's kind of lost its luster. But just to be aware, if you have an accent, that's why accents are sexy. That's why tans are sexy. That's why if you go down to the Middle East or Asia or Africa or a lot of the other third world type countries or the first world countries that are just melanin enhanced, you're going to find being the white guy there is like a huge boost. So it's a thing. Now, it's not the hugest thing, but it's a thing. And then it can also be social. This is the one that I kind of like harping on, the pre-selection. So as Athol puts it, having multiple women interested in the same man is sexy because if multiple women are interested in him, it's probably because they all want to have his babies and are willing to compete for him. Girls are, from an evolutionary standpoint, are lazy, thought-wise. They don't want to go through all the process of saying, okay, so physically he's got this and emotionally he's got this, he's got a house, he's got this. That's too much work. Just look what all the other girls are trying to go after and go after that yourself. So those are the different kinds of attractiveness. And he goes over that. We're on 1.6. Now it's 1.7, hormones and feelings. Or hormones are feelings. And he talks about the different hormones and the effect they have on our actions, our behaviors, our feelings, and eventually our love. So the first one is dopamine. And this creates the in-love feelings of excitement that the obsessive compulsive disorder like mental obsession of the person desires. This is the thing that makes you crazy about the other person and makes you wonder why they aren't calling you. An important aside, by the way, on SSRIs. Antidepressants can interfere with dopamine, even though they're serotonin inhibitors, and they have the very well-known side effect of blunting sexual desire. If anybody here has ever been on an SSRI, I'm sure they'll tell you that you're basically having, you basically have to beat your meat as if it owed you money in order to feel anything. It just blunts any desire from it. So one of the best things you can do in a dead, dying, failing relationship or a guy who's just not interested in sex right now, get off of the SSRIs. Go lift some heavy weights. And we'll get into the second part of why that's useful. But just getting off the SSRIs can put you back in that natural state where you want to sleep with hot girls. Thank God for that. Can't believe I'm actually having to suggest this as a strategy. You figure it would come per normal, but we're at where we're at. Second one, oxytocin and vasopressin. If I'm pronouncing that right, I think so. So these are the pair bonding hormones. Oxytocin is more for women and vasopressin is more for men. These hormones create the warm, compassionate love. It's cuddly and caring, and these are the same hormones that are released into parents in a great torrent after the birth of their children. I'm sure anybody here has given you the story that the first time they saw their daughter or their son and they held them in their arms, it was just the most magical feeling ever in the world. And we could say it's like a magical, divine, godlike feeling. But in reality, we're hardwired to just load up the vasopressin into our bloodstream, and it's a hormonal response. I don't mean to minimize that either, because like there's a reason it's there. The cave people that came before us that had this and had more of it than usual tended to have more babies because they loved that feeling and they stuck around longer, and so those ones survived to next generations. So it's an iterative process of an emergent strategy. It's not like people decided I'm going to have more oxytocin today or I'm going to have more vasopressin today. It was just the ones that did were more likely to survive, and after a couple 100,000 years, all the ones that didn't get it died off. So congrats. The last one, testosterone. So this creates the general sex drive, and both men and women need testosterone to get horny. Men have higher amounts than women, but that should be taken as an idea that men have a higher sex drive than women. We use it in a large amount of things in our body compared to women, which includes fat loss. Like women don't actually have there's a process where testosterone, how does it work? I wish I was a scientist on this one, and I can't explain it in cave terms, but essentially testosterone enables the process for fat and insulin to move as an energy system. Women don't have that same one. That's why women often find it harder to lose weight than men. So it's very important to understand that the three hormonal systems operate independently of one another. It's possible to feel a huge crush on your coworker, dopamine, while feeling warmth and contentment with your wife, vasopressin, and just a raw lust for that barista at Starbucks with the perfect tits, testosterone. So that kind of lets you know there's three different ways that we can feel sexual attraction to somebody. There's comfort, there's attraction, and there's, I guess, obsessive compulsive love. Attachment, or simping. I guess, yeah, we'll call dopamine the simping hormone. It's nice to have, but don't just simp over everybody. I would actually be very curious if we check this simping epidemic, if there's like an increase of dopamine in a lot of these guys' bloodstreams as opposed to testosterone or oxytocin. It's one of those things to think about. So, how are we doing so far? Man, super busy here. That's awesome. By the way, guys, don't forget, smash the like button, hit subscribe if you like this content. Dudes, this is going to be a long series and we're going to have a lot of fun with it. Next part is why cheaters act like crack addicts. And he has a whole explanation here. I'll just get to the short of it. The long and short, if anything feels good, it's because your body gave you a little shot of dopamine. Whether it's a great meal, hot sex, cocaine, a TikTok, or being in love, doesn't matter. It's a dopamine-based reward system making you want to do it again. Importantly though, the same hormone that can make you rush to the altar can make you override, find their way here because out of pure desperation, they come with that main question that so many guys errantly think about. How do I win her back? And they don't realize saying that is the same way of saying, how do I get my girl off a crack? For the most part, you can't. Once she's made that decision, and this is the chemical way you could describe hypergamy being a girl going after her best option, it's given the right combination of testosterone, oxytocin, and dopamine for her to be able to throw away her life on somebody else. Again, she can only feel it to one person at a time. It's generally how girls are wired. But when guys notice their girl is going to or has cheated on them, it's like a drug addiction. Maybe the girl feels really bad about it. I didn't mean for it to happen. It means nothing. And a lot of guys get really hurt over that, which they should. The thing to keep in mind, though, is she's not lying. Like I said before in this episode, she's rationalizing. So yeah, she really does love you. And right now, it really does mean nothing because she's not getting that dopamine hit or the oxytocin or the testosterone from Chad Chadwick III. That stuff, those feelings are all gone. So what she's feeling right now is regret or fake remorse, I would say. Remorse without the actions being tied to it. And girls don't really have it because they're just being driven by their feelings on this stuff. The only thing that kind of works against that is social ramifications. Like I said before, girls don't understand guilt, only shame. Guilt being an internal moral compass and shame being an external moral compass. Where else can I take that one? There was actually some pretty good points I was thinking on this. So in the same way that this can work for you, pickup artist, if you want to go hit on a girl, you start to build up that attraction, you build up rapport, comfort, and then seduction. You're essentially playing into those same things. You lead off with testosterone. Be attractive as you can. Attaches to that testosterone, that raw lust. At the same time, though, some girl needs dopamine as well. That's where you go on the emotional feelings. That's where you do the rapport building. And then the seduction part where you start hitting those oxytocin thresholds. Now, I swear to God, if one of you guys are out at the bar talking to the girl and you bring up any of these chemical reactions in your engagement, I'm gonna slap the taste out of your mouth. Don't think of it, like, keep this in the back of your mind. That's how this stuff works, and it's good as a background to it. But please do not say, oh, you look like the kind of girl who gets a good oxytocin level over this talk. And you're like, just don't tism this thing, guys. I'm laying out the groundwork here. The map is not the terrain. We're going to do one more, and then we're going to call it, because we're already up to, it's amazing how time flies, 28 minutes. The next concept is, I love you, but I'm not in love with you. The friend zone for married guys. Having your wife tell you, I love you, but I'm not in love with you. One of the worst acronyms I've ever seen in the sphere, ILYBINILWY, is about the largest red flag you can have that your relationship is in trouble. When a wife tells a husband, I love you, but I'm not in love with you, that invariably leads and means that there is a guy she is in love with that has entered the picture. I should say in lust, but he says in love. But not only that, she is usually actively trying to find a way to transition herself from being in a relationship with you, the husband, to being in a relationship with the lover. In hormonal terms, she's saying, I oxytocin you, but I dopamine him. But in blunt terms, what she really means is, I'm leaving you for him. I'm thinking about having sex with him. I'm having sex with him, but I want to live with you. Is that still okay? And I think I might be pregnant and I don't know whose baby it is. This is why I wish I could remember who did this field report, but if you're at a point where you need to work on the relationship, you've already gone too far and it's already been messed up. Relationships are a woman's job, not a man's. As a man, it's very easy for you to get your proper dopamine, your proper oxytocin off of the girl. We're the aspirational species. We can learn to have sex with fat girls before we can learn to get rid of our girl because she's gained 20 pounds. That's just how good we are at this. But once a girl has that moment, there's nothing you can do about it. There's actually one of the oldest Chateau Hertis posts. I think it was called How to Win Back an Ex-Girlfriend. If I can pull it up right away, I'll pull it in the chat for you guys. Oh, perfect timings right here. Put it in here for you guys. Any kind of acknowledges, and this isn't something that just happens if you've been married for 10 years. This is any engagement. If you're at the end of an 8-hour ordeal with a girl running game and she decides to move on, she just decides to move on. He describes it here as the ideal ex-girlfriend strategy is essentially as soon as she starts having those feelings of moving on, that I love you, but I'm in love with you, cut ties. It's no different than what the pickup guys would call an anti-slut defense. What you should do is what's called a freeze out. If she starts having second thoughts, completely cut away any type of your validation in that. And if you're getting the I love you, but I'm not in love with you, the marriage is already over. So any attachment you give right then is free validation. And if anything, it's like the equivalent of telling a heroin addict that you want to give her methadone instead. She's just going to resent you for it. Often, the purpose of the delaying tactic is actually to dupe the husband into unwittingly assist in the transition of his wife's primary relationship from the husband to the lover. In other words, make sure I have a good place to stay while I sort this out on the other end. And you'll see it, a lot of guys getting divorced. They'll come back with a field report saying, yeah, she wants to get back together. She wants to work it out. She realizes this was a mistake. And a lot of guys will take her up on that because they're fighting so hard to win her back. But like I said before, everything a girl says filters through her ego. So if you hear that speech, usually what happened is she tried to branch swing to the new guy. The new guy just wanted to smash and crash, ejaculate and evacuate, as John puts it. He didn't want to stick around. And now he's gone. She just had that cold turkey loss of her dopamine fix. And now she's coming to her senses, realizing, oh, I got this one here. Thank God I covered my bases. I think it was a mistake and we should make it work out again. Means I didn't know how to hold on to that new guy. So can I please have you back? It's not even so much that it's a simping strategy or any of those moral and ethical issues to that. It's just bad strategy to take that kind of girl back, because there's no way you're not going to have that happen again in a year or two. So again, just strategy side. Once it's over, it's over. Don't try and win it back. That's not your job anyway. At best, and guys often do this where they demote their wife to plate in these situations. So when I want to take you back, guys are like, yeah, sure. But they're basically treating her the same way that other guy did at that point. They're getting separated or maybe staying together for a couple of years for the kids, but the guy's just opened his half of the marriage because he's just checked out. And then, so I'll end off this episode with the last part with what it means when a wife says, I'm bored. When a wife tells a husband she's bored, it's also a red flag, but not nearly as bad as the I love you, but I'm not in love with you one. What it really means is I need some dopamine. Can you get me some? Now, they talk about exciting ways to pick some kind of drama. One of the easy ways is to pick some sort of fight with you. Oh, you know what? This one's going to be a kind of timely example. It just popped up on Twitter just today. I thought, how awesome is that? From our local Muslim Manospherean, Abu American. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about here, but let me pull it up. I guess his wife was acting petulant, and so he smashed her phone and smashed her laptop. Good for him, I guess. But he goes, if she wants to be a child, I'll treat her like a child. The part that got me on that is she didn't just do that out of nowhere. I had a good feeling she was probably bored. And starting this fight was the way to get that boredom out of her system. Here she is. I should probably take a screenshot because these things always go away. But whatever. I'm going to put it in the chat here for you guys so you can kind of follow along. Copy link. Put it in. There she is. She won't be back on social media for a while. Now, here's the thing. People get very, very mad at me when I start talking about manufactured outrage. It's a sexual strategy. Girls need dopamine as much as the next guy. And if you're one of those guys that notice your girl's picking fights with you once in a while over just nothing, or acting petulant so you can get mad, best way for a girl to offload her bad mood or her lack of dopamine is to get you in a bad mood. So when she needs some dopamine, can you get you some? One of the easiest ways is she'll pick a fight with you. It's for you to overreact and then her to offload those feelings. So don't become reactive in this. This is a horrible relationship strategy. You're letting the girl essentially lead the emotions of the engagement. I would argue it's a complete lack of frame that gets you to that point. I don't care if you're Muslim or Jewish or atheist or whatever, or an alien. It all basically works the same. Understand that sometimes in order to lead a girl, you have to get that out of her system. Easiest way to do that is pick fights up over nothing. Every now and then, just drop a C-bomb on her. You complete cunt. And they'll get mad. And they'll call you a dick. But it gets that little dopamine fix out of your system. And it's something you don't care about. So there's no chance you're going to get emotional over it. So you still keep your frame. The other way of creating some drama and getting a dopamine rush is by looking outside the relationship. I'm bored can start coming closer and closer to sounding like you're not listening to me. I keep telling you I'm getting bored of you and you do nothing about it. So if you fail to listen to these long enough, just be aware that she might end up sleeping with the buddy just for the simple fact that it's somebody who's not you and is more exciting than anything. She may even fess up to it. Because again, drama is drama. Don't get too mad at them though. Maybe you get lucky and just her TMZ fix will be enough to keep her going. But just be aware, a lot of the times you gotta take the emotional labor in the relationship. And I would argue when girls talk about that, you see a lot of wives bitching on Twitter about they are doing all the emotional labor. And they think of it as like there's a set amount of chores, like take out the trash for your emotions or, you know, feed the dogs for emotions. It's essentially just starving for dopamine. And yeah, there's part of it. If you want to manage a relationship, if you want to have good bitch management, as Human Sock Puppet would call it, leading her emotions is no different than leading her logistically or leading the kids, setting a schedule, setting boundaries. Your emotional boundaries are just as important as your physical boundaries or your ethical boundaries. But you know your girls, you pay attention. If once a week she picks a fight over stupidness, well, once every 6 days, you're going to start a fight over nothing. And you'll keep things under control. You're all for that dopamine. This is that stuff when people say a relationship is a value exchange. And everybody, beta male, tradcon, patriarchs, they can only think of it as provision. Well, the only value I provide is I put food on the table. I'm like, dude, girls can put their own food on the table. You're basically setting yourself up for failure. But what you can provide, since she's already putting food on the table with her normal job, her racked up credit, whatever, is like, yeah, but I hook up that dopamine fix. I'm the methadone to her crack addiction to dick. And that's fine. Like I said, if you want a relationship, and most people do, it's an irrational thing. We're kind of bred for it. So don't feel too bad. But that's going to be the end of it. What I'm going to do here, something I totally realized I haven't done. So I'm talking about the Married Man Sex Life Primer. But you guys may not know what this book is. So I'm going to put a link for it. It's the Canadian Amazon one. You can translate it to whatever country you're in. Do give this one a read. I don't care if you're married or single. It's absolutely useful for you guys. And you're going to love everything in there. Like what I'm discussing is maybe 1/10 of all the value the book provides. This is just like crib notes to give you some introspection and understand, oh, a lot of those field reports that I've been seeing on the Red Pill that are very edgy and sound misogynist, very well grounded in good experience. On that note, I see a lot of you guys in here doing some chats. I wish I had more time to look into it, but I don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this over to Twitch. We had a thing this morning where there she is, where my power cord totally went tits up. So I'm going to go there and finish it off. Have a little chit chat with you guys. All this chat we're going to do, we're going to take it over there once we're done with this episode. And then all the questions you have, all the field reports you have, maybe just, you know, swap notes back and forth, whatever, we'll take it there. On that note, that's it for today. Tomorrow, noon, we're going to finish up on chapter 1. We're going to move on to the second chapter and all 15 of its parts. So I will catch you guys on the next one. See, I see you guys in the chat. You're already getting it. Be a luxury brand and her chick crack. Good stuff. Exactly. It's not just me talking trash. It's like you really do have to understand that dopamine has a huge effect on a girl's sex drive. I just saw John. Thank you very much, John. Talking smack. Son of a... Yuri D. Oh, I see you're asking here about the supporting article. Yeah, there's not a supporting article. Married Man Sex Life Primer, the book, is the supporting article. If somebody did a post on trp.red, then it's because they read this and they reiterated it. So it's best off, just go to the source. I think, is that 22 seconds? I think that's 20 seconds. Anyways, the link's right there in chat. I'll see you guys on Twitch in just a minute. It's not the coolest intro out there, but it's good enough. What's going on, guys? Welcome. Married Man Sex Life Primer, the second part of the first section, or episode 1, part 2. If you haven't caught it yet, go check the previous episode after you're done with this one. It goes over a lot of the map, how this stuff is organized, how the map is laid out, intersexual dynamics. It's generally geared towards guys that are in a relationship, but it kind of applies outside of that as well. So we're going to get into the last part of this. Again, this is not the actionable side. This is a side to give you a decent understanding about the female sex drive, the male sex drive, subcommunication, and allows you to make better decisions as you move forward. Picking up, though, where we left off, the last episode had ended off with when I say I love you, but I'm not in love with you, and what it means when she says I'm bored. So for those, there's the context there based on the dopamine, OxyContin, or oxycondone. I always pronounce the hormone wrong. And testosterone. Sex actually provides girls with a lot of the good feeling hormones. That's that idea of temporary pair bonding. When she says she loves you but not in love with you, it's saying she gets all the oxytocin or she gets all the oxy from you, but she's not getting any of the dopamine or the testosterone. When she says I'm bored, it's her way of saying I need dopamine. Now both can be red flags in a relationship. And if you get the case where I love you but I'm not in love with you, it's generally over. And you just weren't let in on it because a girl still wants to get something from you. At the very least, your comfort. Concealed ovulation is the next part. As per the clickbaity red meat title on this thing, you're going to see, why is it that human beings are the only ones that hide their fertility window from each other? So, to quote here, for the majority of the month, husbands could probably completely ignore their wives, as in, not even live with them. As in, I'm hanging with my buddies at the bar for 3.5 weeks, text me if your ass starts turning red. I think that's a baboon joke there. Or he could simply spend 3 weeks, well, listening for that sex call women did following his noise, so to speak. But for those 2 days of ovulation, he would absolutely have to stick to her like glue. Every one male would know she was fertile and keen for sex. We'd probably be allowed to not come into work on those days just to stay home. We'd be calling our boss saying, yeah, her ass is turning red and all I can smell is is secretion, so I can't come in today. And your boss would believe it too, since in the background he could hear the wife making screeching calls repeatedly. But we're civilized. We're not those kind of primates. Women have this entire ovulation process pretty well hidden, and it's purposefully confusing to both her and her husband. Usually, a woman doesn't wake up in the morning and think, oh wow, I'm ovulating. I'm going to need the 4-inch heels and a Brazilian wax. They just wake up and think, ooh, I want to wear the red dress today. I feel great. And this is why women struggling to have a baby wander around taking their temperature half the month, waiting for the sudden increase in body heat, signaling it's time to get a baby into her. Her moods and sexual interests swing up and down. I talked about it on the last episode, where sexual strategies between men and women historically have been adversarial. They're not cooperative. The problem is, if you're a girl and you're aware of things, it makes you very hard to be a liar. So if a girl was ovulating or not ovulating and she knew about it, she would maybe lie when it was some guy she didn't want. Meanwhile, Chad across the way, she'd really love his Chad babies. She would lie. But guys are very good at seeing patterns. They start to get to tell, oh, this is what it looks like when a girl lies. So when she was lying, they would just know. An adaptation that us primates had because of that is we lie to ourselves first, or we just become blissfully unaware of things. So, and I don't want to make it seem like girls made the conscious decision. It just so happens that the evolutionary changes we made, where we lie to ourselves, made it very easy to lie to others, and it was a very good survival trait, and we've selected for it. So here we are. The day that the girl doesn't know if she's ovulating, she just feels good enough to want to put on some heels, and all of a sudden this week, if she does not like her husband, she's like, you're trying to control me. I just want a girls' night out with my friends. I'm just going to go traveling. No big deal today. She feels it. Doesn't know why. And it just so happens it's genetically geared for her to find some Chad on the weekend. The other reason ovulation is concealed is so she can cheat. There's no possible way a male can watch his primary female partner 24/7. Everybody falls asleep or needs to use the bathroom eventually, so despite a very high level of attention a husband gives his wife, she will always have some wiggle room to disappear briefly for some quick and dirty. They're long gone, and I wish I could find them to pull them up, but there was a guy that used to post in the Red Pill all the time. I talk about him frequently. Altmate Cad. He demoted his wife to plate, and he started sleeping around with all the neighborhood. And there was a couple guys that were like this. I guess their marriages were just too far gone, but they keep the family unit together, discreetly go get some side pieces. It's not my place to judge. I don't care. But the lesson to learn from that is he would come back with stories, because he can only tell us. He's like, I can't tell this at work. I can't tell this to my friends. They'll nuke my life. But I can tell you, random anonymous nerds. So here we are. If anybody was wondering, is it just nerds in their basement talking? No, not so much. Sometimes it's really successful guys that just need an anonymous outlet to let this stuff out and brag, because guys love to brag about this stuff. But he would tell stories about how he's at a dinner party or a barbecue, kids, friends of kids, their parents, sneak off with the wife to take a quickie. 5 minutes at a dinner party, 5 minutes at a pool party, barbecue. People take bathroom breaks longer than that, and so they were able to quickly on the side sneak away and get this stuff done. Here's the thing though. Why am I bringing this up now? Well, it's because there's a certain train of thought in the sphere where you need to lock your girl down. You need to be able to have full access to her phone. You need to be able to know who all her friends are. She doesn't go anywhere without calling you first. And I would argue that all of this stuff is a cope. Absolute cope, because I just see too many examples in my life and in the life of other guys writing these field reports, where if a girl wants to cheat, there's nothing you can do to stop her, because you'll never know. It could be something very simple as just like, she's at her job, goes, sneaks off for 5 minutes to sleep with a coworker. Could be you're going out to dinner, she sneaks off with somebody else at the bathroom that they agreed to meet there, and guys will gladly help and be complicit in this because they're getting some. So as a strategy, it kind of reaches a dead end. Guys who wanted to do GPS tracking, guys who wanted to see the girl on their phone. And I would argue if you have the need to snoop on your girl, well, your gut's already kind of telling you something. Either it's telling you you're so insecure that you're not ready for a relationship yet, or she's definitely cheating and you kind of already know. But that's not the purpose of it. Again, this is another one from Altmate Cat. He made the suggestion that every guy needs to stoop through his girl's phone at least once. Not because he wants to see if she's cheating, but because you get to see how she talks about you when you're not there. How does she talk about you when she's talking to her friends on Facebook? How does she talk to you when she's talking to her parents on text messages? How does she talk to you when Chad's asking if she has a boyfriend on WhatsApp? Right there, it's one of the few times you're going to get honesty from a girl. I mean, if she's really into you and you're her hypergamous best option, she's going to be very honest with you because her happiness is hooked on your attraction and your commitment. But for everybody else, and if you have some doubts about it, it's probably not you. Guys always have doubts. It's something to know. You're going to see it. All those minimizations, all the lies. Well, they don't have to hide things from you, and that's where you're going to find it out. So if you do go that route, realize that's actually what you're looking for. Now, most guys go because they want to see evidence of cheating. It's never going to work. Here's what happens. Guys go on there and they see evidence, but it's not good enough evidence. They're waiting for that little bit extra. They're always moving the goalpost at the point that short of seeing a 15-second video clip of it happening with a timestamp on it, they'll just wash it away anyway and assume that they don't quite have the evidence they need yet. It's just a crutch. If you're at that point, your relationship's probably over and you need to make more serious moves. So that's the end of that one. The hidden fertility cycle. Realize there's nothing you can do to stop her. If she's cheating on you, you'll probably never know. And on the off chance she does get caught, what you do about it is what matters. And that's the key thing here. You can have, let's say you're married, 2 years into the relationship, something stupid like that, when you should still be on your honeymoon phase. She's been cheating on you for the last 6 months. You didn't know. Whatever. You didn't know. But when you do find out, what action do you take? And that's the strategy you need to focus on, because playing Columbo just doesn't work. I'm telling you right now. The next part is hidden female sexual impulsivity. Couple points here, 3 points. Women have a high cost for being overtly sexual. Women are highly sexual and cheat as often as men do. And a woman's sexuality can somewhat lie dormant until triggered by her response to a sexually attractive man. We're going to go backwards on this now. So women sexually are receptive. A girl is not turned on just by seeing a photo. A girl is not turned on by just looking and seeing a guy in the street. All that looks max nonsense. They think as long as you look hot, a girl's going to throw her panties at you. That's not how it works. Girls' sexuality is literally hidden to them. Now, I wish I have source amnesia for this one, but there was a couple studies that came out where, and I don't know how true they were or how replicated they were, but the theory was because guys have outies and girls have innies, we have a visual, physical manifestation of our attraction. So guys are very aware of what makes us attractive or what makes us attracted to people. Women, on the other hand, they don't get visual indicators. They don't get physical indicators. So often they don't even know when they're turned on until things are actually happening. So when they say it just happened, they really mean it. Again, that self-deception is an evolutionary trait that is hardwired into girls' bodies. That's why a lot of guys think women are just Machiavellian liars. Oh, women are liars. Can you believe that? They're just sitting in the war room deciding how to screw over men. I'm just going to go my own way. It's like, dude, it's not that she's lying. She just doesn't know. Her body is hardwired that way because if she doesn't know, she doesn't have to lie to you. So as long as you understand that's the point of the game, and I had a tweet out on this yesterday, actually. I asked guys, so what do you think is true? Women are goofy bobbleheads, women are Machiavellian overlords, or it's just the nature of the game? And about half of you got it right. It's just the way the game works. The other half of you guys thought women are evil manipulators, and then out of those half of them thought, they're just goofy bobbleheads. But in reality, it's just the way the game is played. They're not lying, they just don't know. And that goes for everything, not just sex, not just cheating, fighting too. Girls love dopamine as much as the next guy. So if they're not getting it, a lot of the time they'll pick a fight with you just to get it. They don't know that they're doing that. To them, it's definitely that you weren't doing enough dishes. It's not that she's sexually frustrated or needs some excitement. It's because you did something. It's not her fault. Once you kind of understand this stuff though, you stop taking it so seriously. And I think that's a big stepping stone for a guy to have frame. Once he realizes all this stupidity, all this wham and ain't shit stuff that you're going to see constantly bombarding you on social media, you're going to find it's just the nature of the game. You can't get mad out of it. The girl doesn't know. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. In this case, you're Jesus, she's the Roman army, and in 3 days, everything will be fine. Or I guess 7 days. 7 days for Aunt Flo's visit, isn't it? 6 days? Whatever. The women are highly sexual and cheat as often as men do. Now obviously men have a higher sex drive than women do, but women are the gatekeepers to sex. So we should actually be kind of glad that a woman's sexuality is dormant until it's triggered by a high value man, does something to give her the tingles. Because otherwise, if they had the sex drive of like a man did and the sexual overtness of it, girls would be running rampant and guys would be murdering like nobody's business. So that just lets you know, you can walk up to a guy who's a serious sexual threat, hotter than you in every way, shape, or form. He's got more money, he's got better abs, maybe he's got a good personality and his hair is just flowing in the wind. It's fine. Doesn't even turn her on. In her mind, you're still her hypergamous best option, and she kind of forgets the guy is there. And that's why it's not just a constant search for the best and the better. Like, people really do get hypergamy wrong that way. If she's getting what she needs, once she's made that hypergamous decision to be with you, that single point of monogamy, then yeah, she basically turns that off. And so long as she's getting the right dopamine hits from you, which is no guarantee, no guy's perfect and every girl has different things, and all it takes is one 6-month dry spell or a 6-month lull in work where you don't look as valuable anymore or gain a bunch of weight, that it can go away. But if you're on your game and things are going well, there are no other threats. There just aren't. That's awesome. Fiercely loyal to you until she's not. And once she is, and once she's not, if you're smart and you're switched on and you're paying attention, you can see the signs. So you're not GPSing your car. You can just tell she changes. She'll start wearing sexy clothes and wanting a girls' night out and staying late at work all of a sudden till 8, 9 o'clock. And like I said, once you kind of find out, what you do then matters. And then the last point, women have a high social cost for being overtly sexual. Slut shaming is a thing. It's always been a thing. They get mad at guys for it, but it's really Karen and the mother hens that give it to them anyway. So they have to hide their overt sexualness, which is why everything is going to be subtle, and mastering subtext is probably a better defense than a GPS tracker, I'm telling you right now. Next section, sperm warfare. This one, it's kind of going to be cringe, but whatever, pay attention. We'll get to the science of this things. Clanking contraception. How's it going, buddy? That's an awesome name. So our defense against another man's sperm is the way the penis is shaped. And this is some science stuff here. Not that it's important, but the reason we have that apple at the end of the baby arm is because it is actually a scoop. So sperm samples obtained via sexual intercourse contain 70 to 120% more sperm, with sperm having a higher mobility and slightly more normal morphology compared with sperm samples obtained via masturbation. Sexual intercourse also generates a 25 to 45% increase in ejaculate volume, mainly by increased prostate secretion. So not only are we kind of designed as an ice cream scoop, we're also designed to tell the difference between sex and rubbing out some knuckle children. What do you do with that information? Well, it doesn't matter, but even when you are cheating, or even if a girl is cheating, it's not necessarily a death sentence from paternity's perspective. We have our own tools. Now, I don't know about sharing and being Eskimo brothers with Chad because you're paying the bills. Probably not, but just realize there's a good chance even if you catch a girl cheating, it actually is your baby. And girls, again, they don't know. They have you as the provider. They have him as the lover. Everybody's getting some. Somebody's going to come out on top, and she's just letting the genes sort it out. She's just a girl caught in the middle of two guys fighting over her, biologically. Kind of creepy, but whatever. You've watched Maury Povich enough. You should know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's get a little comfy here. So another thing that works in your benefit, Chapter 1, Section 14, semen is good for women. So not all women cheat, but like men, they are designed for a possibility to do so. So as long as a husband is attractive to her, in whatever ways matter. Again, we've gone over the 4 different types. There's physically attractive, there's emotionally attractive, socially. Go back to the last episode, you'll see the details there. So a wife will typically bond to him securely and remain faithful, but the effects of her husband's semen have a greater effect than simply the ability to get her pregnant. It's known to contain several hormones: testosterone, estrogen, prolactin, luteinizing hormone, and prostaglandins. I don't even know what the hell that is. but all of them pass through the vagina walls into the bloodstream. They can make her happier and more interested in sex. Test this out for yourself. You're married, you got a girlfriend, you're at home. Turn her down for sex a couple times, and you're going to notice she kind of loses interest. And she just stops wanting to have sex so much. Then you have to fight over that hill to get her back in the mood. But if you've been sleeping together every day for like 2-3 weeks, you're going to notice she wants it all the time. Now it's twice a day. Now it's 3 times a day. She's literally addicted to dick. So when I say the cure for feminism is good dick, I'm not joking. It really is. A girl will change her worldview for a guy that she's really into. I call it the Lacey Green effect. If you don't remember, Lacey Green was a sex-positive feminist, had horrible man-hating attitudes and videos for the longest time, got herself a boyfriend, started getting some on the regular, and then all of a sudden she became red-pilled. If you get a crackhead hooked on crack, they'll believe whatever you want to believe, as long as there's a paycheck attached. So again, being able to lay the pipe right is an amazing mate retention quality here. So when you're listening to, for example, a MGTOW or a black pillar or an incel or any of those goofballs talking about how women are just looking for a way to get up and move on and move up and move out, and hypergamy is a straitjacket and they're gonna cheat on you. Laying the pipe right, great defense. And if you're not able to lay the pipe right, well then you best. How do you do that? I'm not gonna go into techniques here. The in and outie, just mostly go by practice. Have a lot of sex. Tons of sex within a monogamous relationship. I'm not going to suggest any thoughterry now. But yeah, last long enough. And we're going to get into that later actually with the alpha and beta behaviors, where it turns out being sexually satisfying in bed is a beta quality. Again, beta's not bad. Beta's just comfort. Laying the pipe right, awesome. Last section here, attraction is not a choice. So while who we have sex with is a choice, who we are attracted to is not a choice. We are deeply and unconsciously influenced by our bodies to even simply be able to experience attraction, so our own body agenda is controlling who we're attracted to. A woman will have no control over the way her body tells her to react to a man. There's even evidence that a woman can unconsciously assess this man for his genetic compatibility by his sense of smell. Things like this body shape and semen volume and quality unconsciously affect her just the same. That first time you sleep with a girl, she'll kind of know if she wants to keep you around or not. Again, it's the same thing. Guys perform, women select. You didn't think it mattered after the money shot? Well, I'm here to tell you it definitely does. Female appearance is important. A woman's physical appearance is extremely important in mate selection. It's absolutely not superficial for a man to focus on the physical health and body shape of a woman. In fact, of all the factors making up a woman's sexiness, it's the ones that's weighted the heaviest. What was that tweet? That big fat broad? Tess Holiday or whatever they call her? Let me pull it up and throw it in the chat for you guys here. There it is. Well, it's somebody else talking about it. We'll go with that. Good enough. One's the same as the next. Let me pull up. I'll throw it in chat. You guys can check it out. So she makes this complaint. She has this cherry dress, size, quadruple extra large. And she gets mad. I wore it when nobody cared, and now all these skinny bitches are wearing it, and they're loving it. That's her thinking what she finds attractive is what other people finds attractive. She finds style attractive. She finds how a guy smells attractive. She finds physicality attractive. Like, because I remember that was her big thing. She used to do the splits back in the day, showing how well she was in shape. She assumes the things that she finds attractive in men, men find attractive in her. And for a girl, physical appearance is not high on the list. It's there, but it's not high. So now she gets mad that why isn't anybody finding me hot? Meanwhile, all these skinny bitches are wearing it and you're finding them hot. Turns out it's not about the dress. No shame in that whatsoever. Guys are, oh, you're just being superficial. That's probably the most evil anti-biology term a girl can throw out. Oh, you're just being shallow. Yeah, I'm being shallow because my hind brain has been evolved over 2 million years to want a girl with a big set of jugs, a decent set of hips, and to not have kids die of cancer or leukemia within the first 2 years of life. Heaven forbid. Maybe if you weren't a walking genetic dead end, I'd find you more attractive. I don't say that because that's the quickest way you're going to get banned from whatever country club you're in. But that's essentially how we think. So just own it. Unabashedly, I like hot chicks. Unabashedly, I like the average chicks. Even low average chicks. 4s, 5s, and 6s. Most girls are that anyway. They all cluster around the mean. So a girl has to actually work to be a sexual outlier to the point where they're unattractive enough where a guy won't want to sleep with them. And if they get to that point, screw it. You liked ho-hos, you didn't like dudes. You liked ho-hos instead of hoeing. It's not my fault. I wish you luck, sir, with your cats. Birth control is the next one. If you guys know, there's iron rules of Tomasi, he calls them. Very few rules that are kind of like red pill men must do this. And the big one is men must remain in control of the birth control. So as an aside to that, birth control is always problematic in that you're interfering with what a million years of evolutionary fine-tuning has planned. For a married couple, you're looking for the version of birth control which has the lowest number of negative effects. Now, all control has some measure of effects and risk, and no one-size-fits-all solution. So he advises trying the easier options before trying a surgical one, because bad surgical outcomes on your sexual organs can result in a very poor sex life and cripple your marriage. For myself, a vasectomy would be the very last thing I try, and that's kind of the thing. That's really the only tried and true male birth control, vasectomy. I believe it's 75% chance of reversing it if you want to have a kid, which is true, and that's a risk assessment every guy needs to make. As an alternative, you got the pill. What the pill does is it hormonally puts a girl in a constant state of pregnancy so it doesn't try to ovulate. Again, every guy who's been dating a girl who's on the pill should be used to what it's like to date a girl who's just gotten pregnant, that first 9 months of pregnancy, because it's going to be that. You're going to get different types of hormonal highs and lows. She's going to select for different kinds of things. Girls tend to actually like guys who are more comfortable and more safe and more beta when they're on birth control than they would otherwise. So if anything, more guys want girls on birth control because you're lame, neat looking ass with a type 2 jawline and whatever other random MGTOW talking points they have. It actually makes you more attractive if you look like a good provider. So I find it very funny when you see the TradCon guys, you know, the ones, they have their beards to hide their lack of a chin. They talk about how much money they make as if that's the attraction thing. And then they're against using birth control. I'm like, dudes, that birth control is probably the only reason she wanted to sleep with you in the first place. Be glad. IUDs, I would argue those, there's hormonal ones and non-hormonal ones. I would find those tend to have the least side effects. And it's only like 2% of girls that have a copper allergy anyway, where they couldn't wear the thing. And it's kind of permanent. Just sucks if you're hung like a horse because you might end up hooking the fish, if you know what I mean. He starts talking about his birth control methods, like the rhythm method. I don't know what that is. I don't want to know what that is. If you're trusting in your ability to keep cooler heads prevailing when you're about to do a money shot and when she's about to get what she wants, then you deserve what's coming. That pulling out never worked. So last part of this first chapter of this first episode, or second part of first chapter, the time before writing. And that's what we're going to get into with the alpha and beta balance next episode, which I think is going to be Thursday, maybe Friday. Just keep an eye on, hit subscribe on the channel and the notification icon, and you will get your notifications, I swear. Again, thank you very much. And if you like the content so far, don't be afraid to hit like. Again, the more engagement this thing gets, the farther we can spread it around. God knows, your like could be the difference between a guy having a failing marriage, losing his kids and half his income, and a guy who actually succeeds. So you could be saving lives here just by hitting a button. I don't want to make it sound a little hyperbolic. I'm just saying, their life is in your hands. Help them, Obi-Wan. You're their only hope. So time before writing. I'll end on this. So most importantly, the biological wiring for determining what is sexy is unchanged from 10,000 years ago. We are still evaluating potential sex partners now, although much the same eyes as our tribal ancestors on the ancient savannah did. But we're also highly social creatures, as well as we're trying to court one another in the information age. So in a sense, we're all still cavemen. We're just dressed up in jeans and have cell phones. So in the next chapter, we delve into the disconnection between what women are biologically designed to respond to and what they have a need for in a modern husband or modern relationship. On that note, thank you guys for tuning in on this one. Married Man Sex Life Primer. What else can I say? Ending on that note, thank you guys. I see all the comments in here. I wish I had time to read through them. I'm going through my talking points and my lesson plan here. So I hope you guys are getting value from this. On that note, after this, I'm going to quickly go down to Twitch. Come check me out. I should have that Twitch channel ready. There she is. Come on, we're going to do a after action report on this one. Do a single run. Just some old video games I haven't played since I was a kid. Mega Man 3. We'll talk about this stuff. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I would love to hear some experiences you have, because I know for a fact, out of all you guys in here with relationships, at least 80% of you have experienced something that we've been talking about here. So I would love to hear more. Come on down, half an hour, 40 minutes, an hour tops. And I'll catch you on the next episode. Save the West. Paul, you're hilarious. Mish, he's got the right idea. Only you guys can prevent simps from being horribly cucked due to blue pill idealism. I'm telling you guys, man, 39 of you guys have probably just saved at least 2 lives today. 71 of you guys in the chat, 39 likes. If some poor bastard dies out there, commits suicide after losing his family to a nasty divorce, I don't know if I could live with myself. I've liked it myself. I strongly suggest it. Better than any charity. It's better than going into the SPCA. And Episode 2, Married Man Sex Life Primer. Welcome, guys, to the channel. Post 10,000. It's going to be a lot of fun. What are we talking about today? Well, the male action plan, alpha, beta, all that good stuff. There we go. All right. Welcome to the channel, guys. I don't know how many of you guys are new. Like I said, if you like what you see so far, hit like, subscribe. You know the spiel. Now that we got that stuff out of the way, we are talking over the Married Man Sex Life Primer. It's a great book written by Athol K. Good man, tragic story. If you haven't heard it before, he's essentially the first guy who applied what we talk about in the Red Pill to people in relationships and marriages. He had a place called the Married Man Sex Life Primer forums, a precursor to what you would find online now on Reddit as the Married Red Pill. And then he made the awful mistake of giving his wife the reins of it. She started running the thing. She invited a bunch of other girls in there. Eventually, it turned into a big validation party where girls were just collecting orbiters. Meanwhile, it's these guys having horrible marriages. They ended up leaving en masse. The place ended up going under. Athol, if I remember correctly, got a heart attack, bankruptcy, horrible things. All because he's let his wife in charge of fixing marriages. Anyways, so we're getting back to the book here. Let me pull it up. He talks about the time before writing. I refer to Cave Chad, Cave Stacy, kind of a goofy, kind of playful way to talk about going through the sexual marketplace when it comes to like our genetic history, how we acted before Paleolithic times, Neolithic times, agricultural revolution, and industrial revolution. He refers to it as the time before writing. He ends off on the quote, "Most importantly, the biological wiring for determining what is sexy is unchanged from 10,000 years ago. We are still evaluating potential sex partners now through much the same eyes as our tribal ancestors did on the ancient savannah. But we're highly social creatures as well, and we're trying to court one another in the information age. So in a sense, we are all still cavemen. We're just dressed in jeans and have cell phones." So this part deals with the disconnect between what women find attractive and what women should find attractive in the information age, things that basically guide you towards what is useful for you today. And this is where you're going to find 3 different camps of people. 2 of them are wrong. First camp is the adapters. They're the ones that see the groundwork, and obviously the red-pilled guys who are actually red-pilled, not just aware and not just marketers. Actual red-pilled guys kind of see the writing on the wall, and they adjust their lives accordingly. The second group are like the trad guys, the traditional types, and those are the ones that they don't like change. They don't want to adapt to change. They're not able to adapt to change. So what do? They just cry and scream and want for things to go back to the way they were. Adaptation doesn't work that way. The dinosaurs wanted a world without a meteor, but you see how that ended up. And then the third group are ones that don't know how, so they just check out. Things are too hard. Juice isn't worth the squeeze. I mean, obviously, in the history of mankind, it's never been a bad idea to get into a relationship. We're kind of hardwired for it. Cavemen always liked having cave chicks around. They liked knocking up cave chicks, and they liked spending time with cave families, because the ones that didn't died off. So to leave all that behind and say is just kind of an admission that you don't know what to do. So we start off with the alpha and beta balance in the time before writing. So back in the time before writing, it was easy to understand what type of man a woman would be drawn to sexually. They were attracted to bigger men, stronger men, faster and more powerful men. Women were especially attracted to men willing to fight and defend them from outsiders or natural predators. A man with a long pointed stick that was good at killing other men or tigers was vastly superior for a woman than a man who specialized on getting maimed in combat. The warrior caste has always had its appeal to women. So the traits that make a man a good warrior are also ones that make him a good hunter. So for the agricultural revolution, we were still very bloodthirsty, a lot of wars. Basically the same things that made people attractive then were making people attractive now. It worked out well throughout history. Now, in the rough and tumble world of the time before writing, the difference between the haves and have-nots were not simply degrees of wealth, but differences in survival instincts, in minimal comfort, and a life of extreme poverty and famine. So a more socially prominent male partner was a much better mate than a less prominent one, and women's attraction to men of high social status is called hypergamy and has been well documented by sociologists since the 1940s. In short, given a choice between marriage to the lord of the manor or his butler, the lord gets the clear advantage. Same thing for tribes too, whoever's running the tribe. So status and physical prowess have always been attraction cues. But, and this, to quote him here, also for the overwhelming majority of human history, men clearly dominated women socially. That domination came through the physical strength of men being clearly greater than that of women, and the use of such force is now agreed on being quite wrong. It did result in social domination back in the time before writing. It's the social domination that women have a positive sexual response to in particular. A male that is socially dominant over men as well as women is especially attractive to women. Men, on the other hand, don't respond to socially dominant women with the feelings of attraction. And that's, again, everybody kind of sees this, but they don't articulate it well. When you see people talk about that alpha female, what they're doing is they're just throwing a dick on a chick, and they're thinking, yeah, this should work just as well, but it doesn't work that way. Men were never in need of protection from women, and so women were never selected for those traits. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, there was never a cave Karen out there protecting men. She would have actually hated it. Even if she was super strong, she would have still wanted a stronger man to protect her. So it really falls flat, and people can talk about it till they're blue in the face, but it really does not work. And the problem comes with guys trying to convince themselves it works. Not because they actually think it works, because they think that'll get them laid. And that supplication, even though a girl in her mind knows that I'm strong and independent, I can run HR in an office better than any man can, and maybe they can. But that lizard brain part of her cave Becky self will never be attracted to those kind of submissive qualities. So it's really just talk, it's self-sabotaging, and it belays a lack of adaptation to the sexual marketplace in the current times. So I make the case that the information age is sexual diabetes. I've talked about this a bunch. I say I use sexual diabetes in particular. Like, I'll tell you a story. Back when we were cave people, we found sugarcane. And we chewed on the root. It gave us carbohydrates. We're like, oh, this is awesome. So we chewed on sugarcane all day to get us some simple carbs. Gave us enough energy to go hunt some bison. Take it back to our cave families. Made a bunch of cave babies with all the extra meat we were eating. People that didn't like chewing on sugar bark or sugarcane ended up dying off because they didn't have enough energy. They just laid about and wasted away. Our guys walked up, kicked sand in their faces, called it a day. So over eons, people that were attracted to simple carbs tend to have more energy to hunt, ate enough protein, survived. Great. Now we're at an age, though, where we've managed to take sugarcane and what used to be a 45-minute example of chewing it to get a little bit of carbs, we've refined it to the point that it's just liquid. Liquid sugar, we can pound it back, tens of thousand calories in a day, not a big deal. But our bodies weren't wired for that. No different than like a fish. You take a freshwater fish that's able to filter salt through its kidneys, you put it in salt water, salt basically kills it. So what we have now is diabetes for something that our hardwired instincts are naturally craving. And in this information age, this want to be supplicative and feed into the female idea of equality is really a sexual diabetes that we have now. An instinct we had before, super useful, that saying what you have to say to get into a woman's pants, not working so well now. Now it just causes dry dick. Another thing to go on here is in the time before writing, when a man approached a woman for a sexual relationship, he would come with enough physical and social dominance to ward off other men who wanted her. Her natural response is also to submit to a male approaching her with cool confidence. It's both for her safety and because her own body recognizes him as a dominant, therefore attractive sexual partner. Again, there's a reason why approach anxiety is such a common strategy that we have to talk about. Not just us, pickup artists, like every guy who talks to guys about women, approach anxiety seems to be that number one issue because instinctively we just know that being able to walk up to a girl with enough confidence and bravado to kind of keep other guys from trying to come in and amog you. Again, it all plays out exactly the same as it would be if we were a bunch of dudes in a tribe hucking spears at each other. It's the same thing here. The only difference is we've refined the process because we've become civilized. But yeah, now here's the part that is good for you to take off as a takeaway here. So she doesn't have to like him as a person to find her own body becoming aroused by a dominant man, as it's an inbuilt response. Being liked doesn't matter. It's good to have, but you don't need it. How many guys in the chat, when you were younger, before you were successful at all sexually, how often was it that you thought you had to be a friend with a girl in order to get anywhere with her? And how often did those girls end up sleeping with somebody that not only did they not like, but they used you to complain about? Again, this is the exact scenario here. That's because her body responded to his traits, his alpha traits, made her wet. They ended up smashing because she doesn't have to like somebody to find them attractive. I actually find it hard to believe that it's a difficult concept to explain to men because you make a cranky, ornery woman with a great set of jugs on her walk by you, and the guy will be attracted to her. He may not like her at all. In fact, he may want to just hate smash her, but he'll find her attractive. So it's the same thing for girls. It just so happens that the things that you don't like about men, in other words, another guy's ability to dominate you either socially or physically, most guys don't like guys that can do that to them. And it just turns out that that thing you don't like is also the quality that she finds attractive. Something to think about. It's also why we have, and I don't like using alpha male as a demographic, but in here it kind of suits our purposes of explaining it. If you truly have, actually let's just call it a self-actualized man. Let's go with the Robert Glover thing. If you're an actualized man, if you're top tier, if you know what you're doing, if you can attract women, when you run into another one of those guys, you can tell you've made it when you want to make a friend with him as opposed to being angry at him. I guess I'll have to call it alpha and beta male. An alpha male loves to run into other alpha males because there's so few of them around. You're like, oh, finally somebody I can go drinking with. Meanwhile, you put a weaker man in front of him, and he will usually find ways to dismiss him right off the bat. So the best way to tell if you got your act together is how do you respond when top tier guys come into your presence? And honestly, I don't think it's something you can fake either, because guys just they just can't. So if you're at that place where you see a super attractive man come up to you when your girlfriend's beside you, and your first thought is to mate guard, well, then that lets you know there's work you still need to do, whether or not it's effective. Sometimes maybe you are good enough. Maybe you are the hypergamous best option for your girl, and that big guy coming by, she doesn't even see him. But it's not about her. None of this is about her. Then we get into the information age. Before we get there, though, I have 2 more points I wanted to cover here. So a lot of guys love talking about genetics with all this stuff. Well, we're genetically predisposed to this, we're genetically predisposed to that. There's a reason I talk about sexual diabetes, and that's to hopefully articulate the idea that your instincts or your genetic predispositions are not only not a straitjacket to how you act, but in some cases they may not even be useful. So when people talk about leaving a genetic legacy, genetics this, genetics that, you aren't your genetics. Genetics plays a game with a timescale of eons. Our game, a couple decades. So you may be a genetic dead end. I may be a genetic dead end. Stacy might be a genetic dead end. Who knows? But that you may not. But you're not going to be around to find out one way or another. Everybody's sexual strategy here is a very present day guess as to about what is the best way to survive and thrive. So don't trust anybody telling you what a real man does, because over a long enough time scale, the invisible hand of genetics will decide for us. All you can do is live a life to the best of your abilities based on the values you decide are best for you. Now, the one thing we can say is it's very Lindy to be self-interested. In fact, everybody who had social self-interest with just the right amount of altruism tended to survive over the eons. So that's our best guess. What worked in the past may work in the future. But again, no guarantees. So live your life on your own terms, because again, you're not going to be around to suffer the consequences of you being a genetic dead end. You're not going to be around to suffer the consequences of anybody telling you how to live your life, and they won't be accountable for it anyway. So the information age. Interpersonal dominance by a man over a woman is deeply frowned upon, particularly in the workplace. And that's back before the time in writing. A man faced with a woman seeking dominance over him may simply have threatened or committed violence until she displayed submission. A male retail clerk cannot do this and get away with it. Thank God for that. We're civilized now. The consequence of such a thing would be extremely costly, so male employees typically perform the work requested of them by their bosses, male and female alike, without even considering violence. So with the information age, we can already see one example. That physical domination is not too useful. We're in a civilized, interconnected society right now, to the point where no one person is an island. Doesn't matter what you do. I don't care if you build log cabins. Right now, you're relying on the people that put the equipment together, or build your hand tools, or everything. So some amount of beta qualities are kind of essential right now. Like I said, the betas are the ones that built society the way we have, because betas are able to work together. And pure alpha qualities are extremely selfish, extremely self-interested, and they tend not to play well with others. So unless you get a group of sycophants around that kind of person who are willing to suck up to him as like a transferred sort of power, it's just not going to work. And that tribal idea just does not work in the modern age. That's why you end up with these third world dung heaps. You bring these guys to this world, oh my God, this man is so attractive, he's getting me so wet, but at the same time, yeah, build us a new iPhone. It's just not going to happen. The point is, though, that all these skills that women say they want really are valuable and do create comfort for the woman, but they generally create sexual attraction to the man that has them. Or they don't generally create it. So yeah, being able to work well with others, it's a great thing to do. It allows you to function as a job, allows you to build a business, allows you to have clients, does not get a girl wet. And in that way, it's kind of a cruel joke life has played on you, where your beta behaviors are kind of required to be successful in most areas. Unfortunately, it also makes you unsuccessful in your own happiness. So what a lot of guys have to do is they have to find where their balance lies. The more alpha qualities you portray, the more you lift, the more you look hot, the more you look attractive, the more aloof you are, the less you play well with others, the more dominant you are, the more physical you are, the more attractive girls tend to be. But it ultimately puts a ceiling on how successful you can be. And let's face it, we all don't want to live in a cardboard box. I'll put it this way. If you put all of your time and all those hunter and warrior traits to make you the alphaest alpha that ever alphaed, well, then you're going to have a long and fulfilling career loading trucks and doing prison time. At the same time, if you completely max out your beta provisioning behaviors, you're going to find yourself a wonderful plow horse. Everybody's sitting by your bed waiting for you to die so they can carve out your inheritance. Ideally, neither of those situations are very good. So you have to find where you want it to be. Now, what we have found is that life is so safe right now. So safe, so easy, that we're kind of incentivizing people to lean more towards the alpha side. You can be more confrontational here, and there's not very many consequences. Great movie, by the way, if you want to watch it, that kind of goes over what happens when you get a little too far gone with the affluence. Zardoz. It's that one you see with Sean Connery wearing a banana hammock. Give it a shot one day. It'll be a hard one because it's like a 60s, 70s psychedelic thing, but it's a good movie. So next part here is alpha and beta traits. So we've come to the essential disconnect between what a woman is hardwired to be sexually attracted to and what she needs to create comfort in a modern relationship. I call these two differing skill sets alpha traits and beta traits. Now, if you learn nothing else from this series, and I know I keep saying that, but this time I swear I mean it. If you learn nothing else about this, learn about those alpha traits and beta traits. Compartmentalize them. Take a mental tally as to which one you're doing more than the other, and then compare that to the results you're seeing in your own life. And if they don't line up, well, that lets you know exactly the work you need to do to get the kind of sex life and the relationship that you're looking to get. Are you a guy, I can sleep with women all the time, it's perfect, it's no big deal, but I can't keep a girlfriend past a couple weeks? Probably going to find out you got a huge amount of alpha traits to you. Maybe you faked them, you're a PUA and you're just doing it for a couple hours at a time. Maybe you're just a thug and it happens naturally to you. You're going to find out you need to maybe add a few beta traits to your repertoire. That's how you settle down. That's how you make a family. At the same time, if you're beta Billy and no girl will touch you until she hits 30 and now she wants a family and she needs you to help her out, then yeah, upping your alpha traits makes a huge difference. The alpha traits do seem to very much align with the dopamine response in women. Alpha males are exciting, fun, intense, and engaging. Not only do they spark a woman's sexual interest, they spark her romantic interest as well. Meanwhile, the beta male traits are those needed for a modern relationship. These are often about the ability to be socially submissive, in a loose sense, a nice guy. The beta male traits are devoted to things that are good for raising children in the modern age, also like having a work ethic, building the nest, kindness, parenting skills, listening, holding a job, controlling anger and sexual energy, being artistic, verbal skills, creativity. The positive version is the man that provides for and supports his family. The negative version is the man that gives away all the relationship power to a woman and turns himself into a pussy-whipped servant. And that kind of sums it up. When you see guys sitting here talking about how great their job is, in fact, I can almost go down this list and pick any amount of trad connie type men out there. They're going to refer to all of these beta qualities as this is what makes a man. A real man is kind. A man is a good father. A man is good at listening. A man keeps a good job. A man controls his anger and his sexual energy. Does that sound a lot like that stupid semen retention thing that's coming up lately? Holding in your sexual energy. Muting, becoming a eunuch in some measure. Kind of makes you wonder, these guys are very sexually unsuccessful using this semen retention or no-fap in order to kind of get their qualities going off. It actually works completely the opposite of what they're trying to do. And this was written 2011, so it's not like this is just something new jumping on a bandwagon. We've been around for about a decade now. All right. So here's the funny thing, something I was looking into here, and we're going to skip ahead. Now, I know most people here, they kind of want, can you give me a shopping list of all the alpha qualities and then a shopping list of all the beta qualities? I'm not going to do that. For the most part, you don't want an authority telling you about that because they're going to tell you ones that essentially line up with what they're doing. Like if you would have asked me what's alpha, I would have put creativity as an alpha skill because I'm a creative person. It's not true, but I would have done that. So you have to be very skeptical when people give you shopping lists of alpha and beta qualities. With very few exceptions. Physicality is the only one that people can admit is an alpha quality. Because that's the one thing you can't really hide from. It's the most honest representation of yourself you can give. So, putting that aside, we're going to go into the next part here, in the last part of this episode, the betaization of husbands. The failure to understand the need to have both of the skill sets of alpha and beta lies at the root of a wife declining romantic and sexual interest in her husband. For example, when a young woman meets a young man, he likely has much of his warrior or alpha mindset still in place and therefore creates a good deal of attraction in her. He isn't a thug, just somewhat mindlessly demanding and assertive with her. The first time he asked her out, he didn't really ask her, he just told her to meet him at a restaurant. She told him he was a pig for talking to her like that, but she went anyway. Plus, he had good physical health, he surfed competitively, and she loved watching him. So when he asked her to marry him, she excitedly agrees because she has a wonderful alpha profile here and she's in love with him. Sex is frequent and hot. Now he tells a story about after 5 to 10 years of marriage, the situation is quite different. The job he really needs to keep, so instead of just blow it off and go surfing, he's grinding it out at the office. There's a cliche that you often hear in the Married Red Pill. It's, I used to be alpha and slowly became beta. And after about the 50th and 60th time I heard it, I kind of started to understand. So, yeah, the things that initially attracted girls to husbands, they started having the, when I grow up, I need to put away the childish things. They threw out the baby with the bathwater. It turns out all of this stuff that may not have been helpful for them to build their little empire in the suburbs was the stuff that they kind of needed to keep the sex life going. And the more the girl told them that I need this, I need that, I need this, the more guys complimented her and went along with that plan, the more they involved themselves in their own self-sabotage. So the unwitting transaction from this, a mostly alpha profile to a mostly beta one, is very common for husbands. The trap for men is that all mainstream media advice on relationships strongly encourages husbands to make this transition, and often his wife and family request the same as well. Furthermore, most things that are beta are actually useful and good. Helping out at home is good. Being an involved father is good. Holding a job is good. But frequently, the big picture gets lost in everything that needs to get done, and the man loses what attracts his wife along the way. The wife is, of course, completely unaware of her role in this decline and is typically bewildered by her lack of interest in her husband. She never planned to neuter him, fall out of love with him, and detest his sexual advances. Most couples just assume that romantic feelings are short-term and that a failing sex drive a few years into a marriage is completely normal. And I think that's the worst part of this. It's that everybody normalizes what is a very unnatural process. It's something that the information age has carved out, and maybe in the future, girls will find a great dopamine hit by guys that are really good in IT. But again, that's going to happen over a period of eons. We don't have eons. We have 8 decades, maybe 9 or 10 at the max at this time on Earth. So learn to play with the hand you've been dealt. And this is the part here where you run into the disingenuous arguments. People are going, well, what does that mean? Does that mean I have to get fired from my job and tell the girl to do all the chore play herself? Well, maybe not. Here's the thing though. There's tons of things you could do. Tons. And the first thing you think to do is to completely burn your life to the ground just in order to get some poon. It lets you know the guy's not thinking rationally. He's just trying to have an emotional knee-jerk reaction saying, how dare you tell me everything I'm doing doesn't get me exactly what I want, even though I'm not getting what I want right now, because I swear to God it is. People have a hard time. They have a hard time agreeing or coming to terms with they may have been succeeding in some areas in their life, but the trade-offs may not have been worth it. And that's all life is about trade-offs. If you want to be the alphaest Chad that ever chatted, then yeah, you're probably going to have a few ex-wives because you're not going to be very good at holding on to the relationship. At the same time, you may be able to hold on to a girl for 80 years, lifelong marriage, but she probably won't touch you for the next 40 because she just doesn't find you attractive. So where you want to carve out your ideal path there is truly up to you. I would argue, though, that chore play is a very easy one, and we'll use this as an example here, and then we'll let you go. I see a bunch of super chats. We'll get to you guys. I promise. Chore play. Girls are like, and it always comes at the end of this same line. You know, if you just did more chores around this place, maybe I'd be more comfortable and we'd have sex more often. That is so cliched. You know, some marketing team somewhere kind of got it into the public consciousness. So you have a few choices. If you're doing chore play, you can do the thing on her timeline and to her standard. You can do the thing to her timeline and your standard. You can do the thing to your timeline and her standard, or you can do the thing to your timeline and your standard. So if you do the thing to her timeline and her standard, nothing changes. Yeah, the dishes got done, but the sex life hasn't changed, so you've essentially just pussy whipped yourself for no reason, and she just gets to have a much easier life, more comfort. Completely self-sabotaging. Do the thing to your timeline and her standard, now you're a lazy teenager that she has to nag constantly to get things done. Also not ideal. Do things to her timeline and to your standard, well, nothing you do is ever good enough. And I'm going to skip to something here in practical female psychology to show you why that's a bad idea. That nothing is ever good enough still makes you supplicative, but at this point you're doing more work and again, sabotaging yourself. So the only thing you can do then is do it on your timeline to your standard. And this is one of the pieces of advice we give to guys who are learning to stop betaization or betaizing. I don't even know what that word would be. To stop sabotaging their own relationships. If you have the house that you want it to be on a certain standard, well, you do it to that standard and you do it on your timeline. And if she wants anything above and beyond that, well, her legs aren't broken. She can do it herself. She will get mad. She'll get angry, but just realize every manipulative trick that she has in her book, she's going to use against you, not even knowing it, to make you less attractive in her eyes. But she doesn't know she's doing it. So you can't even get mad at her for it. It's like the dog keeps peeing on your floor. Well, you got to learn to take him out for a walk every now and again. If you don't, he's going to continue peeing on your floor. And if you just let it happen, it's your own damn fault. So here was the funny thing. I did some looking up on this before. And he was talking about the betaization process where guys used to be alpha, slowly became beta. And I'm like, I wonder what year this came out, because it turns out a chapter in Practical Female Psychology for the Practical Man, another canon book from this space, talks about the betaization process. And I found out Franco's work came out in 2008, while Athol K's work came out in 2011. I find it very surprising for a guy who full-on admitted that mystery was a huge influence to this book, that he didn't know about this one when he wrote it. So it's a nice little supplement we're going to add here so you guys can understand the process a bit better. We'll go over it again when we hit Practical Female Psychology in one of the next few. But it's the 5 stages of female manipulation, the betaization of men. First is testing the male, then seeking communication, then putting him to work, then evolutionary psychology or selfishness, and then self-determination. So the first stage is testing the male. Just gloss over it because it's not really applicable to this one. That's what you'd think of when you think of a shit test or a fitness test. All that socially dominant stuff we talked about. Do you walk up? Do you scare the other men away? Do you look like the warrior type? All those things that make her wet. She basically tests to see if these are real signals or fake signals. This is why girls are on the constant march to find harder and harder to fake signals that they find attractive. The second part is seeking communication. And this is like when girls want guys to communicate more. That's what they mean. They're basically using that as a method to tame this alpha male that they get completely wet for, and now they want to secure him as best as possible. And getting this emotional connection, this pair bonding, is the best way women have for it. So just be aware, if your girl wants you to open up, that's what she's shooting for. And that by doing it, you're starting along a path of the de-attractiveness of your relationship. So just be aware. Obviously, you can't just be a tard and do absolutely nothing and, treat her like a one-night stand, because you're not going to have a good relationship. But opt into it only so far as you're willing to sacrifice your alpha qualities, your sexual desire, for comfort. Third stage is putting him to work. Now, this is the one that's important for what we just talked about, the betaization process. This is where, honey, take out the trash, wash the cat, do more dishes, maybe I'd be more comfortable, sleep with you more. This putting him to work, why else do women want to be attracted to a high-value man and get him to commit? It's because they want to get their use out of him. There's a reason Frank Frazetta paintings and all those Dungeons and Dragons things have such a resonant image of like the hot girl surrounded by a giant beast of burden. This is their payoff. This is the girl's money shot. Now, this is why the chore play thing, as an example of this alpha and beta dichotomy, is so important to pass these kind of tests, because the next stage is evolutionary selfishness. And this is where nothing you do is ever good enough. If that sounds familiar, it's like I said, when you start doing things on her timeline, but to your standard. Well, now nothing is ever good enough, and I'm never satisfied no matter what you do or how hard you try. And in her mind, this is a way of removing her hypergamous instincts from you. You can't be her best option now because nothing you do is ever good enough. Now, they're just hardwired to this. But the only way they get here is when they have all the other steps in place. It's after they find you super attractive. It's after you've committed to her fully. It's after she's put you to work and you're basically running through life like a good plow horse. That's when this stuff starts sneaking in. And for most guys, this is the part where they find the red pill, this evolutionary selfishness. She doesn't sleep with you. She's constantly nagging. She's looking at other dudes. Everything you do is wrong. You're a bad guy. She's a victim. That sort of thing. And then the easiest pathway out of that, and I don't mean easy as in it's easy, I mean easy as in easier than the alternatives, is going back. All right, flip this chessboard. This game's not working. We're losing it. No more putting me to work. I'm doing things on my standard and on my timeline. I'm putting myself to work. You get to enjoy the benefits. If you want more, do it. And then again, moving back, communicate less, build up your more alpha qualities. You're essentially regressing in this betaization process. And that's an awesome way to think about it because again, the last step, self-determination. I am a full-grown, independent woman now. You're evil. She's a victim. She's going out on a girl's night out and you just are too controlling and you need to trust her more until she switches you up for a younger model. Or in her case, sometimes a no model. Girls aren't exactly perfectly successful with this. And there's a good chance that you may be her best option, but she's convinced herself that she's not. And she's going to go out and she's going to try out a better man and she's going to leave you. And then she's going to find out that guy didn't want to commit anyway. And so she's going to tell you it was a mistake and to give things another try. You can go through all this if you want to. I would say it's much better off if you just don't do the damn dishes. You know what I mean? So that should help you guys understand the process of what we're talking about here. So that's it for this episode of Married Man Sex Life Primer. The next one will be up tomorrow. Again, hit 10,000. I'm working right now on 2 new videos, a new vlog, as well as the 10,000 subscriber special. Let's take some time now to get with these super chats. Apex Mindset, thank you. $5 super chat. I love this episode. What's your opinion on using compliments when opening? I won't advocate it, but it's not necessarily wrong. Wondering your take. I treat compliments the same way that I treat dates. I think they are a reward for good behavior. I do not think that they're an interview for sexual relationships in any form. Why would I give a girl a compliment? I don't know her. I don't know you. The only thing I could possibly comment on is your physical appearance or very surface level stuff. And she already knows that and she's probably heard that. So what good is it of me telling somebody something they already know? Hey man, nice red shirt. Thanks. It is a nice red shirt. That's why I bought it and I'm wearing it. That doesn't sound too good to me. So for me, I always approach these kind of things with a what's in it for me. What has this person done to add value to my life to the point where I would want to give them some sort of validation in the form of a compliment? And when opening, I would say too, if you're doing it when opening, the only worst thing I can see in an opening would be an apology, which is ridiculous. If you guys go back, I did a video on a former pickup artist plays Super Seducer, and I just got mad. I rage quit that game. I've never rage quit a game in my life. I rage quit Super Seducer, and I'm not too proud to admit it. But walks up to a girl, the first thing he does is apologize, and I'm like, what in the hell is he teaching these young guys in this game? Apologies? Like, picture yourself in medieval times or Paleolithic times. You're a hunter, you're a gatherer. You walk up, Grog, sorry, but wondering if you want to smash. She'd be like, no, I don't want to smash. I'm going to have that guy that's walking up to me like he's going to club me over the head with that thing if I don't treat him nicely. It's completely counterintuitive, and I hate guys who think so little of their own self-worth that they either apologize or they think they need to lead with like a gift in their hand, but it's such a low gift. It's again, what do they call it? The female innate skepticism bias. That's from David Buss and Cindy Minson. Girls are automatically distrustful of low investment signals of attraction, and a compliment, you don't get much lower investment than that. Hi, pretty eyes. You seem nice. That costs you nothing. So naturally, a girl's going to assume it's a lie. Even ones that are self-conscious and really could use the compliment, they'll still treat it as a lie. I can't remember who did it too. It was like Delicious Tacos or something. I had a tweet yesterday where he was talking about Or maybe it was Patrice O'Neill. It might have been a Patrice O'Neill bit where he was talking about, yeah, going out and he saw this, overweight girl and he's like, I feel kind of bad about her. Gives her a compliment, tells her a nice day. She basically blows him off. That's exactly why. Innate skepticism bias. If you want to brighten up a girl's day, put some investment into your signal. For those of you who are thinking, well, I don't want to invest it. Well, that's good. That means self-worth. You shouldn't be investing in things you don't like anyway. So hopefully that answers your question on that one. If you want some follow-up, we'll be. Next one's from Ian Williams. Yo, bro, have you checked out my book, Empathalia? Yeah, I think I see it on there, but I haven't read it yet. I think I put a sample on my book. Like I said, my schedule is super busy, and I've got so many things I've already promised to look into. So like I said, I'll try, but yeah, patience. Anyways, on that note, unless there's any other super chats, I think we're good. We're going to call this one an episode, and I will see you guys tomorrow for the next one. Don't forget, like if you like this, subscribe if you like it. I see 136 concurrent failures, 60 likes right now. That means either I'm not doing a good enough job for half of you, or half of you guys forgot to hit the like button. So please do one way or the other, and I'll catch you on the next episode. I actually set this thing up now, so it's 22 seconds. So we actually have our end cards now. One of you guys in the chat, I apologize. I've seen you across the street and I thought you looked cute. What's up? Yeah, why not just say what's up? Why do you have to justify it? You saw her. She's cute. I'm going across the street. Gonna say hi. Good enough. Anyways, guys, cheers. Lost a few of you. We're going to take it a little slow at the start here. Hopefully get everybody back in time. Very annoying. Very annoying. But that's fine. We're here now. We'll do what we do. Much better. Hey guys, thanks for your patience. We're back on this. Anyways, where did I leave off? Married Man Sex Life Primer. We're on part 2 of episode 2. As I described before, what were we doing last episode? Last episode, we were talking about alpha and beta as a means of categorizing behaviors. So a lot of guys think alpha male is good, beta male equals bad. Alpha male equals sexual, beta male equals simp. It's not the case. The best way you can think about it is to map alpha to dopamine and beta to oxytocin and serotonin. The comfortable stuff and the desirable stuff. We went through how a lot of guys go through that process where those alpha qualities that they had initially attracted them to their woman. Then the beta qualities slowly picked up over time. The alpha qualities went away. Guys end up betaizing themselves. Betaization is what they call it. I always hate that term. It's such a big pain in the ass to speak about. Anyways. Then, and here's the worst part of it, it's that girls don't know what they want because what they're attracted to and what they say they're attracted to aren't the same things because girls just are unaware of their sexual triggers. And it makes sense. Back in the day, I used an example of dogs. The dog's sexual strategy is to run faster than the girl he wants and to basically not be scared when she tries to bite him. It can sound good, it can sound bad, it's pretty brutal, but you can't argue it's not a thing. And hundreds of thousands of years ago, and we're not talking about how it was in the 1950s versus today, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of years ago, eons, genetic timescales here. Women found certain behaviors attractive, and the super hunting mongoloid who just took what he wanted and didn't care much got a girl attracted because that guy tended to make better cave babies. And so girls that had better cave babies with him tended to survive, and the ones that didn't tended not to. So girls are kind of hardwired for this measure of strength and everything that you would consider a dopamine producing ability or an alpha quality. At the same time, these aren't helpful in modern society. You can't go to your job in IT and then expect that you walking in there AMOGing everybody's going to do much. Yeah, it'll make you very attractive to women, but you're going to get booted out of society rather quickly. You'll end up in jail or loading trucks the rest of your life, which isn't good. On that note, it's this weird, I don't know, double-edged sword, I guess we can call it, where the things that make you attractive and the things that make you useful have no overlap. And so for a lot of guys, what you have to do is you have to carve out a niche with a certain element of alpha qualities and a certain element of beta qualities in order to survive in whatever your relationship or sexual status is right now. So if you're a guy that just wants one night stands, you don't need much comfort. And as far as comfort goes, being good in bed is a beta behavior. Yeah, it turns out, and it makes sense if you think about it too, it turns out if you're the kind of guy who can smash very well, a girl will want you back for more. And so it builds her comfort with you. Builds comfort with you, gets a relationship going. Now, from an alpha standpoint, whether a girl gets hers or not is absolutely irrelevant. So as much as you say good alpha men do this or that in bed, it's not the case. Take what you want, get out. It turns out a girl can actually be kind of turned on from cavemaning. They may not know it, they may complain about it, they may bitch about it, and those strong feelings are the emotional response to that dopamine hit she's getting. So it's something to be aware of. A lot of things, and this is very important on your part, you need to categorize your behaviors on whether they increase a relationship's longevity or they decrease a relationship's longevity while increasing desire. Not getting the categories mixed up is very important because for a lot of guys, they think, well, I have a good job and I'm a good father. Those are comfort qualities. If you start saying alphas have those qualities, well, then you're just miscategorizing things and you're going to end up making all sorts of stupid decisions. Thank you again, by the way. I see, so we had some technical errors on this episode getting started the first time. Had a ton of likes, tons of viewers, and we've managed to get most of you guys back. We lost a couple likes in the process, but hey, you can't screw up an omelet without breaking a couple eggs, so. Getting back to the point, though. From where Athol talks about here, finding the alpha and beta balance. The man needs to develop both alpha and beta traits in a long-term relationship and show them appropriately. Without the alpha, the woman loses attraction and wants out. But without the beta, the woman isn't comfortable enough to stay in the relationship. Men typically do better with one or the other of these traits, and in times of pressure, like a breakup, act more and more from their position of natural strength. Natural alpha type qualities, guys will get bigger and louder and become scarier and less reliable. People that are naturally more beta side will do more stuff for women and bore her to death with her neediness even faster. So more often than not, our natural reactions to relationship stress just intensifies the relationship problem. So if you're too beta, the solution is to add more alpha. If you're too alpha, the solution is to add more beta. Now, I am saying this with about as much certainty as a man can. If you're watching this video and you're having any amount of relationship problems, I guarantee you your problem isn't you're doing too much alpha. There may be an exception, but for the most part, the kind of person who's aloof, building good, strong desire, has alpha stuff in check, doesn't watch this stuff on the internet. They just don't. So in general, your process should be, against all better judgment, to start acting more aloof, start treating your girl more like a one-night stand, start acting with less concern over her happiness and more concern over your own. Next part, he talks about the menstrual cycle briefly, which this is like a topic into and of itself. It affects what women are attracted to throughout the month. Now, I know the study, like you read studies on it, it kind of goes back and forth between the estrous cycle being a thing, if not being a thing. I'm leaning towards the side where it is a thing because I can already see in my girl the change in behavior based on the time of the month it is. So you can't tell me that science can't figure that out. And it says for about 3 weeks of the month, women respond more positively to beta behavior, but when she's ovulating, alpha behavior is more attractive, which it makes sense. That's why a girl's ovulatory cycle is hidden. It's so that way you encourage more investment from the males. Otherwise, if it's just something that you could be in heat for, then guys would be there for 2 days and then, hit it and bounce. Having said that, the way we think of, when we think of how much beta do you need versus how much beta you actually need, completely out of whack. So in general, what guys are finding is when they try to calibrate these things, like by paying attention to them, it never works. So what you need to do, what is better for you to do as a strategy, is just build more alpha and then wait till you get to a point where it actually starts having relationship issues that goes against what you're shooting for. Now, this doesn't mean a girl getting mad. A lot of guys think they're adding alpha until the girl starts to get mad, get into a huff. It's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking like snot bubble, pure desperation. There's actually a red pill thing that happens in a relationship. It's called the main event. It doesn't get talked about very much here, but it's very important, and most guys who are switched on already know about it. So in a process, a guy will run through his map, run through dread game. He will get to a point in the relationship where he's upping the alpha qualities he has, downgrading the beta qualities he's had, commensurate with the value he's getting in a relationship. And for most guys, they're in pretty dire straits. So acting as if you're single tends to be the way they lean. A girl, what she sees from her perspective, is a guy becoming top tier and disengaging. Now, a lot of girls, they have too much baggage built up for the way the guy was over years. Other girls, though, and this is like a vast majority of them, start to see that they're losing the game. And so they kind of step up. But the same time is they're very stubborn. So they don't like to change themselves. They'd rather you just change and go back to the way you were. What happens at a certain point is, and I call it like the snot bubble. If it's no snot bubbles and crying, it didn't happen. But a main event is kind of a girl at her most desperate. I don't know how to keep you around. I don't know how to make you happy. And she'll speak overtly about this, which girls never do unless they absolutely have to. This is a main event. And this is usually when a guy has gotten to the point where he's added enough alpha qualities to his relationship for a certain amount of time, and he's flipped the power dynamic around. And now it's a point that you make that decision where she's stepping up her game because she wants to. Do you want to keep her around or not? Most guys tend to. They're like, yeah, that's all I wanted was you to put some effort into it. It took all of this to get you there. It's just the way they're wired. They're not trying to mess with you. They just don't know any better. So he goes on here. There can be a misunderstanding that alpha behavior involves some sort of purposeful aggression towards the wife, like yelling, hitting, property destruction, issuing humiliating demands, public shaming, or demeaning. Some of the things are alpha in the same way that they are seeking to enforce social dominance, but they only act in the man's best interest very short term. Violence seriously undercuts any positive beta traits and will ultimately destroy the relationship. And while thugs do attract some women, I certainly do not advise that approach to relationships, as most women give thugs a very wide berth. I would say aside from that, breaking the law is not a good sexual strategy unless you like taking it up the cornhole. Like I said, if you're going to be one of those guys that has 100% alpha characteristics, you're probably going to end up in prison. And yeah, he's right here. When people think alpha, they think, oh, I got to be this guy, this hyper thug. You can do that, but just be understanding that the consequences there are pretty bad. And for most guys, it works against what they're trying to do. So again, tactically applied alpha can be a huge demand. I would argue also frame kind of falls into this thing, which is outside of like the alpha and beta mindset. This is more about a guy's internal compass. So there is no greater loss of frame than having to resort to violence. It means that every other tool you've used has become insufficient to achieve your aims, which means you just don't have the skill to get what you want. So right there, instead of getting angry, and for the most part, anger is a social emotion. It's a way of saying, you're causing a grievance in my life and I want you to stop it or violence will ensue. It's a social emotion that way. It signals. Not the most attractive quality. Being aloof, more socially adept in that, while they are kind of beta characteristics, they are very attractive ones and more useful in the modern society. So again, this is one of those things where you have to apply your best judgment to it. How much controlled anger versus how much social adeptness do you want to apply in a situation? And this is where it involves you finding yourself a good balance. So remember, beta isn't about being a weak man that struggles to please a woman. Beta is about purposefully creating a place to raise a family and creating comfort in your presence. There are some natural conflicts between alpha and beta traits, but also some overlap. So next part here is we go over some basic archetypes, the nice guy and the bad boy. And he uses nice guy slightly different than Robert Glover does, so we'll do some translation in here. If you don't know what I'm talking about with that nice guy stuff, there's a series prior to this one, No More Mr. Nice Guy by Robert Glover. You'll see it in the sidebar. I got a playlist. It's on the channel. Feel free to check it through. You're essentially getting your PhD in red pill this way. We're still at the first year stuff, so it'd be pretty interesting. But a bad boy is somebody with a very high profile of alpha behaviors, but minimal beta traits. These are the guys who can coast in a relationship on the natural attraction women have for them. They typically have a very masculine appearance in dress, demeanor, and body shape, but while bad boys certainly do pull women, their relationships tend to be short. Eventually, the women become uncomfortable with their lack of comfort, and they move on. A lot of guys have already experienced this, where they are too alpha. Well, not too alpha, but too alpha for the girl's liking. And this is the ones where she wants to find herself a husband eventually, epiphany phase girls, and they'll date this guy because he turns her on. And he knows, like, yeah, while you're looking for Mr. Right, I'll be your Mr. Right now. And then, sure enough, she eventually finds the guy she wants to settle down with. Plates fall, plates break. It's all plate theory for a reason. So she drops off the radar to go do her boyfriend thing. The guy's pretty cool with that. And then what a lot of guys find is that the girl will get bored of her nice, safe option and then call back Chad. Hey, yeah, I really love him so much and he's great. He's giving me all the serotonin, the oxytocin I want, but I'm missing that dopamine. So what are you up to this weekend? You want to grab a bottle of wine and talk about old times? 2 things to take away from that, by the way. 1, letting a girl go doesn't mean that you've lost her. There's a good chance that a lot of girls who go to find that safe second option will eventually get that itch and come calling back. Second thing to take away from that, as that guy who wants the relationship, be aware that not having enough of those bad boy traits in your repertoire will bore a girl to the point where she will take her second sexual option here. So how you can apply that depends on your situation. You can either up alpha in your own relationships in order to keep them more loyal and keep them around because you're giving those dopamine hits as well as the serotonin. Or once you start seeing the signs that the girl is getting an itch and the dopamine kick, and we talked about it in episode 1 in the major red flags. Once you see those, maybe an old friend, maybe something else, maybe a phone on her speed dial, a number that you don't recognize, like all this stuff plays into it. And now that you know why girls do what they do, how unaware they are of the limbic brain process, you can kind of act accordingly for your own best interests. So to end this off, it's one thing to feel like a bad boy's sexy bitch when the relationship is good. It's quite another to be smacked around like one and dumped like a used whore. Again, candle that burns at both ends. Candle that burns twice as strong lasts twice or half as long. Yeah, twice as strong, half as long. And then we'll follow it up with nice guys. So a nice guy is somebody who typically has a high beta profile but minimal alpha traits. Again, this is not nice guy in the sense that Robert Glover talks about it. Robert Glover talks about nice guy as in conflict averse, validation seeking, and generally the result of failed parenting strategies. When he talks about nice guys in here, Athol does, he really should have picked a better term. I guess we don't really have an alternative to the bad boy. I guess the good boy. The good boy from a nice family. The good father. Lover and provider, I think, is much better archetypes to throw onto this one. Bad boys being the lover, nice guys being the provider. It gets rid of any pejorative emotional baggage to it and just makes you understand how do you look from a female sexual strategies perspective. Are you a lover or are you a provider? In this case, nice guy maps much better to provider than to actual nice guys. So the beta comfort seeking in women fuels the female side of the mail order bride industry where women in poorer countries seek to jump ship to a richer one. The men who use these services typically do not present as alphas. They're just lonely men willing to assist her in coming to a life with a better standard of living and comfort in exchange for sexual companionship. Of course, those involved do not experience it as a search for love, but the men clearly present a strong beta profile of these women as a way of attracting them. However, nice guys are just too comfort creating and it all backfires. At some point, a woman gets her fill of comfort and starts wishing for sexual attraction. Do you remember when you hear all these guys, all the MGTOWs, all the black pills, all the trads, all the divorced guys, all these guys that have no idea what they're doing, but they swear to God they have all the answers when they talk about a girl is just never happy. I don't get it. I gave her everything. I'm sure you've seen, there's a comic floating around where Superman and Lois Lane's in bed and they just finished smashing and then Lois looks over. She's like, oh, is he the best I could do? But that's exactly what we're getting at here. We're not talking about a girl that's like purposefully unsatisfied, constantly wanting to switch and switch and switch, like a monkey trading from branch to branch to branch. That's not it at all. What it is, essentially, is that she wants all those emotional hormones, and she's only getting half of them right now, and so she's searching for the other ones. That's why a lot of guys, and this is a super common story, A lot of guys, when they're talking about their relationship and their wife cheats on them, it's with some guy who's objectively not as good as them in so many beta behaviors. I don't get it. Why does she like this guy? I'm more attractive than him. I have a better job than him. He's just a lazy layabout drug dealer. Well, she's not after a better man than you or than him. She's just after something different. She's after a chemical high. She wants to feel sexy again. That dopamine hit. When girls say, I want to feel sexy, I want to feel like a woman, I want this, I want that. It's just dopamine. I want that good feeling that heroin, that only the lady dragon can give to me. That's exactly what you're hearing. So it doesn't even matter. The guy doesn't have to be better than you. He just has to be different and spike that dopamine high in order to get his. And then you, with your ultimate comfort thing, realizes that this empire of comfort that you've built, it's very expensive to dismantle. And so a lot of guys end up so addicted to their own comfort abilities that they refuse to do what they have to do to salvage their dignity. And they essentially allow themselves to be, home base after she's done slutting around. But yeah, eventually she gets her fill of comfort and starts wishing for attraction. So there's an important concept here, back to the book. When a relationship starts to flounder, the nice guy typically tries even harder to be nice to the woman. He tries harder to please her, he submits to her more, he buys her expensive gifts and caters to her more. Unfortunately, this is all the exact opposite of the woman is looking for, and the relationship gets worse as she becomes less and less attracted to him. Increasingly irritated with his attention, she starts to consider ending the relationship and cues up the I love you, but I'm not in love with you speech. So again, if you're one of those guys that's looking for a relationship expert, and I love the relationship experts because you'll find them in two flavors. One is the single girl in her 40s, and the other one is the guy who's been married for 6 months, telling you what it is. It's like, thanks, guys. But if you absolutely must find yourself a coach like that, do vet for this. How do they have you handle this hardship? When you start to have, I don't know, my wife's starting to get a lazy eye. She's starting to look, or not a lazy eye, a wandering eye. Starting to move on. She's saying she's not excited enough. We haven't slept together in 2 years. Well, what's their plan? Is that for you to do more dishes? If their plan is to add more comfort into your relationship when the problem is sexual desire, if they want to give more serotonin when you want dopamine, then just realize they don't know what they're doing. They just don't. And again, it's counterintuitive, but that's because we love to turn our vices into virtues. We love to turn our strengths into, strengths into virtues. We love to make everything that we're already doing the thing that we should be doing. So if you're the kind of guy who builds a lot of good comfort, you're the kind of guy, like I make her give the O face every time we're in bed. I have a good job. I'm great with the kids. I am not a dramatic person. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I'm just a wonderful man. And then you wonder why she doesn't smash? Well, this is why. And your instinct is, okay, so that means I just didn't do enough of all those things. It's like, no, you did too much. Right now, what you need to do is the sexual version of getting a coke addiction, I guess. Just a little one, though. Just a little bit. Hate her just a little bit. Because that detachment from her as your source of validation will allow you to act more in your own self-interest, which again, signals in that typical caveman way, me first, you whatever. And then that always triggers a girl's dopamine response, and it will help you over the long term. This is where a lot of the strategies I talk about, like manufactured outrage, the gym bag routine, all these things rely on this very simple process that the more you pull away, the more the other girl becomes attracted. And so we end this one off on growing into wholeness, that both men and women struggle with finding the right inner balance of alpha and beta in their relationships. The ideal for women is that the soul man they are involved with has both, but it can take many men a great deal of time to learn and balance both. So, if she can't find both in one guy, she may elect to find her own balance from more than one man. And that's every guy's dream, isn't it? What is often seen in young women is a ping-ponging between bad boys and nice guys. She gets a dose of crazy sexual attraction, but then she needs the comfort building and seeks it out from a nice guy and leans on him for emotional support. The cycle repeats over and over until the music stops at around age 35 and she's scrambling to find a chair anywhere. He picks a bit of an older age. I know Rollo likes to talk about 30 to 32 being the epiphany phase, but Athol puts it at 35. I'm kind of more inclined to lean towards Athol because I see plenty of 32-year-old thoughts where I'm like, yeah, I don't think she's ready yet. Modern science has kind of made made it an easier thing to do. But it's the funny thing too. So as you get through this and as you start internalizing this, and yes, it is a married man sex life primer, but every single guy should have examples of this. That time when you got over a horrible girlfriend and you just wanted to go out and smash some strange, you're going to notice you became the bad boy to that one girl. She cheated on you with her, or she cheated on her boyfriend with you, or her fiance with you. I even talk about it in my own book, Fuck Files, second chapter. It was literally me thinking I had all this game practice when a girl just fell into my lap because she just wanted to get some dopamine at the end of her how great her fiance was. And she was telling me right at the time how wonderful he was. He's a great man. Boggled my mind. I'm like, how could she be talking about him being such a great man? Meanwhile, I'm here smashing. And then sure enough, it was just, I was the dopamine that time. I wasn't better. I wasn't worse. I was just different and I was exciting. Of course, it was probably also the MDMA she was taking, but I don't know that for sure. Anyways, a lot of guys see this too when they become the orbiter and they have a girl that they're super friends with, they'd love to smash, and she ends up going to sleep with that guy she can't stand. What does she do? She comes to you and complains about him and asks you for comfort, like an emotional tampon, and you offer it too because you think you have a chance at it. Again, this bouncing back and forth between nice guy and bad boy is so common. Everybody has an experience from it, unless you completely avoided women. And if that's the case, why are you even on this channel? I guess you're here to learn. Don't worry about it. Just start with history of game and we'll take it from there. A lot of guys that were dating, they'll find dating a girl, they just wanted to smash. They're just here as a plate, whatever. She wants a boyfriend. She wants a husband. You're like, yeah, it's not for me. So she leaves you and she goes to find the comfortable husband. That's the thing too. Being too alpha isn't any better of a relationship strategy than being too beta. They both have needs and they're both situational, and you really have to map the concepts to where you are in life, who you're with, and what you want out of it. Again, this should almost be instinctual. If you want to just smash and dash, all this comfortable stuff, like, who are you to earn this from me? You really put the onus on the other girl to show that you want to give her any comfort at all. Just following into your bedroom for a night is the least she could do. Everybody can do that, so it doesn't make you special. Does she make you breakfast in the morning? Does she build you a macaroni painting you put on your fridge? Little things like that. You're like, oh, okay. All right, yeah, a little bit of comfort. Sure, why not? Or maybe you just don't like her and you're like, no. Another good example of guys who accidentally become alpha. For a lot of guys who aren't very experienced with women, piece of advice that you're often given, a really good one, is to find a girl you're not attracted to, but you're still sort of attracted to, but you don't really like her. You wouldn't brag about her. In fact, you might even be a little embarrassed to say, yeah, I'm dating her. You go with her, you smash, you get it out of your system, and you realize, like, to her, you're that bad boy. Even though to the other girl that you just got dumped by, you were complete beta Billy Bucks. But yeah, you start to realize that, and you see her trying to desperately cling to you to make you comfortable. And then the more she does that, the more it turns you off. And you're like, like, I really don't like you. I just needed you as a slump buster. And you don't want to say that because you're not a mean guy, or maybe you do say it and you are a mean guy, but you don't want to lie to her. However you do it, you start to see, I don't want to call it an exact equivalency, but the guys who have been through that situation where they have a slump buster that's just really clingy, they realize, oh, so this is about as close as I can come to understanding what a girl is like when she's with somebody who's just too comfortable and she's just not feeling attracted to him. It's that same feeling there. So in the same way that a girl can be physically unattractive, maybe she doesn't use makeup, she cuts her hair short, she gains a bunch of weight, you can be emotionally unattractive by being much too comfortable. Those nice guys, those beta Billy Bucks, those good fathers, they are essentially the fat chicks of the male of the male gender. So it's something to think about. So women, and we'll end off here with the growing into wholeness thing. Women can also attach to a heavily alpha man and simply lack emotional comfort in the relationship. They turn to a male friend and forge a deep emotional affair as a way of balancing out their need. Infidelity in women can easily start not from the need of sex, but from the need of intimacy. She may not be sexually attracted to her male friend, but still have sex with him as a way of securing his continuing emotional connection to her. So don't say there's no chance with orbiters. If you've really got a hardcore alpha dude, you have a chance of sneaking in there and being a little sneaky bastard with him. So for men, it's largely the task of working on the weaker area of their personality to find balance. An alpha male needs to grow up, and tone down the antics slightly, become a little more socially constant and more of a team player. Beta males, to which I would say 90% of guys now, need to grow a pair and start bumping back on the rest of the world rather than just taking it lying down. Either way works as a route, and it's a process to get there. You already know where your weak area is, so work on that for easy gains. So this chapter covered alpha and beta as general concepts. The next chapters are going to expound a little more on the examples of what are good versions of both. Now, I know I talked in the last episode about how I hate shopping lists of alpha and beta, and it's better for guys just to test it for themselves to see which ones work. Like I said, you can trust me, because I know what I'm talking about. But I'm only one guy. Rolo's only one guy. Rich is only one guy. Most guys don't know what they're talking about, or they know exactly what they're doing, and they just want your money. And the best way to do that is tell you by being a good father. That's like that Order of Men Facebook group. Testicular cancer. Oh, well, did you pray hard enough at church? Well, I don't know why she's not sexually attracted to you. You're like, dude, stop dragging people to the slaughter like this. And then last topic I'll talk about before we end this episode, the growing into wholeness thing. A lot of people have nebulous terms to describe this. In this case, Athol talks about growing into wholeness. Glover talks about fully integrated men. Rolo talks about it being your own mental point of origin. And guys like me, Corey, Wine More Please, we talk about it as frame. I like frame because it's a very all-encompassing term. There's no emotional wishy-washiness attached to it. Like growing into wholeness makes you feel like you're leveling up. Or a fully idealized man makes it sound like there's one path from wimp to man, and you have to go down that linear path. And that's not true, because there's no linear path to this. As you've seen, it's all about different nebulous terms and kind of weaving a path in it that works in your situations. There's no singular path for every man in here. I cannot offer you guys a roadmap to get from A to B. I just can't, because you guys have all different A's, all different B's, and you're not going to work the same way in everybody. So that's why I like frame. Frame is essentially how you perceive reality, and if your frame is strong enough, how others perceive reality through you. Because most things aren't objectively there. Like fire is hot, don't touch the stove. That stuff is about as far as you're going to get into an objective, fact-based truth. For a lot of the things, it's good for some people, it's bad for some people. It's all hypothetical. It's bad if this is your goal, it's good if this is your goal. So everything is contextual here. And what I like about frame is frame assumes an even mental point of origin. Frame and your mental point of origin assumes you as the central focus, you as the protagonist in your own life story. And if you can start there, if you can define your A very clearly, getting to B becomes much easier than just, yeah, well, we're men and MBTI and, horoscopes and blah, blah, blah. You're like, oh, dude, you don't even know what you want. You're just acting like a child. So I hope you guys enjoy that. I see some super chats. So we're ending the episode here, and we'll deal with these ones here. Thanks for your patience, guys. First one, Simple Fly. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Fantastic analysis. Please speak to men making themselves the priority and seeking a red pill therapist if necessary. That is a topic in and of itself. I don't like suggesting therapy only because people use that as a way to offload their responsibility. Or, even if you don't have responsibility, it's nice. Nobody will fault you for saying you should go seek mental health because it sounds good. Health is good. Mental means your brain's not working. Like I said, there's a research paper that just came out recently here. I actually have it in front of me right now. I'm getting around to finishing it. It's in the Yearbook of Physical Anthropology. June 27th, 2019. Accepted 24 October. It's in the 2020 episode by Christine L. Syme and Edward H. Hagen. Mental health is biological health, while tackling diseases of the mind is an imperative for biological anthropology in the 21st century. And what they're describing is that the way mental health has been appropriated right now for basically medication purposes, it's really not helpful. It hasn't had any good benefits over the last 50 years that they can measure. I have to get through it to see how much of it is good, how much of it is bad, if there's supporting research, whatever. But yeah, seeing a therapist, I wouldn't say is necessary. Honestly, the path is the same as it is for everybody. Get your physical, if your problem is you're in a relationship, too much comfort, too much desire, but not enough comfort, just dial up your weakness, dial back your other one. If the problem is emotional health, if it's depression, the first thing you got to do is get your physical body in order. Like, hormones affect us to a level that we shouldn't understand. And there's no way you've been watching these last 2 episodes and haven't understood how hormones can alter behavior to such an extreme extent. And so your physical health and what you put into your body are going to have a huge effect on you over the time. If you physically cannot bring yourself to work out and eat right because of whatever mental issues you're having, then yeah, there's a case to be made for medication there. It kind of tones down the lows just enough so you can start doing these things to kickstart your own process. But again, beyond that, I have a hard time recommending it. But at the same time, I'm just some idiot on the internet. Do you really want to be taking my advice when it comes to like practice medical therapy? But it's kind of off topic, so we'll leave it at there. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Next episode will probably be next week. I got to set up some more stuff for the rest of the week here. We'll see how it goes. And I'll talk to you later. There she is. This is where we do 22 seconds of end card stuff. We can watch the rain. I think I got to redo this one. I think tomorrow it's probably going to rain a bit. Too much zooming in and out. But I do like this one. Picture some lo-fi beats in the background. All right, guys. Cheers. How's everybody doing out there? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the video. You guys know the deal. I should have to tell you to smash like and hit subscribe, but some of you guys haven't done it yet, so whatever. We're doing what we do. Episode 3. So we've spent an inordinate amount of time on the basics. Things are going to get a little bit faster here, so hopefully you guys can keep up. Like I said, we're going through 26 and 27 chapters of the Married Man Sex Life Primer, and it's going to be well worth it. There we are. How's everybody doing? I see you guys in the chat enjoying yourselves. Good. You've heard the spiel. So we're getting into chapter 3 right now, and that's alpha male traits, beta male traits, and the difference between them. So I'll start with the quote, because 3.1, alpha equals attraction equals dopamine, is pretty much puts the answer to rest. What the hell is an alpha male? It's not the looks max guy. It's not the guy with the Lamborghini. It's not the guy who's going to make women great again. It's not the sun hat goddess or any chore play or any nonsense. Very simply put, alpha is the dopamine response that you give to women. Period. And that's it. Now, all those things may or may not have an effect, and we're going to get into those a little bit later, but just keep that in the back of your head. Alpha gives them dopamine. Beta gives them serotonin and oxytocin. That's it. Anything more than that, strict fantasy. To quote here, the alpha traits are the things about a man that typically create attraction in women. When guys say genuine desire, by the way, this is kind of what they're getting at. I don't think they know it, but it's it. Female attraction is the involuntary response to alpha male traits that is built into the body agenda of women. Alpha traits spark a dopamine hormonal response in women, and it's the dopamine that makes them experience the feelings of impulse and attraction. Attraction is not controllable. I'm going to say that again because it's vitally important. I'll give you an example why in a second. Attraction is not controllable. A lot of guys hear that and they say, yeah, and they agree, and it makes perfect sense. But then you put them in a situation where they have to apply it and they completely fudge the numbers. So for example, a lot of guys say attraction is not controllable, and they understand that attraction is not negotiable. It's not, desire cannot be negotiated, I think is how Rollo puts it. But you put in a situation where, well, why wouldn't you do this? You would make a suggestion, like if she's being rather annoying towards you and you guys haven't smashed in 2 months, why don't you just go find something better to do with your time? Well, won't she think I'm butthurt? To which I answer, she's already going to think you're butthurt. Doesn't matter. And I would say this is probably the biggest problem guys have when they find out they don't have the proper relationship skills to thrive in one and to put enough alpha behaviors out there to get the sex slaves they desire. When guys are missing that, usually the first thing they'll say is, well, that'll get her mad. And she'll get mad, or she will do this, she will do that. They talk about it, again, as if it's a controllable thing. Well, as long as I don't make her mad, then she won't decide to this. Making her mad is irrelevant. Like I said, it's strong feelings. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's apathy. Again, very pithy, very wonderful little statements that make perfect sense. Map it to the scenario. Know this. Anything she says has zero implications on whether or not you're going to have a happy conjugal visit as a married couple, as a relationship couple, even those first 8 hours. Anything she says is strictly frontal lobe stuff. And we are not talking frontal lobe. We're talking hormones and we're talking the limbic brain. So again, cannot be desired. And I really think it behooves a guy to find out what exactly that term means. Map it. When you're in your situation and you're like, oh, I'm going to do this, it's going to make her so mad. Well, she's kind of stressed out from work and she's saying this. As soon as you say, oh, she's saying, wipe that from your mind. Because right now, you're attracting that beta buck side of the equation, which, while we all have to do it to some extent, there's no relationship without it. You opt into it insofar as she's valuable to you from the alpha side of the equation, because as a guy, for the most part, that's the only side that matters to you. Next thing is physical body, semen, and genes. Now, I like this chapter because through the test of time, we managed to prove Athol 100% wrong, by the way. So the first aspect of physical traits, of alpha traits, is the physical body of the guy. Women are drawn to well-muscled and lean male figures. It's quite possible to bulk up too far and find that women have become repulsed by excessive muscle. The closer to looking like Michelangelo's David he is, the better his attraction building is. And the point is that women look for a good source of semen and therefore genes for potential pregnancy, but we can't detect that previously. So what we have to do is go after secondary traits. Now, this is the part that I find kind of funny here. I've generally covered the importance of physical health, and we'll close with this. It's almost impossible to underestimate the importance of good physical health and fitness in attracting women. And I would say, dear sir, beta males, incels, have done the impossible. They have made looks max into a wonderful crutch that overestimated the importance of good physical health and fitness in attracting women. So, it takes a proud man, or it takes a man without pride to admit when he was wrong, and in this case, we were wrong. It is definitely not impossible to underestimate it. So, with everything in here, take the knowledge. Don't go overboard. Don't turn your tism up to 12. Have a drink, by the way. It's apparently the good drinking game. Just understand. Now, the other key part from it is overly muscular. I do like how he references Michelangelo's David, because that's based on the Renaissance was always about finding perfection. And the idea of Michelangelo's David was that it was the perfect proportions of guys. If you guys haven't seen the Greek standard, it's where the width of your neck, the width of your upper arm, and or circumference of your upper arm, your neck, and your calf should be the same. And that's the idea for, like balanced musculature. So that's fine, but these aren't make or break issues. But the closer you are to the ideal, the easier that alpha trait is handled. Ooh, why more please in the chat? Yeah, mid of the week stream, most likely. Although it's still early in the week now, but we're going to do it Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, because we got 26 chapters to get through and a whole bunch of other books. The next part, by the way, pre-selection and peacocking. As you can see here, this is where he talks about mystery being like his good influencer in this. So pre-selection is another strong tie to how an attractive man looks. A man with no women paying him attention appears less attractive than a man with multiple women showing him attention. It could be very well the same man, but the effect of the difference in women paying him attention is the difference in his perceived attractiveness. It's something to keep in mind. Again, it's very funny how guys will pay lip service to men and women aren't equivalent, men and women aren't equal, men and women aren't the same. Rollo talks about it all the time, that blank slate equalism. And a lot of guys, they'll be like, yeah, that's right. Girls can't play baseball. Girls can't play football. If we got into a fight, I'd beat her ass, which is true. But then at the same time, they will 100% believe it here. Girls and boys, but guys a lot so. They think that they don't understand how pre-selection works, and they think girls will like a guy if he doesn't look like he's got other options. They're always scared. Well, I'm dating a girl. What would it look like if she sees another girl talking to me, or if another girl rings me up on my phone, or another girl likes my Instagram post? Won't she get jealous? And the answer is yes. Yes, she will. But women and men aren't the same. Men treat jealousy as a paternity thing. The guys that tended to get more jealous and very mate-guardy back in the caveman days tended to keep Cave Chad away from Cave Becky, and then had more cave kids. So those guys survived and thrived. Meanwhile, Cave Chad knocked up all the rest of the girls. And Cave Cuck dwindled off and died with the woolly mammoth. But women don't have that same issue. So they don't have selective pressures on them if they don't have paternity, because they pretty much can tell if it's hers. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's mine. After all, that's yeah, that's me on them. Anyways, so when they have jealousy, it's that pre-selection thing, because, you know, it's cognitively a lot of effort, takes a lot of energy. Your brain uses about a quarter of your daily calories, unless you're eating like a fat fox. But so it takes a lot of cognitive load to be able to assess whether a man is a healthy man through secondary traits, through primary traits. And there's always a chance you can get it wrong and that they can be faked. So what they found is a pretty good secondary trait signal is that if other women have put all the effort into assessing a man as an attractive option, then they just glean onto that. Well, she thinks it's good, so I think it's good. And then generally, you know, groups of women have globbed onto that, and those ones tend to go forth and have more Cade Chad over the years. But that's the point. Jealousy is not the same between men and women. So when a lot of guys think, well, women will approach jealousy the same way as a man does, it's not true. It's also not true that they have to see one as a threat. Like, they see every girl as a threat because they know guys will smash anything. Cave Chad has no standards. Every girl is a slump buster to Cave Chad. So when you see these, like, I only do 9s and 10s things, girls don't care about that. There could be a 4 right now giving you a ton of attention, asking if you want to come back to her car and help her out with a fix her engine. She will get jealous over that, and she'll mate guard it, but she'll do it sexually because, you know, desires increase, because at the same time, her limbic brain sees, this girl sees him as a top option, so I'm going to do that too. Again, totally subconscious, and it's just different. He talks about peacocking here, and then the peacocking refers to wearing clothing that acts as a display of higher value. It could be wearing clothes that are expensive and tailored to give a greater impression of wealth, or by wearing clothes that make a statement about a high-profile occupation, like a business suit or a lab coat, though obviously wearing a lab coat to a bar is horribly out of place. How you dress signals a few things. And Tanner Guzzi's course on dressing with charisma, huge, great example about this one. So, people don't know anything about you until you open your mouth, but they can see you from afar. Just by looking at a man in his clothes, you can tell many things about him. If he's wearing dirty clothes, then he's probably working physical labor, and that, at least for a long time, wasn't seen as a particularly attractive option, especially when most people were farmers. So if you saw somebody who was wearing white, it signals that they didn't need to work around dirt and it was easier to keep their clothes clean. And so it signaled high status. Again, these are those social signals. If you remember back in episode 1 and 2, we had talked about different types of attraction. And there was the limbic brain stuff, which pre-selection uses, and peacocking, which is more of a social signal. Again, if you're wearing a suit every day, then in New York, they assume you're a guy in finance. It signals social status. If you're doing that in LA, they don't get that same impression. It's usually that t-shirt and hoodie with like a $20,000 watch signals that affluence, like you're running a tech business. But everything you wear gives messages about you. And if you don't understand the subtext of them, well, that sends a signal in and of itself. And this is why you'll always see guys being made fun of for wearing Birkenstocks and cargo shorts and some graphic t-shirt. It just says they care so little about their appearance and they aren't held to standard by how they dress. And so it just goes off a very lazy demeanor, even if it's comfortable. And yeah, a lot of guys think that it may signal homosexuality if they were to give a crap about their appearance. But again, that insecurity over your masculinity is also signaled through your lazy, stylish choices. So intersexual, the whole thing is about communication and signaling as much as it was just Is he wearing a denim shirt? Oh, that's pretty funny. But no, it signals. Next part is male interests. Now this one is interesting because a lot of guys don't think of it, but it's good to mention anyway. So women are attractive to men who have stereotypical male interests. Which is weird because aren't I always making fun of Miller Lite masculinity or truck nuts masculinity? Which is true, I do. But at the same time, women like it when men have masculine hobbies. Because it signals the same activity level, the same masculinity of other guys who have those. That's why a guy watching sports isn't a deal breaker. Now, women may even complain about their husbands watching football, for example, but they don't find him sexually repulsive for doing so. The complaint is not that he watches sports, but he watches too much and that he doesn't do other things that she wants him to do. Should a husband grow seriously interested in watching a show about flower arrangement and knitting, his wife may not complain about him watching it, but she would find herself less sexually interested in him. Something to think about. A lot of guys hide their hobbies and their traits from women, and I could make the argument, now I don't know how true it is, but video games are kind of like sports for the millennial generation and younger. It just is the way it is. So you want to hide these things from women because you're worried about it signaling something different. Just be aware. Most guys she dates have interest in stuff, and even the biggest gangster thug has an Xbox, has a PlayStation, plays games, very interested in that. Now, while it may not make you the most attractive guy, having that as a hobby doesn't make you unattractive. And most of the complaints you get based on that are about dividing your attention. So don't let your hobbies, even nerdy hobbies, kind of work against you. Don't hide them. Don't be ashamed of them. They don't work against you at all. They're just tangential. I like his example at the bottom too. Most wives don't want their husbands visiting strip clubs, but most wives would probably experience him visiting a strip club with much less concern than if he came home with a gift of this great eyeliner I found for sale at the mall. That would tend to signal potential gayness or cross-dressing rather than heterosexuality. So a husband who turns into her best girlfriend loses his sexual attraction as a consequence. Never pick up your girl's hobbies. It's just not useful. Now, if you like something, whatever. But just be aware. If you're doing it for some sort of placation, validation seeking, or a measure of, you like what I like, I'll like what you like, some kind of equalism there, it does not work. A girl... Now here's a side point on this one. So generally, narcissism codes to masculinity and borderline personality disorder codes towards femininity. Just extreme outliers of those both examples. Something to keep in mind with borderlines is they're always on the hunt for an identity. So if a girl with borderline personality disorder, well, let's, instead of like a 12 out of 10, let's put like a 5 out of 10 level of BPD. They'll see a man likes the San Francisco 49ers, they watch his football, and so she'll like football. You like watching Minecraft on YouTube, she'll start liking Minecraft on YouTube. They generally take the cues for their identity based on the authority figures in their life. And if that's you, that's great. Now, guys don't work that way. Guys will be more of like a 5 out of 10 narcissism instead of a 5 out of 10 bipolar. Or not bipolar, borderline. So by you taking your keys from a girl and picking up her hobbies, you're actually signaling a feminine response to these things. And again, this is all very subtle stuff. And for the most part, if you get your life in order, it'll never come up and it'll just naturally flow that direction. But if you're a guy who just for the first time ever has kind of figured this stuff out, then yeah, you got to make a concerted effort not to like the things she likes unless you actually like them, because it just sends horrible signals. It's more of a placative symbol and it doesn't work well with you. Next part, by the way, alpha male of the group. I like this one. It's called amogging, if you guys haven't heard it. So within each social group, there's always a social leader referred to as the alpha male of the group, or amog. A group's ultimate leader who does not have to be male, but far more often than not is a male within a group's ultimate social ladder. Within a family unit, it's the husband or the wife is the leader of the family. If the leader is the husband, he creates attraction for him in his wife, but if she's the leader, she loses attraction for him. Now, people very often say it's an equal relationship, but it's usually a bunch of baloney when push comes to shove. Someone is usually the stronger of these two personalities and in reality runs the show. If it's the wife saying it's an equal relationship, it usually means that in fact that she is the one in charge, but doesn't want to frame herself in the conversation as actually being in charge because that would essentially force her to not respect him as a man. The husband, being the less dominant one, is then required to agree about her and the equality or suffer the consequences of his insubordination. And that's the dynamic most guys don't understand with equal relationships. In fact, if you want to do this as an experiment, equal relationships, pick a hot button topic. Pick something that the other party is very passionate about and stand against it. And you'll see in those outlying cases, in those cases where it's not good enough just to socially signal equality so as to save face, where you actually have to make a decision. And I think decisions about pregnancy are a great one about this. If a guy's saying it's an equal partnership, meanwhile she doesn't want to have sex with him today, but the instant she wants to get pregnant she decides to, who's driving the boat there? Something to keep in mind. So yeah, in most of these cases, from a guy's perspective, things being equal just means there's not a lot of conflict because you generally acquiesce, as we went back to the last chapter. He likes what she likes because then she'll like him. It's typical nice guy behavior. Go back to the No More Mr. Nice Guy series to see that. Great examples of it, by the way. But in the girl's case, it's mostly because she doesn't want to admit she doesn't love you. The I love you, but I'm not in love with you. That's the speech. And that's what saying it's an equal relationship sounds like from a girl's perspective. She's getting the oxytocin, she's getting the serotonin, but the dopamine just isn't there. So yeah, we're an equal relationship. You really need to do that, by the way. When you hear people talk about equality like that, just replace equality with dopamine, a lack of dopamine, and you'll hear how it sounds. And now you're finally understanding the subtext out of so many of your cucked married friends. The next part, cool and confident. So one of the key signals that a male has social dominance is his confidence. Thus, women are highly attracted to displays of confidence in men. A basic display of confidence is the willingness to approach women, especially highly attractive one, and display calmness in their presence. This calmness can be successfully extended to the expressions of mild disinterest, implying that he has that he's become used to being with even better women than her, which would imply that he has a very high value as a man, which then triggers her interest in him. This is one of those nice ways of using pre-selection. I'll give you an example of this. Slump busters. A slump buster, simply put, is going after a girl you wouldn't normally go for because it's been too long since you've had any. Just to get that one out of the way, to get the momentum going again, get back in the game. Hit a couple balls out in the park before you go back to the major leagues. Go back to the bush leagues. This will signal in your brain when you're approaching another girl who's more attractive than her. You might have shot yourself down because you got a little bit of scarcity mentality. You get that out of your system. And you approach her with a certain calm aloofness to you because you know you've got... I can't think of a catchy nickname for that. We'll just call her Kathy. Kathy 4 out of 10. She's an Irish girl. Approaching this new girl thinking, well, if this doesn't work out, I can always just call Kathy and we'll be fine. It's not the best. I can't really tell my friends about it, but if they ask, I'll just say she's only 9 and 10. But it gives you that certain coolness and calmness about you, that confidence that allows you to approach more attractive people. And then it's like I said, when you're first getting your game on track, yeah, you might start with an 8, a 9, a 10, whatever, and then continue that trend going. But more likely, and what most guys do, they start with something they wouldn't normally go for so they can get out of their own head and just live in the moment. Like they're not worried about losing her. They're not worried about losing her. They're not worried about screwing it up. That cool confidence relays as a pre-selective thing for them because this girl's like, this guy normally doesn't go for girls like me, but he seems something special in me. Gives her that confidence to attract you, gives you the confidence to go for her, and then the next girl down the line, and so on and so on. 4s becomes 5s, becomes 6s, becomes 7s, becomes 8s, and then you realize 8s are so much effort. I'm just going to go back to the 7. But a typical fan meeting a celebrity in person usually becomes highly excited and become quite giddy and silly, while the celebrity is usually much less excited and cool. So that coolness is a statement of higher social values that says, I'm not excited to be meeting you. Cool men have always created attraction in women, and the underlying message is, I am not going to react to you. Now, this is very hard to fake, which is why it's more likely that you're going to get there with the slump buster than you are just by changing your mindset or leveling up to the next level or getting good vibrations or changing your MBTI from a J to a T or whatever nonsense. anybody on Twitter or Reddit is telling you. They are screwing men over, and the only thing I can't figure out is if they're doing it on purpose or they're just ignorant to how things work. Who knows? Anyways, there's a bunch of other examples in the cool and confident section. I would suggest give it a read and take a look on it. So there's, ending on is obviously a scale of risk here as well. It's one thing for a woman to experience a sense of nervousness as her husband races a 100cc go-kart and feeling impressed watching him. It's quite another thing to know he's being dropped behind enemy lines at night and will be out of communications for a week or forever. Now this makes a reference to another AMOG quality, which is risk-taking. Again, calculated risks are a very attractive quality and they tend to signal social leadership. This could be something very simple. I'll use a personal example, and it's probably one of like the least important examples to illustrate this point. That's why I like it. Going out to see a movie in Montreal. I think it was Infinity War with the old lady. So we're sitting there, we're watching a movie, and a guy behind me starts pulling a Cape Fear, kicking the back of my chair, getting loud, obnoxious. His girlfriend slapping him, stop that, stop that. And everybody in the theater, entire theater, just full of people, just sitting there stewing about how annoying this guy is. So I turn around and I yell and tell him to shut up. It's a very small thing, but it's amazing how a small amount of conflict could be seen as such a risky endeavor. My girlfriend's pulling my arm, trying to pull me up. I guess wife at the time. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. I read the comic books. So she sees me get up because I was about to get in the guy's face. She pulls me down. It's like, wait. I'll go get the security. So she's gone, and this guy and I are eyeballing each other for like 3 minutes. It was pretty funny. He didn't do nothing. And every time he opened up, I just told him to shut up. Anyways, management took him, had him leave there. The guy tried to kick my leg out from under me as he walked by, but I'm like, whatever, he's gone. His girlfriend's hiding her face. Absolutely hilarious. This is a nothing event. But I'll say this. I remember leaving that theater, and then the girl that was sitting across from us and one back came up, thanked me, looked me in the eye, thanked me, big smile on her face. I'm like, oh, that's sweet. Now, obviously, it didn't get none from her, and my girl liked it. Everybody kind of liked it. Everybody liked it, but nobody was willing to take the social risk for it. Now, if you can't do it on a small nothing example like that, you can't expect to do it elsewhere. So don't be afraid so much of these little examples, because they're the ones that matter. It's like her, the 100cc go-kart and feeling impressed watching them versus being sent behind enemy lines and getting deployed. You take these small risks right now because they send much better signals than those big heavy risks. Now, as much as I would suggest, just join Blackwater and be a merc for 6 months. That'll impress the girls with your risk-taking. You're kind of going a bit overboard here. Again, there's so much low-hanging fruit for you to grab to signal the AMOG of the group, or I guess the AMOG is of group. But those signals are very easy to find, and if you just start looking around day to day, you're going to find so many of them, and it's just amazing. They're just there for the taking. Just got to take them, man. Having said that, it was this weird, goofy, pale, pasty guy with like an Asian girlfriend, so I had a kind of waifu vibes from him. So I kind of wanted to hit him on principle, but whatever. We're civilized now. We don't start fights in the movie theater. And I wanted to see what happened. Turns out half the people died and Thanos got the thing. Can you believe that? A one-track mind. I think this is the last one. Let me check my notes quickly. Yeah, so this is the last one of this episode. A lot of guys hide their sexuality. They think they need to be friends with a girl first. They need to signal that she likes her for something other than sex. And then they get friend zoned. So often. Signal sexuality right away. Well, how do you do that? How do you keep them getting friend zoned? And there's a ton of YouTube channels where guys giving you those 10-minute and 1-second advertisements for their, whatever course saying, always signal sexuality. Well, here's a good reason backed by cave science. A woman may not always be interested in sex, but if she is interested in having sex, she wants a man that will clearly be able to follow through and give her the sex she wants. A man that declines sex when a woman asks for it creates a very negative response in her towards him. Typically, she will find him much less attractive as a result. That marked reduction in attraction can lead to her treating him quite differently in the future. If it was their first sexual experience together, she will usually write him off as a loser permanently. Right there. The idea of and there's like 3 examples I can think of where this is very, very important. First is an initial attraction. When you first meet a girl, you signal sexual interest right away. You make your intentions very clear. You don't try to be friends first because you don't want to be friends first. you signal honestly, and you signal sexually. Girls are used to it, don't worry. Every guy she's met since she was 13 has been trying this, so she gets the game. If you're attractive, if her dopamine gets going, then you're in there. But if you signal this friendship, if you signal a lack of sexuality, even if you don't plan on smashing that night, let's say you're a hardcore Christian who wants to save it until marriage, if you don't get her hot and bothered, same thing. If this guy doesn't want it now, what happens when I want him to have sex and he decides to say no? It's just a very strong signal, and girls would much rather have a guy that's always on, so they can have their pick and chooses when to let down the gatekeeper of sex. Same thing in a relationship. A lot of guys will work on their map, their male action plan, and one of the first responses that you get is about sex. Well, what do you do? Well, here's the things you do to be more attractive, build up those alpha traits, get the dopamine flowing again. What happens here is a lot of guys end up in that situation where the girl initiates with them and they shoot her down as some weird revenge fantasy. They'll always build up some convoluted story as to why they weren't in the mood. Well, she was just acting cranky and, I just wanted to shoot her down. It's like, yeah, you're the man, buddy. Like, your whole reason for being here was to have more sex. And now, not only are you going to have more sex, but she's actively initiating, and you shoot her down. And that lets you know your ego is getting in your way. Because it's this weird revenge fantasy of she shot me down for 6 months, and now I get to do it. Yes! And it feels cathartic, and it feels so good. And now you have dry dick, but you can't blame anybody but yourself. Well done, sir. Well done. But again, same thing. It signals horribly that you're not reliable on a sexual front, and I guarantee you she initiates less. Now, you may be one of those guys that don't initiate much at all, and she always initiates and she doesn't feel genuinely desired. That's a separate issue. But just be aware. Don't care, got laid. It's not just a catchy, pithy statement from my book, available in bookstores everywhere, by the way. It's a evolutionary attraction signal. So continuing on, it's also alpha not to care about getting sex from any one particular woman. Alphas are generally attractive to women, so any one woman that gives any difficulty from granting sexual favors can simply be replaced with another one who is willing. This creates a sense of stress in the wife, as a husband with high alpha qualities clearly has a much better chance of finding an affair opportunity than a husband without them. Jealousy can be an emotional roller coaster and lead to a more intense connection and sexual intensity as well. She may also just find him highly attractive and lay him like tile, regardless of his potential for other women. It's a somewhat dark tactic, but the dynamic of multiple women finding you attractive is very tangible for those gaining leverage over a particular woman. So as this book progresses, we will return to this approach as a key element of change. However dark and immoral it may seem on the surface, pulling the interest of multiple women isn't anything other than the natural consequence of being a good quality man. In the current sexual marketplace, not being a good quality man leads a husband to endless sexual denial and eventual divorce. A man has no option but to better himself constantly or risk being cast out. There's that divorce rape thing. There's a reason why it's mostly unattractive people crying about it. Well, that and people who did get divorce raped. I don't want to play it as like a this will solve all your problems, but you gotta be aware. It's a very strong tactic and it has strong evolutionary backing as to why it works. It's all in how you frame it. Now, the one thing I don't like is how he gives a justification here. So however immoral it may seem, pulling the interest isn't anything other than the natural consequence of being a good quality man. I don't like I get why he did that, because it's like a justification. But that's the problem, is people who do all kinds of evil and immoral things will always try to find some justification. Well, if I didn't do it, somebody else would do it, and at least I am a benevolent dictator. Just own it. I have no problem saying at times that I'm being manipulative, because everything is manipulative. If a girl gets mad at you and gives you the silent treatment, what do you think that is if not manipulation to get your validation seeking used as a weapon against you to get what she wants? If a baby cries, if a dog yelps, all these things are manipulation. In fact, communication is generally manipulation. Logic is generally communication, is generally manipulation. All three of them. I wish I could find the study. I've lost it in the annals of time there, or annals of time. Yeah, I think annals is better. One sec. There we go. But it was a good argument made that humans weren't designed for an objective understanding of the world around them. They were designed for a good enough horseshoes and hand grenades understanding, and that logic did not exist in order to fully calculate the objective measures of the world. What logic did is it was a way of persuading those that to follow your emotional reactions. That's why you're going to see logic among guys that call themselves the black pill, who say being ugly is, they're never going to get anywhere because they're ugly, or MGTOWs, that women just aren't worth the squeeze, or politics, the Dems or the Republicans or whoever is evil and we're good and whatever. It always starts from an emotional axiom, an emotional presupposition. I'm angry at women because I'm afraid of abandonment. Develop an entire logical system, which we'd call, PowerPoint MGTOWs, pulling a number out of my ass there. All of those logical things exist to persuade you to understand his point of view. Meanwhile, the whole thing was just built off an emotional presupposition. So just remember, when somebody is trying to use flawless logic against you, that's a post hoc justification for some kind of emotional thing there. And it's something you really need to understand to have any level of self-awareness. All of your base desires, all of your ethical and moral frameworks tend to follow an emotional reaction. And that post hoc justification you do afterwards is a way of persuading other people due to a sense of fairness, of fair play, of people just like spotting patterns. And if you're able to make your emotional thing have a bunch of patterns in the real world, more likely to be persuasive to you. So it's something you can do. Map this stuff to when somebody's trying to be logical or dispassionate or objective. And you're going to see that it's all designed from a basic emotional premise. And if you agree with that premise, you're going to want to agree with all the logic. And if you don't, you're going to argue with the logic. And you see tons of examples of that right now. Just go onto any social media site. Go onto Facebook. I don't know why you would. Go onto Twitter. Go onto anything. And you're going to see an example in the news that's going to be seen in two different ways. Like Scott Adams says, it's like people watching two different movies on the same screen. And that's all because they all have their different emotional bases. And then the logic is then convoluted and work to fit into that. So right there, Danny, Ryan's fitting to whoop some loudmouth ass in the theater. Yeah, it's not my proudest moment. It was just a good example of not being so risk adverse as to not to. He was a little bit bigger than me, but he was also a nerd. He read the comics. But that's the point. For all of this stuff, taken all together, you're going to learn this because you want to have a healthier relationship. You're going to learn this because you want better relationships. You're going to learn this because your relationship is 80% down pat. The only thing that's missing is more sexual frequency. Now, when you come here, it's originally to get that more attractive, be less unattractive thing going. And then by the end of it, you're going to find you're going to gain media savviness from it. You're going to gain an inability to be manipulated by marketers, by politicians, by family members, by everything. Everything that goes wrong in your life usually involves somebody being persuasive enough to tap into your insecurities to allow you to go against your best interest in pursuit of theirs. And yeah, you're just learning how to get your dick wet here. But at the end of it, you're going to come out of it self-actualized. And I swear to God, when you see a guy get there, it's damned magical. I love it. Anyways, so that's it for this episode. Hope you guys liked it. We're going to do 2 more this week, another one tomorrow, and another one the day after. Thank you guys very much. We went a little bit longer than I like to go, but don't forget, if you like this content, smash like, hit subscribe. There's bell notifications. You're going to see when they all come out. And share this far and wide. Let your friends come in and see it. Don't forget, Married Man Sex Life Primer on Amazon. It's really, really useful if you don't just watch these, but you have the book with you and have a good understanding of what's in there when we talk about this stuff. Because again, this is to expand and amend the knowledge that's been in there, that's been in the field for a good 10 years. It's not meant to supplant it. So if you think you can watch these and still get just as far along as you would by reading Married Man Sex Life Primer, I'm going to tell you it's not going to work out. But anyways, thank you guys very much. Did I already say to hit like? YouTube says if you don't say hit like every time, then people won't hit like. And if they don't hit like, YouTube sees that as bad engagement. Well, he didn't get like hit. Let's not recommend this video because clearly not a lot of people liked it. Like. Anyways, enough of that repetition stuff. Enjoy the rest of your guys' day. After this, I'm going to go do some audiobook work on Twitch. So if you want to come check it out, I'll put the link in the chat. So come on in, you're going to see me do the final bits of work for the Fuck Files audiobook. I think we're up to chapter 9 right now on the QA part. It's probably the most boring content ever, but I kind of like doing it on Twitch there, so it's a chance to, you know, just casually chat with guys while you watch me edit audio files. Anyways, on that note, I'll see you tomorrow. "22 seconds of yumminess. Get an end card at the back of it. I don't know why that one clicks in and out like that. Oh well. I got to do me another one of those. From Karen to Becky. I always like that. All right, guys. Morning all. Looks like we're back. Finishing off episode 3, Married Man Sex Life Primer. If you guys haven't seen it yet, it's probably one of the best condensed forms of red-pilled content out there, and I'm really glad to be going through it with you guys today. Welcome to the channel, guys. I hope you were here yesterday. I hope you enjoyed yourself. We went over the alpha male traits. The traits that make somebody alpha. And title for this episode is how to foster a relationship, how to make a better one. How did I exactly word it? How to get a better relationship, the comfort. Something a lot of guys don't understand. If it's a one-night stand, if it's just a quickie in the coat closet with the girl working the back office, alpha traits are what you want. It signals the dopamine, gets the girl wet. You get yours, you get in, you get out. I think John from Modern Life Dating always says ejaculate and evacuate, fine. For a lot of guys, though, while that may be the initial attractor that gets you to a girl, there's a point afterwards where maybe she's on her best behavior. Maybe at first she was just a girl that you slept with and yeah, whatever. And then it turns into you actually having her do nice things for you. She makes you a macaroni painting. She cleans your house while you're sleeping. You wake up in the morning and she actually went to your kitchen, learned how your food was, and made you breakfast. You're like, oh man, that's some sweetness. She had a chance to go pull out some thottery and she decided to stick around with you instead and watch a movie. And you're realizing, like, yeah, I've dated 60, 70, 20, 30, however many thoughts you've kind of been with. And this one's kind of nice. Let's give it a go. You guys go out for some drinks. She ends up crying, saying, I don't know, I said I love you, but you didn't love me back. And you're like, all right, fine, we'll give this a shot. And then you have appies over a nice Sunday morning hangover cure, which in Canada is going to be Caesars and mac and cheese, or craft dinner as we call it. And you're like, all right, 90 day period here. We'll see if this whole dating thing works out. Now you're in a hell of a situation because all of those things you did, while important, to get a girl initially attracted to you, aren't the same things that foster a healthy relationship. So you kind of have to start dialing up what they call beta traits. So beta, and think of it this way, beta equals comfort equals oxytocin. If you remember nothing else from this episode, remember that. Beta equals comfort equals oxytocin. That's it. Everybody who talks about beta males, beta male this, beta male that, they keep saying beta as in it's bad. And that's literally this weird male pounder fantasy that a lot of guys have, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about because, I mean, whatever. Anyways, Jim Millie, thank you. Smash the like button. I'm learning. like. Anyways. So the beta male traits are all about creating relationship comfort and typically stem from the needs of raising children in a modern society. Back in the time before writing, women still needed comfort building, but that comfort was supplied simply by having a dominant male they could attach to. The reason women are wired to be attracted to alpha is that for 99.9% of human history, an alpha male supplied the comfort that a woman needed. So yeah, when we were back in cave Chadland, and I'm going to get fairly scientific here now, so try to follow along. But back in the day, you needed somebody who could fight off cave buffalo. You needed somebody who could fight off that wily cave Billy from stealing you and murdering your kids. You had to fight off woolly mammoths, and cave Chad was comfortable when he decided, I'll just I'll just keep you safe. And she's like, oh, this guy is the greatest husband, greatest cave husband ever. But now we're in modern society. We've outsourced all the responsibilities of cave Chad. We no longer have to club woolly mammoths. We no longer have to fight off cave tigers. We don't even have to set up a really nice nest anymore. Somebody else will build it for us. And all we got to do is put some money into it from our IT job. How awesome is that? So the beta stuff has pretty much all been handled. At least the logistical stuff. The idea of a strong man. And that's kind of where we're at in a modern society and why we're having issues. It's because girls are still attracted to those alpha qualities we had talked about last episode. But currently, the beta ones, they're kind of already handled. And this is where you'll hear me talk often about you've got to start branding yourself as a luxury good. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Girls have their own jobs. They don't need a provider anymore. What else do you got? So there's a couple traits that work. And you can tell this one, even though Athol wrote this in 2011, some of the references are still a little bit old. So dependable provider with money. Having a reliable source of income is a foundational beta skill. The more money you can bring in, the better. So quite often having a high income matches up with some sort of socially prominent job and can be alpha. For example, a doctor is a prestigious vocation and alpha, but the income a doctor makes it beta. In simple terms, the more money you make, the greater comfort an attached woman and her children can live in. A man's current income may be low, but the potential for greater income in the future is also part of the appeal. In short, given a choice between two identical males, women will choose one with the better income. In recent decades, the earning power of women has increased greatly, so the need to have a man supply wealth is less important than in the past, but still an important factor. Men unable or unwilling to provide are often abandoned by their partners. Now, this is a bit of a blanket statement, and there's really kind of a lot you can get into on it. So, for example, women don't mind earning money, but what women don't like from a comfort perspective, and again, it's all about emotions, it's not about the logistics. A girl can make $1 million a year, and having to take care of a deadbeat will still rub her the wrong way. It's like an anti-beta quality, which is not good for relationships. Doesn't factor in on a one-night stand, but if you're Adele's husband and all you do is grow a beard all day, meanwhile she's out there singing her ass off, yeah, you lose attraction on it. Having said that, you can lead as a secondary signal. You can actually kind of lead with this. So there's a lot of high earners. I actually have friends like this. They do good on their own. They would have a nice middle class income, but their wives are out earning them something like $250,000 a year kind of stuff, medical stuff, project managers, those sort of jobs, the kind of jobs that girls love. By the way, project manager is essentially being like the mother hen for a company. It's absolutely amazing. Just tell everybody what to do like they're your children. So often for their beta qualities, just having a stable income and good career potential will trigger those emotional feelings, even though monetarily guys out-earned by their wife. And it's something you have to understand. Ian Ironwood talks about it in his article, The Praxeology of the Dominant Male. And I would suggest after this cast, if you're curious, go look up the redpillroom.blogspot.ca. It's a great resource on this. From a Lindy perspective, a male-dominated household has been the one over eons that tend to have been the most stable. Now, it used to be that economic contribution was how a man established dominance. I bring home the bacon. So now we're in a situation where girls are able to earn not only as much, but more. They make the case that two people single in their 30s, a girl will out-earn a guy by about 8%, which isn't huge, but it's a lot higher than that 75% wage gap they keep talking about. It turns out it's mostly choice factors if a girl doesn't earn as much as a male counterpart in a modern society. So, knowing that, well, what do? And as a red pill guy, you adapt and overcome. In this case, it's you stop using monetary support as your means of dominance. And this is why, again, build up your alpha qualities. And just enough beta to keep somebody around. So this section here may be mildly off topic for older men, but on the off chance that younger unmarried men read this book, this section is critical. One of the ways you can seriously damage your overall earning power and career arc is by being stupid in your education. You pretty much can't hurt yourself by your high school choices other than getting crappy grades, but once you're at the college level, you cripple yourselves for years to come by bad choices. Now, there's a constant argument over whether you should go to college or whether you shouldn't. I would suggest, instead of listening to your favorite content creator who's never been to college talking about how college is a waste of time, crunch the numbers. What kind of career are you looking for? How much does that degree cost? Is it a social signal? Like, is it the kind of job that you won't climb the ranks unless you have a brand like Harvard or Yale at the top of it? Or is it the kind of thing you can get at a normal state level college that costs peanuts? How much is the earning power? How many gatekeepers do you have? Like some jobs, a bachelor's. They don't care what the bachelor's is in. So you just grab your cheapest bachelor's and they're like, all right, you're in. As long as you can pass interviews. Sometimes you need a master's degree. Sometimes it's a PhD. Sometimes people look for specific universities to hire this thing. And you'll notice that. You do like a LinkedIn search, you see it. Then again, sometimes you just don't need any. Like if you're a really switched on entrepreneur, university education may not be the most important thing for you. But again, undamaged career potential, you really have to make these smart decisions. And you will screw up. Just don't sweat it. Just realize if there's screw ups, they will have potential to lose your beta qualities. But considering guys have so many beta qualities right now that they're actually not even able to get into relationships, it's kind of like a moot point. Build up your alpha. Let the career potential sort itself out. You're a smart guy. You can make smart decisions. Don't listen to your local Twitter guru and you'll be fine. Next one is nest management. So one aspect of home maintenance is the exterior of the house, keeping the lawn mowed, the gutters clean, and the house painted, and generally looking appealing from the road. The second aspect is internal upkeep of making sure things aren't broken and everything inside the house works. Stripping taps, doors that don't close, drafts, broken windows, and a fridge. Third aspect is the general cleanliness inside of the home. Carpets cleaned, floors mopped, trash removed, piles of garbage, newspapers dispensed. Newspapers? Who has newspapers? Does he not know it's 2011 when he wrote this, not 1911? But the more a husband does to maintain the home, a greater level of comfort he builds in his wife. So here is the crux of it. Chore play. Now, this sounds like a very innocuous statement. If you want more comfort in your relationship, more domestication is a good thing. But once you've lost that attraction, once those dopamine hits just aren't coming anymore, a girl will often nag a guy to do more of this because she's like, I already don't like him, so I might as well get something out of him. So when it comes to chore play, you really have to have frame. So what do I mean by that? Keep the house to the level that you prefer to live in. Like I live in my house. I have it at a level of cleanliness that I'm like, this is my standard. If my girl wants it at a higher standard, her feet aren't broken. She knows how to do it. If she wants something very specific, and most guys will have this, where girls have, it's almost like an arbitrary list of cleanliness that they like. It's not a standard way you would think of cleaning. And I've been in the military, so I've scrubbed thousands of toilets over my tenure. So I'm like aware how to have things clean and sanitary and pass an inspection. But they'll have their own kind of like little dances, something that makes no sense, but in her heart of hearts, she feels it. It's like a ritual for her, not so much that. And now if you start indulging those things, you're essentially buying into the girl's frame. So a lot of this nest management stuff you have to realize is just a test of frame as well as a potential for beta attributes. So you really have to be switched on and use your head on this stuff. Now you can default to only the girl cleans, I don't touch it. You'll end up in two scenarios. That means you're establishing enough alpha cred in your relationship that she's happy to do this stuff to keep you around and keep you loyal as a mate retention strategy, which is fine. The alternative, some guys got some slovenly wives. So by making the decision that you're not going to touch this stuff, you've put that onto her. Now, if she ends up making your place a sty and it's not up to your standard, well, then you got bigger questions to ask. So what value do you bring in my life other than a warm hole at night? Again, a lot of married guys are kind of afraid and they kind of put themselves into a bind like this. They look at a girl, hasn't touched them in 6 months, sit there gaining weight, doesn't clean, barely takes care of the kids. The tablet does more than her. So what do they do about it? Well, I'm not going to reward her by cleaning the house. And I'm like, that's the wrong way to look at it. Take a look at this perspective. So not only is it a beta instinct or a beta quality or a comfort quality, it can also be a way of establishing frame. You see a girl there and you're resentful of her because she's not living up to her end of the bargain. She's not valuable to you in a relationship. So you start cleaning your house to your standard. I'm living in a house that's going to be clean. She doesn't take care of the kids. I take care of the kids. She doesn't want to get a job. You go get a job. And everybody's like, aren't we just rewarding a girl for this bad behavior? And I'm like, sorta. Like, she sees it as a reward at first. But here's what's going to happen. You get a guy who's working 8-9 hours a day, comes home, takes care of the kids, preps the meals, cleans the house, sits there, and then she's like, I have a headache today. Eventually, he hits that moment where he realizes all the value he brings to a relationship and how little the girl does. And oftentimes, a guy has to suffer a lot until it finally clicks. Why the hell do I have her around? Like, what do I actually need her for? And once guys figure that out, they kind of develop their own frame and they understand. I get it. This girl is useless to me and I'm just sitting here like a validation-seeking idiot, which is not getting rewarded. And then they'll go out and look for her replacement. Dread game afoot, runs her map. Girl tends to get a little more stressed in life because she realizes that the guy's already checked out and moving on. She either steps up her game or doubles down on being lazy. Either way, a nice, happy woman is going to be in that house soon. It's only a question of, does she get first crack at it or sole custody? In this case, it's first crack at it. So, stepping onto that is cooking. And a very common perception is that cooking is a female skill. Now, it's true that women do the majority of it in most relationships. It's not a feminine skill, though, but rather a life skill. Men are quite happy to barbecue and grill and cook outside. Plenty of well-known chefs are male and don't present as weak men, but as aggressive competitors in their own area. So sharp knives and high temperatures don't equal feminine. Of course, I lean towards Iron Chef rather than cake decorating as an approach, though. But the act of cooking and supplying the family with a meal feeds into a very primal set of programming. Think of a hunter returning to the tribal village with a fresh gazelle kill. He's bringing food. Roasting a chicken from the supermarket may be less dramatic, but is still bringing a woman food. This is why, and I mentioned this one here, because jealousy. Jealousy and dating. We'll start on the dating one here. So that's why when a lot of guys think to take a girl on a date, they take her out to eat. Like, instinctively, we kind of understand that bringing a woman food is seen as a comfortable thing. And a lot of guys take girls on dates thinking that they're going to win her heart, but they don't. Because again, we're talking about beta things. We're talking about relationship qualities. If you bring a girl to dinner and you lead with relationship qualities, she's not going to want to sleep with you. In fact, she probably won't, but she'll take the free meal. So again, as a strategy, it's very bad for guys to be leading with these beta qualities. And this is why I always say a date is a reward for good behavior. It's not an interview for sex. If your girl has been good and done so many wonderful things for you and your balls are empty and your stomach is full, then yeah, taking her out to dinner, taking her on a date is a wonderful thing. But again, it has to be a reward. It's comfort that you deliver in return for whatever value you require. And let's face it, sex is kind of like the primary one in a relationship. Everything else is secondary to it. So onto the jealousy thing, likewise, most women express jealousy directly to another wife if her husband cooks well. It's of course extremely inappropriate for a female friend of your wife to say, I'd really like to have sex with your husband, but it's usually perfectly fine to say, I'm so jealous of your husband's cooking. I wish my husband cooked. Then, of course, it's also done in the presence of her husband as well, and it amounts to a enormous pre-selection effect as she openly announces her interest in her chef husband and snubs her own. Be aware too, like, yeah, we talked about it as a beta trait, but girls, again, they love to compete with each other, and they handle jealousy differently. So some girl being attracted to your beta qualities can actually be an element to your dread game. Something to think about. It's kind of a weird game to play, but whatever. You're just being a top tier man. You do what top tier men do. You handle your business. Not my fault if every wife in the neighborhood really enjoys that time and would love to have an intimate dinner with me. I'm just a casual guy. So anyways, honey, how's that headache looking? You know what I mean? The next part, fidelity, integrity, and trust. This one's going to be a little more, how to word this? I guess controversial, but we'll go through it anyway. So the more likely you are to leave a relationship, the less comfortable your wife is. Whether that's leaving threatened by your death from a dangerous profession, being jailed for illegal activities, abandoning her for another woman, or simply just going crazy and vanishing, it really doesn't matter. What you are doing is threatening the removal of the supply of her comfort. There is also a risk for the wife that if her husband gains a woman on the side, then her husband's resources will begin to be split. That would mean less time for the husband to spend fathering her kids and maintaining the house. If he fathers a child with the other woman, Even if the relationship fails with the mistress, the husband could be forced to pay child support for zero benefit and serious cost to the wife. It's kind of like the Arnie situation here. He pulled away too much comfort and he ended up losing his marriage over it. So there's always a risk for disease and extramarital affairs, and other women may turn crazy and seek to harm the wife at some point as well. I doubt that stuff happens, but I mean, girls are always paranoid about danger, so it's what they do. But creating a pattern of fidelity will increase a woman's comfort in the relationship. Once the trust is broken, it's often like Humpty Dumpty and difficult to put back together again. A simple act of cheating can effectively end a marriage. Now, here's the controversial part. There is cheating from an alpha frame and there's cheating from a beta frame. And this is very important to understand. Notice though, you sleeping with another girl isn't what causes the destruction of trust or integrity or fidelity. It's all the other stuff. So from an alpha perspective, it's just, your man, they always say men are dogs, you do what you do, whatever. But you always come home at night. They don't mind sharing you, but they don't want to lose you. So for the alpha guy, yeah, did you sleep with that girl in Vegas? Like, I don't remember, whatever. You come home every night, you pay your bills. I've watched it. Actually, my own mom was the same way. She put up with 18 years with my stepdad. Not very fidel. He slept with everything that moved, but, he always stayed home. He got the kids through college. And sure, after the last kid left home, they ended up separating. But that's just the thing. Cheating doesn't automatically end a relationship. But if you look at it from a beta perspective, it's because the guy's not getting validation from his wife, and so he gets validation from any girl around him. Another example, guy I used to work with, a good friend of mine. I will call him Matt, because every one of my friends is named Matt, so nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. So Matt's wife was very much a good girl. She thought the relationship was good, looking like the perfect wife was great, but she was rather frigid, and granted, Matt was kind of passive and extra, too many beta qualities too, so it wasn't exactly like it came out of nowhere. But Matt was so frustrated with this that he essentially slept with the first girl that would touch him. And I remember we called her a land whale because she was huge or something like that, or butter shark. Anyways, there's a whole bunch of stories into it. I won't waste your time here telling that story. But once his wife found out, that was it. The marriage was over. She left him, tried to take everything. She even took the dog just to give it away later. It's kind of a bitchy thing to do. But for her, it wasn't about the cheating. Is that she embarrassed him socially. She did it. He slept with a co-worker. Everybody at work found out, which meant all their wives found out, which meant it came back to her. Did you know your husband cheated on you with that ugly cow? And she's like, no. It's not about paternity with them. Girls always know they have the paternity. When a girl cheats on a guy, it's always, well, if she has a baby now, I can't trust that it's mine. And that's our limbic brain thing. But from a girl's perspective, it taps more into pre-selection, unless it attacks her socially. So the difference between alpha and beta when it comes to cheating is that the alpha guy is just, a dog does what he does. On the beta side, it's a validation-seeking thing. Usually a validation-seeking guy who gets some validation from a girl, not the wife, he'll end up spending money on her. He may even leave the wife for her, thinking that it's going to be great. So many guys. And the girl, the mistress side, she thinks of it as having an alpha. Oh, wow, he's got so many sexual options. A wedding ring is amazing pre-selection, by the way. It'll actually make you more attractive, not less, because girls kind of like what somebody already has. But then he leaves his wife for the girl, and then he goes back to his same old habits, ends up losing that one as well. But it's just something to think about. It's not the cheating, but it's the dishonesty. It's losing the beta traits that you had, but not having any alpha traits to supplant it. So again, I don't suggest it as a strategy, but just be aware. If you don't have frame, if you're validation seeking, if you're a typical nice guy, any cheating you do is going to destroy your marriage. Having said that, if you're the kind of alpha guy who a girl is like terrified of losing and is willing to put up with it, you're probably not listening to this podcast. So that's why I don't really touch the topic. Next beta trait, showing appreciation. It's foolish, however, to shower appreciation and gifts on a wife for not acting appropriately towards you, as this simply rewards her bad behavior. If you have a 2-year-old having a temper tantrum, getting candy, and you give them candy to shut up, you're going to get more tantrums to get more candy. Likewise, if your wife frequently declines sex and you pander to her constantly trying to get sex, then you're establishing that her giving you no sex results in rewarding her. You are in effect training her to continue to deny you sex in the future. Now, showing appreciation, again, this is probably the most important paragraph out of that. Reward good behavior, don't reward bad behavior. And I cannot stress this enough because every guy will repeat this back to me. I get it. Reward good behavior, don't reward bad behavior. And then you get them to describe a situation, and they've completely missed the parts where they rewarded bad behavior with good behavior. So I am saying this here now as a very simple thing, but really, really make efforts to map this to how you're acting and what you're doing. You already know the things that attract a woman to you. You know the alpha qualities, you know the beta qualities, you know the comfort, you know the dopamine. Understand if you're giving one of those or the other in response to bad behavior from her side, you're literally training her to be worse. And when you finally start turning this ship around, you start running your game, you start becoming more attractive, it gets worse before it gets better. I'll give you an example of this one. My dog, Hitchens, he can jump up and reach anything on the first 4 or 5 inches of the counter. We left a loaf of bread once too close to the counter. He jumps up, swipes it down, eats a loaf of bread, throws up everywhere. Awesome. So now, for the next 100 evenings, he's always up there jumping on the counter looking for something to grab. And for 99 of those times, we're really good. We keep everything behind. But that one time we screw up and leave a hamburger too close or something, he'll swipe it down and eat it. If we were to train him out of that, which we try, we literally have to do 200 times now of him never getting anything on it until he loses interest. People will always double down on what's worked in the past. So the worse you've been, the longer it takes to condition your girl not to treat you poorly for a reward. And again, this is self-sabotage of the nth degree. You really have to make an effort to be consistent on this one. And that's why, so for example, the one I talked about, chore play, keeping your house up to your standard, taking care of the kids, essentially not relying on her for anything, so there is nothing to reward her for. At first, it's going to be great. She's going to think, yeah, my plow horse is even a better plow horse. And it's going to take her a long time to realize that you're basically edging her out of the relationship. It's called the 1,000-foot tow rope. If you guys haven't seen that, it's the idea that when you're towing a ship, you got a 1,000-foot line. It takes you a while to spool all that out. It takes 6 months for a girl to notice you're getting in shape, being more flirtatious, cleaning up your house, basically acting as if she died and she's not in the house anymore, until they start trying to act right themselves. So it's something to keep in mind. Next one, sexual technique. If you guys remember episode 1.2, I think it was, I actually mentioned giving a girl orgasms is a beta quality. Alpha guys just caveman. They just dump and bounce. They don't care. But research shows that women are more orgasmic with attractive men, but being willing and competent to bring a woman to orgasm is a test of reproductive fitness in sorts of itself. The man that has the patience and tactile finesse to make her orgasm very probably has the right sort of temperament to also be good with raising kids. And I just realized after reading that, that sounds really bad. But you get what I mean. It's like a secondary trait. Unfortunately, there's sort of a chicken and egg issue. In a low-sex marriage, a wife may be disinterested in the husband and less acting bonded to him, so the solution to make her orgasm more frequently, but she may well decline sex because of her low interest in him. The solution then is to spark attraction via alpha male traits and being sure to make her orgasm repeatedly when sex does take place. Many people experience a post-orgasmic glow that can last a few days after sex. It's the oxytocin in women and vasopressin in men creating the effect. Technically, these really are drugs. So that's depending on your situation. There's 2 strategies here. The first one is always have sex. Never turn down sex. I talked about this yesterday on episode 3. Go check it out. Turning down sex to a woman is a huge display of lower value. So if you're in a low sex marriage and your girl starts to have sex with you again, obviously never say no. It also establishes the frame of the relationship. We don't say no even if we're not in the mood. Having said that, sitting there and rewarding her for starfish sex is always a bad thing too. Nobody likes that. So the strategies guys have developed there is 2 of them actually. One is caveman and one is it's not working for you. The caveman one is you just literally ejaculate and evacuate. You treat her like a piece of meat. You don't care about hers. It's a very strong alpha signaling. And while it sounds counterintuitive, and it's the one part that Athol kind of disagrees with our experience in the Married Red Pill, go in, do your business, get out, treat her like a piece of meat, just caveman it. It tends to counterintuitively signal more alpha traits and can work in the future. The second one, if you're getting starfish like that, is just to get up, not be mad, not be hurt, just like, this isn't working for me, get dressed, go back and do something else. If you remember, the rejection can be seen as a huge display of lower value. But leaving in the middle has this weird effect, and I don't know what kind of theory to wrap around it yet. We just know that walking away from sex that isn't good for you is it's one of the strongest signals ever, because a girl almost takes it for granted that you'll take whatever she gives you. And when you say no right in the middle of it, some girls can obviously take that as a challenge. And I've heard stories of a lot of guys in a marriage get up, this isn't working for me. At that point, the girl kind of throws them down and starts taking a more aggressive role. So be aware of these tools in your toolbox. Try them both, as well as the stuff Athol's talking about in your dying marriage, to see what effect each one has. And it kind of gives you an idea of the underlying mechanisms in place that are causing your relationship self-sabotage. I could almost make an episode of this one just by itself, just on sexual technique, but I mean, YouTube's not going to like that. So we'll leave it at there. Just read the book. And last thing we're going to go on here is the sex rank. Yeah, operant conditioning. Master Roshi has it. Sex rank, I love talking about this one. Everybody knows it. You got your HB scale, hot babes. It's 1 to 10. So sex rank is a somewhat harsh way of looking at the world, but ultimately an honest one. Based on how sexy they are, everybody can be loosely associated with having a number from 1 to 10, and that number's called the rank. Just admit it. We've all done it. She's a 7, a 9, a 4, whatever. When a man rates a woman, he's focusing a good deal on physical beauty as a primary factor for sexual attractiveness. Women, of course, do the same thing to men, but when they do it, while physical beauty is a factor, it is much less of a factor to women than to men. Women find wealth, social status, and more, the whole range of alpha and beta traits, appealing and sexy. So women can mentally rank men into a 1 to 10 scale of sexiness as well, but it's best viewed as a metaphor. It's hard to nail down exactly what a male 6 versus a 7 is. We could come out with a chart and point system for everything and map it out, but we'd all just get into a big fight about the chart and disagree over the finer points. Some people find things sexier than others. What makes somebody a 6 or 7 is essentially instinctive knowledge built in their own body agenda. Again, a guy's factor is pretty straightforward. Youth, beauty, fitness. Basically it. Girls, depending on where they are in their, Rollo's life stages, like the party years, the epiphany stage, the resurgence, everywhere on there, a different set of traits are being called for. So you get a 19-year-old girl, all she wants is the guy hot. That's all she cares about. A 23-year-old, is he hot? Maybe some status starts to get into there. Is he high status? Maybe a 28-year-old, will he be a good father? That's where you get those stupid articles about dad bod being hot. Because that signals a guy knows how to cook, a guy can afford food, a guy will probably have the temperament for kids, as opposed to a meted out roid head who doesn't look like he's going to be the best with children. Girl hits 35, that post-epiphany phase kicks in, and she realizes she wants to get back into it. Again, depending on what kind of girl you're going for, the scale completely changes the markers. And it's just because women have a more complex system. They aren't all about looks maxing. Even the 19-year-old that just wants hot guys, it's not about look maxing. A lot of it is status. A lot of it is other alpha traits. A lot of it's aloofness. You can be an ugly bastard, but if you're the local drug dealer, chances are you're going to get a lot from other girls. Now, I'm not saying to be a drug dealer. I would say drugs are bad. You probably shouldn't. And nobody wants to be that alpha male that ends up in prison eating it in the cornhole. Just saying. But just be aware that physical attractiveness isn't the primary factor for women. And for a looks max type guy, if you're one of those, just ignore it. So I find, and it's a big problem that most guys have when they are running their map, is they'll always come in and say what their sexual market value is, as if that matters. They say, my wife is a 5 and I'm a 7, so I don't get this. And I'm like, how come you were a 5? And they'll mention a bunch of beta traits. I'm like, that was great when your wife was 28. But now she's 35 and looking at the pool boy funny. To her, that's like a 3. Measuring your own SMV is futile. It's completely useless. The best you can hope for is what caliber of girls can you get. And this is a lot of why that I only do 9s and 10s things is so there. It's because guys, and this is the one thing I'll say that's good about the I only do 9s and 10s. They understand the sex ranking, and that for a guy, if you've slept with a 7, then you're an 8. If you slept with an 8, then you're a 9. You get what I'm saying here? So they understand that, but instead of actually objectively using it to increase the success in their sex lives and their relationships and their marriages and whatever, they're using it as a flex on other guys. So we instinctively kind of understand that we don't decide what our sexual market value is. The girls we're interested in do. If you're a 50-year-old father of 5 with a big beer gut and you're hot for 22-year-olds and they say you're a 2 or a 1, well then yeah, you're not hot. Even if every 40-year-old that just wants some nookie on the side from her husband and knows you can be discreet thinks you're a 10 out of 10. Just be aware. Whatever demographic of person you're going for will rank you differently than every other demographic. And so you have to increase your odds with that certain demographic by seeing the kind of guys they go after and just gain those qualities. It's really a controversial yet uncontroversial thing to say at the same time. A lot of guys too, they'll find if they have a preponderance of beta male qualities to them, that they are cleaning up in the 28 to 32-year-old market. In fact, most of the guys who get like the where have all the good men gone stuff are the guys that have learned to adopt that beta male epiphany phase game for their own short-term sexual strategies. And a lot of girls end up feeling jilted over that. I thought he was the one. He looked like he was going to be a father, but as soon as we had sex, he just left. That's who they're complaining about. They're not complaining about the 25-year-old Chad who looks like Adonis and, hung like a horse. They're not talking about the guy who just wants to date 20-year-olds in his 40s and doesn't care. They're talking about that specific sneaky fucker game, I believe is what God Sad calls it. That's why I always find it funny when girls talk about, these men ain't shit memes. They're not talking about you. They're talking about that guy. Or they're talking about the guy that they thought they could have locked down at 25 and he was like, I'm not here for any of that. Sometimes girls lie to themselves. Sometimes guys have a very deceptive sexual strategy. Either way, give a girl a microphone and she will complain about it. Which leads us to the next part. Divergent sex ranks leads to relationship failure. So for both genders, the sexual competition to be at the top never stops. A woman who was an 8 at 23 years old, packs on the pounds, smokes, drinks, and ages badly may turn into 3 by the age 40. A woman who was 4 at the age of 23 may lose weight, get her teeth fixed, dress better, exercise consistently, and turn into a solid 5 by age 40. It's all about your sexiness relative to the average sexiness of your gender, regardless of your age. In terms of raw appeal, it takes a beautiful 40-year-old to match quite plain 20-year-olds. So if a sex rank within a couple starts to diverge, then stress is placed on the couple. Now, this is why a concept called wife goggles is so vitally important in a relationship. Wife goggles, if you don't know, is an extension of what Rollo calls the aspirational model of love that men love. Men love women aspirationally. We see a girl, as soon as we get together with her, we decide we love her, we kind of lock that age and that look in our heads. So you could be with a girl for 40 years. She's 50 years old, a bunch of scars, whatever. You just see that same 20-year-old that you hooked up with in the back of the bleachers at the football game. That's all you see. Keeping those wife goggles on are how you can end up with disparities in sexual market value in later years, which is why the female worry about a guy just leaving her for a better man is kind of misplaced. It turns out you have to slap those goggles off a guy's face before he stops seeing the girl that way, and it takes a lot. You have to nag a guy for years. You have to cheat on him with his brother. You have to henpeck him. You have to stab him with a knife. It is amazing how hard you have to work to snap a guy out of his ego investment in you. But once it's gone, it's gone. So for these girls, a lifetime of nagging when they were the hotter one in the relationship, because if you're two 20-year-olds getting married, the 20-year-old chick is hotter. Hands down. Very, very few guys can say they're hotter at 20 than the girls. They just aren't. But 30s, 35, most guys will start to increase their value well into their 40s. Girls will drop off a cliff. That's the wall. We've all heard of the wall. And then you end up with this giant disparity. Now girls will automatically think from their own perspective. Again, everything they says comes from their ego. So what they think is, well, if I was in this situation and I was that much hotter than my frumpy ass, I'd be cheating on him in a heartbeat and leaving for somebody else. So they automatically project that insecurity onto you. And that's how a lot of older relationships, it's kind of a tricky ground here where a lot of extra comfort can kind of be a good thing. because you end up 35-year-old, great earner, got all those alpha things in check, you got the beta things in check. She turned 30, she hit the wall, she drops off a cliff 3 or 4 points. You become more attractive, she becomes less attractive, and then her relationship dread increases. Again, this is why girls are so against dread, and why it's a waste of time to explain, look, it's just a man becoming the best version of himself. Girls don't care. All they hear is, he's hotter than me, and I am dreading losing this top tier man at his best. I gave him all my best years. You'll hear that constantly. I gave him all my best years. This is exactly what it's talking about now. But I don't feel any sympathy for these girls, because short of locking down a guy who shouldn't have been locked down by throwing a baby into her, or nagging a guy's wife goggles right off his face, like slapping them right off, it's very difficult for a girl to lose a top tier man if she's acting her best. He won't even see the issues coming over age. It just lets you know, though, if so many of these marriages are breaking up. Having said that, though, this is an issue that almost never happens. 8 out of 10 divorces are female-led, and it's usually because the guy gets more supplicative, loses the tingles, and then the girl moves on, and that he doesn't learn until after the divorce that he can be top tier in his 40s. So we really are doing this to ourselves to a large extent. We've created a lot of laws that incentivize somebody to leave a marriage. We have incentivized our beta traits to the detriment of our alpha traits, and we essentially make ourselves the plow horse sent to the glue factory. So as much as I want to say blame is for women and children, a lot of it does kind of go onto us, but that's not important. You focus on you. If you want to keep this girl around, that's fine. If you want to lose her and get somebody else, that's fine. The way ahead is clear. The stay plan is the same as the go plan. And on that, we're going to end with displays of low and high value. DLVs, DHVs. A DLV is any display that would indicate that a male has a low sex rank, or would indicate that he would now be perceived as having one. It could be displaying a lack of income, bad dressing, physical weakness, social clumsiness, and fear. A male performing a DLV reduces sexual interest in observing females. For a girl, a DLV is looking bad. Notice how simple it is? A guy, 18 things you can display lower value. A girl is just, yeah, look ugly. DHVs, on the other hand, would indicate the opposite. So a display of wealth, good dressing, physical fitness, achievements, social skills, or dominance. For a girl, a DHV is looking hot. And that's why I always laugh when people talk about alpha females. All an alpha female is a hot 23-year-old that looks good and is rather pleasant. That's it. That's it. A top tier alpha male type, in the way that they refer to it, is a guy who's socially aware, socially adept, economically good. He's got his alpha game on tight. He's got his beta game on tight. For a girl, look pleasant, show up, bring beer. The one thing I will say with that, though, is it's something I've stolen from Venkatesh Rao. If you guys haven't read it, it's something called the Gervais principle. It's the idea that within an organization, you have 3 tiers of people. You have the losers, the clueless, and the sociopaths. The sociopaths tend to run organizations, and they speak to each other with power talk. Everything is about closed communication. If you want to read more on it, I've got my Power Games, a primer on my blog. It's listed in the description. Losers are not losers in the sense that they're ugly people or they're bad people. It just means economically, they're the losers in any kind of arrangement. These would be your plow horse type beta males. These would be omega males. These would be those kind of guys. The clueless are the ones that are kind of weaponized. Like, they're very useful, but they don't understand subtext. They don't understand rules. And you kind of have to baby them. This is that girl that has that wonderful plow horse that he works himself to the bone for her. She doesn't want to sleep with him, but she calls him a real big man and inflates his ego. She talks to him like she would talk to a baby. A loser, you can kind of just be direct because they've already lost. You have nothing to gain by having to lie to them, so you're just like, yeah. And this is the problem that comes, and I want to mention this for all you guys online who love to crap on women doing dumb thoughterry. By honestly telling them a lot of their stupidity, you're actually doing displays of lower value. Which is weird, but it makes sense. A display of lower value is you having to honestly lay out the terms of the game. It's because you don't know how to win the game, so the idea is by exposing the thing for everybody that they already know, you think it's somehow going to change things in your favor, or it's just flipping over the chessboard. Not just, now I'm not saying it to the girl that you're shitting on, but other girls pay attention. And when you give these displays of lower value, it really does hurt you in the sexual marketplace. Now, online is whatever. People will never meet you. People will never sleep with you. You're never going to sleep with a girl you met on Twitter, basically. But if you carry this attitude over into the real world, let's say you're at a party, girls are flirting around, one just slept with this guy, now wants to sleep with this guy, you bring up hypergamy and quote Rollo's book at the dinner party, you're not getting invited back. So when it comes to the rules of the sexual marketplace, don't be a loser, don't be clueless. You've read red pilled stuff, you've read Rational Male, you've followed this, you get to be one of the sociopaths now. So the best strategy I can give you there is stop spouting the rules and just play the game. A great reference to this is if you're in a basketball game, somebody dunks on you, you bring up, oh, that's just because you did a crossover there, did me this, did that. Then you look at the coach like, hey, he just double dribbled there and the ref didn't see it and now he scored past me. And you can sit there talking about the rules all day. Meanwhile, the other guy is just dunking on you left and right. Don't spout the rules, just play the game. Keep your mouth shut. Law of power, number 38. Think what you like, act like the others. Now, I don't count in this because I'm doing it for entertainment value on Twitter. So when I dunk on the thoughts, that's for your entertainment. I take these hits of DLVs so you don't have to. You're welcome. Next part is they talk about pre-selection in number 5. We've already talked about that enough. The next part is the female sex rank is more fluid. Again, we've talked about that enough. The next part here that's important for guys is that sex rank is stable among men and can grow over time. So the good news for you guys is that once you attain a sex rank positive factors, they tend not to lose value over time. A guy in shape tends not to gain weight a lot, not quickly. A guy who's a good earner will continue to be a good earner and even do more so. A guy who's well groomed will continue over the long term. So women are, men must become. Think of it as clay. Men are clay, women are flowers. Clay is just nothing. It's an ugly blob and nobody cares about it. But you can form it into a flower pot. You can make it strong. You can make it into bricks. It's very versatile, but you have to forge it in fire. Put that flower into the flower pot. It's got a shelf life on it. That rank will die off. That flower is beautiful, way more beautiful than any clay pot ever, but it's going to die over time. So while I don't suggest you play the long game with this stuff, because that's what a lot of guys do. They're like, that's fine. I'll just wait till 35 when I'm top tier, and then the girls will love to come at me because now I'm better ranking than them. You need experience. You need to get into the trenches because otherwise all you're doing is setting yourself up as another gullible simp. That some 30-year-old is going to use 20 years of game experience she's learned in order to hook you in and then completely beta-ize you in order to get what she wants. So yeah, don't be afraid to lose out in the marketplace for a long time because that experience you get finding girls from the streets, kicking girls back to the streets, that's going to come in super handy when you've got a good income, top tier man, nice house, because you're going to spot what kind of thoughterry girls can pull and you can automatically filter against those negative behaviors in your own life. But like I said, the only way you get there is with experience. And you'll get a couple notches on the way, so it's win-win. The next part here, and I always love this section, and I think, yeah, we've got a little bit more to go on. We're going a little bit over time, but that's fine. So women's sexual activity can increase or decrease based on their attraction to a male. So the same woman with a low sex drive with her low sex rank husband may suddenly discover that her sex drive just increased somehow if Brad Pitt asked to screw her. Girls become more sexual when you're more worthy of a girl being sexual. And this is everything. Pre-selection, building your value. If you're in a dead or dying relationship and you latch onto that dead bedroom idea of a girl just has a low libido, well then that's just a tacit admission that you can't encourage sexual receptiveness in a girl because their sex drive is largely receptive. A girl can't automatically put herself in the mood the way the guy can. So every time you run into a girl that has no sex drive, you really need to look in the mirror and think, what is it about me that's not made to be sexual? Again, this is why catch and release is such a strong strategy for guys. Be aware in a relationship that if you can't attract other girls, then it's more than likely that you can't attract this one either. I'm not saying to sleep with every girl down the block, but just being in a place where you have, I guess, soft plates. Not actually sleeping with them, but they would pick up the phone in a heartbeat kind of thing. That's the ideal goal. And then you know you have objective, observable proof that Yes, I am still hot. I am still attractive. My alpha game is on point. So when you get to the point that a girl maybe just loses interest in sex, you know it's not about you. And then you can take proper action. Some cases it's just fine. You do the mistress thing. I'll be discreet, not embarrass you publicly. You won't be giving her any money. And you just kind of have that understanding that I'm going to go do what I do. And you're going to sit here and be valuable to me in other ways. And if she doesn't, you ditch her. That's one way to go about it. Works for the French anyway. He talks a bit here about orbiters. Do I really need to go over what an orbiter is at this point? Girls who can attract more orbiters are seen as more attractive. That's why, but it's only to other girls. They see it as like a sexual threat that way if you have a lot of orbiters. Guys, it doesn't attract us. So it's the girls' version of being a beta. Yeah, it's very comfortable competing amongst other women, but as a guy, you actually see it as a turn off. Now, let me think here. Where do we end this off? There we go. So we're going to end off on here. There's a couple other parts in here. I would suggest you read them. I'm not going to go over them because they're really, I don't know, they're kind of in depth, but there's not really big points to take from. So, for example, an individualized sex rank via biology. And that's where they talk about how guys are more biological secondary markers. It's just whatever. Next one is old boyfriends. This is something, and I'm not sure why he put it here, but just be aware if it's an ex, it's somebody she had an emotional connection with before, with the dopamine, at least, with the oxytocin, probably. That is considered a sexual threat because feelings used to be there, so feelings may be there again. So if an orbiter is an old boyfriend or somebody she used to sleep with, a huge display of lower value from a female perspective because that removes her longevity for you. An unbalanced sex ratio, again, he goes on it again where if there's more women than more men in a place or more men than more women, it'll make the one that's fewer more attractive. This is why on ship we had something called Navy Hot. 10-to-1 ratio of men to women. So you can get a frumpy 4 and she would act like an 8 on board because there just is no competition. She's the hottest of the chubbers. It's just the way it is. Same thing as if you live in like a mining town, like if you're at Fort McMurray and you're working the oil rigs there, it's like 10-to-1 male to female ratio. Guys don't really look very attractive comparatively, and even like the frumpiest girls look way better. So in places where there's far too men and too few women, the advantage is reversed. I have an Alaskan friend that says all a girl needs in Alaska to pull men is all her teeth. Alaskan boyfriends don't get dumped, they just lose their turn. So a good thing for strategy too is go where the odds in your favor. If your economic beta traits are involving you living in a giant sausage factory city, just be aware that you're trading your beta provisioning for a lack of alpha traits and a lack of sexual success, and it may be worth taking a financial hit to go somewhere where the ratio is more in your favor. He ends off with marriage does not end sex rank issues. And that's the thing. Most guys think once you're married, it's all done. Don't have to do anymore. God said we got to do it for life, so we're going to do it for life. It's not true. Marriage is a social construct, and the game is always afoot. Even though you think you're out of the game, you're not out of the game. She's always on the lookout. There is no law against infidelity. There's no law against divorce. There's no fault in divorce. Basically, it's almost like a fake form of commitment. It's only good insofar as both people agree to it. So in reality, marriage is no different than just a relationship. Anybody can leave at any time, and oftentimes, financially, girls can be incentivized to if they're not feeling the good feelings anymore. The point is, you kind of have to, instead of treating girlfriends like wives that most guys are doing, treating a first date as if now they're the wife of 30 years, you actually have to start treating wives more like girlfriends. She's replaceable. And that gets into the next part here, understanding sex rank as leverage. Once the dynamics are understood, the essential point is that being the hottest member of the couple is the one that holds the balance of power and sets the tone. We can actively use that as a tool to gain the things that we want from a relationship. And that will lead to part 2 of the book and taking practical steps before or towards trumping your wife's rank and pushing towards a point where she must become highly sexually responsive to you or risk losing you. Again, this is all limbic brain. These aren't manipulative stories. This is just how people are wired. So that ends this one. That was a lot of information, so you might have to go back and take a look at this one again. I really strongly suggest you get the book and read through this as well, because Sex rank as leverage is the key point that starts your male action plan, or dread game more specifically. But we're coming on 60 minutes now, but thanks guys anyway. I see a lot of you guys in the chat. Thank you, by the way. I see a lot of you also hit like. Thanks for your engagement. Don't forget to subscribe. Pass this on to anybody on Facebook if they're having issues with their marriage. Get them the book. Get them switched on, and go forth. When you start arguing with people online, I want you guys to be actual red pill dudes, and all these stupid red pill war morons, make them look really bad in chat. But on that note, next episode, we're going to be talking about the male action plan and dread game. Get a nice starting primer on there, and it'll be good. We'll go over the differences of how it evolved over time, how it's worked in the trenches in the married red pill versus how it worked with Athol when he let his wife become part of the process. It's a very interesting topic anyway. But on that note, I will catch you guys later. Yeah. I heard a rumor, by the way. There's a few guys that actually stopped watching the show because they hate this piano tune in the background. And I'm like, screw it. I want to keep this stuff kind of casual and kind of calm, and I like it in the background. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, I only wish I had more time on this one, but I don't want to do a 3-hour video for you guys. But I'll catch you later. Sex. Morning, everybody. What are we on now? Married Man Sex Life Primer. It's actually a bigger book than I remember it being. 26 chapters of goodness, and we're up to about like 6 or 7. Probably the most important part of the book. I think you guys are going to really enjoy yourself. Married Man Sex Life Primer. Part 2. The Male Action Plan. Part 4 for us, but what the hey. We're going through a lot of stuff. Morning, everybody. So we started off with Chapter 6, Section 1, the introduction to the map. He gives you a quick warning here. So from here until the end of the book, it's all very practical advice. If you have no interest in actually doing anything to improve your sex life, you may as well stop reading now. And so I say this with the majority of people in the sphere learning about the sexual marketplace. Thanks for showing up. Don't forget to hit like. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we're not doing the vague platitudes. We're not doing the pablum. We're not going to sell you on Lamborghinis and stuff. It's a nice, simple life. You want to have better relationships, and we're here to do just that. So, the male action plan, or MAP for short, is a proven approach to getting a better sex life. The MAP gets you to model behaviors that trigger a girl's body to release dopamine and oxytocin. Once these two hormones are strongly triggered in relation to you, her own body creates a positive emotional and sexual response to you that she has little control over. More importantly, the MAP is not about changing her, it's about changing you. Again, I have to repeat this because everybody gets this wrong. The male action plan, or the MAP, is not about changing her. It's about changing you. That is extremely important. Remember, if it was about changing her, he says he'd call it the female action plan or the FAP. I don't know if he understands the joke with that one, but if you guys don't know, FAP is like a euphemism for rubbing out some knuckle children, so whatever. If you've ever tried begging or pleading or rationalizing for getting more and better sex from your partner, you probably know how remarkably ineffective this is. He has a critical point at the end here too I wanted to make mention. So the MAP may not work in your current relationship with your wife. You may very well spruce up perfectly and become more appealing to women in general, but your own wife may turn up her nose at you. You really cannot control another person's reaction. You can influence her reactions and make her more likely to choose you, but you cannot force them. So should you push harder and start heading to the door, there will be another woman willing to take your wife's place and give you the love and sex you desire. This may seem like an exceptionally cold approach to relationships, but it is simply realistic. If a wife doesn't want to have sex with a sexy husband who's a good man, then there just is no pleasing her. Her husband's torment will last as long as the marriage does. From a frame perspective, this tells you exactly what you need to know, not just about this book, not about running your map, but about this space in general. It's never been about getting that girl. It's always about getting more girls. And with a marriage, nothing changes. With a relationship, nothing changes. With a lifelong college sweetheart that you've been dating since you were both 16, nothing changes. Why you're at college at 16, I don't know. But that's the point. It's not about her. It's about you. Now, you want to make yourself more attractive, and obviously because the situation that's put you in this place is being in a loveless relationship with no sex, maybe bad at behaviors, who knows. That's the catalyst to your change. The idea, though, is that she gets first crack at your libido, not sole custody. So if this doesn't work, you cannot have that covert contract, as in doing it from her or trying to manipulate her. Like, it has the effect of manipulating her in the same sense that being attractive will manipulate women into finding you more attractive, but that's about as far as you can take it. As much as I wish it would be, and I know a lot of guys would love it if it was just tips and tricks and little things you can do that trigger some involuntary response in her. Everybody wanted that, but that's not what you can deliver. Again, all you can deliver is frame, and it's kind of what I refer to as the greatest bait and switch for the benefit of men in world history. You bring a guy in here and you sell him on sleeping with his wife, and he leaves with self-actualization. And I guess, I'm not sure why he does this. By the time the guys read the book and made it to chapter 6, a lot of guys maybe still need convincing, or maybe it's just his way of justification, but the sexless marriage cheats you. So he's of the firm belief that in a sexless marriage, the spouse who denies sex is cheating the other out of their marriage agreement. And I use the word cheating quite purposefully and see it as minimally different than an affair. Like I said, I get what he's saying here. If you are in a relationship, you've made a tacit agreement that a man will pursue less of his sexual options in exchange for you to be sexually available more often, like as often as he needs it. Basically, I'm only going to sleep with one girl the rest of my life, but I'm going to be doing it often. So when somebody doesn't lead to their side of the arrangement, then why would you lead to? Well, it's no different than if you cheated on your partner, suggesting, yeah, fidelity's not a thing. But, I mean, at this point, do you guys really need that kind of sales pitch? You should be kind of selling into it. So another question is, why do men get so agitated about not having sex? Now, the clinical, and here's something important, something to consider. A lot of guys ask about dead marriages, dead bedrooms, sexless relationships. What does that even mean? It's not a container word. It's very specifically put in here. The clinical definition of a sexless marriage is sex 10 or fewer times in a year or less than once a month. Personally, I think the clinical definition is so far below a normal level of sexual functioning that it really clouds the issue. Getting sex once or twice a month from your wife is slow torture to a healthy sexual man. Having sex less than twice a week is a red flag in basically physical healthy young couples. So yeah, in general, a lot of guys are wondering, like, am I having enough sex? Am I happy with it? Am I not happy with it? If you're not having sex twice a week, that indicates a problem. Period. The problem could be you're stressed, work's kind of busy, temporarily you guys aren't having much time. Maybe it could be she just had a baby, the doctor says 6 weeks, you got to lay off until she heals up again. I guess you can't throw a watermelon through that thing and expect sex to happen the next day. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. It could be she just doesn't find you attractive. Could be you don't find her attractive. Could she be gaining a lot of weight? There's always a reason. Now, the reason may or may not be a good reason. It may not be justifiable, but just realize that it is a reason. He adds in red text here, if your wife offers frequent blowjobs or hand jobs, enjoy them, but be careful that she's not just distracting you. An interested wife will desire frequent, normal sex and be glad to get you to blow in her. I didn't want to get too technical with this one. I'm trying to skirt the language filter while we still deal with the content. But yeah, she wants the money shot. But if you suspect she's interested in another man and she's nearing ovulation, pay attention to excessive offers of blowjobs or hand jobs. A woman unconsciously blocking her husband's sperm for several days before ovulation is a red flag that could indicate potential cheating. Again, you've heard probably, at least from me, if not from other guys, where they say frequent like add-ons to sex is considered a healthy relationship thing. One of the biggest indicators that a guy is getting more attractive in his wife's eyes or in eyes in general is you'll notice a girl goes down more often. Awesome. Just be aware though, if it's one of those things, it could be a subconscious thing on her level to not want you anywhere near her by the time she's ovulating, but she still likes you around. It's literally friend zoning with oral. Again, you really have to keep your wits about you on this one. I'm not going to be able to give Guy, and neither can Athol K, give you like a surefire list. Oh, just make sure you check through these 3 check boxes. 10 different events to know you're an alpha male. It's not how the world works. Everything is contextual. So sexless marriages play out in one of 4 ways. First one, endless misery. And this is the first outcome, that is essentially nothing changes in the marriage. It stays locked in the cycle of one partner denying the other and other miserable and desperate to get the other sex. Number 2, extramarital sex. Second outcome is that the partner denied just gives up and goes to seek sex elsewhere. The third option, divorce. The third possibility is the spouse who's denied sex may just get tired of being taken advantage of and leave. Then fourth, a sexual marriage. The fourth option is that the low sex partner becomes more interested and sexual activity resumes. That's the ideal. That's what we're shooting for here. But at the same time, you have to be aware. Outcome independence is very important here. So know that one of these 4 situations are going to happen. You're either going to sulk and live in your own misery, you're going to go outside to find what you need to get done, you're going to leave, or things are going to work better. And you, other than option 1, which is pretty bad and it's kind of no better off than when you started, you have to be willing to explore each of these options. If they're not there, then you're going to be hamstringing you. I remember a story, Altmate Cad. He was a guy from the Sphere a long time ago. His wife ended up stepping out, treated him like crap. He finally went jaded. He ran through his map, and for him, option 2. He played it. He demoted his wife to plate, kept her around because he didn't want to have her raising the kids without him around. Kids were like 5-6 years away from being out of the house. And he's like, that's fine. I'm just going to stop looking to her for sexual validation and just have sex with the rest of the neighborhood. Now, it's weird in that they had this like perfect amount of dysfunction where the wife was kind of subliminally turned on by that, and their relationship's been great ever since. But he opened it up unilaterally. A lot of guys end up divorcing. They try this stuff, they run through it, they find that their wife just really wasn't worth it. The juice literally wasn't worth the squeeze, but they know that. It wasn't just a guess. Or they find that the caliber of women they could get now is so much better than the wife, and they still have that little bit of resentment. It's like, you put me through hell for 2 years, I'm out of here. And they just leave. And then, but most of them tend to work. Most women don't jump off a moving train, so fixing your stuff tends to fix them. He makes a critical point at the bottom here. So before starting your map, I'm assuming you're probably in the default outcome of sexual denial and unhappiness. It may be a bad relationship, but it's a stable one. You and your wife might both be unhappy with each other, but you both know the roles you've mapped out and play them well. By you removing this default option from your choices the wife can choose from, this will destabilize your marriage, so things will get worse before they get better. He says things may get worse. I'm saying they will. You've heard me say it before. Sometimes you've been bad, garbage to your husband for so long, garbage to your boyfriend, garbage to your man for so long, that the girl isn't used to good behavior. And so once you start acting better, they don't see it yet because they see what they want to see. They see all the baggage that they built up with you over the years. Now, when you start changing things and destabilizing the stable thing, they tend to double down on those stabilizing behaviors, stronger denials, harsher criticism, because we like patterns. We like things the way they are. We don't like when they change. And when they start to change, we just assume that means we got to double down on what we've already been doing. Think of it like a kid crying in a candy store. Kid wants candy, starts crying. Mom gets placative and it's like, fine, here, have some candy, shut up. Next time she goes to the candy store. Kid starts crying, says they want candy. Mom says no. The kid cries some more. Mom says, fine, here's some candy. Finally, dad goes to the candy store. Kid wants candy, kid starts crying. Dad's like, no, you're not getting any candy. So the kid starts crying louder. Dad says, forget it, you're not getting any candy. Kid starts having a damn temper tantrum on the floor because they're used to, as long as I cry hard enough for long enough, I'll get what I want. And this is where you are, but instead of candy, it's sex within a marriage, or sex within a relationship, or better behavior within a relationship in general. Things will get better after they get worse. Things will get worse before they get better, however you want to word it. So stop tolerating the intolerable. He gets many emails that all essentially ask the same question with minor variations. I've gotten those same emails. Corey's gotten them. Rule Zero Dad. Rolo gets them. Just about all guys who are having issues with their relationships will all get the exact same set of stories, and which is why it's very funny. You hear a lot of you guys saying, how do you know? How did you know this was going to work this way? How did you know this? It's because after the 500th story of a guy turning around his sexless marriage, you start to notice they're all basically the same. But he'll say here, and it's a bit different than mine. He says, I've been married for X amount of years, and for the last awfully long time, I've had a problem with my wife and the huge intolerable relationship breaking problem, and they refuse to do anything about it. I have tried all manner of things to try to get them to change the huge intolerable relationship breaking problem, but they still refuse to do anything about it. How do I fix this? Now, mine is slightly different. Guys don't actually know what the problem is, and they'll always start with a post hoc justification for their wife. I've been married for X amount of years, and my wife did something I don't like. She is a great woman, high tier woman, great with the kids. Basically, you know how a lot of girls talk about how good their job is and expect guys to find it attractive, and they never do? Well, a lot of guys will explain this, that their wife is top tier, and then say what she does for everybody else. Oh, she has a great job, she's good with the kids, she's not messy, but we haven't had sex in 3 years. And they always like hide that thing, or they say how she's hormonal and she can't be figured out and she's all over the map. Oh, by the way, she's pregnant, but they don't tell you that for like the first 1,000 words of their essay. And then you realize the problem is the wife's pregnant, they don't know how to deal with it, or they haven't had sex, and then all these other issues are bubbling up to the surface. And Wine More Please does this wonderfully. Stop tolerating her bullshit. Just stop. If you're not getting what you want, the tolerating of any of the nonsense is absolutely ridiculous. This is why we always talk about boundary enforcement, and one of the big ones there is attention. Pull your attention if your boundaries are being crossed. If she's not providing any value to you and she's nagging, pull your attention. Be somewhere else. You don't want to reward these good behaviors, because in the same way you don't want to give a kid candy when they're having a temper tantrum, if the wife is actively treating you like garbage, you sticking around signals that it's okay to treat you like garbage. So stop tolerating it. He adds in the end here, medical issues aside, when you're cut off from sex by your spouse, the marriage is in critical condition because one spouse has started actively working against the marriage. This is a serious and legitimate issue. You have the right to feel angry and hurt about it, and it's okay to take action and address this issue. If that sounds familiar, it should, because that's Manuel Smith, When I Say No, I Feel Guilty, and the Bill of Assertive Rights. You're allowed to care about what you want to care about. The reason he puts that in there is because most people, when any guy will talk about a grievance, the first thing they do is attempt to shame him for being a bitch about it. It's like, no. I'm in a marriage. I could be sleeping with other girls right now, but I picked you. The fact that you're not doing it bugs me. And they'll bring up all kinds of cases. Well, you think you're entitled, you think this, you think that. Yeah, I don't care about any of that. I'm not getting what I want right now, and I don't like it. It's as far as you need to take it. Obviously, stop tarking and start taking action. The goal here is to stop chasing and pursuing your wife and generally make it clear by your actions that you're no longer going to be held as her emotional hostage. Stop begging for sex. The other reason you need to stop begging for sex is that it actively turns off a woman's sexual interest in you. Begging and pleading is a submissive display and frames her as the dominant one. As most women respond sexually to male dominance, advertising the exact opposite is a turnoff. You cannot negotiate desire, and that's the perfect reason why. Again, realize she may have no interest in solving the problem. The wife who denies you may have zero interest in solving this problem. If you're the husband, you would obviously feel terribly cheated in this arrangement. So like this, it's very easy to frame everything as being her fault and believe that she is the one who must change for the marriage to be happy or even continue. And while that sounds quite logical, the trouble is, and this is important, the trouble is that this gives all the power to change and improve the situation to her. And she may have no interest in changing the relationship while you cater to her endlessly. I keep it simple. I just from a frame perspective. Two people worry about blame and whose fault it is. That's children and that's chicks. I'm not a chick and I'm no longer a child. I've got the card for it. I can drive. I got my driver's license. I'm not a kid anymore. Fault and blame is irrelevant. So for most guys, when they're in a dying or dead bedroom, they really love to blame the girl because it puts the onus on her to fix everything. It gives her all the power. And for a lot of guys, it's this weird sort of self-sabotage because they created a situation where they become more submissive, less dominant, catering to a bunch of beta traits, none of the alpha traits, or just losing them over time. And then their answer to this problem is to double down on that, in this case, by blaming everything on her and having her put the onus to fix them. Girls are getting everything they want out of a marriage. They're getting the kids, they're getting the lifestyle, they're getting the flex on their friends that I got a husband. I hate to say it, but, well, I don't hate to say it, but it's a good saying. If you want to fix these things, just go fix them. It may not be with her, she may not want to fix it herself, but that's fine because you're not doing this to win the validations of a girl who's put you in a dead bedroom. You are doing this because you don't want to be in a dead bedroom, and you're going to put yourself in a position where at least one hot girl is going to want to sleep with you. Maybe not all of them, maybe not the one you started with, but at least one more. So he ends off, I think it's ending off chapter 6 on you be the change. Luckily, most wives crave their husbands becoming more attractive and appealing, but cannot get themselves unstuck to communicate that effectively. One of the most common ways men find his stuff is through their wife suggesting they read it, or maybe leaving it open on the computer for him to find it. Women always want a better partner, and you just know they love to think they're changing us for the better. I don't see a lot of examples for that, so that might be something older, but women like a man who just gets it. Because they never know if it's sincere. If they have to tell a man, I need you to be more dominant, I need you to do this, if they start using that direct and open communication, well then there's always that lingering doubt. Is he dominating me because I told him to? Or is he dominating me because he's a dominant top tier man? Again, it all goes back to Evo Psych. There's a concept called the innate skepticism bias, and it was coined by, as far as I know, it's Dr. David Buss and Cindy Minson. And girls have an innate bias against low investment signals of attraction. What this means in this case is that a man who just gets it is sending an expensive signal. He's taken the time to assess what a girl needs. He has enough experience with girls, like it's nothing you can fake. By her telling him what you have to do, she could actually be giving a false attraction signal to herself, and it's kind of sabotaging. So they're just hardwired not to want to do that, and it just doesn't work quite as well as you'd think. Now, you may think that means girls are self-unaware, they have no agency, blah, blah, blah. I don't know about all that stuff. However you want to frame it is fine. Just realize girls can't tell you what they want because they kind of don't know. They just react to it when it's there. And if they even in their mind think they know what they want and they tell you to do it, they can always judge it as insincere. Now, remember too on this, there's no quick fix. If you're a decent beta, the solution is to add alpha traits, not reduce beta traits and add alpha. It's not a zero-sum game where you can either be alpha or beta. You can and must be both. The alpha traits turn her on, but lacking the beta traits eventually turns her off. It's actually quite a long journey to really change yourself in this way. There's a 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of thing that happens. Much of the alphaness stems from physicality and can take 1 to 2 years of exercise to really pay off if you've let yourself go, so it is a process. I want to add to this one too, where he says it's not about removing beta traits, but adding alpha traits. Oh, 1 sec. There we go. A lot of guys, what they do is they take the boundary enforcement line and they kind of go hog with it. They assume they remove all comfort, thinking my goal now is to be alpha. I'm going to be the alphiest alpha that ever alpha, to do everything alpha. Here's the problem with that. You have your beta traits, which may not be good for you, but they are what's creating a relationship. By you completely removing them, you've essentially removed any value you give at all to a relationship. So it tends to self-sabotage and completely nuke it out of nowhere. A lot of guys might think, well, hey, if she's not living up to her end of the bargain, screw it. She can go hit the bricks, right? That's fine. Here comes the problem. I call it the I am Steve McQueen problem. There was an old married red pill user goes by the name I am Steve McQueen. And he did this with his wife. His wife was horrible, treated him like garbage. Everybody could agree he was basically the exact situation here. He decided, pull all of his beta ones, go hard alpha. Divorced her, went with that option. That's great. Guys are like, that's great, and you totally deserve it. Having said that, you've probably done a lot of things that put you in this situation. So what you might want to consider, sticking around for a little bit, give your map a go, sort out all the things that are sabotaging, and then if you still want to do it 6 months from now, 12 months from now, you at least know that you're not going to screw it up again with the next girl. And he's like, nope, I got it. They're like, all right, you're a man, it's your choice. Gets into another relationship 6 weeks later, to which everybody's like, dude, what are you doing? You just got out of a crappy one. You haven't even worked on yourself yet. You just assumed she was the entire problem, and you replaced her with somebody else, somebody younger and hotter. And he goes, yep, I did it, guys. I'm the alpha male. We're like, all right. 2 months later, comes in. Guys, this new girl reminds me a lot of my ex-wife. We're like, what? He goes, yeah, she's doing all the same things my ex-wife did. She's doing this, she's doing that. And we're like, okay. So beforehand, she was everything your wife wasn't. After 6 months of living with you, she took your lead, and now she's exactly what your ex-wife is, right? And he goes, yeah, it's ridiculous. Are they all this bad? We're like, no. Literally the thing we told you about 6 months ago. All that stuff we needed you to fix because the next girl's going to respond to it in the same way, you just did it. So yeah, there is no quick fix. Just be aware, dropping all your beta, adding all your alpha, it's not going to fix your relationship. It's just not. So what he suggests in the next section here, 611, correct your weak areas first. Now, as a rough guide, give yourself a year per point of sex rank. Are you going from a 6 to a 7 in about a year, then a 7 to an 8 in the second year? It's a gradual but serious effort. There is no one killer move that makes your vagina explode with fluids as you approach. It's about becoming a better man. Good sex is just the consequence of being sexy. I don't know if I agree with that either. Like, most of the time when you put arbitrary times on these things, they are subjective. He uses the sex rank, the 1 to 10 scale. If you want to go from a 6 to a 7, take a year. I like how the blue pill professor put it better, where for every year you've been in a crappy relationship, it takes about a month to get it back together. The point is, you just have to be willing to do your own personal marshmallow test. If you guys remember, that's the one where the kid can have 1 marshmallow a day, but if he sits there and waits for 15 minutes without eating it, they'll give him 2 marshmallows. It's about delayed gratification. Just be aware. And I always say put 2 years on this. I don't worry about the sex rank stuff because you're not going to be able to assess yours on your own anyway. And thirst has basically removed the girl sex rank to the point that 5s can act like 10s and nobody cares. I don't like either of those systems. The one I like is it just takes 2 years. Because most guys who have hidden covert contracts about doing this to manipulate their wife into loving them, they tend to hold on to the illusion for about 2 years until the thing crumbles down. When you're first dating somebody and you want to find out if they're a good woman or they're just putting on appearances so they can hook you and then they can do whatever, usually happens a year to 2 years. So every psychological mask that we tend to wear and every covert contract we have, I have never seen one last longer than 2 years. And I've never seen one that can't last at least a year. So if you set your map as a 2-year timeline, you're guaranteed to avoid all of the nonsense on either side of the spectrum. So that's why I go with that. 1 to 2 years. Another part here that is kind of disagreeable, it's something I wouldn't mind having a talk with Rolo on later, is whoever has the higher sex rank is in charge of the relationship, which I don't necessarily agree with, but I get what he's saying. If one of you was hotter, then they have the greater options, and that creates more power within the relationship. I think I like how Rollo puts it better, where the one who's least invested is more likely has the more power, but that correlates with higher attractiveness. But I don't think it's perfect, because there can be guys who are unattractive, but they still won't put up with their supermodel's crap, and they'll still ditch her. As much as you say this girl could be a 10, but there's always somebody somewhere who's tired of her nonsense. And that's why I don't agree with this part here, where whoever has the higher sex rank is in charge. Whoever's thirstier is not in charge. And then I like how he ends this with, there is limits. So adding more than a couple points to your innate sex rank is extremely hard. If you're a natural 6, getting to a 7 is some effort, getting to an 8 is hard, and getting to a 9 is just out of reach without somebody else footing the bill or being on reality TV show just to make you hot. Going from a 6 to a 10 isn't possible. And I'm just telling you how it is. The map is all about what's possible. That's something too, and I hate this argument. You see it all the time amongst the bitter, embittered middle-aged soccer moms. We talk about working on a map, fixing up a guy's thing, dread game. Girls don't like that. They're like, dude. You're like, yeah, you lift up, you do weights, and a lot of guys kind of dial it up to 12. And here's what you get. You get a scenario where guys with that literalist, tism-like explanation of the sexual marketplace think, just lift, bro, you'll be hot. It's the looks max crowd. It's that glow guy. It's all of these guys that think working out equals sexual market success, and it's not. In the same way that tires don't make a good car. A good car makes a good car, has good tires, but tires don't make a good car. So they'll put up pictures of super hot guys that are heroin chic, nice bone structure, nice clothing, and then they'll put up a guy who's in his bathroom taking a selfies, who's kind of swole and lean. And people notice, yeah, maybe there was this one floating around of this guy who had like no jaw, but he was jacked. And they're like, see, is this guy hotter than this guy? And they're talking about absolute ranks, which completely misses the point. The point is, take a guy, compare it to himself a year later, 10 pounds of muscle, 20 pounds less fat, better style. Is he objectively better than he was? Yes. You can't compare guys to other guys. Some guys are just natural 10s. They don't have to put much effort into it, and they're going to be hot the whole lives, and that's fine. Just, you don't worry about them, though, because they're not the ones in the dead bedroom. You are. They're not the ones that are going to get a side piece. You are. And while you may not be able to only bang objective 9s and 10s, I guarantee you get a guy who's got 10 6s under his belt, he'll be just as happy as the guy only banging 9s and 10s. He may get some internet hate, but usually it's from guys who aren't even doing 4s, so who cares? Attractive to all women means the risk of doing a male action plan is that you will pull the interest of a woman more attractive than your wife or multiple women of equal or lesser value. Okay, so maybe this is the lamest risk statement ever, but bear with me. You may not even be actively looking for these women, but they will eventually show up and make it known that they're available to you. And this is how women flirt. Guys, sexual when they approach. If a guy walks up to your wife, tries to flirt with her, tell her she looks hot, that you kind of get that mate guarding thing in there. Girls aren't open and direct like that. The equivalent of a guy's approach is a girl making herself available. You're going to start noticing as you get hotter, girls that maybe, and it doesn't even have to be sexual. A lot of it can just be validation or just being around. It's like a natural process. Girls don't even notice they're doing it, but all of a sudden you notice just more girls are around. If you're having a lunch break, maybe some of the girls at the office like to chit chat with you. Maybe you notice little things. People are hanging around longer than they should. Your buddy's wife starts talking with you when she never used to before, and girls pick up on that. They will eventually show up and make it known they're available to you, and that's how girls approach. They just make themselves available, which you have to take the next steps to. So what a lot of guys notice during these maps is that a lot of girls are just there now. They're making themselves available to them. The girl gets jealous on their side of things. Whether they take advantage of it or not is irrelevant. Now, if you weren't banging supermodels before you read this, you're probably not going to be banging supermodels after you read it, but you certainly can find attractive women who could see themselves having sex with you starting to express interest in you. He brings up old friends, he brings up ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends, friends' wives, girls from work. It's just one of those things. Now, he brings up, too, later on, like your wife may want you to change. I don't really care about that. Failing to do the map is a risk. At this point, if you have it explained to you why having a dead sexless marriage is a bad thing, then put the book down and just go start the car and sit in the garage for half an hour. Because I think we had a good go, but yeah, we're done here. Now he summarizes with, as cynical as this advice may seem, the only person you can control is really you. So as long as you take positive action, you'll end up with a positive outcome regardless of your wife's decisions or behavior. This is not a process with a rush to an ultimatum. Divorce is amazingly serious with kids and houses and money and careers. Unpacking all that stuff is a mess. But if you're being shorted, the love and the sex front, you're ultimately being screwed over. Now, there's going to be some hard decisions that come with this. So for a lot of guys, you have to be aware at the end of this process, and this is why we always talk about the logistics very early on in a map. Plan for the worst case scenario. Your wife doesn't care. She doesn't like you. She decides, I'm just not going to sleep with you. What are you going to do about it? I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm going to get all this stuff. You talk to your lawyer. You're like, look, this is my divorce. This is what I want out of it. I want, full custody. Aim for the moon. I want full custody. I want to keep the house. She gets out of there. She has a good job, right? The lawyer will help you align your desires with expectations of reality. And then you can ask, okay, what are things I do to get me closer to this goal? And he will tell you what you have to do. Maybe it's detach her from certain bills. Maybe it's nothing you can do about it. And so just leaving has a set punishment to it, I guess, lack of a better word, or set consequence. Maybe it's taking more active roles in the kids' raising. Like even if she is a stay-at-home mom, if you're the one that takes them to all the dental appointments, if you're the one the school calls when there's problems, all these things can factor into play. But that gives you a roadmap, a map, lets you know what you need to do so that by the time you get to that situation where you're top tier man, you got chicks throwing themselves at you, and you have this wife that still doesn't care, that you can leave and know the worst case scenario was pretty damned good. We've actually got a few guys in our private community that are doing this, and varying degrees of success. It's kind of nice to see them crushing it. So plug for me, come check it out. It's in Patreon. You'll see the links in the description of the video here. Check it out. End of the month, we don't charge till, so you got a couple weeks there where you can see if it's the place for you, and if you like it, stick around. Next part, getting control of your health. Actually, before I start on this, a little thing. So you might notice as we start going on in these episodes, these sound very familiar with what we have on the Married Red Pill, which we call the 60 Days of Dread. You may have also heard of this guy, Hunter Drew. He wrote his 31 Days to Masculinity book. And if this stuff starts to sound very familiar to you, this is why. This system has been so good. Or same thing, Blue Pill Professor's 12 Steps of Dread. This is kind of the original manual. This is the mystery method for marriage. And everybody has kind of developed their own systems based on this, and so it's really super neat. Moving on though, the first part is getting control of your health. Sex is physical. He makes the case that, if you're out of shape, you can't perform, you're not very good at it, it's harder to keep erections, and you lose inches on yourself because if you got a giant gut hanging out, your crap locker kind of hides a couple inches, so it's not good. Physical fitness creates confidence in women. So aside from the health benefits, if you do nothing else to improve your sex life with your wife, and I mean, if you do nothing else, you should work out. Some sort of physical exercise is just foundational to almost any and all of the alpha male traits. This is something I think is very important for guys to understand. We have guys talking about everything. Does MBTI work? Does astrology work? Does game work? Is it manipulative? Nobody can agree on everything. Nobody can agree on anything. The only thing that everybody in this space can 100% get behind and agree on is that lifting weights is good and you should be doing it. Physical exercise. So, if nothing else, that lets you know that unanimously, that's the one thing we agree is a nice and easy no-brainer solution. Makes the case here, chicks like hot dudes. Yeah, they do. And this is the one I wanted to get into before we end this episode. Increasing testosterone. Male androgen is where our sex drive comes from. Increased testosterone means you become sexier, you smell sexier, you look sexier, your musculature is better, and you perform better. So here's some easy steps you can take to start increasing it naturally first. Now we can get into TRT or doing stacks and that's fine, but these are very easy, low-hanging fruit that you should get in place before you start going to more extreme measures. Eat better. Balanced diet. Obviously, there's a lot of estrogens in food. Not eating soy is like the common one people talk about. All these things help you increase your androgen levels. Decreasing body fat. It turns out body fat is actually a huge indicator that a man is going to drop in his testosterone levels. So killing rid of obesity. Now, I don't know much about the hormonal effects of it. I just know fatter people are higher in estrogen. It's just the way it is. Eat meat. This is one super important. Do not go vegetarian. That's really for chicks. Meat helps increase testosterone levels, and so can nuts. Have some peanut butter, but be careful, because there's also evidence that going to a high protein, low carb diet will actually hurt testosterone production. Balanced diet, hear me? Balanced. So what he's referring to here is the free-floating testosterone. There's two types of testosterone in your body. There's free-floating, and then there's the stuff that's actively being used. So you have to convert it from one to the other. And it turns out saturated fats, which primarily come from meat and nuts, are the transport mechanism that removes that floating testosterone in your body and makes it, and I think in the liver as well, and actually makes it applied testosterone. So going vegetarian or vegan is one of the worst things you can do. There's a reason why every guy you see that's a vegetarian tends to look emaciated, with the exception of the 2 bodybuilders you found somewhere. Yeah, whatever. We're not talking about exceptions. Lift weights, which we've already talked about. It turns out that the more muscular fatigue you build, the more lactic acid buildups you do, the more strength training you do, the more micro tears in your musculature you use, building hypertrophy, increases testosterone production within your body as a healing mechanism. So it's lifting weights. When we say do things, when we say be fitness, be exercise, be all that, we're talking about weights. Cardio is just not going to do it. Some of the other ones here, very easy. Limit your alcohol intake. Turns out alcohol is actually a depressant, so it depresses these androgen responses in your body. Same thing as sleeping better. Everything goes better with sleep. So a lot of the times, if you're so busy that you can't sleep at night, do what you have to do to change your schedule around to get it that way. Maybe let some things go on your map. It's just the way it's got to be. Get sexually turned on. Being turned on and physically erect leads to an overall testosterone boost. No reason why a little porn can't be helpful. I generally advise... He generally advises giving your wife a money shot as much as possible. It actually delivers testosterone to her that gets absorbed through the vaginal walls and makes the sex drive increase. We've talked about that before. That's why girls tend to, after you've slept with them a few times, they get hornier over time. As opposed to if you've turned her down once or twice, she kind of loses attraction over time. Try it yourself if you want, if you don't believe me. The more frequently you have sex, the more frequently she's in the mood to have sex. And that's for this reason. You're transferring testosterone to her because girls don't produce any. So a little bit goes a long way. This is also the reason why I tend to be very distrustful of guys who are anti-porn. Now I get porn addiction and blah, 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 blah. But just be aware that if you're not getting the sex you want, something that you find visually stimulating help kickstart that engine. So don't be too ashamed of it. Omega-3 fatty acids. Again, that's just fat things. Engaging in competition. Yeah, anything that you would consider classically masculine tends to be good for that. Anything that would increase adrenaline does it. So that's why a lot of guys end up doing mixed martial arts or taking a boxing class or something like that, which leads to the last point, dominating somebody. Just do something competitive and win in a competitive game. Increases testosterone. Again, with everything, don't go nuts on this. Don't think you need to play video games and MMA all day or you're just not going to be able to get it up. Don't worry about it. Just add this stuff. If you do things, if you avoid things because they're competitive, maybe stop doing that for a bit. The last part here, male enhancement products. And I wholeheartedly agree with Athol on this one. They don't work. Save your money. Your dick is your dick. Male enhancement products. They do not work. Save your money. Your dick is your dick. So that's it for this episode. We're going to carry on after this one with health and semen production. That's going to talk about supplementations of that, as well as SSRIs. I want to devote some time to that because a lot of the medication we do really screws people over, and I don't want to just tack it on at the end of an episode here. So next episode is going to be next week. Don't forget. Also, thank you very much. I see a lot of you guys in the views there. Don't forget to smash like. If you like what you see, do the notification icons. And tomorrow, it looks like, depending on the time, Rational Male might be coming on. Rollo and I talking about semen retention. But we're not going to talk about it like a bunch of goofs, so we're going to do it proper. Anyways, guys, thanks for tuning in this far. Hope you enjoy whatever it is you're drinking, you're eating. And if you haven't smashed the wife today, go do so. Do one for me. Kudos to you. Bonus points if you say my name while you're in bed, by the way. I will retweet you on Twitter if you do that. Hashtag Ryan's name. I don't know. Anyways, cheers, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Semen retention increases testosterone. Ask your dad. Yeah, I don't think retention was his problem. That's why I got a brother. Are you winning, coach? You guys are silly. Anyways, cheers, boys. I guess this is the part where I give the introductions, but, meh. It's episode 5. You guys have been here long enough. You kind of know the score. Athol K, Married Man, Sex Life Primer. How's it going, guys? It's been a hot minute. I'm slowing down the pace on this one. Like I said, we're only into chapter 7 of 26, talking about the stuff that's very good to learn. Having said that, this one is a very important chapter. It's about all the stuff that makes you less attractive on a chemical level. I'm going to skip the chapter, Are You Poisoning Your Wife Against You with Bad Semen? Because that's just, weed is probably bad. So is not having pineapple. Whatever. The big one, though, SSRI medications can kill off sex. This one's an important chapter, and I figure if you learn nothing else from this entire series, nothing else, you should learn that. Because how best to put this? Girls are dying out there. Like, everybody's dying out there medically. Like, it's absolutely brutal. Guys, and I'll start this with a small story. I've never touched, like, a drug. I was kind of one of those Charlie Churches guys for most of my life. During my final years in the military, after we had finished the deployments and that, they were giving me a nice cushy shore posting inland, lived in Montreal, a wonderful city. All of a sudden, stress and anxiety started to build up. And so what the military does is they do with everything. They hand you ibuprofen, Sudafed, or SSRIs, and that's it. Handed me a gigantic bottle of them. And I was like, holy crap. And I remember I was talking with a lot of my coworkers and shipmates and tradesmen that I'd worked with over the years. There was 27 of us spread over this specific unit across the country. And I was talking to all those guys, and I'm like, dude, it's amazing. And doctor brought this up, and they're like, yeah, I've been on them for years now. And I found out, like, these are the guys we went around the war with, or went around the world with, went to war, and then all of a sudden, in a nice cushy office position, living in the suburbs, doing their relationship thing, all of a sudden, 25 of them are on SSRIs. It was baffling me. And then my girl I got her to do some research, find the people that she worked with. And again, all of them were on SSRIs. And then I started to realize just how big, like, I know we all know the big pharma conspiracy theory stuff. Like, we get it, but it didn't really hit home for me until we found out everybody we knew was on SSRIs, all of them. And I would say even more than the issue with dropping testosterone over the years, men in their 20s today versus men in their 20s in the 80s, there's been like a 30% drop of testosterone. The most prevalent theory on that is because the way the food supply and the water supply is set up, that it's essentially just filling us up with xenoestrogens, I believe they're called. Anyways, I would argue that this is probably doing more damage to relationships than that, porn, weed, and, I don't know, sluts combined. But it's just, you know what? Instead of saying this on my way, I'll just use Athol's words here. So one thing that can clearly interfere with your sexual functioning is SSRI antidepressants. This also includes antipsychotics, by the way, because they're slowly being phased out in preference for the other. They all have the same effect, that they mute serotonin. SSRIs have well-known and common severe side effects that come from the belief that it's not a bug, it's a feature. Many of them are also now used to treat premature ejaculation. Essentially, Mr. Trigger goes happy on an SSRI, becomes less happy Trigger because of the SSRI, but it also nerfs his desire, excitement, and sexual sensation. Because the drugs can be intended to reduce sexual excitement, you should have a reasonable expectation that you will experience some diminished sexual ability. Some people say they are effectively neutered by SSRIs. Think about the implications of that, like a modern day eunuch. Everybody's focused on soy. Everybody's worried about testosterone. Nobody's looking at serotonin inhibitors. When I could argue a couple weeks in the gym could solve any estrogen problems any guy is having, but this stuff is serious. And it's not just guys either. It's women. Women have the same, they already don't have as high a sexual drive as men do. But you add this on top of it, and you're essentially, all the alpha in the world is not going to overcome an SSRI dependency. I'll just say it right there. Now, to continue, for most people, the sexual side effects of these drugs are short-term, but some unknown percentage of patients will develop persistent SSRI sexual dysfunction, PSSD. Now, that's the real disorder with the P. You have to go to war to get to PTSD, but just stay at home and pop some pills, you can have PSSD. The sexual side effects can continue for more than 6 months after the drug is discontinued. Does sexual function return sometime after? I've got no clue. No one seems to have even asked the question or done a study on it. Now, as far as I can tell, and somebody please, if in the chat you know of something, to correct me, yes. This came out in 2011. In the last 9 years, I have still not seen any study or research or even questioning. It's never even come up. Just lets you know, people aren't exactly looking out for guys' best interests here. So when writing this book, I had several friends reveal to me that their own marriages had all but ended over the non-existent sex life, and in some cases, childlessness resulting from SSRI-induced sexual dysfunction. Considering how easy it can be to get an SSRI script, I can only imagine the agony of being scammed out of an ex of sex life forever if these meds were not truly needed. Now, there's going to be a little bit of research to end this chapter, but there is a need for SSRIs. We want to talk about the mental health umbrella. There is a need for them. It's not a permanent need, it's a temporary need. Generally, for a guy who has a disorder, which a disorder is essentially your mental models on crack, completely self-sabotaging. You put a guy who's got this level of, let's say, depression or anxiety to the point where he can't function. Now, I'm not saying he feels bad. I'm saying he cannot function. I'm saying he goes outside and has a panic attack, starts throwing up. I say it's the kind of guy who's sitting there pulling a Riggs and Murtaugh to begin a lethal weapon, where he sits there at a gun and then thinks about the job, man. He does it because of the job, man. And those people, they largely have a hormonal problem, which you can fix. Healthy diet, good exercise, building a social circle, going to get laid. Oh my God, is pickup actually a medication? Yeah, it kind of is. Kind of is. But they're in such a bad place that their brain is essentially refusing to put any forward momentum in this. It's just like dragging them every step of the way. Now, SSRIs have a purpose where it kind of mutes the lows, with the side effect of it also mutes the highs. So it gets you less depressed enough in the short term to start doing these behaviors that'll fix your outcome. Ideally, it should be a short thing, and the instant you get on them, you should be looking at the roadmap to get off of them. That's the only way I've ever seen them discussed or used that's beneficial. The problem is that's not the case. They're being thrown out for just about everything. But to continue, it is well known that these medications can cause emotional blunting and dysfunction in sexual desire, arousal, and performance in upward of 3 of every 4 patients. But we are writing now to add that we believe these side effects have even more serious consequences than previously appreciated, due to their impact on several other related mechanisms. Due to their impact on the sex drive, these medications can also jeopardize other brain-body mechanisms that govern mate assessment, mate choice, pair formation, and partner attachment. For example, female orgasm has many functions. Among them, it aids sperm retention and enables women to discriminate between self-centered as opposed to dedicated partners who might be more likely to help them rear their young. Female orgasm may also help a woman choose with better genes, as women who are more orgasmic with men who are healthy and symmetrical, markers of good testosterone load. Female orgasm may also enhance feelings of attachment because it stimulates the release of oxytocin and prolactin. As these drugs impair or eliminate the female orgasm, they interfere with delicate biological mechanisms designed to aid mate choice and partner attachment. As these SSRI medications impair male orgasm, they also jeopardize a male's ability to court, inseminate, and approach a potential partner. Or in plain English, if you or your partner is on these pills, you are chemically castrating yourself to some degree. If you can't get an erection and frequently have sex with your wife, and you are literally shouting at her body agenda that you're a poor choice of mate, one can only hope she doesn't listen. Likewise, if your wife is on these herself, this may play a large part in her sexual disinterest in you. So, again, should either you or your partner be on SSRIs, do not stop taking them, and please seek medical advice as to whether they're best alternatives for you to take. That is a wonderful thing for people to say. It covers your ass because you're not telling them to get off of medications. You're telling them to see a doctor and have him take that responsibility. They're not going to do that because, well, what's the difficulty? Ugh. Anyways, he adds here, one of the more common non-SSRI antidepressants is Wellbutrin and is often used to replace SSRIs or added to the medication regime when sexual dysfunction has occurred. Again, the whole thing is just scares the hell out of me. Absolutely scares the hell out of me. Like, imagine, and this is something you need to think about here, all this talk about the thought apocalypse. Well, hoes ain't loyal. Hoes don't like this. They're talking about dead bods. All this messed up stuff you're seeing PowerPoint MGTOWs complaining about. Stuff that you're seeing Black Pillars complain about. And God knows, I hope you aren't. If you've been watching my channel enough, you should be avoiding that fast food pablum anyway. But all the complaints, I won't go so far as to say it's the singular effect, but I will say you get everybody off of their medication, and I bet you anything, you're going to see a large uptick in positive outcomes in the sexual marketplace. We already know birth control has a huge effect. It basically puts a girl in a continual state of pregnancy, and so she tends to look more for provider traits, less for the alpha traits. But then the problem is the alpha traits are the ones that get a girl wet anyway. So what you've done is just created a situation where girls select for the plow horse, and only the plow, and more so the plow horse than they would otherwise. Is it any wonder on a macro level that guys are turning into more soy? Because if anything, you could make the case that it's a push towards the incentives. If that's the only thing girls are going for, then guys are going to lean into that direction. Now, I don't remember the stats. You guys have to tell me here. And here's a good example. Doman Lowe with his £5 super chat. Ex-SSRI user. The only one, and he says the same thing. The only antidepressant that doesn't impair sexual function is bupropion, or Wellbutrin is the brand name. SSRIs are complete trash. And they just are. So, Aaron Clary, I think, did this, where he said how many girls are on some form of antidepressant. And the number is huge. I think it's like over half. Something to think about. All this stuff makes no sense. How are girls acting in a certain way? How are they doing this? How are they doing that? Makes no sense. Consider, for every girl you see that's kind of acting weird, that she may or may not be on an SSRI, which has completely muted her function. And then see See how better the sexual marketplace clicks in your mind. Something to think about anyway. So again, from a relationship standpoint, not letting the doctors drug up your woman has to be one of the easiest, low-hanging fruitest ways that you can improve your relationship, and that's today. I don't care how bravado you got. You can't out-alpha ibuprofen. Or, I mean, you can't out-alpha SSRIs. I was going to call Wellbutrin, and I called it ibuprofen. Oops. Yeah, you can't out-alpha SSRIs, and so don't even try. Another one here, a little bit of a lighter note, personal hygiene. I love this chapter. Carl and I have given a lot of like name drops to stuff that's in this chapter. So some guys miss the whole personal hygiene thing. You have a body, and that body can stink. Huge turnoff. Work out, get all sweaty, rinse it all off. Sounds stupid to have to mention it, but some of you just need to be told. He's basically making the argument, I know Carl said this a bunch, where it's like, yeah, here's how you wash your balls. If you're not getting enough blowies, if your girl's not going down on you enough, one of the first things you can check on, does it look like a bearded yak down there, and does it smell like one too? And yeah, it's the pheromone. Yeah, no. It's not a big deal to make yourself presentable. If you're willing to trim your beard and shave for work, if you're willing to put on a nice clean shirt when you go outside, if you're willing to change your underwear every day, I don't know why you're not willing to manscape. Manscape and add a little bit of soap and water to your Johnson. It'll pay off too. Now, I should preface too, sometimes girls will use this as a barrier. She was gonna do it, but she wants you to wash first. Always sends you on these tasks. If you're seen as attractive and a girl's best option, and she's got those alpha qualities, and she's going for it, and she wants to please you, this stuff is great advice. If you're not there, if you're on the beta quality and she's just looking for excuses not to smash that night, then is where you're going to get some things like, oh, go have a shower first, and then maybe, and then it's always another excuse. So you have to really do this stuff for you, I guess is the best way to put it. Because if you're doing it because she told you to, and she's telling you to because she would do it otherwise, it's most likely just a crutch. Just something she's using to buy some time until she has to lay there for the next 30 seconds and think about buying shoes. So I'll end this one on, even if the last person you had sex with was her, if that's not cleaned off with soap and water, it's just left au naturel within 24 hours, your Johnson's going to smell like you have a fetish for barebacking cheap zombie hookers. So please, wash your manhood. And then he gives a little pep talk at the end with, you can do this. And we're going to skip over to the later stuff. Instigate, isolate, and escalate. His pickup artistry 101. More to the point, you have to know how to seduce your wife. She's a girl too. Instigate, isolate, escalate. Mystery method in a nutshell. Instigation is basically look attractive. I'm sure you guys have heard me say this, where it's look attractive, be attractive, don't be unattractive. The 2 rules of attraction. So instigation is about looking attractive, and that's peacocking. I know everybody in their head gets that idea of feather boas, top hats, aviator shades, painted nails. Yeah. In the 2000s, if you were a magician in the LA club scene, probably a great look. For the rest of us, not so much. Marty. Not so much. But that's the thing. Peacocking doesn't have to be a specific thing. It's just a social signal of extravagance. This shirt could be one of those. What you guys have at home. Maybe one of you guys wears earrings. Do they still do earrings, or is that like a Gen X boomer thing? I don't even know anymore. Little things. Anything you signal through your style, through your clothing, through your wear, that's attention getting, is peacocking. Same as a peacock with its feathers. It's showing an expensive social signal. Hey, animals can see this big goofy tail I got and eat me, but I'm so alpha that I can flaunt all this stuff. Same as you. This is why Lamborghinis, buying that Lambo, was always such like a resonant thing in this space. Yeah, a lot of guys can flex and say they have money, but is some guy willing to put $250,000 onto a car for it? No. Like, again, it's a flex. Super nice house. Purchase things. This is why a lot of guys, when they're looking to pick up women, will always have bling. Bling is like an amazing status signal. It's not the best status signal. It's kind of it's almost classless now, which is weird for a certain type of girl. They see that as a bit gaudy. So you really have to play to your audience here. Now I could go into this in depth, but that's a whole other topic. And there's so many what ifs that it's really the kind of thing that you have to play with yourself. Just see if you're in your own social matrix, you see the social norms there, and then you see what it would take to stand out within those, and just use that. Like I said, if you're part of the billionaire class, wearing a Rolex watch isn't going to be alpha, and they're probably going to laugh at your Lamborghini because, you know, I have a jet. I don't care. Maybe for them it's a jet. Maybe if you're in a working class town, all it takes for you is to have to wear business clothes to work. Maybe if you're in the business town, maybe if you're in like the financial district, you just being able to dress like you're super stylish and not just always dressed for work. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's nice shoes. Maybe it's a scarf. Maybe it's accessories. Who knows? The point is learn peacocking and how it can work for you. He puts into here, don't underestimate the power of one and just focus on one focal item of your outfit. This can be a special hat, a belt buckle, a ring, a necklace. One visually interesting item that will draw the eye and act as a conversation piece. If a woman is interested in you, she will start a conversation with you about the piece. If that sounds familiar, it should, because that's Rush's old man game, the old man opener. Wear one thing out of place. That shirt, something about that shirt. Are you wearing an earring? Is this the 1990s? A dog, great peacocking. Girl that likes you will use your dog as a way to start a conversation with you, and vice versa. If a girl has a dog, you can go approach her. If your girl's part of an anti-fascist movement, then, I don't know, maybe walk up, hey, your balaclava looks really great in this light with the cell phone camera. What's your astrology sign? Are you Sagittarius? My astrology is not racist. He makes a point at the end here, too, that the best tailoring you can do for your clothes is by being in shape. So the more shape you have, the better fitting everything looks. So don't worry too much about spending as much as you can on clothes. It's that you're trying to achieve a look. And the look's a little bit of peacocking with a lot of social savviness. Then instigation. Be playfully mean. Remember what playfully mean probably is? If it sounds like negging, you probably got it right. So the key to verbal interaction is keeping your banter lighthearted and playful, but also pushing the limits to see what you can get away with as well. You should be trying to playfully instigate her into engaging into further interaction with you. And that's negging. 100% negging. It is so common to see guys to try and be as inoffensive, uninteresting, bland, and safe. It's almost like a corporate PR message, the way you see a lot of guys talk to girls. And while there's nothing offensive about it, there's also nothing exciting. There's no dopamine-inducing event onto there. And let's face it, positive, great way to get dopamine. Negative, just as good. In fact, negative tends to be cheaper because if everything you do is positive, well, that bouquet of flowers that gets her wet, tomorrow is, buying her a car. Next day is a house. Third day is to pay for the pool boy to spend a week at her house, helping her learn about herself. Good things always have an escalation to it. The connection seems to be going down a bit. Hope you guys are hanging in there. So light teasing works well. Don't be insulting or rude, but lightly tease her. This shows a lack of social fear and high confidence that women find attractive. Again, that is the key part to this. The big part of negging, and this is why a lot of people who crap on it get it completely wrong. They look at it from the female-centric point of view. That's guys and girls. The female is the protagonist in this story of negging. Well, why do you have to shoot down her confidence in order to sleep with her? Well, that only works on damaged women. That only works on this. That only works on that. You're just like, get bent. You have no idea what you're talking about. And you could argue it with them, but they're hell-bent on believing that nobody would ever fall for this. Meanwhile, that's not it at all. They're coming from a place of zero frame. Look at it from the guy's perspective. In fact, you should be, because you are the guy in this situation. When you're negging, what you're showing is that you're unconcerned about offending anybody around you, but you're also socially savvy enough not to just be so abrasive as to turn everybody off from you. It's insulting with a charm. And it gives people a sense of honesty because people see a little fault in you. It lets you know you're kind of human. Well, this guy's willing to say what he means and mean what he says, even though he ruffles a couple feathers. Well, at least there's something I know about him that makes him not perfect. A lot of guys try to lead with being perfect, and it doesn't work. It never works. So look back over your early life at all the times when the naughty boys were a little mean to the girls, and the girls just lapped it up, making a huge fuss over the boys that did that to them. If the girls were all in bikinis, sunbathing, you can bet that the guy who sprayed them with the hose got a verbal telling off, but then was the only one they all wanted to get with. Remember how girls would squeal at the boy chasing him with the spider? And if you ever push it a little too far, you can always apologize and say, yeah, I'm sorry I did that, but there is a good explanation. I'm an asshole. And then you have a big naughty boy grin. I am notorious for this because I am an asshole. And it was kind of an old classic mystery line too. It's like somebody mad, freaking out at you. It's like, look, I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, but you know, to be fair, you were dating me, so you kind of knew what you were getting into. What do you want? What do you want? A dog's gonna be a dog, man. Just a big grin. And that's the thing. You're setting the frame. Like, I'm not taking it seriously. She's offended. In this case, my girl is offended. Some other person I'm talking to is offended. I'm clearly not offended. I'm clearly not trying to create offense. And my frame is just that. It's one of those jokes that went a little too overboard. Let's laugh and move on. And if you hold this frame well enough, it actually is more likely that other people will enjoy this frame as well, which is, again, a display of higher value. Because if you ask somebody, and granted, in this day and age, it might not be the best allegory, but let's assume you got somebody who's not crazy and rioting in Portland right now. And let's say, so this person said something kind of offensive, laughed it off, and said some cheeky comment to it. And he's saying it's because it was no big deal, it's a joke that went too far, and he's a bit of a jerk. It's not your fault. Now, is that person more likely to go along with that, or to think, no, I'm absolutely offended and he must apologize and recompense must happen? If you're attractive, chances are they're just going to take the joke and laugh it off. You've basically driven the interaction. You're taking the lead. And yeah, negging is that big of a deal. I could write chapters on it. In fact, I probably will one of these days. Instigation displays a high value, which is what it links into. So many husbands in love with their wives, endlessly hang around them, unwittingly can display low value to them. It can be in motion somehow. It means you plant a kiss on her, but don't stick around too long. Do something like that. If she happens to follow you after you attempt to progress to your next task, take this as an excellent indicator of interest for you so you can escalate the flirting further. The point for that one is just because she's your girl doesn't mean you shouldn't be flirting. Even if you don't want to smash, oftentimes it's good just to do some flirting. Just a little bit of flirting, show you like her, and then walk away, build up some tension. You got nothing else to do. Why aren't you groping her in the bathroom? You know what I mean? Or groping her in the kitchen while she's making lunch. Isolation, move to a second location. Again, this is time dilation. This is bridging. Carl and I have talked about it a bunch on our podcast, but isolated. Ideally, you can frame the request to move to a second location as something that you're doing with or without her and offer her the chance to come along. Having a great time here, but I'm also hungry. I know this great place to eat. Want to come? He's using single examples, but that's essentially it. The more chances you have to isolate, the more likely you are to smash. It's not going to be in public. Having said that, right now, isolation seems to be the most amazing thing ever, so it doesn't really hold water right now. Sometimes giving her a chance to miss you is the best thing you can do, but if you want to make your relationship more sexable, especially for guys who have kids, finding excuses to escalate is very important. And then you're talking about this stuff. This is kind of mystery method stuff. I've kind of covered it in my history of game, which is the pinned video on my channel, so I won't belabor you with it. Isolation, leverage your social anxiety with surprise. So another way of doing this is starting at home. Simply tell her to get in the car with you in 10 minutes, then drive her to dinner random somewhere. Don't tell her where you're going, just go. She might complain loudly the first couple of times, but that just means she's emotionally engaged with you. This is one too we've tried for a lot of guys who they aren't able to be spontaneous. They aren't able to better isolate. And so you tell them, take charge. Don't tell a girl, and it's kind of a trust exercise too. Don't tell her what you're doing. Just say, hey, I'm going to be home at 6. Wear something nice. Or wear this thing. Wear this nice outfit. Wear the red dress. Whatever. What for? She may get a lot of grief. You just hang up. Don't talk again. You come back, and then if she does it, you take her to somewhere nice. If she doesn't, then you head off anyway. That one's a kind of a Hail Mary because it always gives the girl the opportunity just to dig her heels in the sand, but you should have a good read on your relationship. Do you have that relationship trust or not? And if you don't, well, this is a good way for you to practice dread. If you said, wear this nice thing, get in the car in 10 minutes or in an hour and be home at 6, be ready then. She doesn't do it. Kind of lets you know where you stand. Take appropriate action. Again, that's a boundary. Remove your attention, remove your affection, remove your commitment. Back in the early days of my map, I did that myself, where I was like, we're going on a date, let's get in the car, let's go. Got nothing but grief. I got in the car and I left. Probably made her madder, especially since I left my phone at home. It's like, whatever. Had a great time, a couple drinks out, came home. She tried to start a huge fight. Nothing really happened of it because I didn't really engage. Because, well, first off, I was half cut. Secondly, I was like, I told you to come along. I'm going to bed. Ended up in a hot tub later on. There's a hot tub at the top of our building at the time with a bunch of French girls working on French. She came up to yell at me some more. Kind of knocked the wind out of her sails. I talk about it a bit on my very first speech on dread. It's a fascinating story. You're more than welcome to check it out. But yeah, you kind of get to a place where you start acting more dominant. She starts getting submissive, and stuff like this, instead of turning into an example of dread, ends up being like a wonderful spontaneity type event. It builds up the alpha qualities. It builds up the aloofness, even though you're doing a beta behavior. In other words, taking her out for drinks and taking her out for dinner. So it's something nice to know there. But yeah, just date nights, it's not going to cut it. He brings up isolation and texting. I'm just going to skip that. I am a firm believer, and most of the married red pill guys are a firm believer in texting as a logistics tool only. If it's important or it's for sexiness purposes, you got to do it face to face. He brings up a couple things for single guys like isolation, keep her secrets. And that's just, if you're sleeping with somebody, you don't spill the beans. You have some discretion, and so it signals to other girls that like they'll know who's sleeping with who. They talk and they amongst themselves, but you being able to keep your mouth shut is a wonderful way, especially if you're a married guy and your wife has decided she doesn't really care to keep you happy. That discretion is what's going to allow you to have a lot more fun with a lot more women. And I'll just leave that at there. Escalations like touching, kissing, always be closing. Ignore anything that doesn't help you close. This is one, I actually did a chapter of this in my book where it's, you know we aren't going to have sex tonight, right? And it's the case that when a girl's saying that, that tells you she's been thinking about it constantly and she doesn't want you to think she's slutty. He brings up the classic line of, I have a boyfriend too. Just ignore this stuff. Any kind of complaints or resistance a girl gives verbally like that, I don't want to say that in the sense of like struggle hugging, but the low-key resistance. Oh, we can't. Not because of this, because of that. You're like, yeah, whatever. Just ignore it. If a girl doesn't want to sleep with you, they tend to make it abundantly clear at some point in the night, and these little token resistances usually aren't it. Having said that, I can't in good faith give you guys like a roadmap to this, because I guarantee you one guy who's going to watch this video is a little bit too far on the TISM scale, and he's going to take this to mean something that it really shouldn't mean. That's kind of illegal. This isn't even going to be a don't eat paint warning. This is just, I don't want to end up talking with Oprah 5 years from now with like, hey, what about this? And then what about this guy? And I have to explain that. I'm not going to go through it. I'm not. This is something you do all the time. In other words, I'm not gaming my wife. I am the game. It's exactly what Rollo means. This sort of attitude and approach to women is a skill set that requires constant practice until it becomes second nature. And you can lose it over time too. Everybody knows during a hectic work week, a hectic couple work months, a hectic schedule, a hectic deployment, you might be starting from square one on this stuff again, and that's fine. It happens. The idea that you constantly display sexual interest and receptivity is just how you present yourself as a fun, sexy guy to be with. And this is going to make your catch and release so much better, by the way. Practicing it on women who aren't your wife or not your girlfriend is a good way to practice having it always on. Don't worry if she says that's cheating. It's not cheating. I didn't stick my boy in anything. Whatever. I'm just fun. I'm charming. I'm charismatic. To be honest, she's getting the best deal ever. If she's getting a guy who's like this and everybody wants him and then she gets to have him, it's the best thing ever. So don't let her complain her way through it. It's like, dude, shut up. You're getting top tier here. Just sit back. Let it happen. So that's it. Next episode, you're really going to love this. I'm probably going to set it up for tomorrow about the captain and the first officer. So this is the relationship model that has worked so well amongst the married red pill. I'd say it's probably the most time tested and true one. So stick around for that one. I believe I'm going to have that on tomorrow. Just check on YouTube here, hit subscribe. Don't forget the like button, notifications, you know the thing here, and you'll see when it comes up. Some super chats before I go. Joe C, thank you for the $2 super chat. George Bruno is an Adonis. I bet he is. And then Damon Lowe, thank you for the £5 super chat, or €5 super chat. By the way, there's something called Prawn Stars, including Sterling Cooper, take what is called cabergoline, and one of the side effects is that it kills depression and fear. Yeah, I mean, that could work. Of course, you can also just kill your depression and fear, and then you don't have to take anything. Something to think about on that. Stops the body from producing prolactin. Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling I need a little bit of prolactin. Tough-actin prolactin, you know? Lowers the refractory period. You know what else lowers the refractory period? Other women. It's a funny study. I wish I could remember where it was. It just came off the top of my head here. Did I remember it was still there? But it turns out a guy's refractory period, I think, what is it, 12 hours, something like that. But if you put different women in front of them, the refractory period drops off to almost nothing. Ryan, you're going to be talking to Joe Rogan 5 years from now, not Oprah. Thanks. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed this one. We're already at 35 minutes. We're a bit longer than we should be, so I'm gonna end this one here. Thanks for sticking around. Again, you know the spiel. I'll catch you on the next one. Ryan is my favorite red pill aware guy in the spear. Paul, I appreciate that, man. Nothing warms my heart more than knowing I'm doing some good here. Anyways, I'll see you guys on the next one. Cheers, fellas. It's the little things that get you, boys. Welcome to the channel. Hope you've enjoyed yourself. This is going to be the main meat of it, and I would say probably one of the most fundamental parts of the idea and the concepts we've kind of developed in the married red pill. Hope you're enjoying your morning or afternoon coffee, and we're going to talk about the captain and first officer model. Captain and first officer model is the relationship dynamic. I think I've heard the terms Lindy thrown around it more. If you guys remember, I've talked previously about Ian Ironwood's post on the praxeology of the dominant male. I'm going to pull that up, put it in the chat, because I realized a lot of you guys might not remember this stuff. Somebody actually told me in a comment yesterday that he's like, what book are you reading? And I'm like, if only there was a way that it would be labeled very clearly on the top right of the window. But that's fine. Whatever. We want to get there. The captain first officer model takes the presupposition that most relationships over the eons were male dominated, and those ones have been the time honored, time tested, or tried, tested, and true relationship model over time. There's been some that have been female-led, but they tended to still be in their hunter-gatherer phase well into the 20th century. So then the second presupposition is that women are becoming an economic force and no longer require provision in general, which is true. Couple studies coming out showing they were just trying to like look into the wage gap and offer some complementary information to it. Found out that if you account for lifestyle choices, so take a girl and a guy who both 30, no kids, not married. Girls will tend to earn on average about $1.08 to every guy's dollar. So it turns out a large section of that wage gap is essentially a girl who opts out of the job market for a time, wants to have a family, or maybe doesn't make those amazing choices, whatever. But the end result is most girls don't need provision. So a lot of these, and we call them beta males, and I think this is actually a truer sense of the word than the way most people describe it, is they come with their provision. Hey, I got a good job. I'm really good with family. I've got all these beta traits. Who wants some oxytocin? And then the girl's like, no. But I bring home the bacon. Yeah, bacon's $3 at the grocery store, son. I got it myself. They don't need men anymore. And a lot of guys get really bent out of shape over this because girls just start doing whatever they want without regards to that. I don't see it that way. And the CEO first officer model, or I call it Captain XO, because in Canada we call them the executive officer, but it's the same thing, makes the conclusions that, oh, well, if you don't need a man, why are you so miserable? And it turns out girls actually want a man. So that's the third presupposition, that girls don't need a man, but they want one. And depends on what phase of her life she's in. Maybe she wants one because she wants, she wants to get knocked up. You kind of need a man for that, at least for now. Maybe it's just girls are lonely, want somebody to be around them. Maybe it's just that little bit of dopamine. The alpha traits tend to be heavily skewed right now. And a big part of the problems in the current sexual marketplace and then the current relationship dynamics is that guys haven't adapted to the marketplace. They still think they're working on old order thinking. They still think it's dad working 9 to 5, coming home, and the girl makes him a loaf of bread and vacuums the floor. And it's like not that way. And you just have to adapt. So how do we adapt? By going back to the way things used to be. Well, first off, women sexually respond to dominant men. Now, I know that saying women sexually respond to the dominant men is so radical and politically incorrect that many of you reading will struggle with this as a thought. So let me come at it from a slightly different angle and say men are taller than women. If I just write men are taller than women and leave it at that, some feminist reader is going to hunt down my email address and point out that I'm small-minded and offensive for saying so. Clearly, there are some tall women, and stating that men are taller than women is sexist. My angry reader simply wouldn't imagine living with such a bigot as myself, who believes that men are taller than women. After all, she's quite tall herself and knows a man that's of average height who she is taller than. So where do I get such wrong ideas from? Again, this is when you can tell you're not having a good conversation, when somebody looks to the extreme ends of a bell curve to disprove the middle of the bell curve. None of this stuff is about 100% guarantees. There's no guarantees in life. There just isn't. So what it's meant to be is, and this is how you should kind of take this. This is why I always rag on that spot-of-the-tism thing. And I don't even want to give it the cliched thing like offer some nuance or offer, middle ground. It's like, it's none of that. It's generally good practice while exceptions exist. You're aiming at the middle of the bell curve, the 4s, the 5s, the 6s. Maybe there's an objective 3 or an objective 10, which I'd argue women don't. For the most part, they tend to cluster around the mean anyway. So outliers are doubly harder to find with women than with men. So you act in the same way that a 5 out of 10 bell curve element. That means 5 out of 10 bipolar disorder, 5 out of 10 borderline, 5 out of 10 attractiveness, 5 out of 10 attitude. All women are like that is meant in the same context as all guns are loaded. Treat all guns as if they're loaded. All guns aren't loaded. Well, that gun's not loaded. That gun's a toy gun. It can't even shoot real bullets. Yeah. Here's the thing. False positives are much easier to deal with and have much less consequences than false negatives. This is what people don't understand. I mean, girls, I understand it because they speak through their ego. It's youth. They assume as soon as you mention something about women, they assume you're talking about her. And I could sort out 90% of internet arguments right here just by saying, just tell the girl it's not about her and she's the exception. And 9 times out of 10, they'll shut up. So another statement attached to this, women are attracted to taller men, especially to men taller than themselves. Again, quite true. Can't really argue it. It's pretty rare to find a couple where the wife is taller than the husband. An overwhelming majority have a taller husband than the wife, far more than random chance would suggest. Now, it's not saying none of them. Again, same thing. In general, how does it work? 4 to 6 inches taller, I think is how they like to work it out. Although with exceptions, once a girl gets to a certain height, I think it's once she's past 5'10", they tend to be more open to smaller, shorter men because otherwise they've just completely locked themselves out of the sexual marketplace. Anyway, circling back, men are naturally more dominant than women in personal relationships. Leave it at that. Some feminist reader is going to want to hunt down his email and point out that he's Small-minded and offensive for saying so. Clearly there's some dominant women, and simply stating that is sexist. The reader could not imagine living with a bigot such as himself who believes that men are dominant more than women. Then, should he happen to mention that he's quite dominant and his wife Jennifer is quite submissive, well then my angry reader would wonder if Jennifer is okay being trapped in a marriage with my offensive dominance. Frankly, it seems that by making her submissive on purpose, I might be despicable. And that's the other thing too. If you got a happy relationship where you're acting like the dominant male, the girl's getting her dopamine, she's getting her oxytocin, she's happy, you're happy. Well, a girl who will argue with you will automatically think there's got to be something you're doing that's wrong. There's no way she could be happy because I believe my way is happy. Again, it's cope. I'm doing all the right things that my professor taught me. Why am I not happy? Let's add another statement to this. Women are sexually attracted to dominant men, especially to men more dominant than themselves. Dominance and submission are not outlandish games that only happen in sex clubs with leather-clad people whipping each other. Dominance and submission are elements in every single social interaction. And I think a good way to explain this is based on my blog post. I'll put a link in the chat here for this one. I got to make remembrance of it. Power Games, a primer, or was it a field report? It's a field guide. Power Games. A good way to think about dominance. Now, it's not the most accurate framework, but it's a good one to realize here. Where I make the case, it's a concept I've borrowed from Venkatesh Rao, which he talks about for office politics. You picture every open interaction as an exchange of information, generally missing the emotions of it. But especially talking to a woman, it's going to fit pretty well onto this two-dimensional chart, with one chart being a status. Am I higher stat? Do I perceive myself as higher status or lower status than the person I'm talking to? And on the other side is harmony. Am I on this person's team or am I against them? And then you can pretty much map most relationship conversations that aren't just strict logistics onto this. Now, what we mean by dominance is if you take the open, or you take the status and harmony, make the harmony 4. Like, we're on the same team. Guy thinks, yeah, she's under my care. She's a relationship with me. We're in it to win it. She's my, bottom bitch. All the stuff you want to say. Same team. I'm higher status. And that tends to be dominance. Now, when you put two elements onto this chart, let's say the other person is against you and they think they're better status. So you're going to end up with acting with dominance. They're going to be acting with insolence. It's not sustainable. And what happens is either one party disengages, which is pretty common. Case in point, the guy arguing, or the feminist steel man that we built up to argue with Ian Wood, or with Athol K's thing, sorry. Or one person acquiesces. In this case, there's going to be a status jump. Somebody will establish through all manners of measures that they're higher status than the other person. If it's the girl and they're still against you, then it'll go from contempt to insolence. If it's from the guy's side, it'll go from playful condescension into supplication. Now, most guys end up supplicating, and that's why girls act with such contempt. And then that adds a nice status boost to them. But you keep at it. You still act on same team. If your frame is strong enough, you can actually pull people into your frame. Now, we're talking relationships, not strangers. Don't waste your time on this with people that have not earned the ability to play power games with. It's a gift. And that's where you want to put it, where the guy, you're on the same team, guy's dominant, girl's submissive, and supplicative. It's good. Works. So if you're reading, and here's a little don't eat paint warning. If you're reading into the word dominant a mandate for violence or cruelty or someone submissive to you, then you're purposefully misunderstanding his intent. Not is he saying that all women should be submissive to all men. Frankly, there's no way to even organize that effectively, even if he thought it was a good idea. He's also not saying women are superior to men, or that women are incapable of leadership, or that men are superior to women and they're incapable of leadership. All those statements are the baggage that another person brings. All it is the guy brings dominance, the girl gets her alpha tingles, and she defers to him on matters of importance. That's kind of all it is. But it has to be a willing thing. Like, you can't just... Dominance is always an opt-in situation. And so you really have to bring it properly. And it's one of the few ways that I disagree with that standard PowerPoint MGTOW line, where it's like you're putting, pussy on a pedestal, don't do anything for women, just do it for yourself. that feedback mechanism between the genders is actually a very common thing that's part of our DNA. And it's the way we kind of complement each other. So if you're not able to be dominant around a woman and have her submissive, then there's probably something wrong with your approach. Either you're picking the kind of girl who hasn't opted in yet. Like I said, if you don't attract a girl sufficiently enough with that dopamine that she doesn't even think to go there, then yeah, you're doing it too early. And if you're not doing it enough, you're doing it too late. Again, it's kind of nice to have this nature feedback. Next chapter, I won't belabor the point because I don't think it's going to be that applicable to you guys. But unlearning being male and dominant is evil. That's 9.2. Give it a read on your own. Honestly, it's, again, it all goes back to frame. If you just realize, like, yeah, I'm an asshole, and you're okay with that. Like, you don't break the law against people. People can opt in or opt out of your life as much or as little as they want to, and you're just doing your thing. You're going to kind of realize that all these pejoratives people throw on it. Oh, that's evil. That's misogynist. It doesn't really faze you. You're like, yeah, so what? Maybe. Are you a misogynist looking for patriarchy? I don't know. I'm just over here having fun. You're welcome to join me if you want to. Most girls won't, but then occasional ones do. And those are the ones you're going to have fun with. That's why the trick to most guys is to approach and meet a lot of women and filter a lot of women through this filter of, do they add value to my life? Are they receptive to dominance and submissiveness? Is there potential here for something long term? And that's largely what plating is about. Have your fun with as many girls as you can, and then you filter if you want to settle down on the kind of girl who's like more receptive to this stuff. I'm not saying you need to have a pushover. Everybody's going to have their own preference. But just realize, ultimately, if there's a knock at the night, who's getting up with the baseball bat? Well, if it's you, well, there's a premium onto that. And that premium is, yeah, I get to be the final say in these big important decisions because I'm the one taking responsibility for it. And if the girl doesn't like it, well, it's a choice you got to make then, right? So he talks in the captain and first officer model a lot about his relationship with him and his wife. I won't go into that one. I would suggest reading it. It's much better anyway. But the way he describes it here is, in commercial aviation, the first officer is the second pilot, sometimes referred to as the co-pilot of an aircraft. The first officer is second in command to the captain, who's the legal commander. In the event of incapacitation of the captain, the first officer will assume the command of the aircraft. Now, control of the aircraft is normally shared equally between the first officer and the captain, with one pilot normally designated the pilot flying and the other the pilot not flying, or pilot monitoring for each flight. Even when the first officer is the flying pilot, however, the captain remains ultimately responsible for the aircraft, its passengers, and its crew. So in typical day-to-day operations, the essential job tasks remain fairly equal. Now, I don't like when he says equal, because a lot of guys take that to mean, and this is the problem with like things like chore play coming up, the girl will have her sphere of things that she thinks are important. She wants those to be equal. But the sphere of things you find important has some overlap, but they aren't 100% overlapped. Those ones don't count. So it always ends up being more plow horsey. So when you talk about things being equal, I want to say it was... no, it wasn't Ultimate Cad. It was... Oh, what the hell? Why am I drawing a blank at his name? Archwinger. Great post on this one. We'll see if I can find it. He talks about task significance. When you talk about the equality of doing chores and all this crap, what he says is, and it's a really good point, it's something you should really kind of adopt on your own. Girls don't judge the importance of a task based on its difficulty. They judge a task based on its chance for failure. Like, you know what we talked about before, girls don't like the idea of rejection. You should never turn your girl down in the bedroom because it establishes you're not, sexually prowess, and it kind of causes harm in your relationship. But take that to mean bills. Bills versus doing the dishes. Doing the dishes is drudgery. Everybody hates doing it. I hate doing it. My girl hates doing it. Everybody hates doing it. Take something more important than that, like paying taxes. Now, if the dishes don't get done, yeah, it's annoying. You live in a slob pile for like a day and a half, whatever. But if you don't pay the taxes, people get arrested. So there's consequences to the failure on that, even though it's generally an easier task to do by most people's standards, unless you got complex taxes. So those aren't seen as equal. For a guy, that drudgery of the dishes is absolutely brutal. For a girl, that drudgery of doing the taxes can be absolutely brutal. In that way, you can kind of have equal tasks in which everybody's thinking they got off easier. and the household duties get separated. Again, we're not the same, and this plays out in all manners of places. Something to follow up on this one, and I'm going to put this in the chat. It's called The 3 Dysfunctional Captains and First Officers of the Married Red Pill. We've found over the years, and this is still held true to this day, that there's only 3 real archetypes of men who come in with relationship problems and where they come from. There is the drunken captain with a pissed first officer who's had to take command. And that's the guy that stopped being dominant, added more beta, maybe just got lethargic, down on his luck. Him, it's very easy. Do some self-improvement, get back on the horse, the girl will naturally fall back into line. Wonderful situation, happens to the best of us. Again, this is why you just can't out-alpha everything. Like, there's gonna be hard times. Even if you were the captain of the football team, absolute alpha, run into some medical problems in your 40s, watch how quickly everybody turns on a guy. Once he's been through one piece of hardship, 20 years of marriage, always been the rock, always been the oak, always been the absolute best thing, built up so many relationship tokens, down on his luck once. Not only will his girl sometimes look onward to kind of frame him as frame herself as the victim and him as the abuser and her to find a new man, but often family, and sometimes even the guy's family, will encourage it. It's a very, I would argue, out of all the ways that guys be red-pilled, I think this one is far worse than like silly stuff like a bipolar girl treating you like crap or even getting stabbed. Imagine finding out your entire social network, including your family, doesn't have your best interest at heart, and they actually would like throw you under the bus just for a little bit of female camaraderie. It's not nice, man. Anyways, the second type is the captain and the constantly complaining passenger, and this is just a girl that refuses to let a guy lead. This one, like I said, this is about boundary enforcement. Guys end up walking on eggshells. Guys end up being very scared of the girl's feelings. And for this part is mostly just... Actually, a good way to put it is it's kind of made a cliche. Most guys who have this story always say at one point, once they've read through Athol and stuff, is I used to be alpha and I slowly became beta. It's that betaization with 1,000 concessions. And the answer to this one, just be more alpha, tap more alpha onto it, be more aloof, be willing to burn everything to the ground. And this is kind of the inspiration for my cooking video. I think it was pancakes. Yeah, German pancakes and Operation Scorched Earth. Operation Scorched Earth tends to work for these kind of guys. Now, you may not win the girl back. She's seen so much baggage over such a period of time, or she's unable to see the gifts that you bring that you just can't salvage it, but whatever. Third type is the girl who never actually wanted a captain, never wanted a captain at all. And these are the guys that end up marrying the first girl that touches them, acts nice, gets what she wants, and then treats them like garbage. She wanted a pushover. Maybe it's daddy issues. Maybe it's her mom trained her that you want a man who's subservient. They're just not happy, and there's nothing you can do about it, and they refuse to be happy. So for the most part, the map for these guys involves building up your value to realize that you're worth more than this until you look over at that girl staring at you, nagging at you like Karen for the 10th year in a row, thinking, I'm not put on earth to put up with her nonsense, and they just leave. I've very rarely seen one of these girls kind of get their act together, but anything's possible. And he kind of reflects that in the book here. You read on later where wives want to be the first officer. He makes kind of the case himself in here. Being the captain means being more responsible. Now, I do want to preface this because that adding more responsibility thing, that taps into the Jordan Peterson idea of, oh, more responsibility. You need more responsibility. Be very careful taking on more responsibility, because this building a better mousetrap kind of thing, a lot of married guys end up running into this problem. A lot of relationship guys too. They treat it as a covert contract. Well, if I just do more, take more responsibility around the house, then she'll come around. Again, typical covert contract that if I do what I think she wants me to do, then everything will good and I'll have a problem-free life. Standard nice guy stuff. And that's not what he's talking about at all with the being more responsible. Girl has to earn it. Your responsibility is a gift. You're taking away all the anxiety out of life, or at least the, non-useful anxiety. Now, coming with that comes the responsibility from the girl being sexually available, being pleasant, generally being a value add to your life, right? So when he says being more responsible is the key to being the captain, You have to remember, it's all about being earned. If you're not getting yours in a relationship, then offering this is just rewarding bad behavior. Now, he never put this caveat in there, but we've had years in the trenches, and this is how it always plays out. So I kind of want to put like a asterisk on that one, that just be careful, because those 2 years marry red pill Rambos, this is what they end up doing. They do this, they take on more responsibility, they double down on more beta behaviors, and then 2 years later, they're like, I don't understand, what's a shit test and why does my wife hate me still? I tried everything. You're like, no, you didn't. You're not the prize. You just looked at one thing and it reflected what you wanted to say, and so yeah. Cause your own problems. That's why it's always good to have somebody to ping ideas off of, because guys, once you're calibrated to notice it, are very good at seeing through other guys' bullshit. Anyways, hey guys, glad you're sticking around so far. We'll do some more chit chat here in a minute. Let's just see if we can get through this at a decent hour. I'm trying to keep these under 40 minutes because, like I said, we don't have all damn day. I could talk about this stuff for hours, but we all have things to do. So his next question is, how do you know if your wife is submissive? You start asking reasonable requests and say thank you when she does them. If she does them and looks generally happier after the task, then you probably got a submissive streak in her. The key phrase was reasonable requests. You need to stop thinking of submissive as a groveling female. It's not. If she likes playing the help and support role, she's probably submissive. If she does nice stuff for you without asking, she's probably submissive. That's why a lot of guys say a girl who cooks is seen as a good thing, because that's why girls are so dead set against it when you see a lot of like hate online. Tell girls that cooking is a good thing and you'll find all the feminists and Karens coming out of hiding. But yeah, little things like this. Other than sexually, what do you do to keep a man happy? If a girl can't answer that question, she's not submissive and generally belongs to the streets. She might be fun to sleep with, she might be great company, she could be a good friend. But without that, it's reasonable to expect that you're putting a time limit on your relationship. I mean, there's going to be time limits anyway, but a shorter time limit. It's just really not good policy to have a girl who's got a dominant streak in her that refuses to be submissive for the right man. And that's the thing. If they haven't decided on you being their hypergamous best option, they're not going to be submissive. So, writing's on the wall. It's got two options. One, she doesn't want to submit to anybody, or two, she doesn't want to submit to you. I would argue, who cares? Act as if she doesn't want to submit to you. Send her on her way. Both can be true. Both can not be true. You just realize that, yeah, okay, so take a look, have some self-reflection. What am I doing that's not getting the right dopamine response in a girl? Fix that. At the same time, this one's not valuable to me, and she's just turning this into a power struggle. I wish you a good life, sir. Take off. I'll see you later. That's how the filtering process works. A lot of guys talk about vetting women, but vetting is horrible. Vetting is picking like a shopping list of things. Well, does she go to church? Does she have the right thing? Is her hair the right length? Is she not leaning in? Blah, blah, blah. Is she wearing white heels? All this stuff. Here's the problem. Let's say a girl has all those qualities that good women have. The sundress, the summer hat, all of it. And let's say she just refuses and she treats every interaction with you like a power struggle. Well, how good did your vetting do? Let's say she pulls that out after 6 months, after you decided after 3 she's the one. What do you do then? Again, all you got left is boundary enforcement, and that's really what you got to do. He suggests here you can also try out small moments of dominance and watch her reactions, like, hey, we're going out to the movies or whatever, and just assume it's all going to happen. If she's acting more interested and attentive because of your dominant display, she's probably submissive. If she turns everything, or if you don't have to turn into the boss of everything overnight, and micromanaging is tediously annoying to both parties, just start setting the tone once in a while and see how she reacts. Again, trust your own eyes. Here's a good part too. So how to find a submissive wife. I'm not going to read the quotes here because we already know this one. You don't find one, you make one. Girls don't know they could be submissive to a strong man until they do. So if you're running into girls that are all boss bitch, well then yeah, that's just their boss bitch. They don't see you as their top option. Girls may not even see that until they're in their 20s, late 20s, the epiphany phase, that sort of stuff, which is fine. I mean, if you're a guy in his late 30s, almost 40, girl in her late 20s isn't the worst thing ever. So if a girl's not willing to settle down till late 20s, then that's fine. Just, see when you get there. Maybe you get lucky. You date enough girls, you'll eventually get to that point where one of them's like at 22, 23 and thinks of you as a nice one. You guys date for 5, 6, 7 years and then maybe settle down and have a family. That's fine. But they don't come out of the box submissive to you. Girls won't submit to the random guy. They're just going to assume that every guy is a chode because most of the guys they date are absolute losers. And the few that aren't have too much alpha capabilities in them, and so they just don't stick around anyway. So it kind of builds like a jaded exterior. To break through that will take time, and it's always going to be little give and takes. That little bit of dominance that gets her wet, that little bit of comfort that makes her comfortable. Do you get any reciprocals from that? If yes, great, keep going. If not, no. And this is the process of plating. You're doing this over a year with multiple women, and then of them, let's say you've dated 20 women over the last 10 years. Well, dated. Out of those, maybe 2 start doing little things. Like I'd say the biggest indicator if you got a girl that may be worth keeping is she cleans your house for you when she doesn't have to. Then you're like, okay, so these ones are receptive to it, and then you kind of go the next step, doing these little dominant, submissive things, see if they work out, and that's the vetting process. Of course, it's not vetting, it's just boundary enforcement. If he stops acting like that, then whatever. He talks a bit about alpha male, the group, and the family stuff. Family discipline is self-discipline. This is more parenting strategies as opposed to repairing your sex life, but very simple stuff. Unified front against the kids. You guys can disagree. You disagree in private. If somebody takes the lead on something when it comes to parenting kids, you just follow their lead and you fix it afterwards. You may lose a battle here and there. There may be something that the one parent's doing that's really bad, but over the long term, a unified front is going to matter much more so. Something to think about too for a lot of guys who have not been attentive fathers over the years. You're going to kind of want to get into that one slowly, but mostly the person though you're disciplining isn't the kids, it's not the wife, it's disciplining yourself, and you're setting the tone. Again, your frame becomes so strong with your discipline that other people are drawn to it. Last part on this one is act, don't react. Here's something else. A lot of you guys may talk about this and you kind of get it wrong. It's always, we bring up Rolo or myself or Rich or John or Troy or any of us bring up, okay, so in general you want to do this, you want to do that. The strategy here is effective for these reasons. And then some guy will come back, well, what if she does this? What if she does this? What if she does this? That's a reactive mindset. Well, what do I do? If she does X, do I do Y? Well, if she gets bitchy, do I pull my boundaries? If I do this, does she do that? And they always want this reactive form of doing things. And that's not even, I don't even put that within the alpha beta thing. It's just not attractive. Like if you want to be top tier, alpha qualities is act, don't react. If something bothers you, you act on it. But every time the girl holds a temper tantrum, you change, then who's controlling who? Now I know I know this might be a bit of a controversial topic, but I remember talking about it before. Abu American, one of the Muslim guys in this space, his girl was throwing a temper tantrum, and so he smashed her phone. There, that'll teach her. Again, that's reacting. Every time she gets a temper tantrum, you break her phone. First off, the violent part of it, you don't really need to go that far. It's kind of a bit of loss of frame, but whatever. Not here to judge that part. I'm just saying, every time you do that, you're encouraging a girl. Here, have some drama. Just start some shit first. If you want more shit, that's the way you go about it. If you want less, don't react. Make yourself scarce. It takes 2 people to have a fight. Worst case scenario on a fight, you just leave. I'm going to Starbucks, I'm grabbing a coffee, I'm taking the kids, grabbing some ice cream. That's actually a big one, especially if the girl's fighting with you in front of the kids. Just take the kids, leave the house. We'll come back when you calm down. Then you tell the kids, hey, mom just hasn't eaten yet, she's a bit cranky. Let's go get some ice cream, guys. And you come back. Leave with a smile, come back with a smile. You've established that, yeah, you don't get to have fun with the family. You don't get to be a part of the family unless you act in concert with the family. We're not here for your emotional highs and lows. Again, it's a discipline thing. Sometimes it's hard. A girl who's known you for that many years probably knows all of your red button options. So, adding to here, at work, just underlining this point again, I'm outlining a husband and wife relationship rather than all men or women. Acting like a man bear pig at work isn't the idea at all. I work with a ton of women, I supervise some, I'm peers with some, and I've always been supervised by women. Look at him go, what a flex. Currently, my job assignment's being part of a team. Now, he doesn't pretend to be female or blend in by being silent. He used to be like that, but he's moved on from it well and truly. So just realize the goal is not to dominate all women around you in the workplace. It's not sound strategy, and it's not going to work in the long term. Learn to understand womanese, but speak in Manglish. Just have boundaries, same as anything. Don't worry if the girl sees you as dominant or not. Again, we've talked about this in the previous books about hierarchies. A corporate environment, for the most part, has a very set hierarchy and the social norms are established. It's only in the home that they're kind of free-flowing and nobody really knows. That's straight from When I Say No, I Feel Guilty, Manuel Smith. It's also one of the previous series in the sidebar. I'd suggest you go back and check it out. But in the workplace, the hierarchy is set. It's established. So you play with the rules you're given there. You can't build your own. And that's why being good at work is not the same as being good at home. If you're good at working within a structure, you may not be good at building your own structure. And that's why you can't apply the same principles at work as you can at home. So just be aware. If the rules are there, learn to maximize your playing within the rules, bending the rules when you need to, breaking them otherwise. That's the whole other topic though. But at home, you're creating the framework that your relationship relies on. And the captain first officer model has been the one that's worked the longest over the longest period of time. Chapter 10 is Be a Nice Guy with a Hard Edge. Now this is like a controversial aspect of this because the alpha with the side of beta is what so many guys do when they think they're being more dominant in their relationships, but in reality the girl's just kind of like going along with it because he doesn't push any boundaries or doesn't hit the hard things. Sometimes being dominant, you're going to make your girl cry, and if you're not okay with that, close the show now, hit the like button, and I'll see you later. The betaization trap, he kind of goes into a little bit here, but I would argue that Franco does it way better in Practical Female Psychology. Where here he talks about where it's like the death by 1,000 concessions like Carl talks about. Trying to do everything possible to make her happy and being endlessly nice to her, you undo what created her initial attraction to you. Again, he talks about it like it's 100% guy responsibility, and he doesn't realize that it's kind of the process. Women are kind of hardwired for this path, and I would argue that's a much better one. So take this section, like read it, go through chapter 10, take it with a grain of salt. How did the process go? So off the top of my head, again, Practical Female Psychology, James Franco. Is it James or David Franco? Anyways, the first part is fitness test, which he's going to talk about in here, or shit test, testing the guy to see if he can put up with all kinds of nonsense without getting too ruffled. Again, act, not react. Second part of that is get him to be vulnerable and commit. And this is where I want the guys to express their feelings more. She meets that alpha guy, makes her tingle. She wants to get as much beta from him as possible to know that he's hooked. Next part is putting him to work. That's the chore play. That's the get a good job. That's do what a real man would do. Next phase turns into nothing is ever good enough. And that's where everything he's doing isn't good enough. He's become fully validation needy on her. And so he tries harder. He doubles down on all these beta behaviors because she responded well to it in that second phase. And then in the third phase, he keeps trying harder. She gets more stuff, which is great. The next phase, self-determination. I'm a strong, independent woman. You're abusing me, and I'm a victim, and I'm going to leave and go find myself a pool boy. A much better one, but it's good to know in here as well. Like, he deals with fitness test, a.k.a. shit tests. They start fairly small, but over time they can grow larger and more demanding. The reason they do that, by the way, is because you're rewarding bad behavior. So if you don't know, a fitness test is just testing if that dopamine response she gets to your alpha characteristics are real. Again, women have something called the innate skepticism bias, and they automatically distrust low-value signals, of which many alpha ones are. So generally they respond as if it's a fake signal to kind of suss out whether it's fake or whether it's not. Like, you're testing the structural integrity of a man's alpha frame or whatever you want to call it. I don't really care. They start small, and if you quash them right out of the gate, either you can nuke them, like completely not play, or you just pass them. Either way works. You tend to get less over time, but over time, because a lot of guys have done it as an act. Pickup artists were notorious for this, by the way. They were able to put on a nice alpha show for like an 8-hour stint, but then when it's day after day after day, and the girl sees you in your underwear that you've been wearing for 2 weeks, or all those unattractive things you do, it starts to slowly whittle away at it. And this is why her instinct will always beat your purposeful action. It's just the way it works. And then over time, they get harder and they get worse, and you fail more and you fail more. And that's at the point that even when you start adding the alpha qualities back into your life, things get worse before they get better, because all she's seen is this. If she gets crankier and crankier, you're eventually going to acquiesce. And it's going to take a huge leap forward twice as hard as it's ever going to be until you reestablish the norms in your relationships. He has some strategies on passing them here. What is and what is not a fitness test? This is a good one too, because a lot of guys treat respect as if it's a shit test, and they're not the same thing. So small requests like, hey, can you go get me a glass of water? That's like the classic one. A girl's legs aren't working. Just occasionally she'll throw out some request to get you to do something, to supplicate to her. And if you're already out there doing it, that's fine. You got to play it. You got to be cognizant of the dynamic at play here. Sometimes a girl's just saying stuff to see if you'll do it. They don't really care. Doesn't really want a glass of water. She just wants you to say that. In which case, are your legs broken? Could be an easy answer. That's a quick, pass of a fitness test. Stuff that's not, though, is just a girl berating you. Those aren't shit tests. Disrespect is not a shit test. A shit test is a way of testing if her getting the tingles over you is real. It's not the same thing. I made the argument that being a really good punching bag is not alpha. It's not passing a fitness test. It's not. Girls who like batting their eyes and acting like a little girl. I'm getting emotional about this thing. Basically testing to see if you'll acquiesce if a girl says she's getting angry, reacting. Testing you for reactivity is the key to this one, right? Anyways, he's got a nice little list here. I would suggest go through the book, read it. Ooh, here's a good one. We don't talk about this enough. The remodel the house test. The house is fine, it's not broken, but she somehow needs something torn out and rebuilt with something more expensive. Doesn't add as much value with anything. Again, a lot of these tests are passed just by understanding the power of the word no, which for some reason guys haven't been taught this in elementary school. I blame those filthy liberals. Yeah. So the quick and dirty rule he talks about is if you wouldn't put up with it on a girl on the second date, why are you putting up with her? And if you can have that certain amount of aloofness to it, it's going to really help you along. That's a good rule of thumb to take on there. Next part here is that nice guys actively strategize to be taken advantage of. Husband nice, and there's like 4 ways that this plays out. The husband's nice and the wife is nice. Both husband and wife split the chores together. Great. Husband nice, wife mean. Wife's too tired to do anything and has a headache. Husband has to do all the chores and make a quick dinner. Husband mean, wife nice. Husband watches TV all night and complains about the wife. The wife does all the chores and makes dinner. Or husband mean, wife mean. Nobody does anything, takeout's ordered. Now it seems clear that having a husband and wife be both nice to each other and mean to each other is not the ideal setup. Obviously both being mean is unpleasant. But the options where half plays nice and gets screwed over while the other half plays the mean card wins a servant for a day and can be tempting once in a while. Now imagine a real relationship where this gets played on over and over in an iterative sense. This is like a game theory thing here. Nice guy strategy are simple. Always play the nice card no matter what happens, whether the wife is nice or mean. In which case you're actually conditioning your wife to be mean to you more often than not. A great thing is the tit for tat strategy. Play the nice card, play the nice card. If she plays the mean card, you play the mean card until she plays the nice card. Mapping this to a situation is going to take way too much time, so I'm just giving like a scant bit on this again. Go through the book, you'll see it. It'll make more sense to you. He kind of explains why nice guys are addicted to the wrong strategies, and he talks about the tit for tat solution in much more detail than we talk about here. And then he ends it off with being a nice guy with a hard edge. So if you've been locked into the nice guy routine for several years and having a non-existent sex life, there's no point trying to ask the wife to be nicer and offer up sex more often. Like I've said many times, talk is pointless and changing behavior with action is a much faster route and is often the only tactic that works anyway. Next part in here, we're going to end it here. We're running on time, but behavior modification 101. This is the part where everybody complains about manipulation. So here's a cliffhanger for you. Next week, chapter 11, behavior modification. Everything is a behavior and manipulation. It's going to be awesome. Awesome. We're going to talk about how to manipulate women to get your way with them. That evil misogynist stuff. You know what I mean? Anyways, guys, hope you enjoyed this so far. Again, this is one of the longer series. It's 26 chapters full of condensed information. The stuff I'm talking about here is crib notes. You're not just going to be able to listen to this stuff and know what you're doing. You really have to go through the material, and I'd suggest if you haven't bought it yet, go get Married Man's Sex Life Primer by Athol, give it a read, and then come back to this series and read it through as if it's cliff notes. It's going to give you a much better understanding, and a lot of the things that we found that haven't mapped well to guys' male action plans over the years. I'll put in the pieces there that, yeah, this works better, this works worse, etc., etc. So on that note, we're going to call it. Hit like, hit subscribe. Don't forget the bell notification icon, because sometimes I'll give you maybe a day's head up when one of these things are coming. They're usually Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. And I'll talk to you later. Let's do the end card thing. Yeah, let an empty space. You'll try to fit in. Yeah, you guys are getting it. John, you're asking, what do I mean when I say don't eat paint? This is actually a good one to know. Don't eat paint was a reference to every time you would give strategies like this and advice, everybody would say, well, what about that outlier situation that's going to screw everything up? So don't eat paint was the idea that you had to tell people not to eat lead paint, even though they knew it was like poisonous as hell. But because you're so worried about the lowest common denominator that you give that warning out anyway, which basically encourages the lowest common denominator people to stop thinking for themselves. So arguably, when I say don't eat paint, it's kind of a joke saying, you got to stop telling me what to worry about the 10 out of 10 losers out there. We're here for guys who are in it to win it, and you guys are a switched on audience, so you deserve better than that. At least I hope you do. And if you eat paint, if you listen to some random guy on the internet and just apply things without using your brain, well, you were going to fail anyway. It just sped the process along. Anyways, cheers, guys. Let's go on, fellas. It's been a little while. Married Man Sex Life Primer. We're getting into the evil stuff right now. I was talking about it this morning. Everybody always talks about manipulation. Well, here it is. Back to it. How's everybody doing? All right. Left off last time with the greatest cliffhanger ever for guys in relationships, and it's called behavior modification. Couple things. Now, I was talking about this earlier. When you talk to somebody who's, quote unquote red-pilled, or at least they say they're red-pilled, usually what happens at some point, manipulation will come up in a conversation. It's somebody's angry ex-wife, it's some rabid feminist, it's some cherry-picked simp-like man who thinks that women are made of sugar and spice and everything nice, and how dare you disrespect her. Here's the thing, though. You get two kinds of answers. You get the guys who aren't quite there yet, and then you get the red-pilled answer. So for guys who aren't quite there yet, usually what they do, once you get an accusation of being manipulative, is they say, no, it's not being manipulative. It's just being your best version of yourself, or it's just self-improvement, or all these ways to minimize things. The red-pilled answer is, so what? Now, what the hell? What does that mean? That sounds pretty Machiavellian. I thought this was like guys just being guys. I didn't think it was something evil. Like, look, everything in life is manipulation. A baby cries to get you to pick her up. That's manipulation. A dog yelps because you'll go check what's wrong. That's manipulation. Your girl cries because she knows you'll freak out and try to protect her. That's manipulation. A girl says, my boyfriend can kick your ass. She talks to that guy to get him to back off. That's manipulation. Everything in life is manipulation. Everything. Manipulation is essentially persuasion. Well, it's essentially persuasion, but in the pejorative. But here's the point. Everybody's doing it, and we are more than happy to gloss over all of this. So what I'd say is sauce for the goose, Mr. Savick. Everybody else is manipulating you, so you should be fully aware of the effect that your actions and behavior have on other people, to the effect that you really need people to act more valuable towards you, and when they don't, well, then you can change your behavior accordingly, and most people will get the hint. It's kind of the way humans have socialized for God knows how many thousands of years. It's cave science. You'll just have to take my word for it. He even admits in here, behavior modification always sounds scary, but there are going to be guys in white lab coats giving rats electric shocks and giving notes on clipboards. In reality, though, it's always happening. Every time you have a social interaction with somebody, both you and the other person are performing some sort of behavior. If you get on the bus and pay the bus driver and take a seat on the bus, you're behaving like a bus passenger. The bus driver is behaving like a bus driver. So he goes to a bunch of examples here, and I just realized A lot of the times in these videos, I'll find a comment or two where guys are like, what are you reading? That's amazing. So if you don't see it, the book I'm talking about is right here, Married Man Sex Life Primer by Athol. I'm pretty sure, if not, if there's no link in the description, it's very easy to pull up on Amazon. This is supplemental reading, so that way you can fully digest the stuff in there, because it's a fairly large book, and I notice a lot of guys are having problems putting 2 and 2 together with a lot of the concepts in here. So back to manipulation. The key here remains the same. You cannot change someone's behavior simply by asking for it. You can change your own behavior, and that can spark a change in her behavior. Those 2 core behavior changes are to make sure that you reward positive behavior and you do not reward negative behavior. Now, if that sounds very similar to reward good behavior or be attractive, don't be unattractive, well, you would be right, sir. That's pretty much the same thing applied to relationships. Now, we got that out of the way. Let's talk about rewarding positive behavior. One thing you must do is positively reward the sexual or other behavior you seek from your wife. This sounds simple, but it's very possible to totally screw up this whole thing accidentally if you're not somewhat mindful of this basic point. He actually uses a great example of the way most guys will screw this up when coming out of a dead bedroom and, fixing their relationship, however you want to define that. It's that they will have been turned down by their wife or girlfriend so many times that their changes start having a positive effect, and then she starts initiating. And at which point that guy has this need for revenge and shoots her down, not realizing that he's not rewarding good behavior. He was literally getting what he wanted. But because his ego was so proud and he was so wounded and he so wanted revenge that he essentially spited his own success in order to make a point that nobody was aware of. The example that Athol uses in the book is during a Saturday afternoon when their son's at a friend's house. Cindy gets the thought in her head to actually have sex with Mike. Happy and proud of herself, she seeks him out and makes an attempt to remove his belt and unbuckle his pants. Mike is taken somewhat unaware of her intention and asks, "What are you doing?" while bringing his arms up defensively. When she explains she was starting to smash, he goes, "Not now." And Cindy's butthurt by this. If you read earlier on, one of the earlier episodes here, I talked about how women take signs of sexual rejection as a display of lower value. Obviously, girls have hidden estrus cycle. You don't know when they're going to be ovulating. So they naturally select for the kind of guy who's always on and always ready at the drop of a hat. And just know, every time you give a sexual rejection, especially for petty reasons like this, it just comes across as a limbic brain display of lower value, and it does set you back, especially when you're building those alpha characteristics, because being always on is an alpha characteristic. That's why you see most of the sexualist guys you've ever met, even though I know that's not a word, tend to be the ones that people think of well, because they're always ready to go. He adds on to this one. Actually, you know what? I cannot stress this enough, so I'm going to stress it twice. There is a horrible, super common problem that guys have, especially when they're first learning to build frame. It's that they do not realize that their lack of frame and need for revenge is getting in the way of their own happiness. So, if you're getting what you want, stop looking to bring up some random grudge or get revenge for some stupid thing. Just take what you earned. Again, we hunt what we kill. Just because you missed the deer last hunt doesn't mean that the next time you could kill it, you decide not to teach it a lesson. Deer's not going to care, and neither's your wife in this scenario. One thing he does add, though, that's worth a second point is the right time to follow up with verbalized praise is the next day. So starting to act all grovelly right at the time, it's usually going to feel fake. Just enjoy the moment, live in the now. Again, I know David Dutton's book, Wisdom of Psychopaths, talks a lot about dark triad characteristics, and one of the best ones from a psychopath is focusing on the present moment. If you thought that was just for being Machiavellian and controlling your things here, it's like, no. In the case of enjoying yourself, same thing. Stop looking too much into it. Stop looking too far into the future. Just tomorrow, give some praise. Keep it simple. Next part, and this is equally, if not more so important, is to not reward negative behavior. I'm going to follow us up too with a nice post we had from the Married Red Pill. Now, if you're watching this after the fact, do open the live stream chat. You'll see it linked about this time, called Verbal Intercourse is Optional. So, as Athol puts here, if she declines sex and you have a temper tantrum, not only is it childish, but you turn her into somebody that can make you have a tantrum. I want to reinforce this point because this is not just about sex. This is about everywhere. And I am very surprised how many alpha leaders of men, patriarchs, all that kind of stuff get a little irritated with their wife and they have a little bit of a freak out. I remember a very popular Twitter personality mentioned how his wife was getting a little anxious, acting out, took her phone, smashed her phone. That'll teach her. Little did he know, this little temper tantrum that he kind of had here, even though he thought he was setting boundaries, what he's doing is he's signaling that I know how to make you rage. It's very easy, and she can push that button when she wants it, whether it's because she's bored and she wants that shot of dopamine, maybe it's a divorce case and she wants you to act like an idiot in front of the judge so you lose your thing. Doesn't matter. The point is, the less predictable you are, the harder you are to manipulate. And by showing that you have temper tantrums during sexual denials, during her being bratty, during a frame test, during all of these reasons, you just need to show that she can't affect your emotions. Now, for some guys, it's hard. Some guys are raised to be adult children, and it's going to take some practice, but it's just something you have to do if you want to get past this. Nobody said being alpha was easy. And sometimes it is just as simple as that. That is to say, getting angry in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Being able to have controlled displays of emotion are always good. But they have to come on your terms, not the girls. So again, be careful not to frame it as please pay attention to me the way I am minimizing attention to what I didn't want to see. But simply that if you weren't going to do X, Y, and Z with her, you were just going to go ahead and do A, B, and C. If she wants to tag along with A, B, and C, she can, but you intend to do it regardless. It's just a natural consequence of her not to be with you. Now, what that means, and if you guys recognize that, it's probably from something I've referred to as the gym bag routine. It's the way I talk about this being applied. You're going to the gym. You're starting to work out. You're building up your sexual market value. Your wife, frigid, nagging, whatever. You decide, I'm going to go to the gym 5 o'clock every day. 4:59, you go and you hit on her. You hit on your wife, you want to smash. If or when she turns you down, all right, grab your gym bag, go to the gym. It's something you were going to do. You're training yourself to have a fulfilling life full of activities that you enjoy, and then you're enacting it. So it's literally practice. It's like I talk about it all the time on other live streams and the podcasts. It's an art called killology. It was something developed in between World War I and World War II. If you don't know, what happened during World War I is for training soldiers, they'd use bullseyes. And then they found in combat scenarios that people were actually not shooting at the enemy. They were shooting off warning shots. Like 75% of bullets were not aimed at the enemy. And turns out people have a hard time shooting people. Who'd have thunk? It turns out we're not all monsters. So what the military had come up with was a science about it. And they figured out, you shoot at silhouettes. And then when the time came to actually have to shoot at the enemy, your instinct of shooting at silhouettes would come through, and their effectiveness from a military standpoint was a lot better. So it just shows you can train things that aren't instinctive just so long as you detach it from the parts that you have issue with. So in this case, if you're learning how to stop rewarding negative behavior through boundary enforcement, in this one, you already had a plan to leave. This was literally you just practicing getting shot down so you can have something better to do. And again, you can't do this in take a look at me, mommy, I'm teaching you a lesson. We've had tons of examples of that where guys do some heinous stuff as like a way of teaching her a lesson, and our responses are always the same. So yeah, you sure showed her, man. You're the man. Go get him, Tiger. Guys kind of realize, self-aware ones that, all right, yeah, it is kind of a bit childish, isn't it? Yeah, it's just go do your thing. As soon as you start showing your temper tantrum there or your passive-aggressive nature, it's not only childish, but you turn her into somebody that can make you have a tantrum. Again, and for goodness sake, if she ever comes looking for you wearing lingerie, that's her initiating, you dumbass. Smash right there and then, no excuses, and make it good. Throw a little bit of beta in there. Before we move on, though, I want to talk about verbal intercourse is optional. It's a great post by Sexy Shoulder Devil, one of the older guys in the Married Red Pill. He's been around for forever. But here's the thing. A lot of guys have a hard time understanding what we're talking about when we talk about boundary enforcement or not rewarding good behavior in this way. He says you need not engage. Now, he makes an example of your wife wants to have a fight with you, and then she persists and chases you around the house with her raging emotions, trying to initiate verbal intercourse, aka talking. It's simple. Give her a hard no. If you want to have a conversation, if you don't want to have a conversation, saying not having a conversation, end of story, leave the room. If she persists and follow you, hard no, remove herself from your presence. And the way he helps guys understand that is picture if you walked up, initiated with your wife, and she shot you down for whatever reason. In the same way that a guy's wife is chasing him around the house trying to start a conversation or have a fight, picture that as if you were trying to have sex and you're chasing her around with a rock hard erection all around the house. You'd probably get arrested. So once you understand that a woman's need for validation and conversation is the same as a guy's need for sex, in this framework anyway, it kind of lets you understand that just because a girl is talking doesn't mean you have to respond. Again, verbal intercourse is optional. Now, moving on. Catching her being good. And this is just be appreciative. Say thank you. Appreciate the things she does. Positive praise. Yeah, it sounds like it's kind of the thing you do with a child. You're taking their finger painting and you're putting it on the fridge. But you know what? If you want to reward good behavior and not reward bad behavior, well then you're going to have to suck up your pride and just show some gratitude. I don't think it's that controversial a thing to show, but for a lot of guys, they assume alpha male means you have to be some absolute stoic guy who never says anything or nothing and don't respond to nothing and don't soften up. It's like, dude, it's fine. You want to get what you want, or do you want to look like an alpha male? If you want to get what you want, well, do what you do. He even admits it too. So Athol says, this doesn't sound very alpha male and sounds very supplicating, but it's actually somewhat of a dominant display. You're not asking for something or asking for permission. You're thanking her for acts of service you have already received. Again, you are thanking her for acts of service you've already received. Already received. If you don't remember, there's something called Briffault's Law in this space. Pull that up and quote it for you precisely here because I always suck at memorizing it. I'm sure if you guys have been here a while, you probably know already what it is though. So it maintains that the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family. Where the female can derive no benefit from the association of the male, no such association takes place. On top of that, it also has a corollary where it's anything promised, it becomes null and void as soon as your side of the deal is done. So if you punish good behavior, you're ultimately starting to force her into thinking about engaging in bad behavior, if only in an attempt to get you to pay attention to her. Often this is why women test their men. Sometimes a fitness test is just a play for attention. Again, think about that. If you decide to smash your girl's phone every time she completely drives you nuts, then think about that. Was that the most cost-effective way to offer a little bit of dopamine? Probably not. Next part is highly problematic behavior. Now this carries on too because bad behavior can become highly problematic behavior if left unattended, or if you become too predictable, if you constantly give displays of lower value like losing frame, having a tantrum, childish behavior, that sort of thing. He uses a great example in here, and before this one, there's a great story by this guy, Ultimate Cat. Again, one of the very, very old guys from the Married Red Pill. Haven't seen him around in forever, but I hope he's listening to this one. He went out to dinner with his wife, and his wife was copping a huge attitude. He just realized, and I don't know how it worked out, but he's been establishing his frame for like the last year at the time here. Very harsh by some standards. But told her to stop. She didn't stop. So he got up and he left. I guess, and this is the part he kind of got a chuckle out of, she didn't bring her wallet. So she's stuck there at the restaurant without a wallet. Meals are coming. Needless to say, she learned not to disrespect him in public like that anymore. How did it all sort out? And he goes, she's an adult. She could figure it out. And I guess she did. Nobody got arrested, so... he uses the example here, Athol does anyway, where girls being late, where you want to be at an event and they spend so much time on their makeup or whatever that they end up making you like 45 minutes late for an event. So first thing he says is you give her a warning shot about the lateness and frame it as, I am late and that's not acceptable to me. Notice there from a frame perspective, it's all about you. Nothing to do with her, no blame, no accusations. Don't fire warning shots against her ego, because then this whole thing devolves. It's not a very refined way to handle this. Again, I'm late, that's not on. If you're late for a second event to give her a second warning. I've already addressed this before. I won't address this again. Obviously word this in your own way. This is kind of a weird way of wording it, but if I'm late again, I'm going to leave you behind and you can find your own way. If she wants to debate that, just tell her there's nothing more to talk about. Remember, verbal intercourse is optional. Nothing to talk about. Not having a conversation. And she can chase you around with her raging emotion erection as much as she wants to. She just ain't going to get there. You're just telling her what's going to happen. It's like a law of the universe. For the third event, you just leave. Don't even tell her that you're leaving. Just go. If she gets into a pattern of ignoring fair warnings in the future, you should skip the second warning and jump straight to consequence. Notice though, he didn't smash her phone. He didn't have a childish temper tantrum. He didn't get mad because she didn't do what she wanted. He just went and did his own thing. And she can deal with the natural consequences of that. It's a very powerful lesson because you'll get accused of being an ass. That's just the way it is. But, next time be on time. I told you 3 days in advance. Now, of course, you have to expect a counterattack when you do this. People rarely give up bad behavior without a fight. Again, I use the example of my dogs all the time. Turns out he can jump just high enough to swipe anything on the first 4 inches of the counter and eat it. So we left a loaf of bread up there once. Dog ate a loaf of bread. 17-pound dog, 4-pound loaf of bread. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. Problem is now the next 100 times we come home, he goes and jumps on that counter when we're not looking. And sure enough, unless we do it 100 times in a row, he's going to keep jumping. But that's the problem, is that people aren't perfect. We usually will leave something up there just the once, and that reinforces it again. So trying to get that dog to stop swiping food off the counter is the same as to stop getting your wife break your boundaries. It's going to get worse before it gets better. He makes a good point here. So leaving her behind may turn that unforgivable sin, and she may well scream at you. In that moment, you have to realize that her behavior is rude, and she is blaming you for not supporting her rudeness. Also, she may well arrive 40 minutes late and mad as a snake and start ripping you up verbally in public for leaving her behind. Now, that's a whole other level of socially inappropriate behavior. But again, apologize to the guests, take your leave. How you want to enforce that one, it's up on you. But for me, there's not many hard and fast red flags for any length of a relationship than berating a partner in public. It's one of those few things. I would put that about as close to cheating as you can get for a non-cheating behavior. So, again, these are your boundaries. You set them how you want. And he follows up with natural consequences. The solution is usually to not support the negative behavior and just allow the natural consequences to occur. That way you're not actually punishing the other person. You're just not saving them from their own bad behavior. Also, you aren't wasting your own time and effort or rewarding them with extra attention. I'll give you a practical example of this one too. Finances. Most relationships come up and the girl will suggest, well, we're getting married, or we're in a relationship now, we should split our finances, share the bills. Don't do that. I'm telling you right now. Most girls are absolutely horrible with money. Paycheck to paycheck kind of horrible. Appies on Tuesday and Wednesdays kind of horrible. Completely horrible. Remember when I was signing up for a new bank when I moved to Eastern Canada, and the banker I was talking to there saw, my investments and all this stuff. She goes, wow, it's like, I'm impressed. I'm like, what's so impressive about this? It's like, yeah, most times when guys get together with a girl, they end up having at least like 10,000, 20,000 in debt, and they have no assets. And I'm like, oh. Yeah, and it was funny. Then the other bankers and the other, not the tills, like the back offices, they started coming out telling me stories. I was like, you guys should be telling me customer information like this? And they're like, oh, it's fine. You don't know who any of them are. Plus, it was Montreal. Nobody cares. But yeah, imagine from a financial standpoint, not supporting negative behavior. Separate finances. I know it's obviously the best advice to have this conversation before you even get together, but here's what usually happens. Guys will get to a point where they're emotionally hooked on a girl. They want to bring her in. They think it's great. Then, once they're hooked, that's when they find out she's got 20 grand in credit card debt or something stupid like that. So to ask most guys to just throw that away for something that isn't directly damaging at the moment, most guys aren't willing to go there. And if you are, good for you. Some guys are like, you know what? Don't support her behavior and just allow the natural consequences to occur. In this case, pay your own debt. If that cuts her finances down to a certain amount, well, that's the amount that you have to live off of, you like 50-50 or whatever. So yeah, you'll have a smaller place. She won't have Appy. She doesn't get that car she wants. Again, the natural consequences of her behavior. Split finances are wonderful for this. You have a joint account with a pot in the middle. If she decides to overspend, can't afford things, well then, natural consequences. Now, if it's at the point that it starts to affect you, I would put that up there with the girl that was berating the guy in front of her friends. Berating him in public. I would say knowing your guys' budget and just blowing it there just to make a point, it's probably a nukeable offense. His example's a little tamer though. Say your wife's terrible at getting up in the morning and oversleeps for work unless you wake her up. Also, you complain to her that you have to wake up and you have arguments about having to do it. She blames you for being late if you don't wake her up. The solution? Don't wake her up and let the natural consequence of her being late to work kick in. That's the problem with a lot of girls, is that so many guys want to be Captain Save-A-Ho. They want to be White Knight McConaughey. They go out of their way to make sure a girl does not suffer the consequences of her actions because they think they're saving her. But they're not doing that. And every ex-boyfriend before you has probably done that same thing. Every dad that's done it, who looks at his girl like she's the best princess in the world, has all done it. All of them are doing it. What we are doing as a gender is conditioning women to have zero consequences for their actions. I mean, we can complain about the thought apocalypse all we want, but at the end of the day, if you learn nothing else from this, learn this. We created that. Women will act as shitty as you let them. Again, that's a great quote from Archwinger. If you're watching this live after the fact, I'm going to put this in the chat as well. Again, it's a nice supplemental read. Helps guys understand where we're coming from. Post, damn you. All right, hopefully it's made it there by now. I got to get back to this. The golden rule of sex rank, by the way. This is a part I really disagree with Athol on here. It's only like a one-line offer, but I feel it's important to mention. And he talks about the natural consequences. Never force an ultimatum on your wife if she's hotter than you. Due to the field experience that a lot of guys have had, this is a completely incorrect statement. The correct statement is the golden rule of sex rank is never force an ultimatum ever. An ultimatum is the ultimate expression of powerlessness. It means you have no way to persuade, no carrot to dangle, no stick to use. You can't pull away the carrot. There's no positive, no negative reinforcements. The only thing you have is throwing yourself on the pyre. Please think of the ultimatum and just picture adding pretty please at the end of it, because that's how other people hear it. And if you're at the point you have to give one, well, the answer's already no. So when it sounds like manipulation, this stuff sounds fairly straightforward, nothing too fancy, right? Well, that's the problem. I'm using tame examples now for the most part because we're on YouTube. I don't want to freak out the kids. And then to be fair, there's somebody in the chat here saying to correct me there. Thank you for the correction. People will act as shitty as you let them. This is Married Man Sex Life Primer. Not, I really don't care about the behavior of guys. That's not the point of this one. I don't feel the need to equate this stuff. Right now, the focus is on a guy in a struggling relationship and things you can do to either right the ship or move on. So I really don't care about the behavior of men. There's only one man that should matter to you, and that's your own behavior. If you want to talk about how people act crappy in business, that's fine. I'm sure there's other channels that have that. Which is going to get me to the point I'm going to make for you right now. And this is something extremely common. I didn't do that to call them out, but yes, Virginia, you do have to be an asshole. And this is exactly what I was talking about right at the beginning. It's a great post from Whisper, again, one of the OG guys from the space. So first they called you delusional for thinking such red-pilled behavior might work. Then they swore that these tricks would never, ever, ever work on them because they weren't party sluts or damaged or any of those other pejorative terms they throw. Now, the beratement from these guys, from a lot of Karens or middle-aged soccer moms or, arguments on Twitter is, isn't there some way for men to look out for their own best interests without being so savage, harsh, or brutal to women? To which you, being sane, introspective, and analytical sort of man, are tempted to respond with something like, it's not savage, it's just looking out for your own interests. A guy who has standards like this is unfortunately seen as some sort of devil, and that anything that isn't pro-male or put the woman first is considered heinous in today's society. So stop that. Stop that. Stop justifying yourself. Stop deering. Stop defending, excusing, explaining, or rationalizing. You're supposed to agree and amplify, but you don't, because deep down you're not an asshole, and you don't want to be an asshole. Well, crush that dream. You have to be willing to, and you have to be willing to be evil like this. Why? Because that statement where anything that isn't pro-male or put the woman first is considered heinous in today's society is dead wrong. It's not today's society. It's not a plot. It's not from leftists or feminists or communists or conservatives or anybody trying to sap and impurify our precious bodily fluids. That's actually the wording he used here, which is hilarious. He was like 2 years ahead of semen retention, but whatever. It's hardwired into the human genome. Cave Chad was hardwired to be more sympathetic to girls because tribes that didn't protect women via male sacrifice died off. So not only is it built into everyone out there to call you an ass if you're looking after your own self-interest, it's also built into you, and it requires extensive brainwashing to overcome. And that's kind of what we're doing here. So unless you are comfortable not only being called the bad guy, but actually being him in these situations, and don't kid yourself, any of these boundary enforcement examples I was talking about, finances, living, lateness, all that, you will be the bad guy, and you have to be okay with that. So you'll never be able to put your own interests before those of some chick you just met 3 days ago who doesn't care about you unless she wants your, dick, attention, or money. And that's how people are. That's how you are. So the real answer to that question is no. There is no way for men to look out to their own interests without being so savage, harsh, or brutal to women. Not because harsh, savage, or brutal simply means men looking out for their own interests, not only to feminists, not only to society, not only to women, but to everybody. So the answer should be selected from, he gives a great couple examples here. Don't care, got laid. Yep, I'm an asshole, raised by wolves. I don't recall asking your opinion. We prefer the term ethically challenged or any other response that indicates that you don't care. You being an asshole isn't a bad thing. At all. Again, this is hardwiring and you got to get past it. Back to the work though. So the next part is not being a chump. And this is something everybody can get behind. I know Rolo's had a whole episode about chumps. We're going to briefly go over it here because I think we got just enough time. Oh, tons of time. So just to be clear, and this has to do with like girls asking favors of you. The classic one is, hey, can you go get me a glass of water? To which you should respond, are your legs broken? So just to be clear, if her request was a reasonable one and something that you would do for anyone, it's not being a chump to comply. But it is being a chump when she holds out sexual cheese and you run through it like a rat in a maze to get it, and then when you get to the end, she says there's no cheese. Anytime a girl tries to bribe you into doing anything with sex, automatically just know you're not going to get any. That's an absolute trap, and girls know exactly what they're doing. Again, wives can do the same thing to their husbands. If she sexually entices you to go do something for her, and then you go do it and get nothing, then you're a chump. Wives know exactly what they're doing when they do this. To add insult to injury, by agreeing to marry you, she was already promising you a sex life. So in this case, she was negotiating further with you on something she had already agreed to give you and then didn't give it to you anyway. You're a double chump. Quote me on that. Hashtag double chump. The solution to all this is pretty simple though. Payment in advance, properly assured, or she can do it her own damn self. This way you can save yourself time and just skip to the end where you don't have sex with her. I always laugh at that one. Makes me chuckle. But yeah, no. You can't let sex be used as a weapon against you, because that is how most guys turn into their own worst enemy. It's sabotage to the nth degree. Again, the corollary to Briffault's law. She can promise anything she wants. Once she gets what she wants, the contract's null and void. Just keep that in mind. While some guys, I refer to them as PowerPoint MGTOWs, like to do that as a statement of powerlessness, as in, we can't get anything and nothing's ever going my way. I take it as a statement of empowerment. That just says, I can reward good behavior, but I don't accept promises. And you're going to notice this too. Again, you're going to get bad behavior the first time. First time I did it, same thing. My girl was gotten mad at me. How dare you turn this down? Treat it as a sexual rejection. But Ryan just said you're not supposed to ever give sexual rejections. Yeah, well, at this point, you got to pick which is better for you. Do you want to have the carrot dangled in front of you? And it's not even a sexual rejection anyway, because you're not going to get any. It's just strict manipulation. Sometimes if there's a conflict, look at it from a very objective perspective. What do I want? In this case, I don't want to get you that damn glass of water. Are your legs broken? I haven't smashed in like 6 days. I don't got time for this. And that's fine. You're allowed to be ornery. If you start getting the itch and you're in a relationship and she shot you down 3 times, like, I'm not in the mood to go fetch water. Anyways, map that to your situations as you see fit. Go do your thing. I won't stand in your way. Go be happy and multiply, or at the very least, stop trying to be bribed into multiplying and then end up dividing. There's a math joke for you nerds. Next party goes into Shrek, Donkey, and the Princess Fiona plan. It's not really important from this. He mentions, though, it's good for screening women, too, when you're first dating. It's one of his things, which I don't... It's not mine, but try it out. Take a read through the whole thing, see if you like it. And the idea is, you're talking to a girl, you say, if I was Shrek, would you be the donkey, or would you be Princess Fiona? And it's pretty much as soon as you ask that, assuming she knows the movie reference, she knows what you're actually asking are you ready to smash, or are you sexually interested? And if her answer is Princess Fiona, then you escalate. Again, that's with everything. Always be escalating. ABE. There's no reason not to. Again, being highly sexual at all times is an alpha trait. Pour it out whenever you can. If you got nothing else to do, it doesn't mean you have to smash every second of every day, but at least be flirty. Again, build up that buying temperature over time. If you start with like a cupping her on the bottom in the morning, sending an eggplant emoji in the middle of the day, and then at the end of the day, fooling around, touch and leave, kiss and leave, whatever. It eventually builds up, then by the end of the night, you're good to go. I think we're going to stop, though, on Chapter 13, Sexual Judo. This part's a bit of a tragic section. So if you have a lower sex rank than your wife, though, much of her sex drive is going to look like it's just drying up on you. She's not going to just feel in the mood and be confused by this as you are. But it's very important to understand that while she sees you as less sexually responsive, her sex drive will continue on fairly unchanged. She might diddle herself a lot when you're not around, or she might not. But when a sexier man comes within her frame of reference, she might become very interested in him very quickly. Husbands discovering affairs are hurt at the deceit of the affair, but are also utterly shocked at the depth of her sexual response to her lover. The same husband who angrily complains that she just lies there and never does anything can barely comprehend the hidden camera at the end of her squealing and bouncing on top of some guy. She said blowies were disgusting, but there she is, bobbing up and down. It's a cruel stab to the chest to suddenly understand what she meant by giving blowjobs to you is disgusting. Again, it's kind of a corollary to Ryan's rule. Anytime she says she feels something, always add right now at the end. Anytime she says she won't do something, always add with you at the end. It's one of the worst things you'll see is a community called dead bedrooms. They're absolutely horrible. And they come up with this idea. One sec. Paul, thank you, by the way, for the 20 CHF super chat. I don't know what a CHF is, but no comment, just tipping. Well, thank you very much, sir. Anyway, so for the dead bedrooms guys, they have this concept of high libido and low libido, and they consider it's a mismatched libido thing, as if it's like a law of the universe, not understanding that a girl's libido is reactive. So you can take it on as it's not my fault, or it's to blame, or who's this, and you can talk about it however a child wants to talk about it. But here's the point. Girls' sex drives are responsive. So if she's not receptive to you, then there is something that you need to address, assuming you want to get laid. Girls can't just will it to happen. Kind of iffy if I should post this one in here, but I think I will too. It's another great one by Archwinger. Here's hoping. Every unhappy wife is a struggle-hugging victim. I think you can do the math. Again, come into live chat. You'll see me post it right about now on this timestamp. That'll explain it much better than I could. I'm not going to read it out here because that'll get this thing demonetized faster than you can believe. But just know, They're reactive. It's not a frontal lobe process for them. Girls feel into it and they go into it. Otherwise, it taps into that whole other genre of feelings. You don't want to go there. That's how you end up with resentful, weaponized wives. All this divorce rape talk we're talking about. That's how it comes out. He brings up other sections here like protection shields and sexual judo. Read it for yourself. It's not super important for the topic at hand, but I will end on 13.4. Her orgasm is not your responsibility. How she does it is best left up to her, and allow her to not on occasion. What this means is if you're getting what's called starfish or duty sex, and that's where the girl just lays there, lets it happen, literally the minimum amount of time it takes for her not to think that you're going to try and divorce her, then just realize that she's like, again, struggle hugging. It's not exactly struggle hugging, but it taps into the same feelings, and that's why that resentment builds up. And that's why Karen is so ornery out there. She hasn't had pipe laid properly. Doesn't have the feelings behind it, so they take it out on everybody's manager. Sometimes the way to get out of that, there's two ways. The two strategies you come up with, and they're both polar opposites but achieve the same result. The first one, get up, don't be mad. All right, you know what? This isn't working for me. Maybe another time. The idea of that rejection right there snaps the girl out of it, because they always have this assumption that just by being available, that's the only value they have to offer. And then you're establishing a boundary. No. It's not it. But you're not being mad about it. You're not having those temper tantrums. You're not showing that you're butt mad, and it's very predictably a way to get you angry by sexually denying you. You're just saying, not feeling it. Get up, get dressed, go do something else. The second way is just go to town. Completely ignore any thoughts of pleasure from the girl's side. Go, get in, get out. They call it cavemanning. Either one works. That one taps more into the alpha behaviors. The idea that, if you guys don't remember, we talked about it a couple episodes ago, where a female orgasm is actually seen as a beta trait. It's a comfort building one. Now, if it's a case where you're in a sexually deprived bedroom, you have way too many comfort traits and not enough alpha traits. In this case, going to town and leaving her unsatisfied, funnily enough, an alpha trait. That signals top tier man, he's got things to do, he's got places to go. It taps into the dopamine, not so much the serotonin or oxytocin. That's what the orgasm's for. But whatever. If she wants better behavior, she can act better and earn your beta traits, because they have to be a gift. If they're not, then you're just wasting your time. You're giving away it for free. It's like Patrice O'Neill used to say, he'd call you a time hoe. Either one works. Guys have tried both. Both have had very similar results. At this point, I would argue it's mostly personal preference, but why not use both? Try one, try the other. Give it a shot in your own relationship, see what happened. Come back, let me know. I'm always available on like Twitter or Reddit or here. Somewhere that's not cancer, preferably, but whatever. He does make mention at the end too, about 30% of what you try works. Most women are bad in bed, most men are too. And the beauty about being married is that you can experiment. Just don't be worried about making mistakes, because 3 times out of every 4 you're going to be anyway. Just know, keep trying it. Eventually you'll find the things that work, and you just stick to those. And they're going to be different for every girl. Guys, a lot of guys who find out though when they're single spinning plates that there are some universal things to help with everybody. I'm not going to get into super details here, but I'd love to hear it in the non-demonetizable chat. What universal rules when it comes to smashing you find work well for you. Pass it on to everybody else. Please, stuff you've actually tried. I don't want to hear what you read out of whatever magazine. And he's got some other things that out onto this. It's mostly like little sex tips. Again, I would argue this isn't the kind of thing you want to be reading in a book anyway, so skim through these if you find interest in it. But just try things out. See what works. Swiss franc. Okay, thanks, Shadow. I want to say danke, but I don't know if you're in the German, French, or Italian quarter. Danke, merci, or I don't know how to say it in Italian. Anyways, so that's it for this episode. Married Man Sex Life Primer. Tomorrow, we're following up with Variety is the Spice of Life, and then moving on past that. This is going to be all the kinky stuff. It's going to be about porn, all the goofy stuff you're seeing on Twitter about the temperance movements, semen retention, what you think about porn, what you think about drinking, and we're going to get all that stuff out of the way and show you that these guys are idiots and don't know what they're talking about. Shy wives, and as well as the ovulation game. So how do you play it? How do you play with that? There's going to be some stuff on there. It'll be a bit cringe, but you know what? If you're coming back from a dead bedroom, well, you're just going to have to be a little cringe to get things going. Just suck it up, Buttercup. Do you want to win, or do you want to look like you're not cringe? Besides, if you're not sleeping with her, she already thinks you're kind of a loser anyway, so what could go worse? Anyways, on that note, I'll leave you guys to this one. Thank you so much in the chat, by the way. I saw you guys. I read as many of your comments as I could. I know normally we have more chit chat, but you know, this one we're crushed for time. It turns out in about 15 minutes, I'm going to be on with Nick August. We're going to do the Burn It Down podcast. Check on Twitter. He's got the post up for there. Actually, he should have given that one to me too. Let me see if I can grab a link for you guys. Oh. Looks like he forgot to send me a link. That's fine. We'll just pull it off and get it down to you. There it is. Let them burn. So I'm posting a link for this one in the live chat. Come on in, check it out. It's going to be a little more casual, a little more engaged, and I hope you guys enjoy yourselves. Again, Married Man Sex Life Primer, Athol K, wonderful read. This is a supplement or crib sheet to the actual book, so don't use this in place of reading the book. Guaranteed, it will improve not just your relationship, but your ability to have relationships moving on in the future. On that note, I'll catch you on the next one. I should have found one of these ones with fall, but I don't think there's one where I can get leaves showing at the top of the skyscraper, so whatever. Oh yeah, Paul, I'd be curious, so let me know in the chat which quarter of Switzerland. French, German, Italian? Anyways, I'll see you guys in 15 minutes or tomorrow. Cheers. Second part of episode 6 coming up. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself on this nice, crisp, fine fall day. From Karen to Becky. If you guys don't get that reference, I'll explain it later. So this is going to be kind of a bit of a weirder section because there's a lot of stuff here that deals along with sexuality generally. Kind of sucks that the way YouTube is set up right now, they probably won't like it. So we're going to do a lot of skimming here on chapter 14 in its entirety. So for the most part, you should kind of read that on your own. One good thing though, there's a couple things I did want to mention. The first is going to be the girls like bad boys because girls want to be bad too. That is an idea that it may be counterintuitive as her denying you or having low levels of stuff. So offering spanking, handcuffs, roughness, blindfolded, stuff like that doesn't seem to work. And it might not work, but you'll never know it till you try. And so developing a bit of a kink is a way of bringing out a girl's like inner sluttiness is the idea. He ends with the big reason, well, one of the big reasons why girls like the bad boy is because they like to be the bad girl without judgment. So most single guys know this, that the worst thing you can do to remove yourself from the girl's eyes as a lover and put yourself in the provider role is to be judgmental of girls' sexual antics. Even if you do judge privately, judge inside. As soon as you can get to it, a place where you don't judge, you think everything is funny, it's amazing how open and honest girls can be here. There's going to be a theme to it too. So in this case, there's one, how to get her to dress sexier. And and I'll sum it up here. It's essentially, you dress sexier. Instead of just wearing your same t-shirt, cargo pants, flip-flops, or Birkensteins, or Birkenstocks, sorry, actually dress well. That means, slimmer cut jeans. That means, nicer clothing, work with layers, all that stuff that makes you think of when you think of metrosexuals. Well, the sexier you dress, the sexier she dresses. Again, leadership in a relationship is more than just about I can do the chores better than the guy beside me. If you want a girl to act a certain way, you lead by example. If you want her to dress sexier, you dress sexier. Maybe that means you wear a suit when otherwise you would have worn a polo shirt and khakis looking like a Best Buy manager when you go to work. Same thing with how to get lingerie. Well, it's easy. You wear lingerie. Now, he knows it's kind of a joke saying you're not supposed to, as a guy, dress up in a teddy and do your thing. I do disagree with this though from an experience standpoint. So he talks about going online shopping for lingerie together. In general, guys, as part of the purchasing process for lingerie, sets up a covert contract, and it generally does not work. Girls will get too much pressure, and then you'll end up not smashing, and it'll just sit in a box. What has to happen is lingerie has to be a gift. If it's not a gift for you, then it's just not going to work, and you're not there. You can say you like things. You can say what kind of things you like. Again, reward good behavior. Don't reward bad behavior. Obviously, some random conversation where you see some chick wearing, I don't know, a black nightie. And you're like, oh, that's the hottest thing ever. Your girl will keep that in the back of her mind. And if she's feeling particularly sexy and wants to turn you on, will probably wear those things. So again, it's a play item. Don't look too much in the symbology of it. Because as soon as you start tying it in as a, this is the kind of thing that makes me a man, or you're not a real woman unless you dress for your man like that, like, keep all that out of it. You just want stuff that turns you on. You mention stuff that turns you on, and then if you've properly led things from a sexual idea, girls tend to go on their own. Now, single guys, it's not going to matter as much because girls are going to come with their own baggage that they have from other dudes they used to date. So any of those like sexual things she brings to you, usually going to be from that guy that she used to date. So you should kind of be thinking. Next one here, and I wish I'd have brought Carl on for this because he's kind of our resident toy expert there. But how do you get girls to use toys? Easy, you buy some for you. There's actually, it's one of my favorite examples of frame I can think of. It's from the Married Red Pill. There's this guy, SF Red, or SF Plus Red. I can't remember how to get the name. Anyways, he is huge on anal plugs. And he's not ashamed to tell anybody who will listen about it too. And it's hilarious because as a guy, the first thing you think of when you want to test another guy is to make fun of him for shoving stuff up there. He owns it completely. He doesn't care. He's on TRT. He's wearing like a good 230, completely jacked. But like it's doubly good in the sense that A, he gets off on it, which is great. But it's also great in that he holds frame. Like nobody can shame him for this stuff. Now, I'm not here to judge or suggest which kinks are alpha, which kinks are beta. It's kind of a misuse of the term, and the only reason to do that is because you want some kind of hive mind to sink a fence. Here's the thing. Whatever your kink is, lead with it unapologetically, so long as it works. Like I have noticed something that I really missed from this space. It was very early on, I think 2013, maybe even 2014, but there was a guy who got off on, he said he used to get off on hypergamy. He literally liked it when girls were treating him in the same way that PowerPoint MGDAOs are terrified of. And he was fascinating because, as he put it, you will never learn more about something than if it's the kind of thing that gets you off. And it's true. He had great insight into it. All he would do is talk about the stuff that turns him on, and that would let people know. Like, that's how we came up with a lot of the signs that you know something's going downhill, the behavior changes out of nowhere, the making the excuses, the random phone calls just before she has her night out, all this stuff. Fascinating source. His name was like Kako06, I think it was. Kind of clever name. Again, owning your kinks, not just from your own perspective, but from the perspective of men swapping notes with other men, can be an absolutely amazing thing if you get there. So, having said that, he does say something in here that kind of removes my ability to respect him as a content creator and an author when he says his wife Jennifer and him used to watch Sex and the City on HBO back in the day. Like, dude. Anyways, one episode had a plot line about Miranda getting hooked on a vibrator called the Rabbit, so naturally we got one of those as our first vibe. Cool, man. Next one here. How to get your wife to watch porn with you, and there's a whole bunch of stuff into this. His personal view is it isn't a problem until it's a problem. It's the same as drinking or any vice. I'll skip for the most of it, but generally speaking, for guys, porn consumption is usually due to a lack of abundance of sex. And for girls, porn consumption tends to be a byproduct of an abundance of sex. So it's one of those things. If you're having a hugely hardcore sex life, usually add that stuff in for spice. It falls into the same realm as toys or lingerie, all that stuff. Does it because it makes you happy. It's kind of neat. Gets the kink out of your system. Yeah, I don't really want to talk too much about that. It's just meh. Anyway, he goes over again what it means by saying I'm bored, We've already known that. I need a dominant male fix. I need dopamine. We already know this, but it's great to go into detail from a sexual environment and how the changes happen. It's very interesting to see here. Next part is about unpredictability. Now, it comes from a book, Daniel Rose, called Sex God Method. It's another good one on the sidebar for the married red pill. It's good to read this one. It comes up with a concept called Devi. And every time I talk about Devi, I always get the acronym wrong and somebody corrects me in the chat. But it's like desire, energy, variety, and intensity. Anyways, the whole point of that is once you get through those concepts, start being unpredictable. Now, I've talked about it before in episodes. The true measure of unpredictability is for at least a quarter of the time, switch up what you're doing. It came from an economist studying baseball, of all things. They were trying to find out what it is that made a pitcher unpredictable. This must have been one of those Moneyball type guys. But they discovered that if a pitcher has a certain routine that batters can guess, if they changed it up 25% of the time, it made them sufficiently unpredictable so that the batters could not guess what they were pitching. You've seen it in the pickup space where guys talk about the 2/3 rule. Whatever a girl gives you, give 2/3 of what's back. Typical of a guy. You take a concept of 25% and say, I'll make it 60%. Key point is here, even if you have a system and it works for you, you have routines you have, your games on point, your routines are good, all this stuff. As soon as it becomes predictable, it actually loses some of its efficacy. So just for the sake of it, occasionally, change things up. Reward bad behavior. Put up with have a nonsensical boundary that makes no sense. You've never done before. You'll never do it again. Just something to shake up the norm, because a lot of the times what guys find in very boring relationships is that the girl will automatically fitness test them all the time. Again, I hate to harp on the guy, but I keep using Abu American on this one for the girl that was giving him a bunch of grief and he smashes her phone. $1,000 oopsie, but that's all right. He established he's the man. You could save yourself a lot of smashed iPhones and laptops if you just be a little unpredictable. Sometimes that's all it takes, man. Granted, technically that is an unpredictable thing too, but I'd like to think you can handle it without having to blow $1,000 every time, right? But hey, it's your life. Map it to your scenario. So long as it's working, who am I to judge? He talks about rough sex experiments, breaking down the sexually shy wife. I wanted to talk about this one, not because I particularly agree with or even understand this. Like, there's a guy in the married red pill. It's called Seepin. Anyways. I think I'm pronouncing him right anyway. He, Red Curious, and a couple other guys started going up with these concepts. Oops, wrong name. About avoidant. No, it's C, S-E, not S-A. And I wish... There it is, a fearful avoidant wife. Now, this is something called avoidance theory. I'll put a link to this one in the chat. You guys can look into it if you want. I have an issue with this, but we're men swapping notes. It's not what I like and what I don't like. It's about what works and what doesn't work. So we're going to talk about it here. The idea of fearful avoidance is somebody with low self-esteem and high distrust. Daddy issues, essentially. They realize they need and want intimacy, but then when they're in a relationship that starts to get close, their fear and mistrust surfaces and they distance. I've understood. I know it's a thing. I'm not saying it's not a thing. And here's the thing. We've all dated girls. Ones that they've dated a drug dealer they didn't like, or all those like bad boys treat them absolutely horribly. They get out of the relationship with a good guy. And then you'll notice as soon as their relationship starts to get good, they'll switch up and do something that sabotages the whole thing. It's because in a girl's brain, I don't know what amount of wiring has to happen, but they get to a point where they're used to a certain self-worth based on their relationships. And for the most part, these ones are bad. Maybe a girl was abused, maybe Uncle Touchy, maybe all kinds of things. I'm not going to speculate on all the reasons, just know, things didn't go so well for her. And so a girl's own self-worth kind of reflects on that. And while it may be bad, it's at least predictable. Same as the guy who puts up with a battle axe wife who hasn't slept with him in 10 years and he keeps calling her a good wife. It's learned helplessness, but from the female perspective. They always get it from too much alpha as opposed to a guy who gets his learned helplessness from too much beta in a relationship, and a girl that's lost interest. So they talk about fearful avoidant. You've likely seen a cycle of you being nice, which makes her mean, which makes you angry, which makes her nice, which makes you nice, repeat. Basically that. The better you treat her, the worse she treats you, because it's just not expected. I remember there was a quote, and I can't remember which journal it was from. It was some medical journal that was talking about this from a psychological profile. And one quote that really stuck out to me was a girl that said, "Once he smacks me around, at least I know he cares," which is a messed up way of looking at it. All right, say bye to this monetization of this video, by the way. Anyways, the point of it's still sound. For some girls, the worse you treat them, the better they act. And it's just because, like I said, that's their model for the world. Is it helpful? No. Is it healthy? No. Here's the point, though, and here's why I disagree with that from a married red pill perspective, is that early on in the boundary process, these are the kind of girls you should drop. Like, yeah, there's somebody out there who's going to captain save a ho-her. She doesn't want to be saved. Some guys will try. And if you want to put your life through absolute hell to fix this kind of fearful avoidant based on what trauma has happened earlier on, fill your boots. I lump it in with single moms. Having said that, a lot of guys end up finding their way to this space specifically because of wifing up girls like this. They think they're Captain Save-A-Ho. They think they can fix her. Obviously, they can't. She goes back to that cycle where you act nice, she acts mean, you get angry, she acts happy. Which is weird because if you remember back last episode, I talked about rewarding good behavior and not rewarding bad behavior. In this case, it's kind of flipped on its head, where her bad behavior comes when you reward her good behavior. So really, by not rewarding good behavior, you're technically offering a reward and getting better behavior on the other side. Which, I mean, I'm sure if anybody here was old enough, remember those stereotypical couples from the 70s who always chain smoke and yell at each other all day, but they seem to be in love and you could never talk smack about her without the husband like threatening to punch you out. It's like one of those kind of things. So anyways, read the post that's with it too. It's good so you can kind of see this. Again, I probably even have commented in this thread as far as I know, but if you're at the point where this is your thing here, you got to ask what's in it for you to put in all this effort. So when I see things about breaking down the sexually shy wife, my first thought is this is way too late in the process to be making changes, and an exit strategy is more likely a better idea and the outcomes will be better. But I'm not you. It's not your life. There's some resources for you if you want it. I'm not going to talk about it at length past what I'm already talking about because I'm not comfortable with that, and I don't think it's a good way to do things. It's like telling a guy how to survive in prison. I'd rather just tell you not to commit crimes. But, and here's the meaty part of this here, is that we're going to go over the next chapter. Ovulation game. Women aren't random. This, I mean, if you've ever heard Rollo talk about the estrus cycle, you'll kind of know that. There's a couple things to come out of this. He's giving you some 101. Just know, what's the app called? There's an app on iPhone and Android. Not Hush, Hinge, something like that. I don't know. Anyways, the point of the app was it was for tracking cycles. Girls usually did that when they were getting pregnant. But one thing it's suggested for guys early on when they're not very good at gaming their wives, get the app tracker. Get the cycle tracker. Try it out. You only need it for like 2 months, maybe 3 months, just until you get the idea of it. God knows if you can't count to 30, then you got bigger problems. But you do this, and depending on how clueless a position you're coming from, you may have to write this stuff down, you may have to log it, or just keep like a mental note of it. But notice how your behavior from your wife, her interests and her fitness testing and her comfort testing, how it changes throughout the month. Most guys who have been married or dating for a long time can usually tell about within a day or two when Aunt Flo is coming over, because you just see like a girl irrationally angry for no reason. The hormones do drive their behavior to this extent. It's kind of crazy. But for a lot of guys who haven't seen it, they're going to notice, okay, so day one, the day that she's finished Shark Week, what kind of behavior do I get? And then notice during that ovulation period, a girl starting to act more sexually aggressive. Maybe you'll see how she changes her clothing. The day before Shark Week, maybe you'll see that she started acting irrationally cranky, maybe a ton of pain, maybe dehydrated. Whatever the behavior is, because they're not going to be consistent across all women at all times. Some women, different behaviors depending on. But the point is there's a consistency to it. And so for a lot of guys who still have that blank slate equalism, where you think girls just act like guys, and we don't have cycles. We don't have Aunt Flo. We don't bleed unless we get stabbed. So we're level. And then you start seeing this, if you start paying attention to the girl's behavior during her cycle, you start to realize that, oh, okay, girls aren't the same as guys. Their behavior is in a large part driven by their hormones, and that's something you can work with. So after you've done this, maybe you have to write it down. Okay, day 1, she's kind of kinky. Day 7 or day 10 is she's just absolutely brutal, or that's when she decides to go on a girls' night out and wear a low-cut dress. And maybe the day before Shark Week, that's when she starts wearing the frumpalotomus pants and sits there and overeats or something like that. But that's the point. Once you see these behaviors, it gives you an idea. So next thing you know, if you're getting a fitness test or absolute disrespect day before Shark Week, well, you know it has nothing to do with you. It's not because you didn't do the dishes. It's not because the china patterns weren't put away. It wasn't because the dishwasher broke. You're like, oh, okay. And maybe you can do that little thing where you nuke those tests back. Oh, is it that day already? That's not what this is about. All right. Amuse mastery it. And that's the thing. It really helps you deal with disrespect once you realize something. Sometimes it's just not about you. If you don't believe that this kind of thing happens, I'll put it this way. Personal example of mine from a male perspective. My girl loves to ask me what's wrong. If I stub my toe, if I trip on something, if I cut myself on a knife, I'm like, start swearing, cussing. Oh my God, what's wrong? Instantly. And I just snap back. I'm like, shut up. But here's the point is that when I'm hurt, just let me sit here and be hurt for a second. I don't want to have a conversation with the community about it. Nothing to do with her. She gets super offended. She gets very mad. She's like, why are you acting like this? And I'm just, at this point, we're doing, and this is early on, but we're doing the reward good behavior, don't reward bad behavior, set a boundary. In my case, my boundary is when I'm hurt, give me a minute, let me be hurt. If I want to talk about it, I'll talk about it in a minute. So if I can be like that when I just get a little bit of momentary pain, is it not that unreasonable to expect when a girl's going to have cramping, bloating, waking up dehydrated or all kinds of things like that? Or maybe she just ruined her best pair of underwear and it surprised her. Yeah, some girls get surprised by this. I didn't believe it myself until I got on board ship. And we started talking to the hull techs, which were the plumbers on board. So our ships have smaller plumbing than is legally acceptable in homes. So things getting clogged up is a huge thing. Plus we have gray water and black water tanks, and so you really can't just be doing things like throwing, toilet paper and Kim Tuff and Q-tips down there. It'll completely screw up or jam up our systems. Turns out every ship always had one female hull tech on board, because it turns out when it came to the bathroom, girls are absolutely disgusting. Not all of them, but at least one. And one of the things that blew my mind to hear some of the girls talk about was that some girls still get surprised by Aunt Flo coming over. And I was like, how the hell? Like, as a guy, if you had something happen within 30 days, every month, maybe sometimes 40 days, maybe 20 days, whatever your thing is, guys become hyper aware of that kind of thing if it happens with that consistency. Girls, not so much. So whatever. Anyways, the point is, if you have that thing that's not about the other person, pain, hormones, whatever, it's totally reasonable to expect this. And it kind of it takes the edge off where you realize any grief you're getting has nothing to do with you. And so if it has nothing to do with you, why are you reacting to it? Just shut up, get back to whatever it is you were doing, or laugh it off. Oh, it's that time of the month? All right, fair enough. Do you want an ice cream? Want me to rub your feet? I ain't rubbing your feet. Yeah, so now that you understand the way the cycle works, how it's going to change behavior, that it's going to be, within reason, everybody is going to be generally consistent. Ovulatory period is when she's going to be hypersexual. The down periods is when she's going to be craving more beta behaviors. This one's more alpha. During Aunt Flo week, her mouth doesn't bleed, so it should be fine. But here's the thing. He had some stuff here for singles, which I'll add it here. I don't know. I didn't really apply this myself. So as an aside, if you're out in the dating market, PMS is a reason why you shouldn't wait 3 to 4 days to call a girl back. If you really click in the club when she's near her ovulation phase, the longer you wait to call her, the further you move from her ovulation and the closer you get to her PMS, which I could say that's probably likely. From a single guy's perspective, you have to consider that, that 2 to 3 day waiting thing, you're playing with fire here. You're going to end up dropping out in your prime time. Generally, girls go to the bar when they're in peak ovulation phase, or they're just borderline alcoholics. Yeah, somebody mentions it here. Do a little bit of tracking, see what happens. Now, don't go overkill on this one. A lot of guys track it completely consistency, and they talk about it too much, and they tell their wife, oh, you're day 10. Like, I'm not when I say like make fun of it, oh, is an flow coming? That's you poking fun at her. That's like a nig. But you don't want to be the guy. It's like, it's day 10. Why aren't you wearing that sexy red thing? Like, do not add tism to this. This is just very fast and loose. The whole point of it isn't for you to track your girl and treat her like a science experiment. The whole point is to understand the concept of the ovulatory shift, the hormonal and behavior changes that come with it, so you can then be proactive in dealing with this stuff. Again, sometimes you have to put on more game. Maybe she needs to be a little more comfortable to do anything off peak. But when you're at peak, then you just realize just walk in, club her on the head. If you want to get rough, have that kind of sex, maybe that's the day to do it. So something to think about. And he kind of does the base one here. So like week 1, menses, week 2, normal, week 3, ovulation, week 4, PMS. If you want to work it that way, that's fine. You're ovulating and the moon's full. What's up? Yeah, a lot of girls, when they talk about a full moon changes their behavior, I think it's hilarious that, like, it makes sense why girls are into astrology and that kind of thing, how the phases of the moon affect things. Because if you noticed, the moon's phases are about 30-day periods. And girls talk about full moons and all that stuff changing behavior. Did you ever think that maybe all this stuff was here just because girls have no understanding of their own cycles, and so it can't be about them, so they have to blame the moon and Aries walking over Uranus this month? Something to think about when you start hearing astrology. You're probably never going to get that out of your head now that you know that. So I'll leave that. You do what you want with that information. I'm not going to touch it. He has examples here of how to tell if a woman is. I'm not going to go over these. Read the book yourself to find it out. I don't like the checklists of 10 reasons to find out if she's ovulating. Number 5 will surprise you. If I was going to do listicles, I'd be one of the PowerPoint MGTOWs or Red Pill Guru channels, and I'd tell you all these great lists, have like a nice picture of a hot chick on the front of the thing here, and sit in my surf shack telling you how much of an ass Rollo Tomasi is, but we're not going to do that. I think you guys deserve a little bit better of that. And then he reiterates too in 15.6, a gentleman is always ready. Again, as an alpha trait, an alpha behavioral trait, always being ready to smash is considered an alpha trait. If you're working yourself to the bone and you're too tired, generally seen as a beta trait. Evolutionary wise, it makes sense. Girls have ovulation cycles, and so they want to know that you're not going to be too tired the day that she needs you. She also knows that a guy who has to work himself to the bone and hasn't had a chance to sleep because he's too busy surviving is probably not going to have the same like lazy aloofness that, you know, the top tier man would have. So a guy who's always well rested and ready to go, in her eyes, oh, he sees that as an expensive sexual signal. Oh, he's got so much leisure time, he can sleep in on Tuesdays and be ready on Wednesdays when I need him. So again, as much as a lot of the self-improvement space says, hey, make sure to get adequate sleep, make sure to work out well, don't stress yourself out too hard, they have a point. Now, the one saying you got to hustle for 16 hours a day, well, they're going to give you some beta behaviors. Maybe good for making a buck, but just realize who are you making it for, because you're definitely not going to make it to a girl who puts out on the first date. Just throwing that out there. Again, do what you want with that info. Have more than one woman, which is funny because this is the Married Man Sex Life Primer, but I do enjoy how he brings up his love of mystery and a lot of the stuff for single dating in this. But yeah, always have more than one woman you're dating. If you're hooked into just one woman, your sex life will be dominated by her availability and her mood. Again, another great reason for plate theory is girls have their own ovulatory shifts. And if you're single, you shouldn't have to wait for Aunt Flo to leave before you can get your freak on. Again, all it takes is a second girl, maybe a third when there's overlap. But yeah, always have more than one woman and always feel like you have a couple backup women to fall on. Now, this is something from a married perspective that's important too. I don't know if he goes into it. It's been a while since I've read that specific chapter, but just knowing, not thinking, not assuming, but actually knowing you have girls waiting in the wings really takes the tension off of your relationship, and it helps you instinctively exhibit the certain behaviors you need to signal more alpha behaviors in your relationship. So if your girl's always wondering, do you find her sexy? Or, you know, if I wasn't here, would you sleep with her? And your answer is like, yeah, of course I would. But I got you now. I don't need that. You know, lets her know. Oh, so I don't fully have him. It's actually, I wish I could reference this. There was this girl, used to be a phone sex operator. She was on Twitter, Clo Love. Pretty fun girl, whatever. And she always mentioned it was like one of the sexiest things to find from a man, and she had gotten it from, I can't remember what sex therapist we're talking about it, but just never having him 100% is one of the sexier things you can do in a relationship. And so from a guy's perspective, I don't care how loyal you are, I don't care how loyal you want to be, I don't care till death do us part, all that trad stuff, that's fine. You keep that inside. That's your gift. You don't give that to anybody because nobody deserves it. From the outside, relationships will work better if your girl knows, not thinks, not suspects, but knows that if she's not willing to do her wifely duties, then you can easily find somebody else who's more than happy to take her space. This matters before you've had kids. This matters after you buy a dog. This matters after you've had kids. This matters after menopause, after anything. Girls do not want a prize that nobody else wants. It's the one place that I can say millennial chicks do not want a participation trophies in relationships. If she can't bludgeon over her friend's head that I got this man and you don't, then she's just going to lose interest. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not for a decade, but slowly but surely it works against you. Now, if you want to outdo yourself by building everything up to the nth degree, that's fine. Why you'd want to do that and avoid this very simple thing that you can do over the long term to maintain game over the course of a relationship is beyond me. Obviously, you're worried about being the bad guy, but you know what? Bad villains always make better characters in movies. You got to be okay being the bad guy. You might as well look after your own self-interest. I mean, you're the only one that wipes your butt every day without complaint, so why you don't treat that guy as number one in your books is beyond me. Ooh, something else I was reeling in the chat too. So I don't think you guys understand when I'm talking about this stuff. I know it's called Married Man Sex Life Primer. I'm not advocating for marriage. Tons of reasons for that. When I say marriage here and relationship, I just want you to use the terms interchangeably. Essentially, there's only two states. There's plates, dating multiple girls, not seriously, and then there's a relationship. And that's when I would define a relationship, at least from the perspective of all this framework, is once the point where there are real consequences for a separation. That could be you have a girl on the lease with you, and if you leave right away, you're in, a couple grand off the lease. That could be you're not married, but you have kids together. That could be anything. You guys are sharing a mortgage. As soon as the pain of just nexting is worth enough to give you a second thought, that's when this stuff kind of comes into play. So I want you to think about that first. Having said that, I will say this. If you haven't noticed, we've had 4 or 5 books already, and I've got another 6 or 7 on the go. God knows how many hours. I've basically planned out for 12 months of content by the time we get everything red-pilled out. Consider how much material there is just for managing relationships, and then consider how easy it is to not get into a relationship in the first place if it's not meeting your needs. A girl has to earn all this effort. And if she hasn't earned it that early on in the relationship, if she's given you red flags before year one's even through, well, again, you've got to value your effort. This is basically effort. This is your value. This is everything about you that makes you who you are and makes you attractive to other people. And do not give this away just because the girl from high school touched your dick once and you decide to wife her up. That's just being irresponsible. And if you want to do this building a better mousetrap version of this, that's fine. This is strictly for guys who generally have their act together and either hit a roadblock, kind of happened into this relationship that did really well, but want to learn how they did it, or if you want to have this as preparation beforehand, because this will make you better at enforcing good boundaries and as close as you're going to get to a vetting process, learning how many of these things the girl will trip up over during the relationship when it starts. But yeah, more often than not, just leaving a girl who's not valuable to you is the best option. This is here to make sure that you're never going to make that stupid mistake again. Next part is the timeline for using your map. So there's a few frameworks for this, which is interesting. We don't talk about Athol's very much. We usually talk about the Blue Pill Professor's Steps of Dread, and he has his framed like a 12-step AA program. Now, the critique on that one is usually by step 5, everything kind of hand waves away and it gets a little fungible. Athol K, he has his own one. Like he says, start with your weak areas first. Again, things that you're deficient in. Usually stepping up the alpha is an easy way. Worrying about all the beta stuff, that's secondary one. The sex kink stuff, that's, secondary. Keep a goal in mind. we've talked a lot in the episode how there's certain ways guys sabotage themselves. Like their goal is to get more sex with the wife starts initiating, and then they punish her because she was to deny them for so long. Again, none of that stuff. So keep your eye on the prize. What do you want? Are you getting it good enough? But he talks about these phases about sex rank, and there's a reason I don't like it. I don't like it because guys are horrible at discovering their own sex rank or their wife's. Every time we've had a guy in there talking, when you ask, okay, so what are your guys' comparative sex ranks? When we kind of went by this, and guys would say, well, you know, my wife's a 5 and I'm like a 7. It's almost always, my wife's a 5, I'm a 7. Or my wife is a 6, I'm a 5. It's always got to be really close. But there's been a few times where we get them side by side and you're like, dude, most of the time, the guys that overestimate their wife's sexual market value versus theirs get it really wrong. Wife's usually like, you know, a sack of smashed assholes, and he's just doing his thing. The other times, it's guy, he considers himself a 6. Meanwhile, he's a fat, balding, middle-aged guy, dresses like crap, but he's a good earner or some crap like that. So I hate these because guys just aren't able to put themselves dispassionately into a position where they know who has the higher sex rank. And even then, there's like a sexual market value for just smashing, and then there's ones for relationships. Like, you know, slump busters. A guy will love a chubby 40-year-old, you know, mom of 2 if he's had a bit of a dry spell and she's coming on to him at the dinner party. Not saying he's going to call her back the next day, but from a married perspective, if that frumpy mother of 2 is your wife, doesn't really matter if he calls her back the next day. You still got chumped. Plus, a lot of guys who get cheated on, it's very common that, now I don't know if it's true or not, but they always say, how could she sleep with him? In fact, we talked in here before, I think it was yesterday's episode but it was just him. And why did she give him that performance? He's worse than me. He's just a degenerate. There's nothing good about him at all. I'm in better shape. I look better. I'm a better man. Why did she sleep with him? 2 scenarios. 1, the guy actually is better than him, but this guy's so butthurt about losing his wife to this guy that he has to soothe his ego by denigrating the other guy. It's like when you see girls talking about their girlfriends. Oh, why would you like her? She's got a thin waist and big boobs. That's not even real. Where are her organs? It's kind of like that, but guys doing it. You know, raised as defective women. The other scenario is, it's not that he's better, he's just different and he's exciting. So, again, the point of all this is you're going to have no idea whose sex rank is better. And even if you have a higher sex rank, again, a good enough girl has enough options that you won't have to worry about it. Great example. You get like a 10 out of 10 supermodel of guys. He will get the same amount of attention as a young, average 5. Hands down. I've seen it myself. Remember AJ Cortez made the news when he did that quote about 7 ways to be a beautiful woman. He stole Rich Cooper's thing, whatever. He got enough traction and enough impressions out of that tweet that I see just like random thoughts pulling up all the time online on Twitter. It's the exact same thing. They are just on a different level, and so framing it by sexual market value doesn't seem to work too well, at least not in practice. I would actually come for this. If you're going to read through this and start using this to build up your map, I would suggest come from a position where you assume you're lower on the market value. It just makes it easy. Now he talks about phase 2 when you have an equal sex rank, and then the next one's when you have a higher sex rank. There's like, the framework isn't bad. I just find it's not helpful. It's actually inspired me for my second book, which will eventually come out on Dread. It was something that Jack Ten of Hearts had come up with years back. A great, very prolific poster, used to be in marketing, very switched on. He's got that similar vibe to that blogger, The Last Psychiatrist. I recommend him wholeheartedly, by the way, if you haven't read his stuff yet. Anyways, first step is getting out of your woman's frame. Guys don't have their own frame. They don't know what they want. Everything they do is reactive. Second part is to build your own frame. What is it you want in life? How do you develop these properties? What is it? What are your goals? What are your dreams? And then the third part is how do you bring your wife into your frame, or whatever girl's replacing her. I find that's a much better one, but if you kind of keep that in the back of your mind as you're going through this map in the phases, it'll probably go a lot better for you. Phase 4, where he talks about stating your intentions clearly. I don't agree with this one. The Blue Pill Professor talks at the F me or F you speech, and that was step 9. Again, I don't find it too useful because you're still assuming good intentions. Like, for example, wives know. Husbands like sex. They like a lot of sex. And if they're not giving it sex, he's not happy. The fact that you'd have to state that clearly gives you the impression that the girl just doesn't know. Like, they know. So if you're at the point that you have to explain this stuff, in that desperate direct language, it means you're completely missing the point from this and you're still trying to negotiate desire. I'm actually surprised for how long this space has been around that this has held on for as long as it has. And I think that's one of the main failures I've seen within the red pill is that negotiation aspect. Even if it's just set for the end as like a Hail Mary play, it's always there and guys always seem to like it. I would argue once you're at the point where you need to express this stuff bluntly, then you probably already have your answer. Like Mark Manson mentioned it, where anything other than a hell yes is a no. And this is the case. If I feel the need to tell me F me or F you or to be blunt and honest with my intentions here, then you probably already have your answer and you should just skip, in his case, to phase 5, give up on her. Again, also don't agree with this one. From my work in the field and others' work in the field and my own personal examples, I much prefer Operation Scorched Earth. Or the Persians. Just assume you're already dead and you're fighting to get your life back. Give up on your girl straight up. As a guy, now, as it manifests, it doesn't actually mean you're giving up on her, but from a guy's perspective, as soon as you give up on your woman, you don't expect anything from her. You have no covert contracts. You have no expectations. In fact, you're expecting her to be your same C-wordy self. And that's it. I'm here because for the next 12 months, I'm making a promise with Tomorrow Ryan. And that Ryan is going to be top tier man. He's going to have the pick of the litter. And he's going to make the hard decisions about who to boot from his life. Everything I do until then is in service of that one man. Nothing I do matters. None of the girl's reactions matter. She's not part of the equation. I find that happens much easier at the beginning of the process, and it has much better results at the beginning of the process than at the end. There's a couple little strategies do on there too. I don't think he mentions them in here, but like set up a divorce before you even start your map, or as the very first step. Because then once you've gotten your divorce to a point where there's a bundle of files in a file folder in a drawer, and all you need to do is have her sign it, and then the ball's rolling and everything's handled, and your risk has been managed, and the worst case scenario is something you can live with, so anything that happens better than that is great for you. Again, a huge load off your shoulders. There is nothing your girl can say. No shit test too hard, no disrespect too bad, nothing that can make things any worse than the situation you've already planned for and can live with. Now, don't underestimate this. This is a huge weight off a guy's shoulders to know that there is no chance that things are going to go worse. Do whatever you want. And it's one of those ways, like we say fake it till we make it a lot, but this is literally make it and then make it. Imagine a girl threatening divorce when you just look over at your drawer and it's like, don't promise what you can't deliver on. Pull out the thing. There you go. Now that's the thing. Don't use that as leverage either. This is literally, by the time you pull that out, the decision's already made. Ends up being a very attractive thing. And here's the funny thing. The more a guy pulls away in the relationship, cardinal rule of relationships, the ones who cares the least, has the most power. Guys start to notice their own personal power come back. Their self-actualization, their mental point of origin, because they've essentially relied on only themselves up to this point, and that aloofness, that detachment, those are almost, well, I want to call them dark triad characteristics because they kind of are, but I don't want people to think of them as like these evil Machiavellian things. They're just a guy who's got no F's left to give. I'm doing me. Come on for the ride. Join it. If not, do whatever. If you haven't seen it, my very first speech I gave back in Central Florida with that certain autistic convention that shall not be mentioned. I remember bringing up a story about 5 girls in a hot tub. Real story, true story, actually happened. And that was my moment. And it was amazing. It was like such a powerful moment when you realize that a guy getting his freedom back actually is the most power a guy can ever have. Girls love control for power. Guys love freedom. And again, giving up on her, easiest way to build your freedom right from the get-go, makes your entire process easier. Also, you don't have to make rash decisions because you realize everything is slow and methodical and deliberate. So it's something for you guys to consider moving forward. Again, he talks in phase 6, the ultimatum. Ultimatum is the ultimate position of powerless conversation. I would skip, honestly, the whole second half of chapter 16 where he talks about your phases. I would skip all those completely. By the time you have to issue an ultimatum, you already have your answer. And then he talks about phase 7, your new life, maybe your new wife, maybe it's her, maybe it's the other girl. I don't think you need somebody telling you how to handle this stuff. This is you getting what you want. And at this point, the part I like is that teaching a guy not to sabotage it when he gets what he wants is really the only lesson you want to take from it. So that's going to be it for this episode. Hopefully I haven't overlapped any of Rollo's time on this. He and Aaron Clary are going to go on talking about some economic stuff, which is going to be super cool. Again, don't forget, hit like, hit subscribe, keep these ones coming. I think next week, Tuesday, Wednesday seems to be the ones I'll do the next part where we're going to go over section 3, which is sexy moves and let me see here. Will I be able to get through more than that? Yeah, I'm probably going to skip, not skip, but like skim through a lot of this stuff. So kissing, bust a move, being playful, man around the house, seduction, sating, dex night, rough stuff. A lot of these are the beta qualities that you need to do to foster a relationship. I'll just go over them quickly because there's a great thing in there about foreplay. But I really want to focus on part 4, which if I'm lucky, I can hit at the end of next week's episodes. Otherwise, it'll be the week after that, where push comes to shove. It's going to be sabotaging, common mistakes, one-itis, dealing with cheating, how to choose a wife, marriage 2.0. You're going to absolutely love it. Anyway, stay tuned. You'll love it. I will see you guys in a bit. Cheers. Anyways, I see you guys in the chat there. I don't know who thinks Rollo and I are having some beef. Why you got to start some beef, man? There's no beef. Rollo and I just talked today. I hate Ibanez guitars, and he doesn't like Gibsons. That's about as far as it goes. Yeah, no worries. Like I said, you guys keep watching. I'll keep pumping these ones out. Welcome, boyos. What are we on here? Episode 7. I should almost call them like seasons. Season 1, episode 1. Season 1, episode 2. You get the thing here. Yeah. How's everybody doing? The nice chill Tuesday morning. You all know the spiel. If you like what you see, like, subscribe. Anyways. Yeah, it's all about, if we want to spread the message far and wide, get some people into this material, make themselves more red-pilled in the ways that matter. I'm not going to try and sell you on a Lamborghini and $1 million where you're going to end up loveless by yourself. At this point, you're in a relationship, and it's time to work on these things. Build yourself up. Make yourself as good as you can be, but not just this leveling up nonsense platitude. Specifically focused ideas here of where we need to go and why we need to go there. Welcome all, and we are on the tips and tricks chapter. If you guys don't know, it's kind of a bit of a meme that everybody always wants cheat codes. Cheat codes, tips, tricks, not willing to put in any amount of work. Well, we've been talking about putting in the work for about 12 episodes now. So now we're going to talk about tips and tricks. Why this is important is because you may not know this, but a lot of what you're learning here, as far as the strategies and the mental models, they're situationally good and situationally bad, depending on what your end goal is. A skill that you need to learn in the modern sexual marketplace when you're dating, when you're single, when you're married, when you're widowed, any situation you can think of, is the ability to almost A/B test your life to see what works and what doesn't. I'm sure you guys have heard the meme that this is a locker room. It's a tool chest. It's strategies. See what works, see what doesn't. Take it for what it's worth. And I'm here to amplify that. Let me pull up the notes we got so far and we'll get started. Well, sometimes PUA stuff. It's like I said, way back in episode 1, we've seen where mystery influenced some of the stuff that we're learning here. And it's amazing how it still applies even afterwards into a relationship. Man, that's some yellow. There we go. Something a little bit nicer. The first part here, so I want you guys in the chat, pay attention. In the comments, let me know down below. We're going to talk about a couple dozen different behaviors a guy can use when he's working on his map to help build sexual attraction with himself and his wife. You know the deal. Note to yourself, is this an alpha behavior he's talking about, or is this a beta behavior? And you're going to be able to see, okay, so why would I want to do one versus the other? What is it I'm missing in a relationship that I'm losing attraction to? And or what skills do I need to have so when I move on, I don't make the same mistakes with the next girl? It starts with kissing makes her horny. Kissing, a vital relationship skill. It's sensual, it's comforting, it's caring, it's love, and the gateway to lust. Male saliva also contains testosterone that her body absorbs, and it makes her horny. If you notice that, almost everything we secrete from ourselves that the girl absorbs has a little bit of testosterone in it. So the more frequently a girl can smash with her partner, the happier she gets. It's just one of those things. It's a nice mood suppressor, so it kind of tones down the ant flow hormones. You know what I'm saying? So take the time to kiss her, if only for your own self-interest. Yeah, sometimes, even if you can't stand the chick, keep throwing the kisses in there, because you're going to start seeing behavior changes. You're going to practice on your own skill set. And even if you can't wait to get rid of her, at least then for the next girl, you know, if I can make this work with a girl that I can't stand, there's no way in hell you can't work it on a girl that you know what you're doing it with. The first technique he talks about is the 10-second kiss. Now, it's a good story. I'd suggest you guys give it a read. That's not what I'm so much focused on here. The 10-second kiss is a nice litmus test on whether a guy gets it or a guy doesn't get it. 10 seconds. The idea is you sit there and you kiss a girl and you hold it. You hold it for 10 seconds. Now, every girl is going to react to this somewhat differently. Some girls will love it and kind of melt into your arms. Some girls won't like it. Turns out my girl actually wasn't a fan of it. She found it was awkward after the first 3. Maybe it's an ADD thing. Maybe it's just my kissing sucks. Who knows? But that's the thing. You would see a lot of guys reporting, I tried it and it didn't work. So what do I do now? And they're just clueless. That's the thing. You hold the kiss 10 seconds. And he says in here, if she breaks it off early, lightly tell her off. That wasn't 10 seconds. Come back here and do it right. Sometimes you can just do it to test your ability to get her to comply with your commands. Again, that's, well, I don't want to tell you if that's alpha or beta, so I'll let you figure that out for yourself. Does she stay in for the kiss? Does she comply with demands for her to get back if she pulls away early? All these little things you can kind of test out, and it's such a low investment activity that there's essentially no consequence for screwing it up. Worst case scenario, you had a kiss, it was awkward. Maybe it's a test of your aloofness. Can you laugh it off if you had some awkward 10-second kiss with your girl? Or are you going to get butthurt about it if she pulls away? Are you going to make her comply to come back in? Are you able to even be a good enough kisser? But that's the point. There's so much information you can grab from this that there's no reason not to do it as a strategy to kind of gauge where you are. And again, this is vitally important, not just because you want to win back your wife or win back your girlfriend or any of that nonsense, which some guys do. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The point is you're learning to observe and use what I call an OODA loop, or an observe, orient, decide, and act, as opposed to just letting life happen to you. You're actually taking, and this is probably the most masculine thing you can say, where you're affecting the world around you as opposed to letting it affect you at its whims. Sex part here, or the second part here, he talks about locking her in kiss. And he goes, after you have the 10-second kiss down pat, and again, not down pat, but you've kind of run your things, there's another thing to try. When you kiss, if she has jeans with pockets, slide your hand into one or two of them and pull her in. Basically kind of like, you know, wrap around her waist. Any way to kind of keep her there and not have her be able to pull away if she wants to. Again, is that a dominance play? Is that a compliance test? Let me know in the chat if you think it's more of an alpha behavior or a beta behavior. There's a bunch of different ways you can go with this. There's always the feral limbic brain kind of compliance stuff, where hand on the neck. Again, you've seen this already when cats and dogs, you put a hand on the scruff of their neck and they kind of get very docile and compliant because it taps into that, you know, childhood memory of that's how parents carried them around. Humans are the same way. Putting your hand on the back of a girl's neck like that in a soft, loving way, while it is soft and it is loving, still has that little bit of like animal intensity to it, and it's a powerful symbol. Small of the back is another one. That's almost like guiding a girl through a crowd, a bit of a leadership thing. Again, let me know in the comments. Do you think that's an alpha behavior or a beta behavior? He adds here another kissing moves to tell her put her arms around your neck, or even placing them there yourself. It's telling her what to do. Makes her girls lift up and rub against your chest better. Personally, I like that feeling. I have since become a boob man in my later years, so I can wholeheartedly agree to that. How to make her stop talking. I'm going to skip this chapter. I didn't find utility out of it. I would suggest you read it yourself. It's 17, Tac 4. For me, I actually like this. And what I would do is if my girl's talking and I don't want to hear it and I don't want to talk about it, I just go in and kiss her to cut her off. I pull back after a second. She tries to talk again, go in and kiss her again. And it becomes a game where every time she opens her mouth, I just kiss her to shut her up. I don't know if I came up with it or learned it here, but I do remember when I was in college, there was this nerdy girl that used to follow me and my friends group around. Didn't really like her. She wasn't the hottest girl ever. But at the bar, at one point, we had like this alone time and she was acting all awkward and mumbling and babbling and all this stuff. And I thought, I'm just going to kiss her to shut her up. I don't know why I did it. I was too young to know any better. And I accidentally discovered probably one of the more awesome things I ever did. She kind of melted in my arms, which, you know, just goes to show she didn't have the best judgment because 19-year-old me was not the best choice. But whatever. Can't judge her for it. Made her day, that fateful day back when the bar still had black lights before college kids knew how to not use powder detergent and get all kinds of speckles on them, but whatever. Yeah. He kind of says here, close the distance between you, pull her in, and then kiss her intensely until she loses her entire train of thought. Maybe this works for you. I've just never seen to the point where you can kiss and have it be so powerful that the girl forgot what she was going to say. So just have some fun with it. But then again, I'm a bit of a closet ass. So part of me is like, yeah, I just did that because I didn't want to hear you talk no more. Big smile on my face. Because it's true, but I'm not malicious about it. And that's that, crap eating grin. He mentions in here the cleavage pull. That's the one where you grab a girl by like the V-neck or the bra, put limb in for a kiss too. Again, do not do this with strangers. I can't believe I have to add this don't eat paint warning to it. And if you do this, I don't want to hear some news story coming out of the Guardian saying, former pickup artist told guy to grab a girl's breast and pull her in or some nonsense like that. You're on your own. I'm telling you right now. I will not be responsible for you adding too much autism to this. Next one, kiss her neck. So one of the weak spots in the human body is the neck. If somebody has you by the throat, it's immediately bad. Likewise, a blow to the back of your exposed neck is life-threatening. I will say this. It was the weirdest thing growing up. This is aside from relationships, but my stepdad, he was a fairly violent guy. And I don't want to get too much into it. I know at 18, he was one of those, you're not an old man until you fight or you're not a man until you fight your old man kind of guys. So I'm a man. Anyway, I remember his go-to move was to just grab you by the scruff of the neck. And I remember as a kid, that was always something that was just terrifying. So I get it. And I'm surprised more men haven't been grabbed by the neck before because it really does calm your need to start posting nonsense on Twitter. I think we need to have some kind of app that gives you the same feeling of somebody's hand around your neck so you learn to temper your passions. So reaching out and touching somebody's neck is a potent statement. Nuzzling it, kissing it, also a potent statement. Sometimes a little bit of tingle from it can be a good thing. So he's suggesting it. And again, it's up to you. And tell me in the chat what you think. Do you think that's an alpha move or a beta move? Coming in there, nuzzling, kissing a girl's neck, putting your hands there, grabbing her by the back of the neck while you kiss during sex, maybe putting a hand there as like a hold her down thing, maybe a little choking. All this stuff. And again, it's totally experiment. I will say this again. I hate the don't eat paint warnings, but I have a feeling somebody's going to screw this up. When it comes to anything around the neck, stay away from the breathing tube. Stay away from this part because that doesn't take much pressure and it's not just painful, it's like deathly painful. Focus on the meat. But gentle touches tend to go. Just knowing that you could, sometimes it's good enough. So that's something to think about there. Just one of those things. I do it on occasion myself. When I go to kiss my girl, sometimes when I just go in for a hug, sometimes I just want to say hi to you. Just put your hand there. Just so you know, just so she knows you could. I could, but I like you too much. Go in for a kiss. As to the effect it has, it's one of those things. It's not so much that you can point to this going, this got me 30% more alpha and 10% more sex per annum. You're not going to be able to autistically break it down to numbers. The idea is you're setting up patterns of behavior that establish you as a desirable man and a comfortable man. Something that's really good for a girl to start fighting to keep a relationship strong. Because again, Your job is not to fix or foster or nurture the relationship. That's a girl's job. Girls want commitment. Guys don't want commitment. Guys generally want either a family, in which case you kind of need a girl for it, and so commitment kind of comes with that, or guys want to focus on something other than smashing, and so getting a girl around you for regular smashing is a good way to set that aside and focus on bigger things. Oh, Marty. You silly man, you. Yeah, so it's a potent statement. Just go with it. Try things out. Experiment with them. See how it goes. Anyways, and he ends with this. Anyways, neck kissing. Maybe some ladies out there will discover that they are more wired for submission than they first thought. And again, it's all of these little things. Like, I know you've heard it on streams a lot of the time where Rolo and I were say, well, how do you think you're going to game your wife for like 20 years? He's like, I'm not gaming my wife. I am the game. And this is kind of what he's talking about here. General behaviors, they're just instincts. You're just practicing them until they're like second nature. Like, I couldn't think of not doing a reach in kiss. Couldn't think of putting my hand on her neck when I give a kiss sometimes, patting her on the butt, pulling her in by a back pocket. All these things are just naturally the way I do it now. So you're essentially training the autism out of your body by faking what it's like to be a naturally attractive guy, at which point, if you're doing it instinctually, it's pretty much natural, even though you had to learn it in a stupid book and on a stupid podcast. So if anybody gives you grief over that, you learn that on that guy's YouTube channel. You can just say, hey, get bent. Put your hand on her neck. They'll back off from that argument real quick. He has a next section here on other places you can kiss. I like monetization. I need to earn a living. I got to put food on the table, so I'm not going to get into it. Next bit, just bust a move. And this one, I think it's important to understand because so many emails or questions or DMs or any question a guy generally gives me or Rolo or anybody in this space, Troy, Rich, it's all kind of fits within this format, so it's good to know. So upon occasion, guys are just incredibly clueless about a woman being invested in them. I'm not really a dating writer, but I got this email from a guy trapped in the friend zone. Hi, I have a problem regarding the friend zone. I have this girl who I'm really falling in love with. We've known each other for about a year and have had the same best friends whom we hang out with a lot for the last 6 months. She and I have many little things we joke about, flirting, etc., and especially last month, but I cannot figure out if she's interested or just being a friend. And because we're so close and we have the same friends, it would be embarrassing to ask her out or something if she wouldn't go. We never do anything alone though, it's just with our friends. The last time we were out, we danced kind of sexy, and if he had been any other girl, we would have been making out a long time ago. But since I'm falling in love with her, I don't dare go in for the kiss in case I blow it. I even slept in her bed that night. There were 5 other friends in the room next door though, so nothing happened. Should I ask her out, try to get her alone, or how? Do it for a drink, a dinner, what? I'm going to read his thing. Like, to read this is like simp. We'd call it simp behavior now, but at the time they didn't have a name for it. They just call it, what are you doing, dude? Notice this? Opportunities persisted. Hey, they were alone in a bedroom with the friends outside, but he was so afraid of waking anybody else, he didn't make a move. It's like, dude, there is only 2 situations where you're going to be alone with a girl in a bed. 1, she sees you with such lack of sexuality that you're like a roommate. Or 2, make a move, butto or bucko. I don't know how much bigger a signal a girl can give, short of being buck naked, walking up to you and giving like a Degeneration X signal right there. But that's the problem too. And then he says he's falling in love with her, but what is he falling in love with? It's just friendship. All non-sexual behaviors, and he's acting like they're falling in love. He's not falling in love. He's just getting enamored with his own fantasy. And she's going to do nothing but disappoint his fantasy because she has nothing to do with any of it. This is why we tell guys to escalate right away, because the answer of, does she want to smash or not? He could have sorted that out 12 months ago. But because he was not just busting a move, which is such a boomer reference, by the way, he ends up sitting in this hell with such desperation that he's willing to ask a random stranger on the internet writing a book. And then Athol comes in here. Dude, everybody knows you're into her. You know, your friends know, she knows. It's no secret to anybody. She's just waiting for you to make a move. Your friends all cleared out and slept in the living room, and you left her alone in the same bed and nothing happens. All you have to do is something. If she's into you, she'll jump at the chance. Just decide on a place. Oh, have a date. Don't do a date. That's old advice. Ask to hang. Do things and bring her there. Very low committal. Dates are the best way to get a girl to flake on you. Plus, you haven't smashed yet. Why are you rewarding a girl with a meal? Dates are flat out. I don't have very many hard and fast rules, but date is a reward for good behavior. It's not an interview to get in on that. I'll tell you right now. So you can just as easily stumble into a friend zone relationship with your wife by a simple lack of activity. The solution is to become more active and bust a move or two on her. Most women respond to the advances of men, so ultimately the person that traps you in the friend zone is you. And this is one of those ones that's kind of funny when you see guys see, like we talked about the 3 types of drunken captains. This falls squarely in the drunk captain with the second officer having to begrudgingly take charge. Start cavemanning your girl. A lot of guys notice, oh wow, this sexual dead bedroom, me expecting her to take the lead sexually is the whole reason it's there, because girls would rather be sexually dissatisfied for forever than make a move. They're just not hardwired for it. They don't find it attractive. Asking your girl to make a move on you is like asking you to just sit there and take a punch in a fight. Like every fiber of your being is like, no, don't get hit. We don't like it. And that's exactly the same thing here that these guys are doing. Switching gears here. I like those guys. Some of the recommendations of the chat, pretty awesome, by the way. Okay, so changing gears here is playing with women all the time. So you may only be trying to sleep with your wife, but all women can enjoy playful interactions with you. You don't have to get into heavy flirting and secret lunches to do this. Just keep it playful and flirtatious with all the women you meet. Most men learning game say not only does their wife react better to them, so do all the women they meet and work with. Now there's a marked difference to walk through your front door knowing you've had 4 or 5 women earlier that day laughing and smiling at you. Somehow, it's all internalized that your wife will pick up on you being confident and happy and she'll like it. Okay, this is catch and release. I talk about this often, where a lot of these guys, and it's mostly like that trad mindset, which I'd argue they actually aren't trad. It's just a coping strategy where, oh, I'm married now. I can't flirt with other women. And they say that like they just throw it out to the first guy that makes them laugh. It's amazing. So we can, as guys, understand that there are so many pitfalls, so many ways you can screw up sleeping with a girl, between like the anti-slut defense, between screwing up the opener, screwing up interactions, saying something cringy, making a girl feel bad, being judgmental. There's so many decision gates that you can do to screw up sleeping with a girl that we've designed systems. Pickup systems, literal 7 hours of content. Here is how you behave in a 7-hour window to be able to smash girls. If it was not easy to sabotage your chances to smash, that wouldn't need to exist. So all these guys talking about I'm afraid to flirt with girls now that I'm married are suggesting that somehow they're above it all. It's like, get over yourself, dude. You're not saying this because you're worried, if I go to the gym once, I'll be a swole beefcake. No, you're saying it because you're afraid that those other girls who aren't invested in your provision or invested in your commitment just will crush your ego because they don't care. So yeah, flirt all the time. And you know what? You take it as far as you're willing to take it. If you're the kind of guy, a girl offers her phone number, play out the no, sorry, I'm married. Maybe it's as far as a girl gives you her keys and says, meet me in 10 minutes. Maybe you're one of those guys that decides to, you're leaving the relationship anyway, so you're going to have some fun on the sly. Maybe you're doing the French thing where it's like you have mistresses on the side. As long as they don't interact with your real life, it's fine. I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to say you've made the decision in your life how far you're willing to take things. All you have to do is just stop it at an interaction. God knows guys have been sabotaging their love lives for hundreds of years. Heaven forbid you do it on purpose once. Maybe you don't trust your judgment. Well, if I get that far, I can't control myself. And at what point I'm thinking, stop acting like a chick. Only chicks think like things just happened. You're a guy. Like, if you've made it this far and you think things are just going to happen because you want them to, then I don't know what to tell you. Go back, go watch one of the other PowerPoint MGTOW channels because they got a whole bunch of that. Practice asking women out. Again, next thing, part of the catch and release, practicing game. Generally, you want to practice game, by the way, on people with your wife at first. And when that doesn't work, you kind of practice with other women to see a sober second opinion. Is it just I suck at game? Or is it I suck at game with her. Now, he mentions a very, very simple mystery method for this. Practice asking women out. It's fairly harmless and good practice. Just don't let you get be hooked into someone emotionally. So don't be that idiot with the friend zone. So in talking to women and getting them to go for lunch or coffee, there's 3 basic elements to your verbal interaction. False time constraint, playfully deny interest, and don't offer to pay. That's basically it. That's how a standard catch and release program goes. Hey, I've only got 30 minutes for lunch here. I'm grabbing a sandwich over at Starbucks. You should come join. Again, it's not a question. They can always deny, but more often than not, if a girl's bored, has nothing else to do, bring them on the date. If you got a good game, they'll come anyway. Playfully deny interest. Now if we have lunch, you got to promise not to hit on me. Or his favorite, I'm trying to cut down to 2 girlfriends and my wife. Again, it's playful, plausible deniability, cuts through the tension, lets you know it's just, all right, this is a platonic thing. We're going to be flirtatious. And honestly, most guys at work would do well with this because so many girls at work, very sexually dissatisfied with their husbands or their divorced husbands or their plans for Tinder, whatever. So many guys notice the office flirt is a huge tease for them. Now, this is essentially you becoming the office flirt. And all these girls are going to love the validation, the no strings attached. Oh, no sex here? No tension for that? Yeah, sure, we'll go do lunch and we'll flirt. This is where the idea of office wives and office husbands come from. You're just making it work for you. You're just practicing. Yeah, you're not going to get anywhere with it. But again, catch and release. You're not trying to bring a fish home to cook. You're just trying to see if you can still catch fish. It's not as good as the real thing, but if you're one of those guys that wants to stick with your girl and not cheat on her, well, you just got to do what you got to do. Don't offer to pay for lunch. This one's good because this keeps the anti-slut defense for kicking in. As soon as you offer to pay for her meal, a girl will start either freaking out, backing off, flaking, or looking at what sexual favor equates to what item on the menu. And he jokes here saying the Caesar salad is the standard hand job meal. The lobster is you have to go all the way. Again, this is another reason that I don't think guys should go on dates. Because right here, you're setting up all these weird covert contracts. And I'm like, look, and if you get the girl that starts kind of getting cringy because you have extra money or you have a free sandwich or I care about the sandwich, it's like, look, just eat the damn thing. Like, I'm not in it for you. To get over yourself. Again, playfully deny interest. I'm not trying to have sex with you. I'm trying to eat this sandwich in peace. And it's $5 for 2. Eat the damn sandwich. Here's a nice one though. So I think this is going to be closer to the end. Ask a man going his own way. And this is like the original MGTOW. Bullet MGHOW. So men going his own way. I'm going for coffee. You coming? And that's literally you're doing your own thing. And you're inviting them along. And you're going to go do it anyway. Now, I'm going to preface this because I've seen it in the field. It kind of goes back and forth here. So, inviting a girl, whether you're doing catch and release, whether you're doing a normal date, onto something you're already doing, have it as something you're actually already doing. Because what a lot of guys do is they think they're going to invite a girl for dinner. Hey, I'm going to this restaurant. You coming with? And they'll say no because they don't want to have dinner because we talked about before. As soon as you pay for a meal, the Caesar salad, a hand job, you know what? I'd rather just not eat. And then what you do is you come back going, well, you know what? She said no, I was going to go do it anyway. It's like, dude, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. Going to do something anyway is literally something you were going to do before you even asked. So you got to make sure. Don't lie to yourself. Keep it in your head. Which is which? And then don't care what women think of you. Just mess with them a bit. The more you care about what women think of you, the less you think of them, or the less they think of you as a romantic partner. Now, I could go into this. He's just going to give a couple examples, but God knows, you guys should know by now. To be aware, like things that you do that are either attractive or unattractive, you're generally aware of the response that they give, but individual interactions, you do not care about. Complete outcome independence. Again, he gives a bunch of realizing stories in here. They're really nice. I would really suggest you give it a read. Next part here is bedtime is make sexy time, yes. The transition between the living room into the bedroom at bedtime is a key moment in the day. You should own that moment and frame yourself as dominant. I have several moves I use here and mix them up from night to night. I don't know, like this. I don't like this because it sets it up for failure. Most of the time, a lot of guys, by the time they get to bedtime, everybody's tired, everybody's beat, can't really do it. If you want to smash, start doing it right after work, as soon as you walk through the door. Start setting up daytimes. It also makes it very hard with if you have to practice outcome independence. If you're doing it just before bedtime, all you're going to be able to do is sit there and sulk and then sneak off to the bathroom and go rub one out. So I don't like this either. Don't make sexy time contingent on bedtime. You should really just kind of open up whatever time works for you. So read it if you want to. It's 18:6. But like he says, just don't care what she thinks. So instead of telling yourself, I don't care what you think, act like it. Act like it. Find some stolen time together. See, this is the thing I get more behind. Again, stolen time. You're working from home, quickie at lunch. Maybe you sneak over, make out with a girl a little bit, going off to Starbucks for your lunchtime dates, that kind of thing. Again, just time where time can exist. You'll probably get some token resistant, but that's fine. I mean, how much time do you really need? And you know what? If you're one of those guys that can't last a long time anyway, just call it a quickie. Now it's not that you can't keep it up for 10 minutes. Now it's just, oh, that was a quickie. It's supposed to be 3 minutes and then back to your day. Oh, thank God for that. For a second there, I thought you needed some little pills. People with kids, though, that's going to be very important over the years. Because a lot of the time with the kids, it's just impossible to do that. So work around it. Anyways, so that's it for this one. That's all the tips, tricks, and strategies, and a lot of stuff to get you started, to get you within the mindset where you test sexually dominant and sexually comfortable things in your life to see which ones work and which ones don't. And then hopefully you're going to carve out a decent set of strategies, games that you can play with your girl that tend to work well and on other girls. So at the very least, if your girl goes frigid, your girl goes cold, you know you can replace her. And that pre-selection's a powerful attractor. So you'll notice a lot of women aren't stupid. Once they see it, they're like, yeah. This guy's wanted by everybody. I would hate to lose him to a girl hotter than me. And so they tend to act better. But if not, you don't care. You can replace her. Next chapters are going to be tomorrow, and that's going to be on different sets of behaviors. And I'm going to go over a little bit on the dangers of chore play and a better way around it. So you're going to enjoy that anyways. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Let's call this one now. And I'll catch you on the next one. Pling, pling. Look at you guys. So I like it. You're all switched on already. You're already tapping into Devi, Sex God Method. That's another good book, by the way. It's Daniel Rose. A lot of guys swear by it. It's not on my top list, but whatever. It works. Who cares? So far, so good, fellas. How's things? How you doing? Married Man Sex Life Primer's coming up. This one is a different episode than usual. Why? Funny you ask. This one is complete nonsense. I don't like anything in this next part of the book, and I'm going to go into great depth to explain why it is the worst advice you can follow. And sorry about your ears right there. The worst absolute thing you could follow in this advice. It is bad, but we're going to talk about why it's bad. So chapter 19 starts about man of the house. Now he's trying to be clever here, work on the L spot. And you're like, oh wow, that sounds like some new sexual thing. That's kind of cool. What's this? What's this? He eventually gets to it. It's laundry. And I'm not even going to go into this thing. For the most part, I'm just going to show you headers. Like the headers that go through why each one is not a useful thing. But the one thing, there's a couple things he does get right in here. So the point of this move is that it's a beta male trait and one of the many nest management tasks that you can do. This isn't going to make her pulse jack up, her nipples hard, and her panties wet, but it's going to build comfort, relax her, and reduce her stress. You're going to perform alpha trait moves to turn her on. This is to make sure you're not turning her off. No. If you're in a relationship that tends to be dead or dying, this is the last thing you need to see. And I've seen very few people that are saying, yeah, I'm too alpha in my relationship. My girl's wandering off to go talk to her emotional tampon. What do I do? Never happened. I don't think it will happen. This does not map to the field too well. This is kind of where you can see the sad story of Athol K's final piece coming together here. He's negotiating desire, he's building comfort, and this is something that commonly comes up. Chore play. It always happens in a relationship, and here's why chore play is bad. If a girl's really into you, she will do this stuff. They love working themselves to the bone for a man they like. Guys get girls taking care of them all the time. I'm not bad at it. My girl takes great care of me. You know, I do my part around the house, but that's not because I want more beta traits to make her happier with me. Oh, what happened to the color there? That's so weird. I do this because, there we go, much better. I do this because I don't like being a bag of crap. I like keeping my house to a certain standard, and we not always meet it, but that's a personal thing. That's frame. Whether or not it's alpha or beta, whether or not it strengthens the relationship in any way, completely irrelevant to me. I keep a house to a certain level of cleanliness because I'm not a slob. It's the same reason that even if it's a job you don't like, you still do well in it because I'm not that guy. And that's kind of where this needs to come from. But unfortunately, it doesn't. He brings it up as a comfort building exercise. And this is make her more comfortable so that maybe you'll have sex more. That is almost to a T the line that dissatisfied married women use on their husbands. Well, you know, if you did more chores around the house, maybe I'd be more comfortable, less stressed, and maybe we'd have sex more. That's literally the line word for word. The part that boggles my mind is that that's what guys are hearing, but they're not getting it from a script. The girl just kind of naturally comes up with this move on her own. And the fact that they all have this same script means it's clearly something like visceral that we're getting to here. So here's why chore play is bad. Girl, essentially, you know, use whatever word you want. I'm going to use the word nagging because I find that to be effective. Here's why it's bad. You get a few scenarios. She wants you to do the dishes. Now, you can either do the dishes on her timeline or yours. You can do it to her standards or yours. So let's walk through how this plays out. She tells you to do the dishes. She nags you. I've said it 3 times. Go do the dishes. You go do the dishes on her schedule and her standard. So right there, all you've established is that she's running the house and you're just one of the extra dependents and they're one of the children. Completely negative move. Does not work well for your sex life. You're basically setting yourself up for failure, but the dishes are done. Congratulations. I hope the clean plates are going to be able to hold your tears. So, second scenario. She nags at you to do the dishes or do more chores. You do them on your timeline, but to her standard, which is going to be, you know, I'll get to it when I get to it. I'm busy. I'm doing something. You set your priorities. It's a bit better, but still not good because now, instead of being the dependent, you're that lazy teenager that she has to constantly nag. And these are where those nagging situations where the guy's like, you know, the jokes about I hate my wife come from? It comes from this. Guys kind of are halfway there. They figured out, okay, I prioritize things as I see fit, but I'm going to do them to your standards. So now all she sees you as is a lazy bastard that she has to constantly nag to get things done, builds resentment, but the dishes are done. Congratulations. Next thing, you do it to her timeline, but to your standard. So you're kind of halfway there again, but again, it's still not good. So you're doing things on your timeline, so she has to constantly nag to you to get it done. And then you do it to your standard, which is going to be different than hers, because here's the subtext to that situation. She's not attracted to you. Girls that are attracted to you tend not to nag like this, especially not over little things like this. So she's already having a problem with attraction. And when you do things that are to your standard, not hers, all she sees this in is you half-assing it. Yeah, that's great that he jumps to it, but he does half-ass so we can go back to whatever he's doing. Again, you already have an attraction problem, and now you have an attraction problem and a comfort problem. You now become that same half-ass teenager. So you're not as lazy as your Billy, but you're pretty much crap. Or, and here's the final one, you do it to your standard, and you do it on your timeline. This is the only outcome out of it that's any good. So she can nag to do more chores, she can nag for this, she can nag for that. But like I said, you're setting yourself up to live by a certain standard. That's the standard in your house. That's your frame. That's your reality. That's just the way it is. If she wants more than that, Well, her legs aren't broken and her hands are working just fine. And a lot of guys have a problem with this because that creates conflict. Girls are hardwired, if they want something done, to first tell somebody else to do it. Because, I don't know, biologically speaking, I guess from caveman days, Cave Stacy was useless at just about anything but picking berries. But luckily, you know, Cave Chad's little brother, Cave Billy, who has some thirst, doesn't get anywhere, well, oh yeah, I'll pick the berries for you. You just be relaxed. You don't want to try and smash after a hard day of berry picking. So let me get those for you. And she's like, that's awesome. Chad comes home, rails her once or twice, makes some cave babies. Oh yeah, trust me, Billy, they're yours. Add a couple 100,000 years of evolution later, and that guy's been weeded out of the gene pool, and Cave Chad is running things. So girls are attracted to that. Welcome to the club. Chore play does not work. Standards work. And your standard doesn't have to be higher than hers. Your standard just has to be hers. If you remember back from way back in the When I Say No, I Feel Guilty series, as part of the Sidebar series, in the playlist that's on the channel, check it out if you haven't. I talk about the Bill of Assertive Rights. In other words, your standards, your boundaries, they're yours. They don't have to make sense. They can change whenever you want them to. They don't have to be even or fair. They just have to be yours. Same thing here. You leave a house to your standard. If she wants more than that, she can do it. If that creates a fight, so be it. God knows you're comfortable with resolution of conflict. You got your Amuse Mastery, you got your Green Amplify, you got your Fogging. You've also got the nuclear option. Just tell her to shut up. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's a powerful tool. Every now and then, girl kind of forgets who she's talking to. Starts nagging you. You just kind of look up. Dude, shut up. And that's it. End of conversation. Whatever she's talking about makes no difference to you. No bearing. Shut up. She will get mad. She's designed to get mad. That's like telling a girl no. Nothing will make a girl angrier than saying no. That's why all these Karen memes are there. Basically, somebody not kowtowing to her every whim. And girls get mad because, hey, everybody's supposed to buckle to my things. It's a genetic hardwiring they have. Everybody must bow to my queen. How about no? No. And there's going to be some fights. There's going to be some silent treatment. But you know what? If you've been getting nagged for like the last 10 minutes and you get like a couple hours of quiet, oh, it feels so good. It's not even a punishment. It's a great thing. It's only bad for guys that need validation. All of that is overlooked on here where he's telling you to get better at doing laundry. Yeah, that's great. She's super comfortable, but she still doesn't like you, bro. This is not something you need to focus on. If you're the kind of guy, by the way, who has too much alpha in his behaviors and he can't lock a girl down, you're not in the marriage situation to begin with. You're just dating and girls don't know how to keep you. And this is what they do anyway to kind of keep you. So it's a problem that doesn't exist. If anything, I would have preferred if this book framed it as you setting the standards to which you're holding the household accountable. And then your boundaries right there. I like my house this clean. I don't like doing, and girls have a habit of this. It's not that they like houses cleaner. It's that they have different rituals. And a lot of the time they make no sense. Like, funny story, my girl's a vegan. So she doesn't like meat to touch vegetables. Who'da thunk? It's not, but that's the thing. She's not a vegan for health reasons or for any other reasons. It's a taste reason. So taste-wise, meat can touch them. If it doesn't taste different, then who cares, right? But no. They can't touch. But she has no problem putting like raw meats next to cooked meats, which from a food prep perspective is a big no-no. So we already know that she has kind of like this different setup that's based on her feelings that doesn't quite make sense. I basically set a standard that works for me, something I can live with. And she can either come to terms with that or not. Now, most girls will, begrudgingly or otherwise, but that's the point. You're supposed to be the prize. You're not supposed to be the one working on the relationship. The relationship is a girl's job. If she wants in, she knows how to stay in. Your job is just to be that high-value man that's worth the investment from the girl. So you have to be worth investing in, and she has to be investing. That's how relationships work. Notice that's her job, not yours. So you set the standards from which she can fit into or not. And that's the thing. It's a choice. More than happy to show her the door. If she doesn't want to be there, wish you well, sir. I'll be sleeping with 25-year-olds soon enough. And again, he carries it on, fixing broken stuff in a house. Same thing. He talks about it as caveman picking up pieces of wood, making houses, famous, super comfort stuff. Yeah. You fix stuff around the house because you're a man and you live to a certain standard you set. Now he says here, like, I'm not saying you have to be able to build a house from scratch, but a minimum level of ability with basic tools and home repair tasks will make your wife feel safe or comfortable. Who effing cares? Who cares? And I know this sounds convoluted to the kind of guy who's like, I'm here, married man sex life primer. I'm here to learn how to have a better relationship. And you're basically telling me that she can just shut up. Yeah, I am. If you're not worth it, why would she act any different than she is now? So you have to be worth it. So yeah, you fix your stuff in the house because you don't want to live with like broken doorknobs, or, you know, your sink is constantly leaking and you don't want to have a leak end up destroying your house and costing you $10,000. But this has nothing to do with your relationship. This has everything to do with building you. There's a reason why the Married Red Pill says it's not about fixing a relationship. We don't fix relationships. We fix the man. Relationships are the woman's job. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Your level of maintenance is because I decided to live in a house. Either you fix it or you hire contractors to fix it. That part doesn't matter. That you get the job done is what matters. And it's not because it makes your girl horny, or it's not because it removes her anxiety, which you kind of don't want anyway, because anxiety is a crazy aphrodisiac. You're doing it because you're setting standards for yourself. And that's, at its core, why the next 5 chapters of this book are bullshit. Again, be a tool man. You can also ham up repair work with a little alpha cocky and funny instigation as well. The use of nearly every word associated with repairs lends itself to purposely, comically bad pickup lines. Dude, dancing monkey game has never been a thing. I'm actually kind of annoyed that he talks about how mystery is such an influence when mystery kind of coined this term. It's like, dude, you're not dancing for quarters. What's that guy's name in The Simpsons? Fancy Pete. Looks like Krusty the Clown. Oh, that's Fancy Pete. He dances for pennies. They threw a quarter at him. Ah, quarter. He'll be at it for hours. You're not here to be a dancing monkey. You're not here to perform. You could be cheeky, funny, and charismatic, but you doing stuff because it sets up like a punchline or a goofy joke. If that's who you are, that's who you are. But that's the thing. You're not trying to shoehorn yourself into some kind of dancing thing here. You're just being yourself. And yeah, if your girl's starts directing you as to where to put the power drill when you're fixing the thing, I can't see a problem with pretending to be electrocuted to freak her out. But, I mean, that's just boredom. Again, nothing to do with attraction or not attraction. Staving off your OCD. Staving off your ADHD. One here, though, that is interesting is getting her to cut your hair. Which sucks because, you know, everybody knows George Bruno, the hair cutter. It's like, yeah, get the girl to do it. No. Clipping your hair is a man's job. But, and here's the point. So he quotes as, Jennifer, on the other hand, gets to indulge in that favorite female fantasy of making her man over to look better. Maybe it's some sort of primate grooming thing on her end too. Plus she tends to get off on the magnificence of me. I don't believe it's possible to be too confident. Big asterisk next to this. Letting your girl prep you to look attractive is a double-edged sword. If you're less attractive than her, she has no problems getting you to a certain level of attractionness. But no, men know style. Women know fashion. She's going to dress you up to look like a goofy hipster every time. Most guys whose girls dress them and primp them and do all that stuff make them look ridiculous. Maybe some faddish thing. Girls also aren't good at it. They're just not. So having her dote over you is generally a good thing, but just be aware. Letting her make you up. Not to mention, if you're more attractive than her, or at least she perceives you to be more attractive or attractive enough that other girls could steal her from you or steal you from her, she and girls have a habit of this, purposefully sabotage you so as to make you look unattractive so other girls are turned off by it. It's a very subtle thing that girls do. And talk to a lot of the guys. I'm sure there's at least one guy in the chat who's done this. But yeah, they make you out to be unattractive. Or you're on a cut, you're doing your diet, girl will start, all of a sudden she starts baking. She thinks she's being nice and hand-holding you, but a part of her is like, yeah, this'll fatten him up. I don't want him leaving. But that's the problem, because while it will restrict your options so she has more comfort from you, it actually makes her less attractive than you. So if you let the girl run this stuff on the doting over you, she's basically going to make it so you guys are unattractive in a dead and dying bedroom together. Congratulations, you won. You spited the nose, or you bit the face to spite the nose, or bit the nose to spite the face. Again, you can't let girls lead. They just follow their instincts and they're absolutely ridiculous. As far as doting over you, I mean, we can go much simpler than having her give you a haircut. Maybe she's good at it. Maybe she's not. Who cares? I find my barbers do a much better job, so I stick with them. I'm kind of due now, though, so I shouldn't be talking about haircuts too much right now. Just every now and then, if she wants you comfortable, she'll have you sit on her lap, you know, put your head there and stroke your hair. Little things like that. Maybe they'll see you have errant hairs and they'll grab tweezers and try and pluck a hair out of you or something like that. There's always that little thing. They can have it, but I wouldn't go fostering it. They'll initiate that on their own. That's girl game stuff. Just know if you're at the point where they start preening you like that, that means you're pretty much spot on. You got the attraction in place, and she's building herself a little bit of comfort. Sex life is good. Why not let her prune? Usually if the sex life isn't good, you're not going to get this stuff anyway, so just take it as a symbol of success. Same thing as like peripheral sexual activities, which I'll leave it there for the language filter purposes here. Ask for her special dish. I don't like asking. I think asking is a ridiculous concept. Asking allows people to say no, and girls default to no on everything. Like he says here, most girls are not professional chefs, put out quite good food, so just ask for it and then you eat it. Slowly, sitting with her, once doing this, saying, I don't understand why, but when you make this, I get this wonderful feeling that we're a family. The girl cooking thing, compliment her food. Like, never, don't worry about, girls love the validation that comes from you enjoying the things that they do. So yeah, do that. But instead of asking yes or no, you ask A or B. That's a better way to go about it. We're going to have for dinner tonight, let's have, honey, let's make grilled cheese out of your sourdough bread that you made. Or why don't we use your pasta sauce, make a pasta. You know, something like that. Then there's no alternative option. There's no to be had. It's between A and B. But that's just, again, it's helping put your girl into the role of nurturing the relationship and your role of enjoying the relationship, which is a great place to be. If you end up getting a lot of pushback from there, it lets you know from a feedback perspective that the desires may be waning, maybe not there. Work on your alpha stuff, that's fine. But once you got it, that's when you're going to start noticing things like preening behaviors, taking care of you, cooking for you. Girls know how to keep a man, and they keep a man by keeping his balls empty and his stomach full. So once you start getting this stuff, that's when you can throw it out. But don't just ask. Give her options and let her pick between them. It's fine. Kind of aside, though, from building attraction. And then he goes into more chore play. So I'm going to skip a lot of these ones, just the headers, like clean the kitchen. Yeah, no way. Keeping a kitchen clean is just something you do. He goes into playful sex here. Now, this whole chapter 20, it's just him A/B testing sexual things in his relationship. I know he needed filler to make it a full book. The part I don't like is he's telling you what worked for him, and it may or may not work for you. So read this part. Read chapters 21, 22, 23, and I think 24. But I honestly kind of skimmed all of this stuff. Like, his idea of the shower move is wait till she's like 3/4 of the way through the shower, then go in and have a shower together. And I'm like, I just have the shower together. Unless she's got to shave her legs or something, in which case I just like, hey, let me know when you're done shaving your legs. She lets her know. I go hop in afterwards. Doesn't have to be sexual either. Sometimes you're just cleaning each other off. And this is something too. It's a great preening behavior. If a girl lathers you up and rinses and soaps you off. I haven't had to apply soap to my body in a long time. She does it all for me. Absolutely wonderful. It's a great relationship thing. It kind of reinforces the strength of the relationship. It's a great beta building thing that's also very attractive. Something to think about here. So his shower move kind of sucks. I prefer mine. But here's the point. It's not about whether my shower move is better than his shower move or whether shower moves work or whether shower moves don't. It's about you trying things. Again, sneak off. Any chance you have to be naked together, whether sexual or not, take it. Shower together. Have fun. Heck, I remember, like, we haven't done it in this place yet because we still have to renovate the bathroom, but our old place had a stand-up shower. Our place in Victoria, when I was still in the military, we built a stand-up shower for it. 2-person stand-up shower. We in there, and we always showered together. It was just one of those things. It also establishes, and this is kind of a good thing, that every time you're naked together, you're not necessarily going to smash. So there's no pressure that anytime, you know, your shirt comes off, or there's no telltale signal that it's going to happen. There's always that anticipation. Adds a little bit more suspense so things don't quite get so... I mean, let's face it, for a lot of couples, it is really getting off is like chore play. Absolutely kind of ridiculous. Just kills the passion out of it. The Neapolitan, whatever. He just adds an ice cream flavor to what he likes in positions. and then he does them in order, gives her options to opt out of it. Good for you, man. Ask for a massage with a good lotion. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, you're adding for preening. Try it. Some guys like it, some guys don't. Trimming your nails. I like this one, but for different reasons. It's simple, little thing to do, but it makes everything go so much smoother in bed. Just trim your nails. And yeah, if you're going in for the shocker, obviously having a bunch of jagged nails in there, it's going to make your love life go poorly. That's a hygiene thing. You should kind of want not to look like a bag of hammers anyway. So it's just obvious. And then he drinking pineapple juice, put a pillow under her butt, returning the favor. These are all just A/B testing things. And honestly, from your perspective, keeping things fresh in the bedroom is something you need to try on your own. Just try things. It's only limited by your preferences and your creativity. So skim this, but I would not apply this wholeheartedly into your relationship because some things just aren't going to work. Like even the hair cutting thing. My girl, I asked her to trim around my ears once because I couldn't reach because I'm left-handed and I have to go on the right. She's like, I'm not touching your hair. Terrified of ruining it. So that's obviously not going to work for me. Clearly, you need to have some kind of balls in your relationship to cut hair. So that's fine. The only good thing that comes out of these things is he says only about 30% of what you try is actually going to work. I don't know if that's true or not. It's just a number, but just know like things sometimes aren't going to work. Things are going to be awkward. Things are going to be cringe. Just laugh it off. If you can laugh off all this awkwardness and not treat it as a failure in the relationship, it's a comfort building thing. Again, beta behavior. And this is advanced in that you've already built up enough alpha and attraction in your relationship where you don't have to worry about it anymore. But again, like I said, this is all such an individual thing that it may work and it may not work, but the only way you'll know is by trying it. Again, some more of his like BS ideas here. He loosens the screws on his bed to make the bed squeak and works on his rhythm. Money shot on her chest. Try it, see if it works, see if it doesn't. The Jedi mind trick, make having sex the default assumption. He kind of hits on it here. Again, you can't negotiate. So if you have to start talking about stuff like this, you've already too far gone. But the good thing to come out of it, so it's a half truth, where he says, instead of setting sex yes or no as the default question, it's either sex A or sex B is the default question. Are we going kinky or are we just doing lazy? That kind of stuff. I mean, you kind of get into a habit as to which ones you want, how you approach it, feeling it out. But in general, for most things, if you want her to do any kind of preening or taking care of you, like relationship building behavior, giving her options as opposed to giving her an opt-in or opt-out is usually a better way to go. But the Jedi mind trick, kind of cringe. Sweeten the deal. Again, this chapter is 20 tack 11. Absolutely ridiculous. He's literally negotiating sexual desire. And I'm like, this is stupid. Absolutely stupid. And I am surprised we haven't crapped on this. But that's the problem. By the time most guys get to this far in, they kind of already know, so you don't have to spell it out. But here we are on YouTube, spelling it out. Whatever. What are some other ones? Words of seduction. Saying I love you. Don't say it too much. Don't say it because you want I love you back. That's it. He didn't mention any of that in here, though. That's a covert contract. I'm saying I love her, so she reinforces that she loves me back. It's like, dude, whatever. Whatever. Speak her love language. I cannot believe he talks about the 5 love languages in this way. I'll let you know right now, it's absolute bullshit. There's no such thing as the 5 love languages. Girls swear by it, but girls also swear by their astrology sign, so what the hell do they know? They swear by their MBTI, and a couple weak men do that too. It's like, dude, BF Skinner had it right with pigeon dancing. I talk about it on the channel a lot, but this stuff is built from, and I'm not going to tell you what the shocker is, Marty. Jesus. The love language, the MBTI, all that stuff, it's just BF Skinner's pigeon experiment. He put a bunch of pigeons in cages, and food pellets would dispense at random intervals. And he left it, and then he found out after a while what happened is that pigeons would try things. Maybe flap their feathers, do some like weird little rituals, and from pure happenstance, if they did a ritual more than once that happened to have a food pellet come right after it, again, they're totally random, the pigeon would think that would make it more likely. And if it didn't work the third time, then the pigeon thought maybe I just didn't do it hard enough, so they keep doing it, and then a pellet would arrive, and then they'd realize, oh, so it does work. That's literally what's happening here. Pure chance, or like the P variable in research, they call it. What are the odds that you doing this didn't have an effect, but it was just random chance? So people are p-hacking their relationships. And that's why most relationship advice is absolute nonsense. It's because people tried a bunch of things and then through pure random chance, they worked one or twice and then they doubled down on their ego investments and build up these horrible mental models. That's why chore play exists. Girls genuinely believe that you doing the dishes is going to make her more comfortable and have sex with you because when you were first dating, you did the dishes once and then you guys smashed afterwards. So she's like, that worked, 15 years ago. Why wouldn't it work today? It's like, dude, shut up. But like I mentioned, we're going to skip through the rest of these ones here. Expose weaknesses with Valentine game. I'll say this one, and once I get to the end of this, I'll give you the sad story of Athol, and you're going to kind of see why I'm so hard on this stuff and why he's talking about it. So here's how it goes. Say to her, listen, sometimes I feel like I'm a stupid man. Generally, this establishes common ground as to something you and her can both agree and build on. It's okay to pause for a second and just hold her attention. You should have her full attention before plowing ahead with the rest of the routine. And, while I love you with all my heart, good place for a pause here, let her feel the words, straight shoot 'em. I don't really have a clue what to do for you, or to you, or with you to make you feel loved by me the way I love you. Say that, the way I love you with a bit of feeling. The way I love you. Dude, I laugh. Whatever. Say that, pretend you're in a movie, and this is the turning point of the on-screen romance. Dude, the Disney fantasy is why most guys ended up in these horrible scenarios anyway, and it's like the worst thing to say. Here's the thing. You're negotiating desire and you're asking a girl what turns her on. Girls have no idea. Girls are reactive when it comes to sex. I want you guys to get that through your head. If you learn nothing else through this video, I'm going to tell you right now, do not ask a girl what she's attracted to because she has no effing clue. No idea. There's a scientific reason for this, and then there's a good enough reason for this. The science reason for this, and it's been some research on it. It's not conclusive, but it kind of paints a picture. Again, it's qualitative research, so take it for what it's worth. Was that sexually, when it comes to our organs, guys are outies, girls are innies. If a guy gets attracted to something, he gets a visceral indication. Oh, that turned me on. That's awesome. The doctor stuck a finger in my butt for my proctology exam. Turns me on. Who'da thunk? Then guys start getting into prostate stuff. Whatever. It's not me. But do it if you want to. There's a guy on the Married Red Pill. He knows who he is. Big into that stuff. So we have great indicators. Plus, we're very visual. So when we see things, it turns us on. We make that connection. Girls are turned on from feelings, from feeling anxiety, all that limbic brain stuff. Literally, their feelings turn them on. The limbic brain is their most sexual organ. The problem is, we don't know what the limbic brain does. We often use our frontal lobe to build post hoc justifications for what it did. So we actively lie to ourselves about what it is that turns us on, as women do that anyway. At the same time, there's no physical indicators. A girl, panty wetner, they call it. But that's the thing. It's nothing you can feel. And so girls generally have no idea. So again, back to that pigeon experiment from B.F. Skinner. The pigeon rituals create. They try things. That's why if a girl says she likes nerds, she happened to like a hot guy at the time who made her wet, who was a nerd. If she says she likes goth guys, it's because her first boyfriend back in the day, who she was super turned on by, happened to be goth. And then they start telling you these things. So if you put an unattractive, ultra omega style man who's just in a dead bedroom, she can't stand him. Dude, she's so turned on by nerds. The guy dresses as a nerd, and now you're like, you're just an unattractive nerd. You're using these secondary conditions, these correlations, and you're acting as if they're causations. And by asking a girl what turns her on, you're asking for her ritualistic correlations, and don't be surprised if things fail. Which gets me to the point of what happened to Athol K. So Athol K had the precursor to the Married Red Pill. He had what's called the Married Man Sex Life Primer forums. A lot of guys in there swapping notes, working like a charm. Bunch of betas with a side of alpha kind of thing. Here's the thing. You already can kind of see the bit of simpery in him. And again, next chapter, every day is Valentine's Day. Do this stuff on Tuesday. Like, all right, whatever. Let's negotiate more. He let his wife in on the business. Yeah, come do it with me. You've been such a great girl because I did these attractive things and now you act right. And then sure enough, added the one girl in there. There's a great post, by the way. I'll put it for you for some light reading afterwards here. It's called the Praxeology of the... Oh no, the Sandbox. Red pill room. Just thought about it. I'll put a link in the live chat here for you. Et voila. Now, the part that's important for this, and this is going to get back to the Athol K side, talk about how men bond, men do experiences, we swap notes, who's better in the group is the one who gets better at it. So if you're like, for example, in the Married Man Sex Life primer forums, if what you give as advice to guys or reflect on your field reports gets guys laid more, then you tend to be higher up on the hierarchy. But add just one woman into the mix, however, and the entire dynamic changes. He uses an example about black guys in the South, but I mean, it's not really important to this one. Similarly, one woman in an all-male male group radically alters the dynamic. Some women who seem determined to be included as one of the guys find it highly frustrating despite their best efforts that they just don't make the cut. And that's because it's a competence thing. Girls, it turns out, if they can't compete with the guys they're with and the guys don't even want to compete with them, ends up being a bit self-sabotaging. So they were dudes, she was a chick, and no matter how respected her ability, she still wasn't a dude, so that she just wasn't part of the contest. She can join in, that's fine. So a single woman entering the sandbox will sometimes understand the situation well enough to demand a male-style challenge, and they might let her win, whatever. But when one woman is present, it screws up all the beautiful male conflict and resolution because the focus no longer becomes on male sexual strategy. It becomes, at least to a small part, some of the simps there will be about getting validation from that one girl. And that changes the dynamic for the worse. So now you got guys that aren't playing the proper rules. They're not trying to help guys get laid in relationships. They're trying to appease that one female moderator. Now, if you had a second one, things get even worse because women always prefer women over men. And men usually prefer women over men. So now you have two women. One can act a damn fool, and the other one will have her back. So now, instead of these guys simping over one girl, there's some guys simping over one, some guys simping over the other. And now both of these groups have become weaponized against the group writ large. And this is what happened with Athol K. Moderator girl brought other moderator girls in. Moderator girls started talking to each other. Guys started simping for them. And then it became less about married men, sex life, sexual strategy, and it became about appeasing the female moderator team. And then they started getting what they wanted. And then they started getting bitter and resentful. At the end of it, it turned into like, I left my nagging housewife to go onto a forum and get berated by my nagging moderator. And the whole thing went down. Not to mention, Athol got a heart attack. Place went into bankruptcy. The whole business went down. I don't know where he is now. I hope he's doing well. But I know he hasn't had a good go of it now. Like the heart surgery, all that kind of stuff. So say what you want about guys like Rolo or me or Rich saying like, no chicks in the clubhouse. Girls, get out. It's not because we hate women or any of that misogyny or any of that crap. It's just because if we bring you in through no fault of your own, you're going to screw it up. So for the sake of us building this thing that's going to be half-ass decent, and I can tell already by the likes and concurrent viewers we got going out right now, you guys agree with me here, you got to keep chicks out of it. They come into the chat. We can't stop them. All I can say is no simping. A lot of guys say that. No simp. We're in no simp September. Well, yeah, simping is something you can't weed out of the male genome. So all you can do is make it easier for them by keeping chicks out of your space. Bring them in slowly but surely. Don't give them any power. If they want to hang out as observers, that's fine. Don't take their advice as sacrosanct. You don't have to be mean about it, but just like, yeah, it's not for you, man. Would you bring a mechanic into your surgery? Probably not. It's not because you're angry against mechanicologists. I don't know if that's a word, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Next part is when she asks, do these pants make me look fat? So there's really like, do you say yes? Do you say no? Do you say whatever? I like how he instantly turns it sexual. Well, I don't know. I'd have to see you with the pants off to know for sure. Look at the girl. But here's the thing. You can make that flirty, but that goes on the base assumption that her ass isn't fat in those pants. Maybe it's a case where your girl's been gaining some weight and you don't like it. Now you got two choices. You can say what makes her feel good, or you can say what's honest. Do my pants look fat in these jeans? You could stand to lose a few. She'll get mad, but you're like, look, I'm an asshole. You knew that when we got together, but I'm not going to lie to you. That, she'll be mad, but she'll get over it. And then she'll, realize my man thinks I'm too heavy. And if she's really into you, she'll make the efforts to lose weight. And then there's a whole route you can go on to on the leadership of that thing. But no. I like you just the way you are, because that's conflict avoidant. Girls get fatter and they think they're hot. They get fatter. They think they're hot. It's basically, they don't realize they're not hot anymore until they decide that they can do better than you. They go out into the world and find out, pushing 2 bills at 5'5" is not the kind of girl that guys are into. So sometimes it's good to nuke these ones and just be honest. I would argue always be honest. But if it's the case that it's at that range that you're perfectly happy with, yeah, make it sexual. I don't know. I'd have to see you without the pants to know for sure. You don't even answer the question because there's no good answer to the question. It's a silly question. She just asked for validation. The one thing you said about this is that women only ask this question when they're in the fertile part of their monthly cycle, the ovulatory period. You guys are going to have to let me know in the chat. I've never run an A/B test to see about this. So if you guys have a situation where your girl asks if she looks fat in those jeans, has it been 2-3 weeks after Aunt Flo came over? You'll have to let me know. I am curious though. Put it down in the chat, the main chat, not the live chat, so we can spread the note amongst everybody else. But it'll be good to know. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys in here. See? All these answers. Here's the thing. You can be honest. There's no reason not to be honest. I have that as my policy. I would rather make my girl cry than lie to her. Mostly because what's she going to do? Why'd you tell me to shut up? Because I was tired of hearing you talking. You need to apologize to me. It's look, I'm not going to do that. Not lying to her, but I'm not placating her either. And she gets mad, and that's fine. I don't mind if she gets mad. She's allowed to get mad. I'm not saying I have to stop her from getting mad. They're her feelings. I can't tell her they're wrong. But at the same time, I'm not going to apologize for telling you to shut up. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. You treat it as not a serious thing. That's my frame. This is not a serious thing. I want 30 seconds of quiet, and you're going to give it to me because you're a great woman. And that's all it is. And she gets mad. All right, you can get mad. It's fine. Then they'll get over it and everything moves on. You find out all of these little fights you guys are so worried about, all this, well, what if she gets mad this? What if she's angry this? Doesn't really matter. Did she leave? No. Did something go wrong? Did the car break? No. Did you still buy the carrots like you wanted? Yeah. Did you get gas? Yeah. Is everything running smoothly? Yeah. So 2 minutes of feelings. 2 minutes of hurt feelings. Yeah, I can live with that. Did you do something stupid that you didn't mean to do? No, I meant it. All right. That's just the way things play out then. Life is life. C'est la vie. Quick thing here, moving on. I put a little bit of emphasis on the talk dirty here thing. Most women enjoy dirty talk in bed. A lot of guys have problems with this one. I find they don't know what to say. So on this, a very good general principle is just describe what you're going to do. If you're going to do certain things in bed, things work, just say them. Flat out, honestly say them. Maybe throw out a little swear word once in a while, make it sound extra dirty. There's not really much to it. You don't have to be hardcore. You don't have to make some big flowery speech. It kind of sounds weird and takes her out of it anyway. So it has to kind of reflect the way you normally talk. But just, yeah, what are you going to do? Or what are you doing? I'm going to talk about it like a shopping list. Well, I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do this. So tie your hair back. Let's go. Doesn't have to be much. I wouldn't worry about it. Surprise her and delight her. Screw that one. Toasting her marshmallows. Dude, there's no way to s'mores your way into a girl's pants. What the hell are these Post-it notes? Post-it notes used to be what you did as roommates. When you were too passive-aggressive to ask them to do their own dishes, you just put a Post-it on the fridge with hey, don't forget dishes on Tuesday. And the other guy would rip it off going, what a chode. Love letters. Pfft. Sexting messages. All right, so the whole chapter 22 is complete BS. I'm not saying text game doesn't work. I am saying text is for logistics only. And that's been the official married and red-pilled opinion about texts since the dawn of time 6 years ago. I'm just not even going to text her incidental things, change her name on the phone, ask what color her panties are, speaks another language, blah, 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 blah. Look, we are connected 24/7 because of COVID. So many couples are working home. They work at home. They eat at home. They hang out together. She gets 8 hours of an opportunity to miss you, to wonder what you're up to think, is he out there talking to other girls? Is he flirting with Karen from work? All these ways to be attractive that you don't even have to do anything for. You just have to be attractive. and let the girl's mind wander. Why would you ruin that by being constantly available via text? So I'll skip the entire part of, you don't have to learn French to text. You don't have to learn all that crap. You don't have to do Simon Says. The Star Trek game. I don't know what his obsession with Star Trek and sex is, but whatever. How not to ask your, yeah, he actually has a part in here where he has to say like how to make sure you don't accidentally text your boss and not your wife. Change the names, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, dude. That's what she said. Same room texting. It can be short. Date night. Get to date night instead. So back to this. Texting's for logistics only. If it's something that requires an answer or actions, text it. Anything else, let her miss. Give her an opportunity to miss you. Give her an opportunity to wonder what you're doing. Like, Jesus. Are people so connected at the hip that you think what she needs is more attention? It's like, why would she value your attention if it's on tap 24/7? People with it here, funny thing, fun fact. Now, I didn't look this up, but I know it's true, and I'm going to say it's true so you guys understand it. They had these things, I think it's in McDonald's or Burger King. They're like golden cards. Lifetime supply of McDonald's or Burger King. They give them out to like special people. Everybody who has one of those, you'd think would just go whole hog on McDonald's, but they actually barely eat there. Turns out the best way to get a guy to stop eating McDonald's is to give him a lifetime supply. So think of this. Yeah. Paul actually has the right idea in the chat, by the way. Come to Patreon. I can answer there in full detail. I 100% agree. I have to do a lot of not cussing and a lot of not graphic language to talk about this on YouTube to you guys publicly. But yeah, there's hours of content to go into depth as to why texting is a BS thing and should stop doing it. But that's about as succinct as I can make it for you. So the next chapter, again, we're getting to the end of the BS here, date night. It's a date and it's at night. The idea is to put into practice the core of pickup by touching on the basics covered by the chapter Instigate, Isolate, and Escalate. I will say this. Dates are rewards for good behavior. They are not a means to an end. What do I mean by this? This is actually good for single guys too. So if you meet a girl off of Tinder, you meet a girl at the park, you get a phone number, you don't bring her on a date. Date puts pressure on her to perform. I think we talked about it yesterday. It's like, what item on the menu is worth the least amount of sexual obligation I feel? And that's the thing. Guys they don't have the illusions about being entitled to sex because they fed you. That's inside a girl's head. She does that because she feels bad that she took your food and your money. So same thing here. Don't set up these expectations. If the girl's been good and she's been pleasing you a lot throughout the month and she cooks great meals and she cuts your hair and, you know, preens over you and you basically are too tired, you're like, babe, I need a break tonight. Then yeah, date night's in order. You've been great. Take the night off. Instigate, isolate, escalate. But yeah, if you're at any place where your relationship is not where you want it, why would you reward that? Why would you reward bad behavior by offering more comfort? It's a self-sabotaging move. Same thing with a girl. If you're first dating a girl, you earned coffee. I could pay $3.50 for an iced cappuccino with you. That's about it. If you want more than that, you got to show me why you're worth it. And it totally flips the script on the eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap thing. You make yourself the prize. And you don't just do that by saying, I'm the prize, I'm the masculine alpha, wolf, leader, pack of men, patriarch, blah, 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 traddy, semen retention, all those stupid nonsense. No, you act like the prize. You shouldn't have to say anything about being the prize. Just everything you do centers around you being God's gift to women. And women, if they agree with you, it means you've put in enough work on the back end that is obvious and you haven't been deluding yourself. If girls think you're a cringe lord, it's because you have a long way to go. You're faking it right now. It might work on a couple girls who don't know all your BS. For the relationship though, you're just practicing now so that you can see when that switch hits. So when that one day you realize, oh, I'm actually attractive. And that's when all that cockiness actually works in your favor. Usually for a married guy, it's not actually when he gets in shape, because a girl sees you every day. So she still sees the same fat schlub, even if he's getting in better shape. They see it when a girl who's never met you before walks over and asks if she can touch your arm, if she can touch your arms. Then the wife snaps out of her little lull and realizes, oh my God, this guy became attractive. Then she can foster the relationship and then you can reward her for date night. But in this, it's just, oh, I don't even want to read the headers. It's just ridiculous. Making sure it's special, make sure it's this. Just plan things. When you do things, make sure you have a plan going in. Make sure you can isolate often. Bring up sexual tension, bring it back down. Again, mystery method is great for this. You can apply it for dates, but if you're reading this, I don't think you need help on that part of it. But if you do, chapter 23 is there for you. I've got everything down pat. I'm a sexual tyrannosaurus. I suck at date nights, though. Chapter 23, it's up for you. You guys do it. The next part is he talks about rough stuff. This chapter is different, and I think we're going to end on this one. Like everything else you try in the bedroom, only 30% of it will work for any particular couple. So try it, talk about it, see how it goes. Now he talks about hair pulling. I'll sum it up here. Big fistful. Don't grab small chunks. The more hair you grab, the less it hurts. And it's not about pain, it's about control. Think of it like when you grab a dog by the scruff of the neck or a kitten by the scruff of the neck. They basically get submissive. It's that same thing there. So give it a try once in a while. If a girl's got a ponytail, grab the ponytail. This is why guys don't like girls with short hair. There's a bit of like an anti-submission angle to it, which is no fun. Although I guess if it's just long enough, you can almost grab it, but whatever. Bondage is the next thing. I would say, and he does, here's the thing that's nice about this stuff. It can go well or it can go badly. The strongest suggestion to give is start simple and build it up slow. So that way you aren't actually stepping on anything. So for hair pulling, start with just leaving your hand there, like grabbing it. Then maybe switch to pulling, and then you find out maybe she wants you to like snap the neck back or whatever. Bondage, same thing. Maybe at first it's like have her just hold the headboard tight so she can let go at any time. Then maybe you try like loose knots that she could pull out of. It's just the rope there, like a ceremonial thing. Maybe all that stuff works, and then you want to get into hardcore stuff. I've seen how bad it gets. I'm a good knot tire, but some of the stuff I've seen there boggles my mind. Like, I'm impressed. And this is a sailor talking, like, how did you get those knots that way? But again, try it yourself. Do it as an experiment. See if the little things work, and if they do, escalate them. Go on from there. Positions. I can't believe he has to say that. Neck holding. Again, neck holding, choking, we kind of already talked about that, so I won't quibble over it. But when you're first starting this, don't actually start choking. Just hold your hand there. It's like holding her down so she can't get up. If that ends up working, then you can escalate past that. It's a back and forth process. You're not negotiating desire. You're negotiating how into it she's willing to go. And with the kinky stuff, that's kind of how it works. You have to top from the bottom. So safe words if you need one. Whatever. Just know that she has the ability to stop at any time. So it's you making her submissive, but in her submissiveness, she has the ultimate keys to start or stop the engagement. It's generally how it works. Then again, there's a place called I think it's the Stupid Sluts Club on Reddit, where they actually love struggle hugging with like strangers. So they set themselves up to be struggle hugged. It's a bit of a weird place. If you're into that thing, I got nothing for you. I don't know what to tell you. And it's out of my expertise. And I'm pretty sure you're not listening to me at this point anyway. You've got it figured out on your own. He does a little big thing on spanking here. So safety spanking. To start off with, limit it to just the use of your hand. No belts, whips, floggers, straps, canes, crops, paddles, or slippers. Slippers? What are they? Some kind of Mexican grandmother where you got to hit somebody with your slippers? Like, whatever. Yeah, same thing. I remember the way I was taught is like cup and shake. So you cup your hand enough so it makes a sound and then shake it at the end there. You eventually work it up to as much pain. That's where the dirty talking comes in handy. Do you want it harder? Harder? She'll sell you. Again, play it up. Whatever she's into. I'm not a big fan of this stuff myself, but I already know that sometimes girls are. And, you know, if you want to be good in bed, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. There's a lot of things I know I'm not into, but if the girl I'm with is into it, then, well, got to man up. Got to man up and be good at what you do. Yeah, erotic spanking, it's not for everybody. Again, 30% of it, what you try is ever going to work, and that's fine. So, anyways, so that's the end of the sad, tragic story of Athol. Okay, the idea of A and B testing, that you can't negotiate desire, and how to try new things to kink things up, and how not to screw yourself over. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Went a bit longer than I'd have liked, but whatever. We're getting to part 4 now when push comes to shove. This is where your map breaks down. The stay plan is the same as the go plan. Well, this talks about the go plan. So we're going to start this up again next week, probably Tuesday, Wednesday, as per the normal. Again, don't forget, hit the like button if you guys like this. Love to see more content. Don't forget to subscribe. Share this with somebody if they're into this kind of thing. Maybe send them a copy of Athol K's Married Man Sex Life Primer. This whole sidebar playlist is in there. We're essentially going through everything that you would need to know as a red-pilled man. Everything All the terms we describe, all the jargon, all the stuff that feminists get mad for, all the stuff that gets us hatred on the news, blah, 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 blah. Here's the actual tactics, tricks, strategies, mental models, mindset changes, everything you need to know about a fully integrated red-pilled man with yourself as your own mental point of origin. Again, it's not a perfect set yet. We're still building it. It's a living document, but this will put you head and shoulders above anybody else who talks about being red-pilled and then rambles about whatever politic crap. You're like, whatever. I don't care about which political party's in power because I'm going to smash regardless. And that's the goal. If you learn nothing else from this entire series, I'm going to smash regardless. Don't care. Got laid. Anyways, thank you guys so much. I will catch you later. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Marty's been going whole hog in the chat now, you sarcastic son of a... It's good, though. Yeah, Mark, I used to be a sailor. I was 12 years at the Royal Canadian Navy, by the way. In comms, we worked well with the bosun, so we had to spend a lot of time on that. But that's aside the point. We're here for you guys, not for me. Cheers. Man time, let's go. Let's go, let's go. What are we on here? Episode 8, technically 15, but whatever. Who's keeping track? From Karen to Becky. Athol K, Married Man Sex Life Primer. Gotta love it. Beauty. Welcome, everybody. Welcome one, welcome all. This is going to be the fun chapter. It's a bit simpish when push comes to shove. And this is where a lot of guys run into a lot of trouble running their maps, a lot of trouble when repairing their relationships, a lot of trouble when falling for what I argue is the greatest bait and switch ever, in that it's the only one that exists that's ever been beneficial to a man. Sell him on sex, deliver self-actualization. Again, thank you so much. I see you guys in the chat. Hope you're enjoying your time here in this nice sunny fall morning. Hopefully the restrictions haven't been too hard on you. You're not going stir crazy. I would argue for those who have had tenuous relationships, it might be good at this point because, well, let's face it. If you see too much of the person, you kind of get sick of them. It can have a degrading effect. It's almost like government enforced one-itis. So, when push comes to shove. And that's the chapter 25. But she's the only girl for me. And this goes over one-itis. So, many low-sex marriages have a husband that is Cupid stupid over the wife, which it's a weird term, but whatever, while she can barely tolerate his existence in a romantic sense. She's usually perfectly happy to have him wait on her and bring home a paycheck, though. She just doesn't want to have sex with him, save an occasional drip feed to keep him on the hook and make him still bring her stuff. It's a tragic twist when you fall, when your love for her kills her love for you. I know Rollo has talked in quite a few podcasts now about how the estrus cycle for some chimps, like, and he uses primates as an example, so it's not a perfect map, but it kind of illustrates the point rather well, where the primate, when going through estrus, will sleep with the biggest gorilla in the group or the biggest chimp in the group, and then during the off season kind of sleeps with other dudes because they'll give provision. That same dynamic is in play here for a lot of guys who just don't have desire from their wife, but they're stuck within a marriage or a relationship. She'll give you just enough to keep you happy, or not even keep you happy, to keep you from not being miserable to the point you'll do something about it and you'll still work for her. It's essentially intermittent rewards, which, if you guys haven't seen the concept, I can't remember who was the scientist that did that. Intermittent rewarding. I want to say B.F. Skinner, but I couldn't say for sure. Anyways, so intermittent reinforcement is a conditioning schedule in which a reward or a punishment, in this case, smashing or not smashing, is not administered every time the proper behavior happens. And what they found is that, and the experiment that I always refer to when people talk about this is with, I think it's rats, maybe pigeons, but anytime they did something, possibly even dogs, doesn't really matter. Here's the point. Dog would do something, they'd give the dog a treat. And they did it every time the dog did something, and they thought they were just reinforcing things. But here's what happens. What they found out is that the dog then would only do that proper behavior when he was hungry. Same thing here with a guy. If a girl sleeps with a guy every time he brings home a paycheck, then he's only going to worry so much about working harder when he's horny. Which, I mean, there's a lot of thirst, but that's the idea of it anyway. Now, if you do it intermittently, so not every time, and I'd have to look it up, but I couldn't tell you what the exact number is. I'm leaning towards 25% because of that same idea of the unpredictability of in economic terms, where if you change up your routines 25% of the time, it makes you sufficiently unpredictable. So I would argue if that intermittent reward comes 25% of the time, what happens though is they find that the dogs in those cases would, even if they weren't hungry, they would constantly do the thing hoping to get a treat because they didn't know maybe it was this time, maybe it's that. And that's the idea, is because we're pattern seeking creatures that I don't get it. A plus B is supposed to equal C. A plus B equals treat. A plus B didn't give a treat. Maybe I just got to try harder. Maybe it didn't work that time. And then they keep doing it. It's what we describe as an ego investment. But if you look up intermittent rewards and how the addiction of it happens, that's how you can see it play out in a more clinical sense. And the case here, it's such a display of lower value. It kind of ignores the dynamic at play of a wife that can't stand you, but is willing to do the bare minimum to keep you around. So, continuing on. If a basically healthy wife can't hold a job, keep a house, or have sex with you with any degree of functionality, she's just dead weight. From a purely rational point of view, you may as well cut her loose and go on with your life. But the husband with one-itis for his own wife can rationally know that she is a giant millstone around his neck, but he can't leave her anyway. This is why we talk about, I don't want to say chore play, but like doing chores. And if you remember back, like early on in this, I think it was episode 2, maybe episode 3, where they were talking about beta behaviors to do, fixing things around the house, doing the dishes, being more active in the childcare. That's the purpose of it, is to break this addiction. I kind of hinted at what we were good at before. Well, here we are 6 hours later. Here's why. Understand that for guys who have one-itis, their girl could be absolutely useless. She could be fat. She can be lazy. She could be frigid. She can be bitchy. She can be absolutely useless to his life in any sense of the word. And he'll still call her a high-quality woman because he's got that dopamine hit. It's the same as a crackhead. Crackheads know crack's bad for you. They know crack smells like vinegar. They hate crack. But, hey, crack's all right. It helps me with my asthma or something stupid like that, But he really is addicted to her. The dopamine, the vasopressin, literally tether him to her. So what Athol suggests, though, is that you purposefully stop all the extra lovey-dovey catering to her. That's part of, not rewarding bad behavior. She doesn't see it as a reward anyway. If you act extra loving and extra beta to a girl that doesn't have that alpha, desirable attractiveness to you, no dopamine into it, then she's just going to take it as a display of lower value. Kind of the equivalent of an ugly omega male hitting on a girl at the bar. She's like, oh, get away from me. But I still need the paycheck, so, yeah, get away from me. I'll maybe give you a handy on your birthday. What's that? What was the show? Not Walking Dead. Breaking Bad. How it basically starts with that premise. That's why everybody hates Skylar, by the way. So the idea is you start doing all these things. You start being more self-reliant. And by keeping yourself busy, you're not going back to that dopamine drip feed of your girl. And then it kind of snaps you in and you realize, oh, yeah, she is pretty useless. Why the hell is she even here? So that's good. You can tie up that plot point and we'll move on. Now, here is an important thing from this chapter. So if you have one-itis, the map will fail. This is the really critical point of this chapter. You can up your sex rank all the way up to 10. You can do really well with it, but once you get to this point and you can't actually follow through with looking like you could really leave if pushed hard enough, you're still tethered to her, so you fold. This is what I call the bluff. The bluff scenario, or the 2-year pivot. A lot of guys have this, and for some reason it always seems to be at the 2-year mark. I'm sure psychologically there's a way to explain it. I'm not that guy. I'm just going to say this is the way we've observed it. It's usually 18 to 24 months. Just be aware yourself, if you're running your map, around the 1-year mark, in between there and the 2-year mark, if you have covert contracts, they're going to be exposed. So again, if the whole point of your male action plan is to win her back, this is the point where you realize that you can't put that onto a girl. They don't like the responsibility. They will actively sabotage it, and the placation of it just won't work. You could be hot as hell, but if she still thinks you is that bag of hammers that she just can't stand, it's not going to change. And that's why, going back, pre-selection is such a strong thing. A girl has this mental model of you being a schlub that she can't stand but is trapped with in her head. And until, like, some chick walks up, her best friend's like, hey, your husband's getting attractive. If you're not going to use him, can I? Or, you know, they're not going to say that, but you get what I mean. Gets her hamster running. She's like, oh, geez. And then she has to, that's like, to a lesser extent, that's the female version of getting zeroed out when she realizes that she's going to lose this man that she wants. They hate that. So, on to the overarching point here is if you make the goal her and changing her behavior, you're going to fail because it's obviously manipulative. Now, manipulation, I've been saying it all along, it's not bad, but overt manipulation just doesn't work. People sense it and it's missing that plausible deniability. Same as like a girl, you're picking her up at the bar and you're like, hey, I'm going to take you home and I'm going to rail you good. And she's like, hey, no, I'm not that kind of girl, man. I think you got mistaken for somebody else. Now, she most likely would have gone back and smashed, but because you made it overt, you remove the mystery, the plausible deniability, the anti-slut defense comes up. It's the same thing here. You have to be able to act, converse, and be completely congruent on two different levels. The signal and the wave. If you don't know what that means, that's like it's a term about EM spectrum stuff. So if you're listening to this right now, there's a certain carrier wave. Things going across the internet on. That's how electrical lines work. There's a carrier wave. Within the carrier wave, there's signal. And that signal is all the information that creates all this. So same thing with the way you're communicating. There's a conversation, signal, language there, but underneath it, all the body language, all the subtext, all the implications, all the wrapped up mental models, that's the level you need to be communicating. And the beauty of that level is your words don't matter. Only your actions do. And only the other person's perception. So once you learn to speak that, which we commonly refer to as womanese, you can speak in Manglish carrying the idea that you're not a man to be trifled with. But you don't club them over the head with it. It's just kind of like, you know, what's that Wisconsin thing? F around and find out. It's kind of like that. But being very subtle. So next part is women are replaceable. From a fairly cynical point of view, any one woman can be replaced by any other woman. All a woman needs to do to make you happy is some mix of working a job and keeping house, be reasonably enjoyable company, and have a functional vagina that she happily lets you use. The job description really isn't all that hard or that confusing. Most women would make a reasonably good wife for you if given the opportunity. Again, I've talked about this before as well, where, you know, everybody has that hot babe 0 to 10 scale or 1 to 10. Oh, is she a 1? Is she a 2? Is she a 3? Is she an 8? Is she a 9? There's no 9s or 10s. There's no 1s, 2s, or 3s. Women cluster around the median. I mean, morbid obesity aside, most women are 4s, 5s, and 6s. Everything else is an ego investment. Or, you know, disfigurement. Yeah. And you can really think about it as such. Is she the kind of girl that I would smash but not tell anybody about? Is she the kind of girl I would smash but not brag about? Or is she the kind of girl that I would smash and brag about it? That's really the only scale that matters, because girls don't fly in the extremes. Sure, some celebrity, some hardcore makeup, being extra good with girl game might push her up and down, but that only works insofar as your brain interprets that from the dopamine response you're getting from it. So he doesn't mean to make women sound like chattel here. I don't like the fact that he keeps apologizing for being man. Like, this whole book has a hint of it. And you can kind of see, I think I talked about it before an episode or two ago about how Athol eventually placated women to the point that it ruined his business, ruined the married man sex life forums, essentially left a lot of men out to dry. All because he still has this belief in women at the end. So, I mean, who's going to say that we're treating women like chattel here? Nobody, except for people that don't have no man and can't get one anyway. Then he has to do the equating thing. Men are no less replaceable than women are. And I'm like, dude, who cares? Right now, I'm not having sex with men. I'm not smashing men. I'm not trying to smash men. I do not care about the BS of any man except for this one. And that's the approach you should have too. Don't justify it. Don't apologetics for it. No apologetics for it. There's a great post by Whisper. It's called Yes, Virginia. You do have to be an asshole. I'm going to post it in the chat here. I reference it a lot, so most of you guys should probably already know it, but this is the attitude to have, and this is something that Athol K has completely missing from this chapter. So he kind of says, a lot of people say, is it possible to do all this self-reflective, self-improvement man stuff without being objectively horrible to women? And then you want to do exactly what Athol did. You know, apologies. Well, hey, I know men are like this too, blah, blah, blah. Stop that. You're supposed to agree and amplify, but you don't, because deep down, you're not an asshole and you don't want to be. Well, crush that dream. And then he goes through the arguments here and how it kind of plays out. Just know that at the end of it, you realize that anything that doesn't put a woman's needs first in society is considered evil or heinous or, you know, misogynist, whatever. And it's not a bug, it's a feature. Humankind would not be here 8 billion people strong and growing if we didn't have that before we had the Industrial Revolution. It just so happens now that we no longer live in a society of scarcity, and so it's poisoning us, where we need to start learning to adapt. And I hate to say it, women wanted equality. Well, we invented the dishwasher and fertilizer, and now we got it. The problem with equality is it also means nobody gives a shit about you. Everybody is equally apathetic to everybody else. And it sounds cynical, but there's a certain freedom in it, which I am surprised more guys don't take. Like, picture this. Back in the day, you were with a woman because that's what you did. That's what you did. You took care of her because that was your duty, blah, blah, blah. Everything always had to be like at threat point. But consider now, a woman does not need a man to provide for her, so she doesn't need a man. And women are replaceable. Yeah, they may be more valuable and the eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap one, but there's 8 billion of them. You'll find another one. And so there is no cudgel holding you there. There's no forced obligation. There's no duty. So if you want to be with somebody, it has to be a want, a desire. There's a certain, what's the word for it? Not self-actualization, but a certain autonomy about it. If she wants to be with me, it's because she wants it. If I want to be with her, it's because I want it. And all these guys worried about genuine desire and all that crap kind of ignore this point. Saying, I'm going my own way. No relationships, nothing. Well, hey, I hate to say it, but a relationship is the ultimate way to know if you're getting genuine desire from a girl. And this is why there's so much stuff around the marriage, because the marriage is kind of the last threat point that guys have to do their obligation, but it's completely one-sided. So again, the point is, don't apologize. Unapologetically man, and that's the only way to go about it. He continues on, objectively, there's nothing special about your current wife. The only thing that makes her seem special to you is a bunch of hormonal markers cycling around your body telling you that she is a wonderful woman beyond all reason. I have heard this hundreds of times, and I'm not even exaggerating. A guy will tell me, she is a great wife. She has a good job. She's a great mother, takes care of the kids. And I'm like, okay, so why are you calling me then? She sounds wonderful. So why are you having any problems? Well, she hasn't touched me in like 6 months. I'm like, so obviously she's not that good, is she? Because that's kind of like the bare minimum. It's like saying I have the greatest car ever. It's super fast. It's got best paint job. Engine's huge. Doesn't have any tires, but it's just an amazing car. It's like, well, it's not really very amazing if it's missing the tires, is it? So even sex with a new woman's not going to be all that different. It's not like you get to have sex with a new woman or even 10 new women with a new penis. All the sensations are the same no matter what. If you're a 7 and leave your 7 wife to remarry another 7, it's going to be about the same, but you might have 10 times as much sex as you do with a new wife. And that's just it. Women are replaceable, and you have to look at it that way. That's the only way this works, and it seems counterintuitive, but it doesn't really when you look into it. Guys who think that you have to be like doting and in love and focus on your wife end up killing her desire for them. Guys who are kind of aloof, I can take her or leave her. Meh, what is she doing? They're always focused on the girl has to constantly show that she's worth keeping a relationship with her for. And those guys tend to be happier because the girl gets her I get to chase a man thing, which they love. Same way that we like kind of chasing a girl. Everybody loves the chase more than the catch. But it's a reinforcement thing. And so the less you want it, the more you're going to have it. And that's why guys who tell me, how do I get a girlfriend? I'm like, dude, you guys are clueless. Stop trying to get a girlfriend. It's not your job to get a girlfriend. It's her job to try and lock you down. And by you trying to do her job, that pisses her off. Like imagine hiring somebody to work for you and they just keep doing your job. It's like, I didn't hire you to do my job. I'm doing my job. I hired you to do your job so I can focus on my job and not focus on why this stuff's not getting done. But they're like, no, boss. I just want to be the good employee. And he goes, you're fired. And that's essentially what happens here. He has a couple things to help guys get over the one-itis. The first one here is get a proper therapeutic massage from a female masseuse. Not a rub and tug, like a real massage. And I never had to do it, but I kind of get where he's going with this, so I kind of like it. So he goes, get your massage, focus on the comfort of it. Don't think you have to be uncomfortable about it. Just let it happen. No discomfort, no asking her if everything's okay. Strictly selfish. Yes, make me enjoy the massage. And he goes, think about this. How many weeks go by before you get as much physical touch from your wife as you got in this massage session? Massages cost $50 to $100 depending on where you live. How much comes out of your pocket over your wife over those weeks? Does there seem to be a fair comparison? He's not even talking about sex here. He's just talking about touch. And for a lot of guys, you kind of need to walk them through the process. Yeah, you paid this girl $100. She gave you a massage. You got all those touchy-feelies. You got all the sensations. You felt a lot better at the end of it. You actually felt good in a non-sexual way. When was the last time your wife did that for you? And then he starts putting a dollar to it. Well, how much have you spent on her nagging? $200, $400? It's more than $100. And then you guys may remember this if you're a fan of Terrence Bopp. He calls it hooker math. Figure out how much money you spent on your wife in the last year and divide that number by the amount of times you've had sex in the same time period. That's your cost per lay. Now, is that more or less than the price of a nice hooker? Again, sometimes you really have to bring the point home with a lot of these guys that are hooked on their wife. They're caught in that learned helplessness situation, and they have that intermittent rewards giving them constant drip feeds of dopamine for very, very small reward. You have the guy do the math. Yeah, here. So how many times have you slept with your wife this year? And he'll say, like, I don't know, twice. All right, well, how much have you had to spend on her? Well, I bought this. Like, we're not even talking food. We're just talking luxuries. Well, I bought her flowers. I bought her birthday gift. Took her on vacation. Ends up $12,000 over 2 days. He's like, dude, you know what kind of prostitute you can get for $1,200? And I guarantee they put more effort into it. And again, the guy will argue with you. He'll argue. They need time to mull this stuff over. If you're giving hooker math to one of your friends who's in this horrible situation, you can't ask him to draw the conclusion right away. You got to throw these out as a rhetorical thing. Do the math. Go let him do his thing. Eventually he'll kind of, yeah, you're right. What the hell? Another element of getting past your one-itis, take a vacation alone. I like this one. I actually did this when I was single. For me, it was getting over approach anxiety because I was always worried about things. So I just flew, didn't even tell anybody, didn't even get a leave pass that said I could go there. So it's technically illegal at the time for the military, but whatever. Went down to Mexico, didn't know anybody, made friends, hit on people when I was there. Struck out every time. But never had approach anxiety after that. But for this case, a lot of times just getting some space between you and her is a good way to get that dopamine hit out of your system. It's like going cold turkey. And for a lot of guys that are hooked on their wife, take 2 weeks, go to your parents, go to vacation, go on a work trip. A lot of times when you get back, you take a look at it with fresh eyes and you realize just how badly you've been taken advantage of and how complicit you are in that. So, something else to consider. If you're having a hard time losing the one-itis for your wife, take a break. And unlike girls, when you say you want some space, you actually want some space. You don't just want dick. Yeah, it is what it is. Whatever. The next part here is, are you Captain Save-A-Ho? And this, if you learn nothing else from this episode, learn this. The purpose of a marriage is not to save a woman. The purpose of marriage is to have a productive, functional, and happy life together. Now, I would say not marriage per se, but just any relationship. The purpose is a productive, functional, and happy life. Productive, functional, and happy. Content might be a more accurate word, but we'll use happy here. It's not your job to act like her support staff and bail her out of every mess. You're not responsible for her feelings. You don't exist to make her comfortable. You don't light yourself on fire to keep other people warm. That's not why you were put on this earth. Moving on, balanced relationships. So he talks about Athol and his wife, Jennifer, don't blindly believe they're soulmates. I sell her on a pretty good husband and she sells him on a pretty good wife. It's balanced, fair exchange, and we're great together, but we both know if we didn't have each other, somebody else would probably do. Again, it's one of those things. You have to accept your disposability, and it frees you. Like, all of this, at the end of the day, it's about freeing you from your obligations to focus on the things that bring value to your life. And not just you. You're getting your wife to focus on that too, because sometimes you have these very dysfunctional relationships between the two of you where she's doing her wifely duties. Maybe she's hardcore Catholic or Muslim or something, and you're doing your husbandly duties. Both of you are miserable. Let all that shit go. And it sounds all clinical and unromantic, But he says, Dr. Helen Fisher has a wonderful story that she tells to explain this. By this, I mean the idea that I'm breaking down relationship dynamics here through Athol's work, through Rollo's work, through Glover's work. And it's like, doesn't that take all the magic away from it? So Helen Fisher's story is, you could know everything there is to know about chocolate cake, how to make it, what all the ingredients are, all the chemistry that happens when a cake is baked, and so on. But none of that knowledge affects the sensation of you enjoying chocolate cake. Once the cake's in your mouth, you just experience the chocolate cake. Same thing. It's like makeup. Knowing how it works doesn't make it not work anymore. It's not magic tricks. Moving on past there. Oh, trying to do my best to keep... I see a bunch of the stuff. We're getting a little bit too edgy in here, so it keeps removing some of the stuff from chat. So I'm trying to keep things going for you guys here. If you're watching this after the fact, do stick with the live chat. You're going to find the conversation flows very nicely and amplifies this. Personal stories of other guys talking about it. Great work from the community. Most of these guys in here, too, are part of Patreon community. So if you haven't seen it yet, it's patreon.com/join/Ryan Stone. I'll put a link in the chat. It's also in the description of the video, so come on and check it out. It's a lot of stuff like this, personally tailored to a lot of people. So we're on 26 now, common mistakes. Cheating on your wife. Dun dun dun. And he brings up a story of like you were a 6, married to a 7, you build yourself up to an 8, and then you cheat, blah, blah, blah. So she may not even realize it, but when you become more sexually attractive, and I don't just mean physically, I mean other girls want you, pre-selection, all the works. You'll start noticing some of the dozens of indicators of interest she'll start throwing out at you. Dressing better when she expects to see you, hair flipping and stroking, reapplying lipstick, licking lips, smiling, eye contact, touching her body, especially her neck, sitting with her body oriented towards yours, sitting with her legs open towards you, laughing at your jokes even if they're not good, taking an article of clothing off in front of you, small acts of service that are not required, seeking to stand or sit near you, increased breathing rate, being eager to see you, unnecessary phone calls, emails, and text messages just to create contact, touching you in any way. Not just your wife, but other women start doing this too. One day, you're going to be having a great conversation with this woman, not even trying to seduce her, and you'll suddenly realize that she's doing half the things on the list above. Then you realize that all you need to do is instigate, isolate, escalate a little, and she very likely would have sex with you if you can be discreet. Now, as an aside, being discreet is the key for seduction. You've always got to be discreet. Plausible deniability, anti-slut defense. Girls don't mind hot sex with hot men. But what they don't like is being thought of as a girl who likes hot sex with hot men. So you have to remember that that reputation, that ego investment she has in being the good girl is more important than actually getting what she wants. And as long as you're respectful of that, you respect that boundary, and you're able to play with it. Again, I talk about it in my book. You know we're not having sex tonight, right? It's one of the last chapters, and it's where a guy realizes when she says this, she's just trying to tell you to protect her reputation. And she'll give you 100%. Just make sure you give her that little thing. It's a value add. I'd love to smash. Just want to make sure that you're not going to make me feel bad about it afterwards. You're like, yeah, no problem. I'd never do that. And how that plays out in conversation is how seduction works in a nutshell. So he does get a caveat here. And there's been a few guys who eventually go outside the marriage. There's 2 types of cheating, and we'll get to that in a second. So it's not going to be some super hot 10 wanting to get back at her boyfriend who will be your test. Megan Fox won't be your test. Oh, that's a dated response. It's going to be somebody close to you. Somebody you've probably known for a while and even feel friendly and emotionally connected to. That's going to be your test. You may not see it coming until it's close to the point of no return. You will absolutely love every second of her company as well. You're biologically programmed to like it. And the great difficulty of this temptation is it's tempting. Now, he's talking about cheating from a blue-pilled perspective, and there's 2 types of cheating. There's cheating from a red-pilled perspective, and there's cheating from a blue-pilled perspective. Simply put, cheating from a blue-pilled perspective, and I wish Athol talked about this more, is validation seeking. Any girl that gives you a modicum of attention, who gets attracted to those things, generally things you're insecure about. If you're a fat guy in a dead bedroom, you get yourself in shape, she thinks your body's hot, that's an insecurity that she's latching onto and stroking your ego over. You start doing that, and that's when marriages break up, because your girl sees it for what it is. It's essentially some other girl getting that oxytocin and serotonin fix from you. Like the idea of resources. A girl will gladly share, like, what's the word? The term is gladly share an alpha rather than be saddled with a loyal beta. But if that loyal beta cheats on her, well, then what's the point? The whole point of having you around was for, free stuff, trickled sex, very little bit of it, be somewhat, mildly miserable. But if you're going to do that and embarrass me by cheating on me, you're out of here. And I'll weaponize the courts against you. That's where most of these guys talk about, like, don't ever do anything bad to your wife. And they're like, of course not, dude. You're not there yet. Now, the alternative is cheating from a red-pilled perspective. Now, I'm not saying you have to do this. I'm just saying the way it tends to work is it's just about the sex. That's where you hear a lot of the girls talking about, he was a dog when I met him. I knew that. He comes home to me every night, and there's a certain... I guess the best way to describe this next part is, and a lot of people realize that doesn't happen. There's no way somebody's so alpha that, girls will gladly let them cheat on them. Picture this scenario, and I know this is common. Most people have parents like this. A mistress will stick around with a married man for years because he promises one day he might leave his wife for her. And the wife kind of knows as long as he doesn't rub her face in it. Those kind of situations can be fairly functional, but that's because the other girl has those assurances that she has his beta side. Yeah, he sleeps with a bunch of women, but he loves me. Now, I don't have a guide, a set of strategies or tactics or tips, because once you're there, you don't need somebody to tell you how to function in there. You just kind of know. You just get it. And so anything I would say that, from experiences, guys on the old Reddit, like Ultimate Cat, who used to do this. There's a couple other guys, but they're still like on there, and I don't want to name drop them, but they do this kind of stuff. They're discreet about it. They talk to us about it, and like they didn't say I got it from this book or this resource. They just kind of have to, once you put all of this stuff together, you build your own action plan. And for them, their action plan was wife gets first crack at my libido, not sole custody. I'm taking care of the kids. I'm taking care of the wife. I'm taking care of the girlfriend because she's great in every way, but this is just the one thing she just can't manage. So I'll deal with it. Again, it's just solving problems. Another point here, and this is a good one to think of too, even if you are cheating from a red pill perspective or a blue pill perspective, is that a lot of guys assume that the other woman isn't going to turn nutty on you and call your wife up. In fact, if the other woman thinks she's got a chance at being the new Mrs. You, she might actively seek to end your marriage by revealing the affair to your wife. I mean, if she's a 6 and you're an 8, wouldn't wrecking your marriage for a shot at having you permanently be smart? Something to think about, man. And this is why those guys I was talking about before, I'll mention him, is Ultimate Cat. Perfect example. He never slept with single girls. He always slept with other married girls. He's like, I want somebody who can keep a secret. I need discretion. And it's weird because, like, as a high value man that other girls would want, you start taking on those same concerns girls have. Like, I don't want this coming back to my life. This is just sex. Do your thing. It is what it is. Morally, is it good? Probably not. Ethically, is it bad? Probably. But what's the consequences? Adultery stopped being a reason for divorce years ago. So we can really say it's moral or unethical if there's no consequences to doing it? No. Like I said, it's a freeing thing too. You're there because you want to be there. You're loyal because you want to be loyal. Everything becomes a choice. And by everything becoming a choice, you gain the ultimate autonomy over your life. And yeah, people always hate these conversations. They assume the married red pill is a giant cheating farm, teaching guys how to sleep with chubby 5s on their wives. And it's like, nope, just giving you freedom. What you do with that is up to yours, up to you. Yeah, and all these things do kill your one-itis. So that's the other advantage of it too. Sometimes a guy just needs to get another one under his belt to realize his wife ain't that great. And then it kind of turns everything around. Funnily enough, Ultimate Cat and his wife still together. For some reason, his extreme individual need to maximize his alpha traits and enjoy the life as he saw fit actually strengthened their relationship. So just the right level of dysfunction to make everything work. Not my place to judge. Works for him. Kids are happy. He's happy. Wife's happy as far as I can tell. It's just one guy on the internet, so who knows. But it's his life. It's his life to live. Now, next part is facilitating her affair. This is another mistake a lot of guys make, where One thing that constantly surprises me is how frequently a husband plays an active role in creating an environment where his wife is tempted to cheat on him. If you constantly leave her alone with a man she finds attractive, there are fairly logical consequences that could kick in. This is one of those, like, I don't want to look like I'm jealous, and so I'm doing this. It's like, what's the other equivalent? There's like a crime equivalent where some, like, beta soy type guy walks around in a bad neighborhood, 3 thugs walking by him, and he's like, just to show that I'm not racist, I'm going to walk by him. And then they mug him. It's like, what did you think was going to happen? Girl gets drunk, not wearing underwear, walking behind a dumpster, surrounded by a group of dudes. What did you think was going to happen? Of course they're going to break the law. You set them up for success, and they performed horribly. Horribly well. Yeah. So, a couple examples he uses where guys facilitate their wife's affair. Strikes up a conversation with the builder working on the neighbor's house, and this goes on for several weeks. They both have mutual and clear attraction, and the husband becomes aware of it and uncomfortable with it. So his solution is to not show fear, and he asks the guy to remodel the kitchen in his house. Now the stay-at-home wife and the dude are in the house alone for a couple weeks. So in this case, the husband actually paid a guy to be around for a potential affair. Again, this need to look alpha by signaling unattractiveness and set your wife up. I know everybody gave Jack Murphy a lot of grief because he was pimping his girlfriend out on Tinder. He was cheating on her. She's like, I want her to date a bull too. But a lot of married guys do this without even thinking about it, just to show that they're not the jealous type. Which is, again, if you make the girl your source of validation, don't be jealous, honey. It's nothing. You're right. I'm not jealous. I'm a real man. I'm going to hire him to hang in the house all day while I'm at work. It's like you get what you reap what you sow, man. Number 2, husband has a younger bodybuilder friend who's a known player, yet he continues to see the friend frequently with his wife in tow and often has him over in the house. When the wife starts to lose a ton of weight and dress sexier, the husband just thinks it's great and loves it, but too late he discovers the weight loss was not for you but for the friend. The communication and the friend happen all behind the scenes via Facebook. That's another thing. This is why Dread works so well, like the self-improvement part of Dread, because that's the way a girl thinks. If she's leaving you for somebody else, she wants to get herself as hot as possible so she can hook him and leave you at the same time. It's called monkey branches. Never let go of that branch till that one's gone. So when a girl sees you improving yourself, their first thought is you're getting ready to move on, and that's where the dread comes in, the anxiety in that, and that can work in your favor, which is why I tell guys don't do too much reassurances. Just live your life. Why are you working out? I don't know. Feel like working out. Do you love me? Yeah, you're fine. If she really wants to keep you, she knows how, so you don't have to talk about this and reassure her. Has she earned the comfort? In this case, if it happens out of the blue, then you know you're not the trigger for it, so just be aware. Number 3, the husband opens his home for 3 months to a young sports coach from another state. The husband's at work all day, and the coach works at night running sports practices, but all day the coach and the wife are together. Even one of my clients had that where the kid's soccer coach slept with his wife. But it's just one of those things. PTA courses, church groups. Another one, very common one. A lot of guys, their wife is like prevalent in the church, is like the good church marm. Sure enough, ends up sleeping with a guy from the congregation. But that's the point, is you don't want to be too accommodating for this stuff because you're just setting yourself up for failure. And the 4th one, so common, it's insane. The husband takes his best friend in for a couple months to help him out. Money troubles, got a divorce, whatever. Fast forward a few months and the best friend takes the wife, the kids, and the house, which he says was his plan from the beginning. I don't know. But absolutely do not trust another man not to make a move on your wife, no matter what he says about loyalty, honor, or the right thing to do. Men will say nearly anything to get access to good pussy. I would say this. Every single guy you see, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's in your life, who talks about loyalty and honor and brotherhood, no, they're just effing lying. They're all lying, because if you actually have this kind of like blind loyalty to your buddies, you don't have to constantly reassure them. That's their way of trying to like sucker you in. So just be very skeptical when guys talk about this brotherhood of men crap. If you don't believe me, start bringing up some Twitter names here of like the big brands, and I can tell you some behind the scenes stuff where they absolutely do not act towards brotherhood. A great example for that was like that old ADJ Rolo thing. Rolo helped him struggling through his divorce with his prostitute wife and took no fee to do the speaking thing. What did he get for his troubles? Called a fraud for like 3 years now. Like, dude, his wife was a prostitute and he still hates Rolo more, and Rolo was just trying to help him for nothing, for free. But whatever. 26.3 is doing nothing about her interest in another man. So don't mistake Don't make the mistake of viewing your wife becoming seriously interested in another man as a fitness test. By playing it cool and ineffective, you can effectively diffuse a real fitness test, but the same approach with a serious competitor is the complete opposite of what you need to do. Good example for this, Frenchie, an older gentleman, widowed his wife, and that's how he came there. He didn't know how to get over her. He would bring up how his wife had a super crush on the kid's sports coach. And his response to that is not to be cool and not act jealous. It wasn't be to, amog or any of that crap. He just started poking fun at her. Just poke fun. Laugh at her. That's a silly thing. You're an idiot for thinking that thing. Girl blushes. Again, it taps into that whole reputation thing. Cock blocks him. But he doesn't just become aloof and cool and unaffected. He's aware of the dynamic and he diffuses it perfectly. Now, that's the only strategy we have on that because it doesn't come up that often. So just be aware that that's there and be aware that, again, like we said before, show no fear, invite the guy into your house. It's like, no, man. But at the same time, you have to play it more refined because if you act too weird about it, you're basically suggesting he's a threat, which ends up building attraction. It's like girls. Wow, this guy's deferring to that guy. He's worried about that guy as a threat. Maybe he is attractive. And you can actually screw yourself over. Athol here, though, puts, however, when another guy is starting to make traction on her, she's starting to get a dopamine reaction to him. So she's not actually bored anymore. So she's not trying to get you to do anything for her. What she actually wants you to do is get out of the way and leave you alone with him. He's kind of right there, but just be aware that I need space. You're too controlling. Any of those conversations that basically are her way of justifying getting distance between you and her, realize she just wants to smash this guy and she's going to say the right combination of words to get there. She doesn't know she's doing it. It's like chocolate cake. You don't know what's happening. You just feel it. She's running off of instinct. So just realize if she's telling you she needs some space, she just wants to go hang out with a friend, she wants to have that girls' night out of the blue, these kind of things. The writing's on the wall. And again, don't overreact to this stuff, but realize it with a serious competitor, having a freak out moment is probably the worst thing you can do. Poking fun at her. Sometimes it's the case that you just got to pack your bags and like, that's it, I'm done with this. But there's a whole lot of dynamics at play there. So if your approach is to generally show that you're unaffected by her and take a view that you'll just display higher value instead of taking direct action, that just gives her more room to interact with the other guy. The classic line given by the cheating partners early on is a request for space. So if she asks for space and you give it to her, what you think is her alone time is in fact a beeline for the other man. Anytime you hear the request for space, you need to immediately figure out if you're being clingy or if she's up to something. Either way, it's bad. She may not even be having sex with him. Could be an emotional affair. It could be just hanging out. He might not be interested, but she's trying to hook him anyway. The damage is done just the same. The energy that could have gone into making your marriage more enjoyable gets diverted and lost to another dude. So the idea of putting Mr. Loverboy, oh yeah, and that's what he's talking about, things that you don't want to do. Again, his thing was like violence used to be the way to handle it. Stab a spear into the dude. That'll sort out this one-itis. But the idea of putting Mr. Loverboy into a burlap sack and playing home run derby is tempting, but not a good one. Likewise, if you use violence on her, which would be regarded as something as simple as pushing her off the top of him, you may find yourself punted into the court system. So violence, despite its natural appeal, is a poor solution for the modern man. The solution is that in the relationship, the other man needs to be interrupted as fast as you can. Plain English, you got to cock block him. The longer you let it go on, the worse things get. You need to get very firmly and clearly intervene and make it clear that she's risking the marriage. Either she has to break it off or get out. If she's actually cheating, he talks about it in the next chapter here. Now, blindly believing she would never cheat, that's one of the last problems that a lot of guys have. They think, oh, she would never do that. We actually had a guy in our private community talking about that. I won't say who, but it was a divorce process, and he was thinking, she's not one of those kinds to do one of those like very, weaponized divorces. She seems pretty amicable. I think she's good. She's good. We got history together. We got kids. And I'm like, dude, give it 6 months. And sure enough, we drilled it into his head. Prepare as if she's the meanest, crappiest girl you've ever met. And then sure enough, they got there. 6 months later, he's like, oh boy, she turned it on. She turned it on the tap. She became feral. So thank God, 6 months ago he planned. And Athol says it here, trust her enough that you don't climb up her ass trying to find out where she is every minute of the day. Just don't be blind. about being a normal woman with sexual desires. If you get that sick feeling in the pit of your stomach that something isn't right, just don't rationalize it away. Trust, but verify. Another issue you have, soulmates, believing at your soulmates. With soulmates, there's a sense of powerlessness that goes along with it. You're just soulmates. It's just magical. It's so effortless. We just know what the other person's thinking, and we're just drawn to each other. It's as if the relationship has a power all its own, and the couple involved are passengers. It's a wonderful experience, but relies on the strength of hormonal attraction to sustain. So as soon as you start thinking about soulmates, you're essentially letting go of your control over your life and the things in your life, and you're just letting life happen to you, which is great. Girls love that because they follow their feelings, they get what they want, and then you'll just like, it happens, it happens. They get everything, you get nothing. So yeah, no. One of the reasons I am so serious about couples having regular sex, even below average sex, is that sex is one of the most potent ways to strengthen and maintain a pair bond. So if you're not having it, you're losing that bond, and I guarantee you, she's going to get that dopamine fix somewhere. If you're lucky, it's an alcohol problem. If you're not so lucky, it's the pool boy. But quite often, the entire concept of a soulmate is just a rationalization justifying taking action that someone else's body agenda suggested. If your wife ever suggests that another man she feels is her soulmate, take that extremely seriously. He adds another section in here, playing with non-monogamy. I like how he's added it to the section of guys who do stupid things and the stupidity of guys in relationships. You know what I mean? I'm going to lump in cuckolding, swinging, and polyamory as essentially all the same thing. I'm sure devotees of all three varieties of non-monogamy would feel uncomfortable with that, but all three boil down to legitimizing women having sex with multiple men with their primary partner's consent. Fundamental level, most guys do not like that last part there. You want me to be okay with you railing other people. Well, that's what you were doing that. Yeah. Men and women are different. Again, this is the primary thing. If they try to appeal to you as like logic or fair play, just realize they're trying to manipulate you. It's like, no. Now, it's not my place to judge. If part of your map is opening up the relationship, that's fine. His point here, though, is that opening it up on the female side of the relationship comes with a lot of problems. And if you want to deal with those, that's fine. But just be aware you're setting yourself up for failure. In general, it's a weakness display of the highest order to allow another man to have sex with your wife and a turn off for almost all women. The fact that most wives don't agree to start these until their husband begging them for it reduces her attraction to him. Don't confuse the wife's sexual excitement for her husband after having sex with another man as increased attraction to her husband. It's simply carrying over from the rush she felt from the other man and her desire to have some competition from within inside her. Likewise, when you allow another man to have sex with your wife, you're making a weakness display to the other man as well. He'll gain enormous confidence in his ability to best you, and you're actively encouraging him to move against your interest in your wife. Your best friend may have desired your wife for many years, but never thought he could steal her from you. So once you allow him to sleep with her, he knows he could probably take her from you. Now, usually when this stuff comes up, there's always some poly chick saying, oh, this is wonderful. What are you talking about? I'm not like this. It's always them. It's never, this doesn't make sense. This isn't right. It's always, well, it doesn't apply to me. I remember this. Purple Pill Debate had these two chicks for the longest time talking about this. One was like the tail end of I wasted my 20s, got married to like the beta provider, the beta bucks thing that Rolo always calls it. And she's like, oh, it's perfect. I don't need any of this stuff. You guys are completely wrong. The other one, poly. Same thing. Oh, we're not like this. We're not jealous. It's great. Funny enough, 3 years in, both of them end up cheating and leaving their men anyway. And then all of a sudden people just kind of ignored that whole line of thought. It's like, well, you just saw flat out with the users there an example of why this stuff is right. And you guys chose to ignore it. And at that point, write it off. Anybody who tries to argue this stuff isn't even going to learn it the hard way. They're going to pretend. They just stick their head in the sand. You don't want it. So the last error, I think it's the last one, it might be the second to last, is trying to stay married to somebody who's batshit crazy. When you run this map on a normal woman, she generally responds positively. Unfortunately, some women are batshit crazy. As in, really diagnosably as mentally ill with a personality disorder, some extreme form of something that's not within the norm, which leads to the question, what happens when you run a map on a woman who is batshit crazy? Well, if you're doing something alpha, this threatens them, so it triggers an acute episode of being batshit crazy. This will look like a fitness test, but it's not a fitness test. It's just them being batshit crazy. In a fitness test, there's some sort of subconscious plan being run by her body agenda to test if you can respond with appropriate dominance. When somebody formally diagnosed or potentially formally diagnosed as being batshit crazy and is having an acute episode of behavior, they don't care whether or not you pass the test because they're acting batshit crazy. When you do something beta for them, they quite enjoy it and lap it up because being batshit crazy actually takes up a great deal of effort. It turns out crazy is not sustainable. It takes effort. You get no points, however, for doing anything beta as their relationship comfort, which you can't ever improve properly. Batshit crazy sufferers are always deeply disturbed and can't be pleased or comforted. So you just wasted your efforts in doing beta things for them and just said you can have a break from being crazy for a minute and then go back to craziness. So he talks about the 5 phases. Generally, when somebody's going batshit crazy, you don't really have a chance to do the map as you're too busy coping with them as being in one of the 5 stages of being batshit crazy. Phase 1, threatening to be batshit crazy. Phase 2, acute crisis. Actually doing something batshit crazy. Phase 3. By the way, monetization's gone if you haven't figured that out yet. So, like I said, your super chats and your views and your likes make all the difference. I unfortunately can't be family friendly enough to have YouTube pay the bills, so any support you guys can give on this one would be absolutely wonderful. Again, feel free, hit a like on the video. Let's keep this thing going. Phase 3, recovering from the effects of being batshit crazy. Phase 4, being very nice to you out of guilt from her batshit craziness. And Phase 5, suddenly realizing that you're an asshole for not meeting their demands in Phase 1, where she threatened to be batshit crazy. The cycle repeats endlessly. 10-second kisses, text messages, flirting, cooking dinner, fondling her in the shower. It doesn't work on those. I hate to say it, but on those ones. So if you ever see, and it's funny how often this maps to it, but people who are, I guess, abusive tend to gravitate towards these craziness because their abuse is almost like the only check for it. I'm sure you guys have heard it. These are really horrible things, by the way, where a lot of like girls that were in abusive relationships, they get out and they talk about it later and they say, well, when he hit me, that means I know he cares, which is a real messed up thing to do. But keep in mind, those kind of girls, and then they end up finding some guy who's not anything like her abusive ex-boyfriend, treats that guy like trash, and then leaves him for the abusive boyfriend because at least he gave her the dopamine hit. Crazy and thuggish alpha type personality works well together. Yeah, whatever. If you want to be one of those guys, that's fine, but you're not listening to this. You're probably too busy doing crack on your own. You know what I mean? Anyways, that's going to be it on this. Next part is going to be dealing with her if she cheats. And I think we're going to end that off, like I said, chapter 27 and chapter 28. What is 28? Check back with my notes. Oh, there it is. So tomorrow is going to be the final episode, dealing with her if she cheats, how to choose a wife. Thank you, Michael Landstander, for the $5 super chat. Nothing added to it for text, so... But anyway, super appreciate the support. Tomorrow, though, we're going to talk dealing with if she cheats, how to choose a wife, marriage 2.0, and then he ends it with 10 things you can do right now and spreading the word. I'm going to kind of skim a lot of those because how to choose a wife, the vetting process, I think is horribly mistaken in his article, and I'll explain why there. The 10 things you can do right now, I might make another like red meat video of it, like a listicle. 10 things you can do right now, 3 might surprise you, and spreading the word. Generally, red pilling your friends doesn't work, and it's a waste of time. And I'm surprised he actually ended this off on that. So dealing with her if she cheats is probably going to end. Marriage 2.0 are probably going to be the big ones. I got a lot of supplemental data to put with those, so we should like it anyway. But again, huge shout out. Thank you, Michael Landstander. By the way, I love your Avi. It's one of those things I got to get. Enjoy yourself, guys. Hope you like it. If you're working on your relationships, again, don't forget to pick up the Married Man Sex Life Primer 2011. Follow through it. Don't take it as sacrosanct. It's not a perfectly written manual. There's a lot of errors with it. So you definitely want to supplement this stuff with Rational Male, Robert Glover, Ian Ironwood, and then apply that to your life in the way that works. Because not everything here is going to work for you. We already talked about how the 10-second kiss doesn't work for me. Some other guys don't like the shower font. What are we on? 7 or 8 Tac 2? 16 episodes. Jesus. Karen to Becky, Athol K, Married Man's Sex Life Primer. Been a long road, you guys. I hope you've learned a lot about relationship dynamics, fixing a dead bedroom, the male action plan, all the things that have been wrong with it, and how we've advanced across the years as a bunch of men getting online and swapping notes about how to do this thing better. As always, I'm Ryan Stone. I know these episodes aren't numbered too well, so once the live stuff is done, I'm going to go back, renumber them, have them on the sidebar playlist. If you guys haven't done it, go subscribe to the channel, go check out the sidebar playlist. We're going through just about everything that's Red Pill canon, as far as I could refer to it as that, and it's a great old time. Teach you just about everything you need to know so you can get out there and just start slaying. Wives, husbands, I don't judge. Girlfriends, boyfriends, plates, whatever it is, it works for you. Now, having said that, we've come to the end, and while I had to correct a lot of the stuff about his cheating episode, I am going to correct a huge amount of stuff in his how to vet and how to choose a wife and his marriage 2.0 conversation, the last 2 chapters. Essentially, how to find yourself a wife and how to find yourself in a legal framework, I guess. Quick shout out. Thank you, Matthew Magda, for your $10 super chat. I hate it when women get skinny fat. Calorie restriction and cardio is the female standard, but the result is loose and sloppy. How do you get an LTR to do resistance training for firming and toning? We're going to, near the end there where he talks about his vetting process, there's going to be a point that kind of touches that. So I'm going to bring this back up when it fits in well here. So don't worry. I see you. Thank you very much. And we're going to carry on here. So his first thing is one and done. So I expect most readers are already married, but for those younger men who aren't married yet, I hate how he says yet, by the way, like it's a foregone conclusion. I'll cover here some possible ideas for what you should be looking for in a wife. Consider this aimed at a 20-year-old. If you're middle-aged and remarrying, some of it won't apply exactly the same. In short, though, don't just vote on her with your penis, which people tend not to. Guys tend to lead with their heart, and that's the issue. Women that aren't wife material waste your dating time. Again, this is where you can tell he's got a very feminine approach to this stuff, because he's talking about this as if you're a chick having chick goals. Locking down a girl isn't your goal. Your goal is to be top tier. The girl's job is the relationship. It's always has been. And we're going to get into reasons in the second chapter, this second half, as to why. It's not just, real men should be this and real men should be that. There's a legal framework and a justification why it kind of, even if it's not naturally this way, the way we've organized everything is to the point where it has to be this way. At least the way things are now. So who knows? Hopefully this whole series of videos doesn't age well, but I have a suspicion that it's going to get worse before it gets better. As he says here, a key problem is that most men do not go looking for a wife. They start looking for a date and try to turn the date into more dates, and then the dates into a girlfriend, then a girlfriend into a serious relationship, and then, only then, do they worry about whether or not to bridge the relationship into a marriage. Of course, by then, you may be realizing that you've been backing the wrong horse, as what was great for a few dates, that would be tits, ass, and easy sex, isn't always the best woman for a lifetime together. I don't see this at all. What I see is a guy getting dragged through each decision gate of a relationship. The plate thing, girl says yes to sleep with him. Or, acts yes. When I say yes, don't assume it's just like a contract or something silly like that. When it starts going from just a plate to dating, it's usually because the girl pressures, where are we at, and the guy decides to go along with it. Marriage, more often than not, it's usually a girl pressuring a guy to get married and the guy acquiescing, because they don't have strong boundaries. So it's really just encouraging the girl. If she nags enough, she'll get what she wants, which is why once you get through that marriage, nags for a kid, and then just nags him to do the dishes. It just sets up from the very beginning a standard where all you need to do is be persuaded by the most shrill, painful stuff ever, because you'll agree to it just to make the pain go away. What am I saying? Am I saying that battle axe wives are the fault of the husband? Not so much. What I'm saying is the inner Karen is brought out by a man with weak boundaries. If you don't want to get married, and we'll get into the common law stuff later, if you don't want to get married, saying no and being willing to lose the girl is what you have to do. If you don't have that, then you don't have a boundary. What you have is just an investment in the girl's negging career. You don't want that. You don't want that. So when he starts talking about this, like we're trying to pressure ourselves into it, I don't know what he's talking about. Having said that, he married his high school sweetheart. They were both there first. So again, clearly it's a guy that hasn't been slaying for his 20s. And it kind of shows. It's kind of similar to the Jordan Peterson thing. The one thing here, which is kind of nice, he does elaborate on, if you guys remember the idea that look at a girl's mom, see what she looks like, girls that gain a bunch of weight. He kind of expands on it a bit, which is nice. So an extra 30 pounds on a 20-year-old girl, even though it'll look voluptuous and kind of nice, can turn into an extra 100 pounds within a year of having her first baby. That's a decidedly different effect on your sexual interest in her. And he says the old trick here is to look at her mother and older sisters if she has them. At the same time, just seeing her lifestyle now, realizing that her metabolism gives her a 10-year buffer to act a damn fool. And if she doesn't have that stuff in check, chances are she's not going to have it in check in the future. Again, Matt here is talking about skinny fat. So here's the funny thing about skinny fat. If you guys don't know, that's somebody who's very thin, but still has a lot of fat. But because it's not like, it's padded very well, it's all across the body in even amounts or whatever, it just makes them look thin. They don't have a lot of musculature to them. Now he's asking how to change that. I would argue you really don't. You can't tell a girl to go work out. You can inspire her to by you being fit and you working out, and then her doing that to kind of keep a check on you, especially if there's hot bunnies at the gym. You can help her set up a program, but for the most part, most guys I've seen, you're really dragging her kicking and screaming along to this thing. So, another point to consider too, because girls have a lot less testosterone than men. We're like 30 times that of women, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on the exact numbers, but it's that much. It's like an order of magnitude. What this does is it means girls have a harder time putting on muscle and a harder time recovering from exercise. And the way their muscles are designed, they actually have more type 2 fibers, which if you don't know, type 1, mostly ATP based, very quick twitch, small bursts of energy, tire quickly. Type 2 fibers are fueled by glucose and the bloodstream. They have lactic acid. They tend to be more endurance based, long-term stuff. I don't know why. Some people say it's because women have to hold babies all their lives, and I'm like, I don't know if that's true. It seems a little bit weird, but they're actually not really designed very well for strength training. They can do it, but it doesn't hit on the same markers as a guy. They're not getting the same dopamine hits. They're not getting the same results from it. Never mind, girls are terrified of getting big. So be aware that, and because as a guy with all this extra testosterone, that allows us to have a secondary fat transport mechanism. So free-floating testosterone helps, and I can't remember the exact process. There was a Joe Rogan where they had it all long ago, but the idea was your testosterone is one way of a transport of the fat between your fat cells and your muscles when they need it for energy. There's a secondary one which has to do with oxygenation, and I think there's a third one too, but again, the point is women don't have that testosterone route. So for a lot of the times, weight training works much better for men than it does for women. At the same time, women can do things that from a guy's perspective would cause a huge loss of muscle mass with less ill effects. So they actually are kind of better off with calorie restriction than you'd think. Now, in order to get her working out, like I said, nobody's really had a good answer. Best I've seen is just a dread thing. She wants to be more active. They're going to do cardio more often than not. They're going to do, they're not going to do heavy strength training. And they just, again, a girl who's got a proclivity to it, but if she doesn't have an interest in it, you're not going to be able to inspire it any more than you're going to get her to start playing video games with you or playing Risk. The best you can do there is have it as an extreme passion in your life, lead by example, a little bit of dread where she's worried about the bunnies in there, wants to stay in shape, wants you to guide her, and then you can drive her into there. But you can't force the issue. And this is why Athol's talking very early on, the height and weight proportional. It's like, this is the kind of thing you have to select for if you want it, if it's important to you. You can't do it after the fact. And then you can also tell he's kind of old here because he talks about non-smoking. Like, does anybody even know a smoker anymore? even the people that do, it's just vaping. Reasonably beautiful, that's a good one. Like, I'll skip a lot. There's a lot of stuff he has in here which is like very old references that if you got married in the early 80s might reference, but reasonably beautiful, I like this one too. So there is really no good way to spin this, but yes indeed, looks do very much matter. You know what I mean? That's that blue pill conditioning thing right there. That's the feminine imperative. I like hot chicks, but he has to apologize for it before he even says it. He has to hedge, and I'm just like so annoyed. You can't talk about being, you know, dominant and then apologize for liking what you like. I just don't find it's a very congruent message in his book. Whatever. We're at where we're at. Good skin tone, long healthy hair, good teeth. These are all absolutely not superficial things to be concerned about. We're not all going to marry supermodels, and even the prom queen is out of reach for but a few. So look for someone as attractive as you can reasonably get who cares about her appearance. It's okay to want her to be attractive as a requirement. This is something too that's very important. Who cares about her appearance? Jogging pants, no makeup, and the hair up in that standard tussed up bun, not going to cut it, especially if you start dating her in her early 20s and that, because women don't get better with age. They generally get worse. It's the process of aging. Now, I'm not going to get into that argument about the wall. Women tend to age faster than men. Women tend to look worse over years than men tend to look better for a while. The point is, if you're with a girl for an extended period of time, her looks are going to fade. It's just the way it is. Now, if you're lucky, because we're aspirational lovers, what happens with guys is we kind of lock in time when we first met her. So that 19-year-old that you first slept with when you were 30, she's always going to be that 19-year-old in your head. You're not going to notice any of her faults. It's called wife goggles. And it's funny because infidelity, constant nagging, beratement, all that horrible relationship stuff that the girls do to these horrible henpecked men slaps them off their face once it gets to a certain point. And once it's off, you lose that aspiration. And then you only see the girl the way she is right now. And, you know, the hot 20-year-old was one thing, but the 45-year-old with 2 kids and a nagging demeanor, you just can't get that back. And this is how a lot of girls just sabotage their relationships. Because they're following their feelings, and their feelings aren't delivering what they want and what they need. And we talked about it before with modern society and the needs for alpha and beta behaviors. It's basically it's like their own version of sexual diabetes. But it's amazing. A girl putting effort, even if she doesn't nail it. That little effort piece right there, it's an investment signal, and that's something you want to select for. If your girl used to be an 8 and now she's a 4, but she's working hard and keeps her up to a 5 as best she can, she's in her 50s now, you know, that'll be all right. You don't have to be the I only bang 9s and 10s crowd, because those are guys that have clearly never been in a relationship for any length of time, ever. It's just bravado. It's meant to impress men. It's not meant to be realistically mapped to anybody's health or anybody's situation. And that's the same thing. So like with Matt's question there about girls that are skinny fat and that, you just kind of have to make that your boundary. Again, girls could be a one-night stand, or they could be a plate or friends with benefits, however you want to call it. They could be a monogamous girlfriend and boyfriend. They could be a common law or a normal marriage. Just don't go further than you're willing to go if you have to commit to these things. Like I said, after the fact, if you agreed to a girl who doesn't work out and just starves herself and gets skinny fat, once you marry her, it's almost impossible to change that. That's just a part of her character, a part of her being. You really should, and I hate to say it, just you should have picked better, bro, but this is part of the process. And this is why I don't agree with vetting in general. Now, I'll end on that, because there's a lot more stuff in here to address, but I'll end on what is the more proper red-pilled approach that's happened over the years. So yeah, good general health. This one's more applicable to guys here. So when he says, if a young woman is on routine medications for various ailments, you need to ask some serious questions about her health. Basically pills. Ritalin, Xanax, Ambien, heavy drinking. If she's treating her health bad this early on, it's only going to get worse. Get that drunk thing where her nose gets big and raspy voice from too much vaping or too much weed. In general, now I'm all for people who are casual users of whatever. God knows I drink enough myself. Your body can handle a lot of abuse, but you really want to select for somebody who's within a healthy range of it. Like if it's at the point that this girl can't get out of bed 5 days a week because she's been so drunk, the only reason you could possibly want to marry her is that Captain Save-A-Ho thing we talked about before, and I'm telling you right now, she doesn't want to be saved. And every girl you date, they aren't going to get better. They're almost always going to get worse. Pick a girl who's 80% of what you want. The last little bit she can use as investment to keep you around. And again, the working out thing too. So some guys have had examples where girls start joining them at the gym and that. Two things that tended to work. Again, like I said before, pre-selection, jealousy. If they're worried that other girls are at the gym, they want to come with, and then they kind of get into it. The other case is they realize they do need to lose a lot of weight, and that's the way to do it. There's actually an account on Twitter. I've done a video on her before. Kayla. Let me see. If I could pull this one up. It might be good. Follow her stuff. Ah, for crying out loud. Alright, I can't find it right now, but Kayla Fertition. Oh, no, wait, I have her on Instagram. And it's kind of neat because she talks about stuff that I wouldn't consider. Where is it? There she is. Alright. So I'll put the link here in the chat. This is my best resource when it comes to women and working out. She describes things in feminine language. She talks about working out in feminine language. She's the most knowledgeable person I know so far when it comes to women working out. So give that one a go. Good general health. But yeah, things get worse. Having said that, there's something I should say. So my little sister was a bit of a horse girl. Absolutely brutal. Crushed men under her heel. Finally, one guy, she was like 20, met one guy out of all the guys she ever dated, which I don't even want to know how many of them, so I'm just going to assume it's one. Didn't put up with her shit. Told her off. Told her, get the hell out of my face. Told her no. Calmed right down. They've been dating ever since. She ended up going halfers. They bought a house together. They live with a house with a bunch of animals. Rancher girl, horse girl, it's what you're going to get, right? But, yeah, she just gave it up. All the drinking, all the drugs, all of her goofy party friends. As soon as she found this guy, she was hooked on him. As soon as she was hooked on him, she ditched all of it. And my own example in my life, I'm not going to get into details, but something fairly similar there too. It's funny. So I don't want to rule out party girls, girls with tattoos, girls with short hair. I call it the Lacey Green effect. If you guys don't know, there's a feminist called Lacey Green. She used to do like sex positive femininity, talking about the patriarchy this, the patriarchy that. Found a boyfriend. Really good dick. All of a sudden, she took the red pill. No men had it bad. While you can't be Captain Save-A-Ho, don't dismiss a girl outright for some arbitrary reasons, because girls are very, very plastic with these things. And this, again, I don't have examples of it from a workout perspective. That's why I kind of, very few examples from it. That's why I kind of hedged with Matt's thing here. But in general, a girl's worldview will change when they find a man that's worth committing to. And here's the weird thing. It's not even that they do it because they think it'll make them happy. They do it because they honestly believe it. It's a condition. It's actually, if you look at that extreme version of that, you're going to find borderline personality disorder. In fact, I bet you anything. Go into the DSV right now. Look up borderline personality disorder. And what you're going to notice, and you'll notice this with narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder among men. Take the extreme examples of their criteria, and you're going to notice that sounds like a pretty good woman. And that's the thing with the borderline. They're like an actress that want to fill a role of somebody. Now, borderline people have a hard time committing to it. They do it overboard, and they kind of got extreme highs, but then the extreme lows completely latch on. But a good woman, if you like the San Francisco 49ers, your girl will like the San Francisco 49ers. If you like Minecraft, your girl will like Minecraft. The things you like, she'll like. There's actually an old red pilled post. I want to say this one's an Uncle Vaz one where he says, girls don't have, Girls don't have hobbies. They just have the hobbies of the boys they used to date. Which, I can't say 100% across the board, but it's very true. You're going to find a lot of girls that are into something. Rave scenes or rock scenes, like any of that kind of stuff that they're into, any kind of scenes. Most of the time it's because, I used to date a guy and he introduced me to it and then I just got hooked on it. And yeah, that's kind of this manifestation going around there. And that's why a lot of guys now are like, why is every girl such a thought? Well, it's because every person around them that they aspire to be is a thought. And so they encourage the girls to do this. But I guarantee you can snap a girl right out of that and bring her to you. But you got to be cognizant of it, because if she's not budging, then yeah, you ain't it. You're just the fun plaything in the meantime, and that's fine. But looking at this without ego investment is the only way you're going to find out if you're trying to be Captain Save-A-Ho or fight something that's just not going to happen, or if a girl is actually into you, you're her hypergamous best option, and she starts changing her behavior to invest further in you. Again, relationships are a woman's job, not a man's. Man's job is to be worth a relationship. Totally different. And then you're going to start seeing the signs, but that only happens if you're a little bit jaded, a little bit cynical, hate women just a little bit, and then when they open themselves up to you to be that exception, then you can just be responsive to it. Oh, wow, looks like she's invested. She cleaned up my house and baked me a cake. She made sourdough bread on the weekend. Jeez. Then when she gives the "where are we" speech, you're like, I could maybe give it a shot, or no, it's fine. You don't have to. Just because she wants one doesn't mean you're obliged to give her one. Anyways, moving on. Positive family history. Does she have a reasonably intact family, home, and childhood? Again, this is where Athol really jumps the shark in his old stuff. She's talking about don't get chicks in divorce. And I'm sure you guys have all heard the same 10 lists of what to find for an alpha female. Number 6 will surprise you, whatever. I don't like this because it's just completely ignorant to modern dating. You will not find a girl who's from a healthy, stable home. I mean, you will, but the odds are less and less. At least half of you guys are going to have a kid that's child of divorce, probably with some daddy issues. So vetting for this, that's great, but I don't find it to be a good structure and a good strategy if you have to rely on flipping a coin. You know what I mean? He says make a few allowances for black sheeps in the family. So even then he admits it's no guarantee. You could have a nice family. She could still be the one that just wanted to be a stripper. So just completely ignore the family history. It's not helpful. Just pay attention to what's right in front of you and stop looking for secondary markers, because I'm not going to lie to you. Every secondary marker I've seen, absolute BS. Not only can I come up with exceptions from it, I can come up with many exceptions from it. Tattoos, great example. My town where I was in the military, Victoria, no girl didn't have tattoos. So tattoo gave you no indication. Maybe a face tattoo, but tattoos were no indication of the quality of a girl or her investment towards you. So I just ignore it. Same thing as a positive family history. Divorced parents, unmarried parents, cohabitating parents, religious parents. Tangential. Completely didn't matter. So again, why would you focus? If these things aren't good markers, don't even use them. And I'm actually annoyed that he put this in here, because he's done his research. He's talked with a bunch of guys, and how he could still come up with that drivel is beyond me. Minimal prior baggage, the next one. Again, sometimes baggage is a major red flag. She's capable of making really bad decisions or incapable of self-control. Sometimes baggage is just the result of shockingly bad luck, but it's still baggage nonetheless. Here's the thing. Single mom baggage. I even have a chapter in my book where I say single moms, the saddest, most sympathetic situation that's not my problem. Some girls really, it's not their fault. I didn't mean that, truly. It's not their fault. The baggage they have is because, Uncle Touchy did something early on, or a guy, struggle hugged her. Now she's stuck with a kid and her religious beliefs wouldn't do this thing. So none of it's your problem. Stop trying to save people. And yes, everybody has a sob story. Every victim has a sob story, and it's not your problem. It's not your job to take on these hardships just because it makes you feel noble inside. That's one of the strongest things. And out of all this stuff, there's going to be a lot to take from it, but this is the thing to take from it. It is not your job to save the world. It's not. You're working your ass off to get your life better. Why would you sabotage that by picking up somebody else's problems? No. If you want a relationship with you, and I would argue this is one of the few hard and fast rules, don't bring that crap to my doorstep. And here's something you're going to notice when it comes to struggle hugging. So I've had friends, they've had their instances with, struggle hugging and that. I didn't know about that for years. And then I've known other people who, acquaintances, lead with that. First date, telling a guy. I remember that because I was in the military. A lot of my military guys like, hey, somebody name dropped you yesterday. I was on a date with her. Do you know, Gia? And I'm like, yeah, of course I do. Yeah. Did you know about this? I'm like, yeah, she tells everybody that. I'm like, why would she do that? I'm like, I don't know. But it's the funny thing. So for prior baggage, it's tangential to the issue. Somebody can have an assault early on in their life, completely move past it, and just not put themselves in that situation. Some people can fixate on it to an unhealthy level. So it's not so much having the baggage, it's about how it's expressed, how you find out. If they're leading it to you for sympathy points, then you know right there they're using that as a cudgel to get their way in life. You know, if it's the kind of thing you never find out about it, they never talk about it, chances are they've generally moved past it. Having said that, if you're with a single mom and she hides the kids from you for a year, probably not the best idea ever. So again, you got to use your noggin on this stuff. But yeah. Yeah, Uncle Touchy. My girl and I used to do that as a joke if we were in lineups at a store and it was too long. Just because we wanted to enjoy ourselves, I always say, it's like, you know, it's better than rubbing one out in your living room. And she'd always like, and I would say, yeah, girly girl. And she's like, oh, please, Uncle Touchy, no, bad touch. People will look around all strange. What the hell are these people doing? She was like 19 at the time too, so it was pretty fun. Anyways, enough about that. Minimal prior baggage. Just pick what you want, and just having baggage isn't the big deal, but you can usually tell when somebody's using their baggage as leverage to get a power position in the relationship. That's the stuff to look out for. Not so much baggage in general, because unfortunately, everybody's going to have baggage. Every girl will have baggage. If they don't have baggage, they will make baggage up. And those are the ones to be scared of. Those are the ones to be avoidant of. People that don't have baggage, but pretend to have baggage. They'll say something like, you know, my dad emotionally abused me. Like, what does that even mean? And you find out it's like he didn't buy her that pony when she was 9. Zero baggage, perfectly warm, comfortable life. But that, I would argue, is worse than a girl who got a lot of assaulting early on in some, you know, weird backwater third world country, came here, put it past her and moved on. So yeah, not even baggage. It's just perceived baggage. I guess that's the best way to put it. She has a clue. This one I don't think is totally applicable either. Like, I don't care what she does at college or even if she goes, but either way, she needs some sort of direction and purpose to her life. In a large part, girls don't have purpose. They don't need to. They can kind of get through life just kind of going with the flow. Ideally, you should have purpose, and you should see how well she latches onto that. If she's driven by your vision, and having a vision from a beta and an alpha perspective is a very attractive quality. Knowing you're single-minded in something that she can join on with shows you're completely aloof to the relationship or any BS she does. At the same time, it gives that comfort. So vision is actually a very important thing. Now, it's different from goals, and that's different from a mission. A vision is like, where do you see yourself in the future? And it could be sort of on the vague side, but nothing like, I want to be the best man ever, because that's not a vision. A vision is like, I'm running a company, $1 million kind of thing. $1 million company, high priced. I don't want to fixate on this though, because as soon as you start talking about vision, a lot of guys start, you know, dreaming too much. And it's not so much dreaming, it's that your actions are directly driven towards whatever your goals are. That tends to work out as a vision in practical terms. From a legal perspective, it's kind of the difference between common law and civil law. If you guys don't know, French law is civil law, common law is Anglo. In Canada, anybody who's from Quebec will know this. Civil law is, they'll have like a certain set of like codified laws, and then civil law is they make judges like, how well does this fit within those laws? Basically, the law is the law, and everything has to meet within those, as opposed to common law, which is, all right, what did we do last time? Well, let's do that this time because it made sense. It's a small distinction, but if you learn it, it's kind of a good way to understand the difference between vision and that. But I mean, my girl, she worked in a bank when we first started dating. I was in the military. I moved to Montreal. She moved with me. The bank ended up doing like some weird shenanigans there, screwed over her pension. She ended up getting another job, kind of doing like some fun stuff, working at a bar. That was fun times. Then after that, she got on some corporate work, Fortune 500, and she's just crushing it there too. None of this stuff she had pictured when I first started dating her at 19. But she had a clue. She knew what she was doing, and she kind of like, I basically dragged her around the country, and she went there, and she was driven to succeed. So that was pretty awesome. So I don't need a girl. You don't need a girl to have a vision. You just need a girl to have potential. Ideally a virgin. Again, this chapter, 28 Tech 10, completely useless. No girl is a virgin. There's none. Any guy who's been successful in high school sexually will tell you most of the girls he's known, and I can vouch for this too. When I tell the story often, when I went into grade 8, my first year of high school, elementary school, grade 7, so 12 years old to 13, showed up at grade 8. My one friend that I used to play with on the playground, she got pregnant. I was buying a Super Nintendo, she was buying breast milk. Most girls don't make it till 15. Now, we can argue whether it's the baggage thing, or we could argue whether it's willing, or we could argue whether it's just, thoughts being thoughts. Regardless, looking for a virgin this day and age, you're not going to find one. Just get that thought out of your head. I think that's why even he admits it when he says ideally. But I don't agree with that either, because that's one of those secondary traits. The reason that guys want virgins, it used to be paternity, but it's at the point now where we have ways of deducting paternity. You got blood tests, sperm tests, 21andMe. It's all kinds of ways. So paternity is your issue. Virgin's not a deal breaker. A lot of guys have that, though, as an instinctive thing. But again, there's a lot of guys who have kind of dated their high school sweetheart, virgin when they met. She dates them, has 2 kids, then decides to go and, run up a pole. There was just a story in the news a little while ago about a pastor's wife, or a pastor. Wonderful, godly woman. Virgin when she married the guy, left to become a stripper. What are you going to do? Virgin is tangential to this stuff, and arguably, you're not able to marry until much later in life anyway. Technologically, otherwise, it's just not the case where you can. It used to be you could at 15, 16, 17 work on the farm. 18, get yourself a wife. 19, 20, move out, build yourself a house, get everybody to raise your barn together. Bam, your life is set up, you're at economic surplus. Then the factories came. You could do that 19, 20. By 21, 22, you could be married, moving on. That's great. Remember what I said before, where sexual maturity for people happens around 15? You can wait 5 years. A lot of you guys have had 5-year dry spells. I mean, whatever. Problem is now, college degree, university education, a couple years, the housing market has just made it where you have to be almost 30 years old to be able to get even a leg up on your life. And you're asking somebody to stay a virgin for 15 years? It's not going to happen. And if you want to start dating underage girls, that's fine, but just realize you're probably breaking the law, and I do not recommend it. At the end of this one, it's just making unreasonable expectations, and by leading with this, you're just encouraging women to lie. And you're going to pick up the kind of girl who's able to accurately deceive you based on what you want. This kind of idealistic thinking is how guys end up with BPD chicks, because they are masters at reading body language, and you lead with your feelings, so they reflect everything you want to see back at you. And then that's what happens. Once they got you hooked, then they lose interest. You basically got a couple hits of crack, and then they pulled away the crack. So just ignore that. The next one is what's important, though. Totally into you sexually. 28 tack 11. Best, most important part here. So this is a counterpoint of sorts to the virgin one. Once we were engaged, my wife and I pretty much ran roughshod over the rules about no sex before marriage. We were still each other's first, which is the essential point of the virgin thing, but so sexually activated on each other that we simply did not care what anybody else had to say or think on the matter. If you're getting her best, it doesn't matter. That's why that most famous post from Rollo, Saving the Best, a guy who found out his girl that was kind of sexually prudish used to be a whore back in the day. And he's like, I don't mind that she used to be a whore. I'm just mad that you're not a whore for me. More than anything, more than baggage, more than virgin status, more than any of this stuff, if she's totally into you sexually, that's the one non-fungible trait that you can see. If a girl's willing to go down on you in an Arby's bathroom, then you know she's the one for you. But yeah, that's really the only metric you have. Enthusiastic long-term sex with non-sexual investment. Those are the only 2 metrics you use. I would make a video on it, but I can't make like the 2 things that matter for a good relationship. Number 1 and 2 will surprise you. They're not surprising. They're just simple. But they don't make good videos, so that's why I have to flip it in at the very end of like a 16 episode series here. He mentions here too, emotion is not her only tool. Ideally, your wife should be able to problem solve with something other than her emotions. Keep dreaming, bud. They all do. At this point, it's the same as, and I don't mean to equate them as dogs, but it's like training a dog. Consistently disincentivize emotional problem solving from her perspective and encourage more of a rational system, more adult-like conversations. Again, there's another series I'm going to be doing in the future about transactional analysis, which will show you a lot more stuff in depth. But just realize it boils down to don't reward bad behavior and reward good behavior. So every girl is going to have emotion as one of her only tools. It's only once it's not effective consistently over time, that she's eventually going to switch to more useful tools. Girls may be slow, but they're not stupid. She has a talent. Again, I don't know why you would date somebody who's completely useless, but yeah, try to have a girl that's good at something, other than smashing. But I'm not going to waste a whole chapter on it. He mentions that thing you really need, which is a catch-all. If it's important to you, it's important. Don't assume, if a girl says she'll do it in the future, don't trust it. Berfault's law. Once you agree to that settling down, her terms of the contract are null and void. So if, like you said, the skinny fat thing we had talked about earlier in the super chat, if that's important to you, well, then that's important to you. It's a deal breaker. She wants in, she can get there. And then almost good enough isn't good enough. I like this one because a lot of guys give me this speech when I was doing consulting. They always say, yeah, this girl's a great girl. It's either a plate or a wife. Doesn't matter. So, oh, yeah, she's great. She's perfect. She's good with the kids. She's great in bed. High quality woman. And I know you guys are laughing at me on this. I'm like, oh, all right. So what makes her high quality? And he's like, well, she sleeps with me, essentially. And they always bring up like 18 red flags. And I'm like, holy geez, dude. There's a reason I laugh at this. But he talks about how he was dating a girl in college before he met his wife. Beautiful, smart, blah, blah, blah. We started talking about sex. And what frequency of the other sexual impulses and horniness came up. And he goes, for me, about 5 or 6 times. And she said, I don't know, once or twice. So we just stood at each other, staring at each other, waiting. He goes, a day? She goes, no, a month. He goes, really? She goes, yeah, really. And he never considered her again. If a girl's not sexually into you, and I don't even agree with the concept of low libido, short of a girl who's on SSRIs and has like a muted sex drive because of chemical castration, get the right guy there and a girl will have a great sex drive. So I wouldn't even have these conversations. Actions speak, words are lies. And then he ends it, same thing I said, know that beauty fades. At some point, her beauty will fade, and all that will truly matter is her personality and ability to love. Her character and kindness matter a great deal over the long term. So shut your eyes and listen to the tone of her voice she uses with other people when she thinks you aren't listening. It could be very revealing. There's actually a better one from this. Again, I think this is Uncle Vaz. It might be Vandaline from the Red Pill subreddit. But if you truly want to know a woman, see how she acts to people that she doesn't need anything from. Put your girl in a situation. If you want to see if she's right for your boundaries, see how she treats people that she doesn't have to be nice to. See how she treats people she doesn't have to need anything from. How does she treat somebody that there's no value and no social signaling in her being kind towards? That right there will tell you everything you need to know. And I would argue, again, not many hard and fast rules, but that one there should be a permanent indication to you that you should not wife up this woman. You should not long-term relationship this woman. Keep her in the sex only box because she's just shown you that's all she's good for. Self-interest and sex. So just treat her the way she wants to be treated. Or learn the hard way like so many guys who've gone MGTOW will already tell you. Next one, make sure she isn't in debt. Girls are all in debt. It's so weird. It's almost like a dowry. I would argue you can't really find a girl who's not in debt unless they still live with their parents. Even then, most likely they have blown their money on something. What I would argue is you just don't, unless she's paying down those debts, don't even bother. Again, that's just self-interest from your side. You should be keeping your finances separate anyway, because I find in general, guys tend to be better with their money than women. And by mixing finances, all you're doing is giving her a buffer of financial irrationality so that she can act somewhat stupider. And then you want to make more money to cover the shortfall. It just sets you up for failure right at the start. Instead, the best strategies I've seen so far are if you come into the money with a lot more money than the girl has, before you even think about settling down, maybe you want a family, whatever. And again, we don't have a lot of field reports out of this right now, so I can't say this is perfect, and this will change over time. But they talk about them as blind trusts. Essentially, you put your money in a trust, you don't control it, you have somebody you trust to be like the trust board or however it works out in your legislation. And then they have certain gates. This is for children, it's their money. It basically gives your net worth to a corporate entity that you don't get any control over. And then you set up clear directions on what it's for. It's been the best answer I've seen for guys who want to do that and make sure their kids get monies at a certain age. This is for college when they turn 18. If they make X amount of dollars at a job, then they can get the rest of it. However you organize, it's up to you. It's the best approach we've seen so far, but again, not enough results from it. It's still brand new. The other one, and this is the one that I've known has worked in the short term, I do it myself. Just separate finances. She has her account, you have yours. You've got a third joint account that's just for communal things. That's bills, that's mortgage payments, that's anything that the two of you together have to put in on. You do all the calculations, you're like, all right, every month, $2,376 goes in that account. As long as they meet that, whatever else is aside from the point. Now, you might want to put your future investments in there too, retirement savings, that kind of thing. Essentially, you make it as simple as you can for the fiscally irresponsible. X amount of dollars has to go in there every month. No negotiation. So those are the two ways. Again, if you guys have started to go the trust route, or if you know of anything else, please let me know in the chat. I'm actually very curious about this one, and unfortunately, we're still a little bit new into the process and don't have this. He ends off with, don't marry a quitter, which if she has any sort of problem giving up on completing important tasks like education, keeping a job, or doing major projects simply because they're hard or require effort, she'll probably quit on you. Again, I find it kind of tangential. Some girls are completely objectively like committed to succeeding in their job, and they'll still leave you in a heartbeat. So if being a quitter or not doesn't make a difference, why even focus on it? Don't even waste your time. But that's with most. This is another. Okay, so this is why I don't find vetting from a red pill perspective to be a useful strategy. There's actually 7 reasons. I have it on my blog. I'll pull up the link to it so you guys can see. Here we go. 7 parts, 2,000 words a piece. It's a bit of a long one. First part is you don't know what you want. Because that's why you're listening to some dude on the internet tell you 7 reasons to pick a good woman. What does he do? Oh, you want a virgin. You want a girl without baggage. Like all these things here. These are just tangential lists. They may work, they may not. They give you a false sense of security. So you don't know what you want. You're going to have a great ability to rationalize what the world gives you. If you dated goth girls when you were growing up, goth girls are the hottest girls on earth to you because that's what you got. And your brain knows. All right, well then just make them like that. If all you dated was princesses, that's all you're going to have. Princesses, that's your thing. That's your kink. So second part is vetting a woman is for vetting for values. And the question is, whose values are they? A lot of us have been instilled with feminine values, things for the what Rollo would call the feminine imperative, and they're created by and for women to meet their own needs, not yours. So a lot of the time the values you have aren't actually helpful from you. So just vetting alone, the garbage in, garbage out. Like at the same time, vetting only works if everybody who's within your vetting sphere is immunized from outside influence. In this case, short of being part of a commune, I doubt it's going to happen. You could vet for the perfect wife, but there's just way too many outside influences. All it takes is one divorced chick in the neighborhood, one friend who got separated, or, just the right time, right place kind of guy. Nothing you can do. You can't vet for black swan events. Next part is vetting for values is a narcissistic fantasy, and it serves to hide the true nature of women and men in order to live in the narrative it presents. So by the time the masks come off, it's too late. What do I mean by this? Well, when you're vetting, you're basically leading with what you're looking to see. And most guys can't help but themselves, but say what they're looking for. Well, I like this and I like that. And girls are very good at interrogating it out. Now, if you got a girl that's got some ulterior motive, she's very easily able to play to the crowd. She'll show you everything you want to see. They can keep that up for a good year, 2 years sometimes. And eventually, and usually by then, the courtship's over, the marriage is in, the mask comes off because now she doesn't put effort into it anymore. And that's the problem. So you're just vetting for a fantasy, and you're vetting for who could best fulfill your fantasies, not who's necessarily the person that you value. Same time, vetting creates an ego investment, where if you ignore anything outside of your vetted criteria, if the list is wrong, it's an attack on your ego, and you're going to fight tooth and nail to protect it. What do I mean by this? When you're vetting, you want the person to win. And so you're going to ignore obvious things that are wrong with the person, and you're going to see things that are okay as like extravagant. Same case in point. American just had a presidential election, and I'm watching punditry on either side of it. And it was like they were watching a different thing. The people that wanted the Republican president to win would say, oh, he just owned him. He owned him. He owned him. And then the people that wanted the nominee for the Democratic Party says the same thing. Oh, he owned him. He owned him. He owned him. We see what we want to see. And by vetting, you're seeing what you want to see, even if somebody doesn't have it. And so it just sets you up for failure. Next part is even if the narcissistic masks are off, that didn't work. They're not fulfilling your fantasies. Maybe if you're completely honest with your interactions with you, she's honest with you, no ulterior motives, everything goes exactly according to plan, which you've already shown it doesn't. All you're getting is a snapshot of her behavior. This is what she's like right now. 5 years from now, after, like, what are some of the big events? Maybe she gets a new job that's across the country that'll upend your career and set you aside. Maybe she decides she wants a baby. Maybe, like, tons of maybes. Maybe she comes into a lottery winning. A lot of girls get a bunch of money and then they just don't want their man anymore. So you're never going to get longevity with your vetting. It's just going to give you a snapshot. And a snapshot is a poor way to set up a longitudinal life script. And then the final point is vetting is often done to the exclusion of actual relationship strategies. Boundary enforcement is far superior and doesn't require a lifetime of instilling feminine values in a man in order to understand them. End of the day, do I want this? Do I not want this? You focus on that. And again, that's why a lot of this stuff just doesn't work. Don't worry about tricks and tips and tactics. Don't worry about secondary indications. Just focus on, what do I want? And if you don't know what you want, well, then keep your options open until you sort it out and just get rid of the things that you don't want. Because it's very easy. If you don't know 97% of the stuff out there, you can pick between 3%. But if you don't know what you want, so you just pick what everybody tells you, you're going to get what everybody else wants you to have, not what you want for yourself. Don't let life happen to you. Live your life. He does make a hedge here in chapter 29, marriage 2.0. Unless you're completely confident in your choice and ability to maintain your relationship, I suggest don't get married at all. I would just say don't get married. There is no benefit to you. And here's a question I posit to everybody who's pro-marriage. What is it as a man you get when you're married that you don't get cohabitating elsewhere? One person, why more please, is the only one who's ever been able to answer that question to anybody's satisfaction. People say, well, it's because of kids. You're like, well, you don't need kids. You don't need a marriage certificate for kids. A lot of people have them outside wedlock. Yeah, but but then there'll be bastard children. It's like, dude, this isn't the Middle Ages. Nobody cares about that anymore. People forgive everybody for everything now, so that's not even an issue. They're like, oh, well, you need it because the wife's not comfortable. She thinks you could just leave her at any time. It's like, well, you already can. And at the end of the day, you just find out the only reasons that most people give is because they're afraid that the girl will leave them if they don't. Scarcity. Well, you have to be willing. Weinberg, please, the one answer he gave that was good is if you're working as a diplomat or an expat, certain countries refuse to acknowledge common law or cohabitation. And so legally, there may be certain rights that you're missing out on without it. But in that very narrow case, it makes sense. Outside of that, just call somebody your wife. I did a video too about Janice Fiamengo's really bad take on a 97th richest guy in Canada and his marriage. You can basically you don't have to do the certification you can do arbitration. You just have to be honest with the courts. But that's going to be something I'm going to deal with a little bit here. So law was what defined marriage 1.0. Marriage 1.0 is marriage in the agricultural revolution. And this is where, again, you needed paternity. There was no other way to test other than a girl who was a virgin. There was no other way to guarantee you were the only father to her kids. And they wanted that because you had property and private property, and that's the only way to give it down was like knowing paternity. So while it is all becoming ancient history, it's important to understand that marriage 1.0 was not just a social creation, but a legally defined structure that spelled out what marriage was. With modern marriage, aka marriage 2.0, nearly all the legal rules of marriage 1.0 have changed. In some ways, these changes are good and valuable, and in many other ways, there have been a mess of unintended consequences that undermine the very institution. Marriage 2.0 is the era of no-fault divorce. Adultery laws were repealed, marital rape laws added, and a divorce industry that profits off of protracted legal battles. The downsides of marriage 1.0 was that it shackled couples together, regardless of happiness and enjoyment of each other. At least it used sex as an enticement to become and stay married. The downside of marriage 2.0 is that intended as a permanent arrangement is becoming increasingly temporary. Yeah, so it's no longer permanent. It's no longer death do us part. So you got to see the reality of it. The trap for people getting married today is that going into a marriage 2.0 relationship, but having the romantic illusion that you're going into a 1.0 relationship. Oh, that's like 3 sneezes already. Excuse me. Must have had a case of the COVID. Importantly, men are very much taught to respect and place women on a pedestal when it comes to relationships, and many simply cannot comprehend that their wives ever struggle with the issues of commitment and fidelity. Accept reality. Marriage 1.0 bids a fond farewell and learn what marriage 2.0 is really about. Adapt and become stronger. The law that defines marriage 2.0 is a legal creation, legally defined and constructed by process of law. Notice it's not a contract. A lot of guys say marriage is a contract. It's not. It's a legal status. There's legal frameworks around it, but there is no contract because there's no consideration. If you don't know what that means if there's nothing in it for you, then it cannot be a contract. And there is nothing in it for a guy. The way you are married and what being married means was decided by your local politicians and signed into by law. You just happen to agree to abide by whatever it was that decided marriage is. It does vary from state to state, but typically requires a state-authorized marriage celebrant, a statement of mutual intent, and a small amount of paperwork. How romantic. And then he talks about how weddings 2.0 are a marriage 1.0 fantasy day. I won't go into details of that. A lot of girls would prefer to be married, prefer the wedding over a marriage. Like, same as the idea of, like, I like having kids more than raising kids. Or I want to be a good parent, not raise good kids. Marriage law is also vague. He uses a great reference here to, like, fishing licenses. So, for example, if marriage license was like a fishing license, it wouldn't... Oh, if a marriage license was a fishing license, it wouldn't actually spell out things like when you could fish, what size of fish was too small, what the daily limits was. It would just say, this is a fishing license. Please enjoy your fishing license. And then in a law about use of public waterways, there'd be a clause that stated people with fishing licenses may fish. It's a very odd way of organizing things. So even more bizarre in a marriage is that there's minimal reference to having sex. Why else would a guy settle down? Other than a promise of fidelity and sexual access. That's what the point of to have and hold is, but that's the point. The one thing, there's 2 things that benefit men. The ability to have children and the ability to have frequent sex. That benefit a man in a marriage, unless you're marrying a rich girl, but most guys aren't. You take away those 2 things, what's left? Plow horse. And then he makes a case for it's legally, every marriage is an open marriage. And that's where adultery laws have been defined as a criminal act in the past, meaning having sex with somebody else's spouse was illegal. So by default imply that you had to maintain sexual faithfulness to the other person. Now with adultery laws, they've been removed from the law everywhere. And all that's left is merely a societal expectation of sexual fidelity, but not a legal requirement of it. So marriage is no guarantee that she's going to be on the straight and narrow. So if you're thinking if I put a ring on that, I'll keep her steady. There's no, like, wishing. Wish in one hand, shit in the other, see what fills up first. So in one sense, all marriages are open marriages, whether you want them to be or not. Your wife can have sex with anybody else and likely wouldn't have broken any laws or any legal marriage agreement by doing so. She could have a torrid affair and then you file your taxes together. How jaded is that? I love it. No guarantee in sex. And that's because marital rape laws are basically designed that even though you're married, you're not entitled to sex. Now, a lot of older cultures still may have that on the books where you can't turn your husband down. Which is funny because there's so many things that you have to do. This is the only thing that predominantly benefits men, and it's the only thing that's been added to the marriage law. So it's kind of funny. Now, I'm not suggesting I want to go back to that. I like the idea of gaming. I like hunt what you kill. I like, approaching, being charismatic. It's just, at the same time, then, like, what's the point? If marriage doesn't have certain obligations to it, then what's the point of it? Meh. The one point here, it's kind of near and dear to my heart, is oops, you got married by accident. Depending on the state, there can also be cohabitation laws that kick in after a certain number of years living together. After that, cohabitation law may essentially backdoor you into a de facto marriage agreement without you being fully aware of the law. So for example, and it's common law marriage. In Canada, it's 2 years. Other than Quebec. Quebec doesn't recognize it, I believe. But from a legal standpoint, it's actually a lot better off. So for example, with a marriage, there's certain trial separation periods. I think it's 12 months. It might have changed. I've been a little out of date on that because I didn't bother looking it up because I don't care. Separations, you have to have lawyers. You have to go through a separation agreement. You have to have a judge. There's a framework that's built around divorce. A lot of people make a lot of money from it. Divorce Incorporated, great example of it running haywire in the States. But a common law relationship, arbitration. Arbitration is much less expensive, much less torturous, and insofar as you take care of certain legal obligations, this is the one little back door that's kind of neat that's happening now, is that the children have to be taken care of. But in Ontario law, they have a neat thing where it's the children are required by law to have equal to or higher quality of life than the separated spouse, which is basically saying if you're a husband, if you make all the money, you do the stay-at-home wife thing, and you guys separate, she gets the kids, and she has to have a better quality of life than you. Or, I mean, the kids do, but it's essentially her. Because there's no mechanism to ensure that your money only goes towards the children. They're considered intertwined, which is why it's so bad in Ontario. They actually have a deadbeat list. You can go online and look up any guy who's defunct on any of his child support payments. Publicly shamed, jail time, and then you get into that whole loop. And it's gotten so bad that there's like news stories coming out of guys who just basically expatriate. They're like, I can't handle this. I love my kids, but financially it's too much of a burden. And they go to countries with non-extradition. David Foley, Kids in the Hall. Perfect example of that. You can go look that one up if you're curious about it. Think of another one where a guy ended up having to go to the Philippines. He basically had to give up the country he's lived in his whole life, contact with friends and family, because essentially his wife just weaponized the court system against him because of a divorce. Arbitration makes that a lot softer and a lot easier. But again, it's no guarantee, so just something to be aware of. But if push comes to shove, if it becomes that much of a downtrodden situation, then absconsion sometimes is the only thing you can do. In fact, I'm surprised there hasn't been more stories of guys trying to seek, I don't know if it would be like a political asylum, but it's essentially debtor's prison, which I thought we had sorted out during the age of the Magna Carta, but, you know, we did a back run on it. It's okay, we're doing it now because it's for the women and the best interest of the children. Yeah, the best interest of the children was to have a dad, so clearly that's a very subjective term. If I mean to give you guys Debbie Downer tips here, I don't mean to, but you just eyes open. This is maybe the most MGTOW speech you're going to get from me, but have your eyes open, understand the risks involved, start to read your local law. It's mostly online now, so you should be able to find this stuff. And if you aren't prepared, don't have her move in. Keep a girl in her separate place. Don't refer to her as wife. Don't buy her a ring. Don't do anything that signal you want to be married. And then the courts can argue that, yeah, you're not married, you're just dating. At the same time, reward good behavior, don't reward bad behavior. It's all very simple stuff. The problem is guys are so incongruent that they think they can have it both ways. I don't want to have to go through the conflict or the possible loss that goes with telling her she can't move in, but I want the law to recognize that I don't want to be her husband. It's like, no, man, you got to take charge in this, and you have to be okay. You might be the bad guy. You just have to be okay with it. And he breaks the case for marriage, creates the financial team. He talks about filing taxes together. It's like a pittance. I'm not even going to give this any credence. Read it if you want. Divorce and moral hazard. Again, this is Threat Point by Dalrock, a great example of this one. Let's pull that up. I'm not going to do much on this one because it's already been talked about quite a few times, but just know the way the law is worked out right now, it incentivizes the person who wants to dissolve the relationship, not the one who wants to keep it together. And why? Because, well, if you don't have to pay when she leaves, then the state will have to. And no politician is going to sign on for that. Why would I take on extra burdens? No, man. You do it. Yeah, it'll make that guy miserable, but from the state's perspective, they don't care. One miserable guy that puts a bullet in his head versus me getting reelected because I didn't raise taxes, it's a no-brainer. Nobody cares about men. And for a lot of guys, they don't do themselves any favors by having an outburst. Yes, very unjust. Yes, it's very hard. But the guy who gets angry at court and starts yelling at his wife over it just established that he's basically a borderline abuser. And just from everybody else's risk perspective, they can't take the chance that he's just frustrated. And so they will throw the book at you. And a lot of girls know that, and they will bait you into it. They will say some of the meanest stuff you've ever seen. They will go absolutely feral during a divorce case because they want you to lose your cool in front of the law. And then you're screwed. So yeah, just realize, don't take the bait. Don't feed the trolls, man. He does make reference too to the you don't get to have kids, you get to sire children. That's when they're like, guys, I want to have kids. Like, they're not your kids. They're her kids. You get to be a dad at the whims of mom. Well, being a dad is the most important job. If it isn't, then why is it that a girl can get your replacement in less than 12 months? Weekend dad, weekday dad, stepdad. Stepdads are everywhere. In fact, a lot of the time, the kids often say how stepdad was even better. So the job of father is a temporary one. It's not a permanent one. And yes, some girls will respect that. That's fine. But that's the thing. You're leaving it up to a personal choice of the girl that can't stand you as to whether you get to have an involvement in your kid's life. It's not a good one. And he does get one thing wrong. So I want to correct this. This is the important thing. As you guys have probably watched enough videos where you know the downsides of this, but he does get something wrong here. He says, even worse, studies show that roughly 8 to 10% of all children have their biological fathers misidentified. Now, that's not entirely true, and it paints a bit of a bad picture. What it is they did some studies deciding like how much paternity fraud is there. Now, the number they had come up with, and you're going to see a lot of MGTOWs throwing it out, 30%. They did a study, and of all the tests that they did, 30% of them ended up being different biological fathers. Like, oh my God, a third of guys out there are cucked. Not true. They forget that the self-selected for the group who had doubts of paternity to begin with. So that leaves the question out. The remaining portion of the population, and I think it was like 12% of people were the ones that had paternity doubts and they did the tests. So the thing you could take away from that is if you have any doubt about the paternity of your children, you got a 1 in 3 chance of being right, which is not the same thing. Now, we don't know what it is across the population. We'd have to do like a very big randomized sample of the population to do that. Maybe select against that first group, people who have no doubts about paternity, then do those tests. I don't know. But right now it's becoming so very easy and cheap. It's not hard to do a 21andMe, do a family tree thing with your kids to find out. I would argue getting this stuff done before you sign on to a birth certificate is a big deal because for a lot of guys, once you've signed that piece of paper, then you've acknowledged that they're your children. And same thing with marriage. Even if you're just cohabitating, as soon as you say she's your wife, you treat her like a wife, you give her a ring, even if you haven't gotten a marriage, the law will consider that good enough. You basically said, I want to do this. So yeah, don't say things you don't mean. So he does, and I'll do the good summary. We're just over time right now, but I want to end this off on a very dour note. Summarizing it, marriage doesn't guarantee that she will have sex with you, be faithful, or stay with you. It legally creates a financial team that may result in ongoing financial support after a divorce and is very likely support for any children she has during the marriage, whether or not they're yours. So it's, again, what's in it for me? If a girl really truly wants to get married, she has to answer that question, what's in it for you? And they won't. So just do what you want. But I'm saying from a strategic standpoint, there is no benefit in it. And if you're married beforehand, that's the card you're in right now. And that's what these strategies are for anyway. This is a large part as to why I don't like when single guys try and apply married red-pilled strategies in their own lives. It's like, dude, you're not there. Next should be your useful tool. Ruthlessly tool. He had some stuff about why to get married anyway. And here's the funny part. He says when marriage works well, it works very well for men. Another thing he gets wrong. Study after study suggests that married men are happier and healthier than unmarried men. Plus, married men have more sex than unmarried men. The first part he gets wrong. They say married men are happier, live longer, earn more money. It's like, no. What happens is men who are healthier, men who are happier, and men who do earn more money are selected for to get married. Girls want to marry those guys, and so they fill the ranks with that. So if you're a miserable, unhealthy guy, you're probably going to be single a lot longer on average. So don't think that getting married will make you healthy. Being healthy makes it more likely you're going to get married. The married men having more sex than unmarried men, I'd argue that is the case. Even on my best years of game, I've had more sex in a relationship than outside. Most guys do. Almost all guys do. Other than the very top percent. But there's no guarantees on it. That's the thing. You're going to be hunting for what you eat anyway. So it's just a matter of you want to do it with one girl or you want to do it with multiple girls. And that's a choice for you to make, not me. But here's the key point when I ask what's in it for me, that most people, this is their go-to answer. A benefit is that many women have a deep need for security and safety in order to feel safe enough to fully embrace their sexuality. Chore play. You know, if you just did more dishes, maybe I'd be comfortable enough and we'd have sex more. That's it right there. I'm not going to keep having sex to you if you don't marry me. If you don't give me all these advantages. That works if you're worried about losing her. Just don't do it. Anyways, and then he ends it off with, and this is the point I'll end it on. This is very good news for a man, that your wife is freer than any generation of women before her. This can translate into her happiness, energy, and sexual enjoyment with you. If it's working well, the sexual connection is fantastic and better than any form of marriage before now. It's better in that there's no restrictions. You're basically free to succeed or fail by your own merits, which for most guys sucks. But again, you shouldn't have to get married. And he's saying, best case scenario, things are good. Things will be good anyways. Things can be good in long-term relationships. Things can be good cohabitating. Marriage doesn't create the goodness. And I'll end on that one. Oh yeah, he's got 10 things to do right now. Yeah, whatever. This is just basically a summary of the entire book. Gives you top 10 lists. I'm just going to skip that. Anyways, so yeah, not on the most positive note how we ended up here, but that's fine. I figure at the very least here, we're going to be honest about this stuff. So thank you. Here's the end. Married Man Sex Life Primer. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Thank you for making it through the entire series. Also, I can see you guys with the likes. Thank you very much for liking this, showing some engagement, commenting on the channel. Those little things right there and your watch time really help encourage other people to see and watch these videos. It helps us grow as a channel. Always come down, check on the Patreon. End of the month is coming up. So if you're curious about it and you haven't tried it yet, go give it a shot. The link's in the description. Sign on after the end of the month. Sign on the beginning of next month. You got a full 4 weeks to come in, see if it's for you, and if you like it, stick around. It's like the price of a cup of coffee, and you're going to get a good 8 to 10 hours of content that other people don't get on stuff that's personalized toward you, as well as some additional things as I get them done, early access to videos, different posts, a whole bunch of stuff that I basically just don't release publicly, and it's just for those guys, as well as access to the locker room, great set of forums, basically guys swapping notes. It's kind of as close as we've gotten to the Married Man Sex Life Primer. All holds barred, no holds barred, I mean. No language filters, no SJW stuff, no worries about moderator crap. It's private, it's discreet, you guys can talk about anything, and there's no chance of that SJW nonsense shutting us down. Come on in, check it out. Jeez, though. Alright, I'm going to start reading some comments here, and let's end this off with the end card. Thanks again, guys. Jeez, coworker also committed suicide a couple weeks ago. Manager, wife divorced him, 1 kid, she was messing around. He just got funded half of his 401k. Couldn't find a girl, tried gay, dude left him, OD. Jesus. Absolutely brutal, man. That's the problem. If you latch onto this stuff, it gets you hooked. If it doesn't happen the way you want, a lot of guys end it. It's very sad. Anyways, guys, I'll check you later.